Once in combat mode, Chi Leke showed no mercy. A life-and-death fight is not a competition. If you are a little negligent, you may lose your life. So facing several werewolves who were attacking, Chi Lu seized the fleeting opportunity and directly used the most powerful moves to break their combined attack moves, that is, directly destroying one of the werewolves. The shortcoming effect is always particularly obvious in coordinated attacks. If weak points are not strengthened, they will become a breakthrough point for the opponent. This is an eternal truth. This is also the reason why Chi Lu has never liked joining forces with others to attack. After all, without a long period of running in, if you really want to achieve perfect coordination, the combat awareness required and the combat skills that can adapt to changes are extremely terrifying. Even if Chi Lu can guarantee that he can do it, it doesn't mean that the guy who cooperates with him can do it. So as a sharp knife, it might be a better choice to fight alone. Just like this now. Although the situation at this moment seems more like there is no other way. Who made Chi Lu come to the infinite battlefield alone? But this does not prevent Chi Lu from taking full advantage of his advantages. Too slow and too weak. Chi Lu didn't stop after flying out a werewolf. Instead, he said plain but mocking words while knocking out the remaining werewolves one by one. Rather, after the first werewolf was knocked out of the battlefield, the remaining werewolves were not fearful at all. In a sense, the broken combo attacks are not as effective as normal attacks. Because weak points will become particularly noticeable. In the eyes of the enemy, this is a clear weakness. Damn it, I've hit a brick wall, how can the newcomer be so strong this time? The werewolf leader climbed up from the ground quickly and looked at Chi Lu with a wary expression, already thinking of retreating in his heart. In a place like the infinite battlefield, if you can't defeat your opponent, you must escape as soon as possible. Because fighting to the end will definitely determine life or death. Everyone is fighting for life, and begging for mercy is meaningless. Therefore, the werewolf leader did not say those meaningless nonsense, but began to think about the issue of fight or flight. After finally surviving in the infinite battlefield for such a long time, who wants to die easily? To be honest, at this time, the werewolf leader thought of his past again. Those were the days before entering the infinite battlefield. Although at that time, the werewolf leader was still far, far away from the top demon god. But no matter what, he is still a demon god after all. And he is also a demon god who is rare among the werewolves in a millennium. What a glorious period it was, enjoying reverence and fear among the werewolf clan, and being able to do whatever one wanted. No matter what you want to do, you can be satisfied, as if everything is under your control. Until I knew about the infinite battlefield. An opportunity to become the strongest demon god was right in front of him. The werewolf leader felt that he should fight for this opportunity. After all, there were so many facts right in front of him. Every strong man who emerges from the infinite battlefield has become a legendary being. The top demon god has left a mark on history. No matter which aspect it was, it deeply stimulated the werewolf leader. He chose to resolutely come to the infinite battlefield to find this illusory opportunity. When everyone is proud, they will feel that they are the chosen one and the son of destiny. Unfortunately, reality is always cruel. When the werewolf leader came to the infinite battlefield full of enthusiasm and expectations, he was severely slapped in the face by reality. A demon god only has 30 days left to live. If you want to survive, you have to fight and take away the lifespan of other gold diggers. This weird rule caused all the strong men who entered the infinite battlefield to start a desperate mode. Every battle is sparing no effort, just to achieve the final victory. Then the werewolf leader discovered what it means that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. If he hadn't been so good at escaping, it wouldn't have been his turn to to the newcomers. After all, newcomers are the easiest to cheat, and there are a lot of gold diggers rushing to do it. Fighting for life and staying alive seems to be the main theme in this infinite battlefield. As for more stuff, for example, we can only think about how to become stronger after we have accumulated enough lifespan. Anyway, the werewolf leader knew that he didn't have time to think about those things now. What he regrets most now is why he came to the infinite battlefield. Isn't it good to just stay outside? This is probably what most gold diggers think after coming to the infinite battlefield. However, those powerful beings who have the ability to escape from the infinite battlefield remain silent about the situation inside. Don't know for what purpose. But now, it is not the time to think about these issues. Let's think about how to escape from this place. The werewolf leader felt a headache when he thought about this problem. Why is it so easy for others to hunt newcomers, but if you do it yourself, you can hit the wall? You definitely can't beat them. If you join us here, the attack will be resolved so easily. What else can you do? You must know that none of the guys the werewolf leader encountered before this could escape the joint hunting of their werewolf clan unless they also joined forces. This is the unique skill of their werewolf clan. Especially effective when dealing with lone prey. It is also the guarantee that the werewolf leaders and the others can serve a veto this day after the infinite battlefield. Incomparable to the geniuses among the demon gods, most of the gold diggers who came to the infinite battlefield were barely surviving. If statistics can be made, the elimination rate of the powerful people who enter the infinite battlefield will be. That was simply to an appalling level. Your fighting spirit is disappearing, what's wrong? Are you trying to escape? After repelling these werewolves, Chi Lu clearly felt that their fighting intention had turned into retreating intention. This is the norm in an infinite battlefield. Once a war starts, there are only two outcomes. Either that, life or death. Or, retreat with one strike and leave directly. Unless it's the last few days of his life and it's time to fight for his life. Otherwise, the further away from death, the less courageous these guys will be. In the past, when my lifespan was endless, I didn't feel much of it. On the contrary, at this time, when I know that I have only a few days to leave, I cherish my life. What a strange mentality. But these have nothing to do with Chi Lu. If it was just about fighting, Chi Lu would not be afraid at all. We just suddenly realized that it was really unfriendly to treat a newcomer like this. The werewolf leader tried to save some face for himself. But in the current situation, this is obviously a matter of self-deception. You guys change your attitude so quickly. Chi Lu chuckled, whether it was sarcasm or a statement. Hey, newcomer, you have just arrived at the infinite battlefield. Do you know the rules here? Do you know what it means to treat the senior who welcomes you like this? The werewolf leader was still arguing. Or maybe it's just to attract the enemy's attention for his own escape later. However, Chi Li's expression remained unchanged. He just watched the werewolf leader's slightly funny performance quietly. Faced with enemies who had murderous intentions towards him, Chi Li never let them go. I just want to make the most of it. Just ask for more information before they die. Welcome? I think that if you have fallen to this level, then you are not very strong in the infinite battlefield. If this is a secret space where strength speaks for itself, then what you just said is meaningless. Because you also said that if you want to survive, you must fight. Chi Lu said slowly, and he was sure that the werewolves in front of him really wanted to escape. It seems that no matter where you are, there are guys who bully the weak and fear the strong. It's just a pity that Chi Lu doesn't intend to let them leave. Whether it's because of the werewolf's behavior or their longevity, there's no reason for them to leave. The kind of things you do should leave you with a lot of lifespan. That's really a thank you for your hard work. This time, it was no longer those werewolves who attacked, but Chi Lu took the initiative. Don't take it easy when facing a group of enemies trying to escape. Although it may not be a good idea to use the phrase defeated like a mountain in a place like this. However, when the fighting spirit disappears, how much fighting power can still be exerted? The answer is obvious. What? Damn guy, you still want to take our lives? What a daydream. The werewolf leader was shocked when he saw the newcomer in front of him Dorito attack. However, the anger also rose at the same time, and then grew stronger and stronger. The closer we get to death, the more we cherish our lives. Naturally, the werewolf leader couldn't sit still and wait for death. He immediately jumped up from the ground and roared loudly. Originally, I wanted to let you go, but now you dare to take the initiative Ito attack, then you will die. After saying this, several other werewolves also jumped up. The high-pitched howls of wolves seemed to increase their courage and fighting power, making them not afraid of death. Ouch! In an instant, several werewolves followed the werewolf leader and attacked and killed him. The afterimages were like lightning, like several black lights coming through the sky, intertwined together, and full of ferocity. But don't forget, this time it was Qi Lu who made the first move. Qi Lu, who already had the advantage, would give the enemy breathing room after taking the lead? Of course it is impossible. If we say that the combined attack moves of these werewolves were like waterfalls, surging down. So Qi Li's attack at this moment is like a tsunami, coming from the sky. Compared with waterfalls and tsunamis, how could they be stopped? Moreover, Qi Lu did not even use the power of law in this attack. It's just a matter of dealing with a few werewolves, there's no need to show all your cards. Although it is said that after coming to the infinite battlefield, one's own power will be limited. But this is also divided into people. The existence of the demon god realm and the cultivators of the immortal bone realm, even after limiting their power, the remaining fighting power is still completely different. In fact, how could it be the same? For the demon god, the infinite battlefield is really a good cemetery. Therefore, the final defeat and even death of these werewolves who hit the iron plate are destined to be a good outcome. The only value is probably that it told Qi Lu some basic information. 1. Qi Lu whispered a word in his mouth. The next moment, a werewolf flew out without any breath. In the previous fights, it wasn't that Qi Lu couldn't be ruthless, but that after being robbed of the first move, the range of his attacks would be limited. After all, Qi Lu needs to leave some strength to defend at any time while attacking. But this time is different. After seizing the initiative, all the power can be used in the attack. Because offense is the best defense. Therefore, it is impossible for these werewolves to withstand Qi Li's attack. 2. The second word came out. Another werewolf flew backwards and lost all its vitality when it landed. At the same time, Qi Lu also felt that his lifespan had been increased, and it was very clear and accurate. 2 werewolves, with a combined lifespan of 35 days, really poor. Although it is not clear how long they have been in the infinite battlefield, on average, their lifespan is less than 20 days, which is almost like walking in front of the gate of hell. Maybe this is the real situation in the infinite battlefield. All newcomers only have 30 days left to live from the moment they arrive in the infinite battlefield. And every day that passes, there will be one less day. In other words, all gold diggers who come to the infinite battlefield are in the same situation. The more people alive, the more lifespan needs to be consumed every day. And every new person, from an overall point of view, only adds 30 days total lifespan. If it were divided equally among 30 people, it would be equivalent to each person only being able to live one more day. This is a cruel fact. No wonder many gold diggers like to attack newcomers. Because people who are alive will only increase the number of lifespan consumed overall. Weak people might as well die. It is truly a road paved with blood. 3. Therefore, it is impossible for Qi Lu to show mercy. This helps everyone in the infinite battlefield and saves the overall lifespan. It is better to consume it alone than to consume it with so many people. I believe everyone can understand what he did. No. Why is this happening? Why does a strong man like you appear in the infinite battlefield? The werewolf leader was watching the werewolves around him being killed one after another, and their attacking movements were deformed. The expression of disbelief on his face looked so twisted and real. However, Qi Lu did not intend to answer his question. In other words, the werewolf leader's words were not a question, but a sigh. When encountering a powerful enemy that is impossible to defeat and impossibly to escape, this should be regarded as a kind of last words. Recalling my past, lamenting my life, and regretting why I entered the infinite battlefield. This is probably the entire process before death. 4. 5. Qi Lu read out the numbers one by one indifferently. The situation of the battle has become more and more obvious, and it is simply a one-sided situation. Until the werewolf leader was left. Only the werewolf leader was left. The last one. Qi Lu ended his life in the disbelief eyes of the werewolf leader. Then feel how much your lifespan has increased. 142 days, of which the werewolf leader provided nearly 50 days. He was truly worthy of being a werewolf leader. With this calculation, his lifespan suddenly increased from 30 days to more than half a year. Qi Lu feels very good. System, can you hear me? Can you solve this lifespan problem? After solving the immediate problem, Qi Lu finally had time to ask about the system. In fact, Qi Lu wanted to ask the system if there was a way to solve this problem before. It's just that those werewolves appeared too timely. System, host, you must know very well in your heart that the problem of lifespan is only caused by the suppression of world rules in the infinite battlefield, and it is not that your own lifespan has been deprived. System, if you want to solve this problem, just leave the infinite battlefield and you will recover. Of course I know that's the case, but it's also true that you will die after your lifespan is exhausted. Qi Lu spread his hands and raised his concerns. Because it's not that easy to come up with an infinite battlefield. In fact, in history, after coming to the infinite battlefield and discovering the strange rules here, there are countless gold diggers who want to leave. However, not many of them actually left the infinite battlefield. The reason is that if you want to leave the infinite battlefield, you need to collect the qualifications to leave. 2 conditions need to be met. The first condition is a 10-year lifespan. This alone has troubled countless people. How difficult it would be to turn the 30-day lifespan when entering the infinite battlefield into 10 years. Even if they were all new hunters, it would still take 120. What's more, there are so many gold diggers in the infinite battlefield, how can there be so many new people to hunt for you? This alone has reduced the survival rate to less than 1%. Not to mention, there is a second condition. But that is a task that can only be completed by going to the central area of the infinite battlefield and entering a deeper secret space. It is rumored that the way out of the infinite battlefield is also hidden in the deeper secret space. 10 years of life is just the ticket. This is also the reason why Qi Lu met these werewolves here. Because they are simply not qualified to enter the deeper secret space and can only hunt on the periphery. System, this system understands the host's concerns, but I'm sorry, but there is nothing this system can do about it. That's right, this is the suppression of world rules. Although this was an expected answer, Qi Lu had already sighed silently. The power of the world's rules cannot be compared to the power of those laws. This is equivalent to the will of one world. The infinite battlefield and the Tianji domain have the same origin, and the power level of the world's rules is naturally at the same level. If you want to resist this level of power, if you can, there is no need to come to the infinite battlefield to look for gold. After all, you can even break the will of heaven and earth in the Tianji domain, how can you still care about such a small thing? One thing to say, don't look at how terrifying the demon gods look when they fight, destroying the world and destroying the world. But for the entire Tianji domain, it is simply a drop in the ocean. But even if the space is broken, it can be repaired very quickly. To be honest, in front of the will of the Tianji realm, or the heavenly vault god realm, the demon god is just a stronger ant. If you want to shake the heavenly vault god realm, that's just a joke, you can't even dream of it. So after getting the system's reply, Qi Lu also put away his thoughts. Collect 10 years of life, and then enter the deeper secret space. It's really troublesome. Qi Lu also asked this question from the werewolf leader. However, this group of werewolves are not qualified to enter the deeper secret space, so they do not know the situation inside. But one thing is certain, that is, the guys who can enter the deeper secret space are all first-class strong men. Just look at the screening mechanism of the infinite battlefield. From a lifespan of 30 days to a lifespan of 10 years, you can get the ticket. One can imagine how terrifying it is to survive such a crazy knockout competition. It's no wonder that the strong men who can emerge from the infinite battlefield, without exception, have become top-notch demon gods. Standing at the top of the Tianji domain combat power pyramid. In this elimination mode, aren't the only ones who can come out of it some monsters? But for Qi Lu, it is indeed a bit troublesome. After all, before Qi Lu came to the infinite battlefield, his strength was already at the top of Tianji domain. There is still some gap between them and those monsters that are rare to see in 10,000 years. For example, the human king, or the dragon saint king. Because these beings are the real strong ones standing at the top of the combat power pyramid. But this is not important. Anyway, in the infinite battlefield, if you want Tobe qualified to go out, the conditions are there. It's not a limited number of places. As long as the conditions are met, you can go out. So in Qi Li's view, the importance of this matter has to be pushed back. The more important thing is to find Yu Xie. Because Qi Li Hui's purpose in coming to the infinite battlefield is to find Yu Xie. The regional distribution of the infinite battlefield is similar to a huge concentric circle. Circle within circle. Starting from the outermost area, the further you go in, the more dangerous it becomes. This is probably something that has been agreed upon by the gold diggers who came to the infinite battlefield. If your strength is not up to standard, just stay in the outer area and greet the newcomers. Don't go inside. Because the area inside the infinite battlefield is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die. So after the bloody lesson, everyone is very sensible. These default rules will not be violated casually. The reason is simple, those guys who broke the rules are now gone. The rest are those who are willing to abide by the rules. This can be regarded as a form of natural selection. Therefore, the werewolves Qi Lu met were actually not very strong in the infinite battlefield. After all, if you can meet these guys in the outermost area, how strong can they be? The entry threshold to the infinite battlefield is only the high level of the immortal bone realm. In the divine realm, a person with this level of cultivation is just a newly promoted god, and is really not considered a top existence. So here we go again. Entering the infinite battlefield through the gate of the secret realm, the place where you appear must be in the outermost area. As for the specific location, it appears randomly, which can be regarded as a buffer space for many gold diggers. This discovery also allowed Qi Lu to determine the direction of his future search. Of course it's an area-by-area search. Because based on Yu Xie's strength, she wouldn't be able to get very far, provided Yu Xie is not stubborn. And if you want to leave the infinite battlefield, you need to enter a deeper secret space. Naturally, it is at the center of this concentric circle. So according to Qi Li's idea, he would first find Yu Xie, then gather up 10 years of life, and finally go to the center of the infinite battlefield, enter a deeper secret space, and find a way out. It sounds simple, but when it comes to doing it, I don't know how long it will take. I hope it won't take too long. Thinking of this, Qi Lu suddenly felt something in his heart and looked back at the corpses of the werewolves. The scene in front of him shocked Qi Lu, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. In just a few minutes, the werewolf corpses had turned into a pile of withered bones. All the flesh and blood disappeared, and I don't know where it went. How is this going? Seeing this scene, Sheila suddenly felt a creepy feeling. The corpses that had been dead for only a few minutes, even if they were ordinary people, would not turn into a pile of withered bones. What's more, the strong ones who can come to the infinite battlefield are at least high-level existences in the immortal bone realm. Their corpses are even less likely to undergo such strange changes in such a short period of time. It looks like this secret space is devouring these corpses. Wait, devour these corpses? As soon as this idea came up, Sheila recalled what Overlord had said. This is a space watered with the blood of the strong. How consistent it is with the scene in front of me. So this is what this sentence means? Sheila felt like he suddenly realized something, but he also felt that it might not be exactly what he meant. After all, my understanding of the infinite battlefield is not deep, rather, it is very shallow. Because we have just arrived at this secret space, and have not actually explored it yet. Who knows if the Overlord's meaning may have been misinterpreted. So Qi Lu was not too busy drawing conclusions. But one thing is undeniable, that is, the energy in the corpses of Thorwolves that were killed just now was indeed devoured by the infinite battlefield. As for why such a thing happened, Sheila didn't know. Perhaps it has something to do with the locked lifespan. Interesting, this place not only locks everyone's lifespan, it doesn't even leave corpses. I don't know what novel discoveries there will be in the future. Sheila shook his head and no longer dwelled on the situation. Anyway, from the current point of view, apart from his lifespan and the suppressed power, there is nothing else that affects him. What's more, this kind of influence is the same for any strong person who comes to the infinite battlefield. There is no favoritism. So there is no need to worry about this aspect. It would be more practical to go to other places first and try to find Wuxir. The area of the ruins where Qi Lu is now is not small. In addition, being lifeless, ruins and broken walls can be seen everywhere. It's a good place for an ambush. No wonder those werewolves would ambush newcomers coming to the infinite battlefield here. It's a pity that they chose the wrong target and lost their lives in vain. Fortunately, apart from those werewolves, no one else was ambushing this place. Maybe they were cleared out by the werewolves. Because ambushing newcomers is considered a bad job in the eyes of most veterans of infinite battlefield. If you can grab it, it's naturally the best. Of course, what we are talking about here are those guys who can only survive in the outermost areas of the infinite battlefield. It does not include those geniuses who have advanced to the inner area, or the truly powerful ones. Those tyrannical patterns are not so small. How could he keep staring at the newcomer? But these have nothing to do with Qi Lu. Now he just wants to choose a direction based on intuition and move forward in a straight line. Find a living person first. Otherwise, it's not an option to just wander around like a headless fly. After all, Qi Li's current location is the outermost edge of the infinite battlefield. No matter how much we walked, it was impossible to go further outside. And as long as you walk in, or wander around in the same area, you have a high probability of encountering someone. There are many gold diggers who come to the infinite battlefield. Although the high-level threshold for the immortal bone realm seems to be very high. But for the entire Tianji domain, how many high-level cultivators are there in the immortal bone realm? Too many to count. No matter how you say it, the realm of immortal bones cannot be compared with the realm of the devil. What's more, on top of the high level of immortal bone, there is a perfect realm of immortal bone, which is one step away from the realm of demon god. Therefore, there is definitely no need to worry about the number of cultivators who will come to the infinite battlefield. Absolutely nothing less is possible. Because in the Tianji realm, there are countless cultivators of the immortal bone realm who are stuck in the last step. This is also the biggest constraint. No matter what methods they use, they cannot break through and be promoted to the realm of the devil. Then we can only go to the infinite battlefield to try our luck. This is also the largest source of gold diggers. Moreover, it is true that those guys came to the infinite battlefield to hunt for gold. Even until just now, Chila didn't understand the reason for the title, Gold Digger. So by this time, Chila finally understood. Just after he randomly chose a direction and traveled hundreds of kilometers, a large group of figures appeared not far in front of Chi Lu, about a few kilometers away. There were so many shadows, a rough count, there must be at least hundreds of people. What are they doing here? A group fight? Chila thought with some curiosity. Through some simple understanding, Chilu also understood that there are divisions of forces in the infinite battlefield. Of course, to be more precise, it should be the weak ones hugging each other for warmth. We are all dying people, so why bother killing each other anymore? It's better to join forces and focus on others. Then there will be regular battles between different groups, and they will also hunt for new people. After all, they are all just living on their last legs, so it should be impossible to get into the deeper areas. If you want to leave the infinite battlefield, the most basic requirement is 8-year lifespan. For most gold diggers, it is an almost impossible task, and they are wise enough not to have extravagant expectations. Well, in the thoughts of these guys, there is a more unpretentious wish. If you can live one more day, just one more day. So seeing so many people gathered together, Chi Li's first thought was that they were going to war again. However, the atmosphere at the scene was as tense as Chi Lu expected. However, when Chi Lu got closer, what made him even more curious was the big tree in the middle where these guys were surrounded. It was a towering tree that was at least several hundred meters high. The trunk was so thick that even dozens of people might not be able to hug it. At a glance, it looked like a small mountain. But there are no leaves on this towering tree, only 10 fruits on the bare branches. Those fruits were about the size of an adult's fist and were as red as blood under the bright light, they shone with a dazzling red light. As if carved from ruby. What a strange, big tree. It seems that the fruit above is the target they are fighting for. Chila looked at the 10 ruby-like fruits and couldn't help but think in his heart. The reason why the strong men who come to the infinite battlefield are called gold diggers is because there are countless rare treasures in the infinite battlefield, and even the devil will covet them. Obviously, these ruby fruits in front of me should be one of them. I just don't know what the use is. To be honest, Chi Lu does not have a deep understanding of the knowledge of heaven, materials, and earth treasures. After all, the more time you spend using this system, the less need you have for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. For things that are not in demand, there is naturally no need to understand them. But then again, even if you have enough knowledge about the treasures of heaven, materials and earth, they won't be of much use in the infinite battlefield. The rare and exotic treasures here are basically alien species that do not exist in the outside world. In other words, the veterans in the infinite battlefield know more. For newcomers, almost everything here is unfamiliar. So Chi Lu didn't feel anything was wrong, but chose to touch it quietly. Let's see what these guys are going to do first. With Chi Li's abilities, it would be impossible for these guys to discover him if he wanted to. And that was exactly what happened. Chi Lu almost reached behind them, but the hundreds of people were still in a stalemate as before. After getting closer, Chi Lu could roughly see it. The hundreds of people in front of him should be divided into 3 factions. And there are people of all races. Feathered, scaly, winged. The one with 6 arms, the one with 8 legs, the one with pliers. Anyway, as far as Chi Lu can recognize, there are about 10 races. It is really a great fusion. But these are not important. What is important is the dialogue between these guys. One of the forces was led by a scale-armored clan whose body was covered in scales. Although his body was thin, he was very powerful. As soon as I opened my mouth, there was a very cruel smell. We want 5 of these 10 blood spirit fruits, and you can divide the rest among yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of guys following the scale-armored clan suddenly roared, seemingly threatening. However, the other leading guy, a feathered man with wings on his back, said disapprovingly, "You are really loud. You want 5 of them as soon as you open your mouth. How do we divide the remaining blood spirit fruits?" After the feathered man finished speaking, another burly rock man also spoke. "Yes, you want 5, and I want 5 more. What a joke. The blood spirit fruit is so precious. How can it be something you can just open your mouth and take?" From this conversation, Qi Lu also saw the strength of the 3 parties. Because as soon as the leader speaks, the subordinates behind him will roar to build momentum. They look like a group of savages. But putting aside this shortcoming, in fact, the overall strength of these 3 forces is not very different. That scale-armored clan might be a little bit stronger. But if there is a real fight, it may not be useful. I just don't know where he got the confidence. It seems you have a lot of opinions. Isn't it because the 5 blood spirit fruits I left for you can't be divided equally? The scale-armored tribe smiled coldly, and then said, "In that case, then I will do something good. I'll take 6 of the blood spirit fruits, and you should be able to divide the remaining 4 equally." Hearing this, Qi Lu, who came over quietly, almost bit his tongue. Is there really nothing wrong with this guy's mind? When you say this, are you really not afraid of being attacked by the other party, expelling him, and then dividing the spoils? Or is it that if you stay in the infinite battlefield for a long time, your brain will become difficult to use? Your ability to tell jokes is really getting better and better. The rock man's face darkened and he said coldly, "In this case, there is none to talk about it." That's right. I don't want to continue talking to you. It's a waste of time. It's more practical to speak with your fists. It can be heard that the rock man's temper is not ordinary. This reminded Qi Lu of the red fire demon god. By the way, shouldn't the rock man's temper be gentle and friendly? Why is he so irritable? The Uran tribe on the side also added, "That's exactly what I meant. Negotiations are indeed unreliable. As long as all your people are killed, you won't get a single blood spirit fruit." At this point, the negotiations essentially broke down. It also left Qi Lu, who was lying aside, ready to pry out some news, extremely speechless. Are these guys really planning to have a good negotiation? Or is it that they have decided to fight from the beginning, and the negotiations are just a formality? Let me tell you, who negotiates in this tone? From the tone and way these 3 guys talked, it was clear that they were going for the purpose of fighting. Then there is a hammer to the negotiation. You made it clear from the beginning that it will be over if your subordinates see the real deal. It makes you look so civilized. But to be honest, this is also the trend in the infinite battlefield. Negotiations are a waste of time. However, the gold diggers who come to the infinite battlefield, especially the guys who are still trapped in the outermost area. The most lacking thing is time. So compared to negotiating, fighting is what they love most. If there is any problem, just fight it and it will be over. Why bother talking for a long time without getting a result? So it became the picture in front of Qi Lu. This is the most real thing without speculation. Brothers, come on over. Kill them, and the blood spirit fruit will be ours. Not only the blood spirit fruit, but also their lifespan is ours. Come on. Kill. After the negotiation broke down, the group of guys behind the scale armor clan were the ones who reacted the fastest. It can be seen from here that they are really here to fight from the beginning. Negotiations and such are just a cover. However, the opponent's reaction speed was obviously not slow either, and He quickly came to his senses. Damn guys, I already knew that they couldn't be so kind to negotiate with Ooze. That's right, with their style, it's a good thing they didn't steal these blood spirit fruits secretly in the dark. The breakdown of the negotiations was already expected. Do you think you can plot against us? What a daydream. Everyone, follow me and charge. Let these guys know what they can and cannot do. Kill them and take away their lifespan. And the blood spirit fruit. Since they don't follow the rules, we don't have to be polite either. Follow me and kill. Immediately afterwards, the men and horses brought by the feathered people and the rock people also rushed forward, roaring and colliding with the men and horses of the scaled clan, causing them to flip over. Everyone has a part of their power sealed away, so when they fight, they naturally feel less like the world is falling apart. But there is no shortage of cruelty on the battlefield. It was even amplified a lot because of the weird rules of the infinite battlefield. In order to prolong their short lifespan, these guys fight with all their strength. No one dared to hold back. Because if you stay here, you may not have a chance to fight next time. Roars, roars, shouts of death, shattered the heavens and the earth. The battle of hundreds of people was like 1,000 troops, and one had to admire the voices of these people. Chila watched with excitement from the sidelines, but on the battlefield, not far away, what was lost was real life. The cruel war will not change due to the scale of the battle. Those who have lost their vitality cannot stand up again after falling. However, Chilu here is not just simply watching the excitement, but also observing and confirming his guesses. For example, the corpses left behind by those who have died. It is actually withering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like a plant that has lost its moisture. Even worse than described. Those withered bones are so fragile that if the wind blows, they will turn into powder and fly away. As expected, the infinite battlefield will swallow up these corpses. Chi-Lu confirmed this. I didn't pay attention before, so I'm just guessing. But after actually seeing it with my own eyes, I was still a little shocked. However, what is the purpose of devouring these corpses in the infinite battlefield? And looking at those who are fighting, they should be used to such situations, so they are not surprised at all. After all, what happens after death has nothing to do with them. There is no such thing as the idea of resting in peace in the Tianji domain. Things that are frustrating and ashes are just venting anger. If you think about it this way, you will find that in the infinite battlefield, you just need to work hard to survive. As for what will become of those corpses, and what does it have to do with them? Or, do they know some inside information? However, Chilu still doesn't know what the specific situation is. We can only wait until these guys finish fighting first. Anyway, in battles on an infinite battlefield, the remaining lifespans are superimposed, and there is no waste at all. Chi-Lu really wanted to collect lifespans, so he just had to wait until the end and kill the survivors. But now, it is obvious that the main focus is on gathering intelligence. So I could only lie aside and wait. Fortunately, it was only a battle of hundreds of people, and it was divided into 3 forces. If a fight does start, it won't last too long. After all, in a place like this, once a war breaks out, it will be a real struggle. There will be no temptation. Because you don't know if your opponent will hit you with all his strength when you test. If you make a mistake, you may not be able to use your full strength, and you will die on the spot, thank you. So Chi-Lu can wait with peace of mind, as if he is watching a good show. Counting the minutes, calculating how long they could continue. At most, it will only last another 2/4 of an hour. Brothers, we are going to win, let's work harder. Try your best and never retreat. Kill all the enemies and let them know what will happen if they mess with us. Come on. If you want to survive, don't reserve your strength. The blood spirit fruit is ours, and your lifespan is also ours. The roars continued, but as the flames of war continued to burn, they began to gradually extinguish. Because the fuel is really low. Hundreds of people participated in the battle, and at this moment, there were only less than 30 people left. Most of the fallen ones had turned into a pile of dead bones at this moment, dead bones in the true sense. Moreover, in the aftermath of the battle, they were blasted into pieces or directly crushed into powder. In a sense, I was really crushed. Indeed, even the ashes were raised. Now that the fuel for the war is almost gone. Then this war is almost over. Qi Lu, who was lying aside and calculating, silently calculated in his mind, thinking that it would only last less than an hour. But to be honest, it was just a battle involving hundreds of people, and it lasted for an hour, which was actually pretty good. After all, the battles in the infinite battlefield are basically desperate battles. There are not so many time-wasting tests. If it weren't for the melee between the three parties, it would probably last even shorter this time. And this is because before this war started, it was divided into two hostile parties due to negotiations. The feathered people and the rock people are working together to suppress the scale-armored people. Wait a minute, fight with pressure? When Qi Lu thought about this, he suddenly noticed a small detail. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but when I think about it now, I realize that this small detail is unusually conspicuous. That is, the feathered people and rock people did not use their full strength in the battle against the scaled people. To be more precise, it should be these three guys, all acting. It's just that their acting skills are so superb that it's impossible for ordinary people to recognize them. In addition, in this battle, these three guys were the strongest, so no one noticed that their battle was actually just a superb performance. If it weren't for Qi Li's sharp eyesight, he might not have noticed this. Because before this, Qi Lu had never thought about this kind of thing. Who would have thought that the apparent ferocity of these guys is just for the sake of subsequent performances? No wonder the content of the negotiations between them seemed so strange. It seemed as if he was just rushing to start a fight. Acting. If their negotiation is just a fight now, what benefits will they get? Lifespan? After discovering this doubt, Qi Lu frowned again. If these three guys started this fight for longevity, then they shouldn't be acting out against each other here. Instead, you should fight with other people, and then actually hunt down the enemies to take away their lifespan. But now it seems that although they are acting, they are not attacking anyone else. On the contrary, those guys who followed them gained a lot of lifespan. What benefit does this have to them? Qi Lu is unknown. Because in a place like the infinite battlefield, there is no need to win people's hearts. The situation that whoever has a big fist has a big say is most vividly displayed in the infinite battlefield. The leaders of the three parties do not need to do such things to win over their younger brothers and consolidate their positions. Suppression with force is actually more effective. That's why Qi Lu was confused. Who would do such thankless things? These three guys must have another purpose for acting like this. You will know after watching them. Anyway, this war is almost over, and the result will be announced soon. The situation at the scene was almost as Qi Lu expected. When all the people participating in the war are almost gone, the next step is the finishing work. I don't know how the three acting guys will end up later. Is it a showdown or a real fight? Then, just when Qi Lu was thinking about this problem, the scale-armored tribe seemed to have been suddenly subdued. He unexpectedly received the joint blow from the feathered tribe and the rock man, and then flew out upside down. After it hit the ground, there was a violent cough, and blood spurted out from the mouth as if it was free of charge. The large and small wounds on his body also proved the seriousness of the scale-armored clan's injuries. Although Qi Lu could tell, those wounds were actually minor injuries. But this did not prevent those guys who were still fighting next to them from feeling that their leader was seriously injured and was no longer able to fight. Damn guy, if you two join forces to deal with me, even if you win, it will be a weak victory. I will definitely avenge today's revenge in the future. The scale-armored tribe pretended to stand up from the ground with difficulty, gritted their teeth, and began to say harsh words as usual. The rock man not far away shouted fiercely, "I won't give you a chance to take revenge. You can't leave here today." However, these words were said fiercely, but the movements in his hands did not follow at all. It was as if he deliberately let go of the scale-armored clan. Unfortunately, with the war in full swing, no one noticed this. Then, under Chi Li's dumbfounded expression, the scale-armored clan member actually ran away. Yes, you just ran away like that? Compared to the superb performances before, this last play was a bit too clumsy. What is happening? Just ran away? What about the people you brought here? Just leave it here and don't want it anymore? Question marks popped up in Chi Li's mind one after another. The sudden scene was indeed a bit shocking. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Chi Lu would never have believed that the end of this battle was so hasty. It ended with the scale-armored clan running away. Then, the remaining guys from the side headed by the scale-armored clan were naturally abandoned. In front of the cultivators led by the feathered people and the rock people, they were all crushed and wiped out. Not a single person left alive. Great, we won. Then these blood spirit fruits belong to us. And the lifespan of those guys, ha ha ha, I have gained half a year of lifespan this time. You actually gained half a year of life at once. I'm really envious. I only lost more than 70 days of life this time. That's not bad. And there will be blood spirit fruits to distribute later, maybe we can get one too. Makes sense. After the war, there were less than 20 people alive. They were all beaming with joy at this moment, and there was no trace of sadness after the war or panic in the aftermath of the disaster. Instead, he showed off his gains in this war with others, with a proud look on his face. Life. It is the basic capital to survive in the infinite battlefield. As for the life and death of others, what does it have to do with yourself? Because in a place like this, even a person who was a partner 1 second may stab himself in the next second. Therefore, rather than thinking about the life and death of others, it is better to save more of your own life. Only in this way can you gain the qualification to enter deeper secret spaces. After all, as long as you stay in the infinite battlefield, you will never feel truly safe. Only when you get out of the infinite battlefield can you be truly free. Maybe this is the siege. People outside want to come in, but people inside want to get out. As for the escaped Scale clan, no one would care about it under the joy of victory. It's just a lost dog. Since it escaped, it's better to hide honestly. This scene actually caused a playful smile to appear on the corner of Chi Li's mouth. Just let that scale-armored clan escape? Obviously, it's impossible. Chi Li did not believe that there would be no way of contact between the three leaders. Even Chi Li himself has secretly locked onto the scale-armored clan's aura and can pursue him later. But now, we still have to look at the situation here first. Okay, this battle is our victory. The rock man's voice, loud and high-pitched, also officially announced the result of this battle. So, next, we can distribute these blood spirit fruits. The Yuran tribe also followed suit. It immediately caused a burst of cheers from the people below. The fundamental reason why they started this war was because of these blood spirit fruits. Now, it's finally time to distribute the spoils. This battle is a victory created by both of us, so these 10 blood spirit fruits should be equally divided. When the feathered people said this, they turned to look at the rock people and then continued. You and I should have no objection if we each take 5. Can. The rock man nodded, and then glanced below at the guys with expectant eyes. As for how the spoils should be distributed, they, as leaders, also need to consider the feelings of the people below. Although their opinions are only for reference. But you can't ignore them all. Then take it immediately. After reaching a consensus, the feathered tribe raised their heads and glanced at the blood spirit fruit that looked like a work of art on the bare branches. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Qilu always felt that the colors of the 10 blood spirit fruits had become more vivid. I'll take the 5 that belong to us first, then leave here and then distribute them. You guys should have no objections. As he spoke, the wings behind the feathered tribe moved, and their figure instantly appeared next to the blood spirit fruit. He reached out and grabbed 5 blood spirit fruits. What the feathered people said just now was not only meant for the rock people, but also for their own people. Of course, things like dividing the spoils must be done behind closed doors. Please. The rock man stared closely at the feathered people's movements, and only spoke aloud after he picked off 5 blood spirit fruits. Although just now, they were working together. But after the enemy is repelled, they may become enemies at any time. So I have to guard against it. Then let's take our leave first. The feathered tribe nodded slightly, then turned to look at the cultivators below. Let's go. After saying this, the cultivators belonging to the feathered clan camp quickly set off and left this place. Only the rock man and his younger brothers were left. Interesting. Is this the end of this drama? I don't think so. Qilu, who was watching the show lurking nearby, had a smile on his face that grew wider and wider. Because he can be sure that this play is not over yet, there will be more exciting plays later. As expected. Just after the rock man watched the feathered tribe people leave, he flew up the tree and picked the remaining 5 blood spirit fruits. The cultivators below immediately started making noises and looked at the rockman with burning eyes. I look forward to having one of my own among these 5 blood spirit fruits. After all, the number of people present was close to 10. 5 blood spirit fruits are not enough. Unless these blood spirit fruits can be used to squeeze juice, then the juicy is divided equally. However, it is a pity that any kind of natural treasures cannot be processed with such high-end operations. Not only is that kind of stupid, but it is also likely to waste these precious blood spirit fruits. Therefore, I can only hope that my leader will notice me. However, the rock man holding the blood spirit fruit in his hand obviously did not think so. Brothers, I know that you all really want to get the blood spirit fruit and want to be chosen, right? The rock man's gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. Right. That's right. We all want the blood spirit fruit. Those practitioners also shouted loudly from their hearts. This is not the time to be reserved. It is not unreasonable for a crying child to have milk. Since the leader has asked, of course he must express his wishes. Since everyone wants the blood spirit fruit, you all saw it just now. There are exactly 10 blood spirit fruits on this tree. Having said this, the rock man looked back specifically before continuing. If we could get them all, we wouldn't have to argue about how to distribute them here. What do you think? This last sentence clearly made his purpose clear. Just trying to take advantage of the feathered people clan. It is indeed one of the rules of survival in the infinite battlefield. Don't trust anyone except yourself. Because all the partners who have fought alongside you may come back and stab you for their own benefit. Seeing this, Sheila fell silent. Although this scene is both unexpected and reasonable. But when it really appeared in front of me, I was quite emotional. Trust in the infinite battlefield is so fragile, as thin as a piece of sticky rice paper. You don't even need to poke it, it will break by itself when the wind blows. It's wonderful. If he wasn't still lurking now, Qilu would have wanted to applaud. After the rock man made this suggestion, the reactions of the cultivators below were completely predictable. A guy who can survive in an infinite battlefield has no concept of allies at all. Some are just conquering and being conquered. So when the rock man said that he wanted to take back the 5 blood spirit fruits that had been separated, everyone was excited. I told you a long time ago that these blood spirit fruits belong to us. The blood spirit fruit should not have been distributed before. Who are they? They deserve to take away our blood spirit fruit. Brothers, let's catch up, take back the blood spirit fruit that should belong to us, and teach them a lesson. Yes, if there are 10 blood spirit fruits, there is no need to distribute them. If there are 10 blood spirit fruits, then each of us can get 1 blood spirit fruit. Of course. Everyone's emotions were ignited. In the face of vital interests, so-called allies are not worth mentioning at all. But under the rising fighting spirit, they didn't notice the sarcastic light flashing in the Rockman's eyes. As if to say, what a bunch of easy-to-control fools. But these are digressions. They could clearly see the direction in which the feathered people left, and they hadn't gone very long. If we chase now, it shouldn't take long. Then the war should continue. In order to get back those 5 blood spirit fruits. Go and get our blood spirit fruit back. The Rockman said loudly, his passionate fighting spirit boosting the fighting spirit of his younger brothers. Now that we have the leader's approval and immediate interests, how can we not go all out? As soon as these words came out, many cultivators almost rushed out with howls and chased in the direction where the feathered people left, as if something had really been taken away from them. That momentum is really justified. But the Rockman who encouraged them to pursue followed slowly. He looked distant, as if he was about to leave, but more like he was chasing after them. Chi Lu, who was lying aside, naturally didn't want to miss this wonderful show. He also followed slowly. In order not to be discovered, of course one cannot act too hastily. In fact, the feathered people tribe didn't go very far before they were overtaken by the Rockman's group of boys. And it looked like they were attacked suddenly. 3 people were lost before the battle even started. Then, resistance was organized as quickly as possible. In the process of fighting back, those who were attacked also started questioning angrily. How is this going? You damn guys, how dare you come to sneak attack us? We fought side by side just now, and now you actually regard us as enemies. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let you go before. Why do you do this? However, in the face of such questioning, the attacker smiled ferociously. Why? If you want to ask, just ask why you took away our blood spirit fruit. Those 5 blood spirit fruits were supposed to be ours, but you took them away. Shouldn't you accept sanctions? Now, we are just here to get back what should be ours. The answering voice was confident. But he actually expressed the anger of the questioner. What a bunch of despicable guys. In that battle just now, both of us were winners. You are actually saying now that all 10 blood spirit fruits are yours? What a big face. At this time, both sides became angry. When the mind is overwhelmed by anger, reason will no longer exist. In the minds of these cultivators, there is only one idea, which is to kill all the opponents. It's not for a lifespan, nor for blood spirit fruit. Just to teach these damn guys a lesson. Then the war started again. However, the battle this time was obviously not as fierce as before, and the movement of less than 20 people was still smaller. Anyway, Chi Lu, who was following behind and vaguely seeing the situation on the battlefield here, felt a little bored. After all, they had just fought before, and now they had not even had a good rest before starting a new round of fighting. Everyone is almost at the end of their rope, what can be good to see? If it weren't for the anger in their hearts that burned their reason, they would have fought tooth and nail to determine a winner. It is estimated that this battle will not be fought. The Rockman following behind also joined the battle at this moment. Yes, we are acting with that feathered tribe again. Chi Lu could see clearly from behind. What are they doing? Seeing the familiar appearance of the feathered man and the Rockman when they were acting, it was obvious that this was not the first time. And more importantly, regarding this sudden attack, the feathered tribe was not at all surprised. It looked like it had been expected. Or to be more precise, it was like acting according to the script, without any feeling of panic. Yes, it's the script. It seems that their purpose will soon surface. Qilu was looking forward to that moment, and he believed that he didn't need to wait long. Because those guys who came over to start the second battle were almost dead under the influence of anger. It wasn't until the last 5 people were left that they suddenly woke up. How so? What happened just now? Why are there only so many people left all of a sudden? Blood spirit fruit, we are here to get the blood spirit fruit back. But as it is now, is there still a need to fight? Yes, with the current situation, there is no need to continue fighting for it. Looking around at the corpses that had fallen to the ground and turned into withered bones, the surviving cultivators seemed to have become rational. If the fight continues, in the end, there will probably be only the last survivor left. So there is really no need for that. Besides, with this number of people now, 10 blood spirit fruits are almost enough for each person to have 2. Why don't we just use a hammer and distribute the spoils directly? After understanding this, the remaining cultivators all looked at the Rockman and Feather tribe who were still fighting. Counting the 2 of them, there were only 7 people present, and 10 blood spirit fruits were completely enough. However, the development of things was far from being as simple as they thought. Just after these practitioners stopped, a rather familiar voice suddenly appeared. You want to stop fighting now? How can it be? As soon as this voice appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Of course, this also includes Qilu, who was lying aside. After seeing the person who made the sound, everyone was stunned. Because this person is the scale-armored clan that escaped before. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Didn't this guy escape? Why is he running back now? Aren't you afraid of being besieged again? However, what they didn't expect even more was. At the same time, the Rockman and Feather clan who were still acting also stopped, and together with the Scale clan, they formed a triangular position and surrounded the remaining 5 people. You want to stop now? Wouldn't that be a waste of all our hard work? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent, and only the surviving cultivators were left with a look of astonishment on their faces. There was also irrepressible disbelief. Passionate design? The sound of swallowing saliva was heard, and a guess emerged in the hearts of the survivors. His body also began to tremble, not sure if it was because of fear, anger, or other emotions. The battles they fought before were all planned. How can they accept this? Moreover, judging from the current situation, there is one more important thing. That is their situation at the moment. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it seems to be very bad. Because their leader, or in other words, the 3 guys who were their leaders just now, at this time, the murderous intent in their eyes has been revealed without concealment. This murderous intention was very clearly communicated to all the practitioners present. None of them can even think of leaving. The 2 battles you experienced were of course designed by us. In the infinite battlefield, although we are not inclined to negotiate, we will not have such childish negotiations. All we want is your lives. The scale-armored clan's tone was as arrogant as ever. But at this time, his arrogance turned into the confidence of a strong man. And the hunter's taunt. When facing prey that has fallen into a trap, hunters will always make sarcastic remarks to show their strength and wisdom, and at the same time stimulate the prey's emotions and let them know their weakness. Just like now, at the last step of the plan, all the prey have walked into the trap. In the eyes of hunters, they are lambs, to be slaughtered. Then the words of the Scale Armor clan are pure ridicule. At this moment, Qilu also understood. It turns out that this scene is a game from beginning to end. Those 3 guys, the feathered people, the scale-armored people, and the rock people, are basically the same group. They pretended to be hostile, and then relied on their strong strength to recruit troops in the outermost areas of the infinite battlefield. After all, for most guys who go to the infinite battlefield to dig for gold, knowing the rules and then finding a backer is obviously a good choice, which can at least improve their survival rate a lot. Of course, except for those geniuses or extremely powerful people. Those beings will not stay in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield for long, and will rush into the deeper areas. As for these three guys, Qilu estimated that they would not provoke such aiming. Because that is purely causing trouble for yourself. Therefore, one can imagine the strength of a gold digger who can become the younger brother of these three guys. However, it is precisely because those younger brothers are not very strong that they are plotted so easily. And then ended up like this. The steps are very simple, after the respective recruitment stages are completed. The feathered tribe, the scaled tribe, and the rock men will always find ways and opportunities for the three forces to collide. What happened after that was not much different from the plot Qilu saw. As long as the men and horses in your hand are almost worn down, you can close the net. That's what's happening now. These two battles were designed by you from beginning to end? Damn. This will not end well for you. The remaining 5 cultivators had angry expressions on their twisted faces. After a series of emotions such as surprise, shock, and fear, the only thing left is anger. Who wouldn't be angry if someone plotted against them to this extent? They want their own lives. Whether we will end well or not is not yet clear. But what is certain is that you will not end well anyway. The rock man didn't care at all about the harsh words these guys said. To them, the barking sounds of these trapped prey are nothing more than incompetent rage. Just like when you are slaughtering sheep, you cannot block the mouths off those sheep and prevent them from even bleeding. That would be a little too inhumane. Although it is a bit ridiculous to use the word humanity on these three guys. But the meaning is correct, it is just a metaphor. If these are your last words, then I'm sorry, but I'm afraid they were wasted. The feathered people also spoke. The one who seems to be the most kind-hearted also has no mercy at all. Because in a place like the infinite battlefield, pity is the most useless emotion. Okay, don't talk nonsense to them anymore. Prey will always be prey, until death. Send them on their way as soon as possible, and then go find the next batch of prey. On the other hand, the scale-armored tribe with an arrogant tone urged impatiently at this time. We do this kind of round to hunt these newcomers who have come to the infinite battlefield, not just once or twice. Just look at their despairing expressions before they die. Why bother explaining so much? Okay, let's send them on their way as soon as possible. Hearing this, the rock man nodded and agreed with the scale armor clan swords. Naturally, the Urin clan stopped talking. The three of them are all old acquaintances, and they can be so in tune with each other when they work together. The superb acting skills are no joke, at least these prey have never seen through their intentions. Don't think that you can treat us as prey so easily because you have plotted against us. Even if we die, we won't make it easy for you. No one is willing to sit still and wait for death, let alone these angry practitioners. Hearing the conversation between these three guys as if no one was watching, it was as if they were already meat on the chopping board. The 5 cultivators immediately looked at each other, and then understood the meaning in each other's eyes. They were all the same as themselves, kill out. If that's the case, then get out. Let these hunters know that no matter how clever their plans, they will be bitten. Even bite him to death. Roar. With a roar, the 5 cultivators took action at the same time. Even the rock people, the feathered people, and the scale-armored people cooperated tacitly and formed a triangle to guard the 3 directions. But when facing the remaining 5 preys to attack together, it will be a bit of a headache. However, it was just a headache. It's so reckless. Originally I wanted you to die happily, but now, I'd better let you feel how weak you are first. The scale-armored clan frowned and roared ferociously. No hunter likes to see his prey dare to resist him. Because that will make you waste a lot of energy to deal with these prey, which is not only troublesome, but also time-consuming. However, when the prey really starts to resist, no matter how troublesome it is, you have to take action. Just as the scale-armored tribe said. These 5 cultivators can never be their opponents. After all, in the previous 2 battles, the scale-armor tribe, the rock men, and the feather men tribe were all acting out. Although the fight seemed fierce, in fact, it did not consume much power. On the other hand, those cultivators, after the war started, spared no effort to attack. After 2 battles, the power consumed has already reduced their strength by more than 70%, and now they are just at the end of their strength. Even if you rely on your anger and forcefully take your last breath to fight back, it's still too far behind. What's more, there is another thing that these guys who were blinded by anger did not notice. In other words, it was actively ignored. That is, these 3 guys, although they seemed very despicable for plotting against them, one thing is undeniable. Anyone who can become their leader, whether they are from the Scale Armor clan, the Feathered Man clan, or the Rock Man, will definitely be stronger than these cultivators in terms of personal strength. The sum of these 2 points creates a gap in hard power that cannot be made up for. In other words, the outcome of this battle is destined. This is not the first time a hunter has set up a trap to plot his prey, so how could he miss something? So the battle process is surprisingly simple. The prey's resistance is of little significance to the hunter. It can't save the lives of these prey. At most, it can make these prey die with more courage. It's really troublesome. Next time you act, can you be more serious? It would be a good idea to find an opportunity and use the aftermath of the battle to kill these guys. After biting the last breath of the last prey, the scale-armored tribe shook off the blood on their hands and complained aloud. The Urine tribe smiled slightly and said, "It's so boring to be in the infinite battlefield, so it doesn't matter if we play with them for a while." Immediately, the conversation changed again. However, 10 years of life will soon be available. Do you have any plans to go to the center of the infinite battlefield? This is also their first purpose in hunting down these newcomers, to take away their lifespan. Hundreds of new people, even if some consumption is removed, only 20 days off life are left for one person. That also has a lifespan of more than 2,000 days. If 3 people share it equally, one person can also share a lifespan of nearly 700 days. Calculated this way, each time they play a game, each of them can gain almost 2 years of life. Excluding the time to complete the game, it only takes at most 6 times to complete a 10-year lifespan, which is enough to qualify for a deeper secret space, and there is even a surplus of lifespan. That's why there is this problem with the feathered people. In the infinite battlefield, the further you go into the inner area, the stronger the enemies you will encounter. Some gold diggers may be able to thrive in the outside areas. But once you go inside, you may not even know how to die. So you have to treat this choice carefully. Why are we in such a hurry to go to the central area of the infinite battlefield? There are no newcomers there to fool us. It would be the best choice to gain more life here. The scale-armored tribe narrowed their eyes and spoke aloud. For the inner areas of the infinite battlefield, the scale-armored people have an indescribable awe. Even though he is still a demon in the outside world, compared with those real monsters, he is still a world of difference. So in the infinite battlefield, if possible, he didn't want to face those monsters so early. Anyway, life in the outermost areas is nourishing enough. Don't be too playful with those newcomers as prey. And they can keep using the same strategy. Because no prey that has fallen into the trap has been able to escape, there is no need to worry that their plan will be leaked. It's true, the further you go, the more monsters there will be. The talents of those guys are beyond what we can compare with. When the rock man said this, although he was a little reluctant, he had to admit it. Talent is something that is really innate. It allows you to naturally stand on a higher starting line and overlook those who are weak. By the way, these are your blood spirit fruits. This time I let you play the role of escaping, so I'll let you take 4 of them. With that said, the rock man threw his 2 blood spirit fruits to the scale armor clan. The feather clan on the side did the same, and gave 2 blood spirit fruits to scale armor clan. Everyone just takes turns playing this role. Whose turn is it next? The scale armored tribe took the blood spirit fruit handed over by the 2 men and asked again. This time it's my turn. The rock man raised his hand. Okay, let's get ready. It's time to find new prey again. The feathered tribe nodded, then glanced at the blood spirit fruit in his hand, and then said, soon, new blood spirit fruit will grow. Remember to bring those newcomers over. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. The scale-armored tribe responded like this. The 3 of them were about to disperse when they heard a sudden burst of applause. Ba bang bang. The voice was clear, and it was not far behind him and the others. A layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out on their backs. Who? The scale-armored tribe turned around and shouted angrily. It's terrifying that someone can sneak up behind them without being discovered by them. Could it be that it's another new monster? If that's the case, that's too bad. If the plan of the 3 of them to plot their prey was revealed, not so many newcomers would be fooled. The rock people and feathered people standing aside also looked at the place where the sound came from with vigilance. Be prepared to take action at any time to capture this peeking guy. Because they know it in their hearts. How you and others hunted those newcomers must not be told. Wonderful, really wonderful. It really made me watch a good show. The one applauding was naturally Chi Lu, who was lurking aside. Now that the show is over, of course it's my turn to appear. After all, even though the play between these 3 guys was over, Chi Lu could understand it. No wonder they're acting so strangely, and now there's an answer. But some questions still need to be asked. For example, what is the function of blood spirit fruit? Who are you? Why are you here? The scale-armored tribe stared intently at the human youth who walked out of nowhere. The sharp claws on the fingertips have already popped out. The rock people and the feathered people are also ready to fight, just waiting for an opportunity to kill these young people from the human race. It doesn't matter who I am. Hearing this, Chila shrugged and then put down his applauding hands. As for why I'm here, that's a good question. Although the tone of this sentence is plain, it sounds like ridicule or sarcasm. It would be a great loss if you don't finish watching such a beautiful play. Speaking of this, Chi Li's words also revealed another piece of information. That's what they did, he saw it from beginning to end. You know everything? The eyes of the scale-armored clan members could not suppress a ferocious light. It was the concentration of murderous intent and the emergence of inner violence. Yes, I know everything. Chila said with a smile. He was even worried that the excitement was not enough, so he added, it starts with you gathering under the big tree and grabbing the blood spirit fruit. At this moment, the scene seemed a bit dead. The Scale Armor clan, the Featherman clan, and the Rock Man just looked at Chi Lu without saying a word. It's just that the concentrated killing intent is getting heavier and heavier. They don't even need to look at each other's expressions and eyes to know what the other person means. This human race cannot be left here. Then I'm sorry, kid, I'm afraid I can't save your life. If you want to blame it, you can only blame yourself. You saw something you shouldn't have seen. After a period of dead silence, the Scale clan's voice suddenly sounded. The sound was like the sound of a starting gun. The 3 people who cooperated tacitly disappeared at the same time, and then appeared in 3 directions around Chi Lu. Attack simultaneously without any mistakes. Your decision was straightforward, but you never thought about it. Can you really beat me? Qi Lu smiled lightly, but the expression on his face did not change at all. If he hadn't seen through the strength of these three guys and knew that even if they joined forces, they would not pose any threat to him, how could Qi let them out so carelessly? No matter what, we have to make a sneak attack and kill one of them first. After all, Qi Lu never considered himself a gentleman, so why did he have to fight the enemy head-on? Since they are already enemies. So when facing an enemy, shouldn't the first priority be to kill the enemy? Therefore, Qi Lu was not surprised at all when he saw the three people in front of him taking action against him. It would be better to say that Qi Lu would be surprised if they didn't take action. I'm not strong in strength, but my tone is not bad. Newcomers, don't think that just because you have some strength in Tianji domain, you can act recklessly on the infinite battlefield. What we are going to tell you today is that in the infinite battlefield, geniuses and monsters are both the same. The rock man snorted coldly, and the movements of his hands sped up by 3 points. The feathered man clan and scaled armor clan were not far behind, and their strength surged again. You are right, there are indeed many geniuses and monsters here. But it should be, not you. Qi Lu smiled slightly. The figure surrounded by three people gradually faded away. Is it an afterimage? The feathered people were shocked, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on their backs. This human race actually escaped from their encirclement without them noticing. How can this be? However, before this thought had finished in his mind, the feathered tribe felt a sharp pain coming from his back. Tiger clawbreak. I saw Qi Lu appearing behind the Yuan tribe at some unknown moment. He held his right hand in the shape of a tiger's claw and suddenly slapped the feather clan's back, then grabbed and jerked it. Crack! There was the sound of the spine being torn apart. The terrifying power invaded the Yuan's body and drained all his strength on the spot. A fishy sweet taste flowed from the throat into the mouth, letting the feathered people know that this was the taste of blood. It is also the smell of life force passing away. Warm and fishy sweet, it's like death and makes people panic. No, it shouldn't be like this. The feathered humans fell to the ground in despair. After all the strength in his body was drained, even his voice became like the buzzing of mosquitoes. 2 more. Qi Li's eyes turned sharply, and the movements of his hands did not stop. Among these three guys, relatively speaking, the body of the Yuan is the most fragile, so it became Qi Li's first target. The appearance of the scale armor clan has a layer of hard scales as a defense, making it difficult to attack. Not to mention the rock man. Ordinary attacks are definitely not that easy to work. But who is Qi Lu? It's not like he doesn't know how to attack unusually. I would like to try the scales of the scale clan. Let's see if your scales are harder, or if the dragon's scales are harder. Saying silently in his heart, Qi Li's hands also changed moves, and infinite power gathered. Feel your fingertips. Eagle claw broken. Qi Li's speed is not something these three guys can keep up with. After dealing with the feather tribe, Qi Li's next attack came on the scale armor tribe. The fingertips imbued with terrifying power directly grasped the scale armored man's back and touched his spine. Crack! The terrifying eagle claws pierced the scales, followed by a muffled sound. After the scales shattered, blood suddenly spurted out. The next moment, the scale-armored clan's spine was also broken by Qi Lu. Because there were still questions to ask, Qi Lu only disabled their abilitito move, but did not kill them. However, the current situation is probably more cruel than a fatal blow. After the feathered people, the scaled armor also lost all their strength and fell to the ground. Then they looked at the black light that flashed before their eyes with pain and distortion on their faces. Even if you are attacked, you can't see clearly how your attacker started. Is this the difference in strength? How could this be possible? It shouldn't be like this. The scale-armored clan's voice was somewhat intermittent. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, making his eyes slowly become blurred, and even his consciousness became blurred. The severe pain in the back had already passed through the brain and invaded the whole body. But after my heart died, the pain in my body became lighter at all. Are you numb? The Scale clan didn't know, but he knew that he might as well be dead in this state. Now, there's only one last one left. He's a member of the Rockman clan, right? I don't know if he is stronger or weaker than the Red Fire Demon God. Qi Lu, who had dealt with two people one after another, had no trace of blood in his hands, and was still as clean as if he had not made any move. While muttering to himself, he also set his sights on the last person. The Red Fire Demon God that Qi Lu once dealt with was also a member of the Rockman clan in terms of race. But in terms of talent, it looks more like a certain mutant species. The fire of purgatory is still terrifying after all. It's just a pity that the Red Fire Demon God offended Qi Lu, otherwise, he would have been able to live at ease for at least thousands of years. Even after devouring the underground lake of magma and refining the power of Farth fire, there might still be a chance to go one step further. You must know that whether it is the realm of the demon god or the realm of the Lord God, the road is very long. There may be a 1,000-fold gap in combat power between the newly promoted demon god and the top demon god. This is no joke. It may sound exaggerated, but that's the truth. Otherwise, how could one say that the title demon god sounds like the name of a realm? But the gap is as far away as heaven and earth. However, this gap has been narrowed a lot by the distorted world rules in the infinite battlefield. With Qi Li's strong perception and his continuous attempts during this period, he was gradually able to determine it. The world rules of the infinite battlefield seem to suppress the power of entrance in a certain proportion. To put it simply, it is to reduce the power of all creatures who come to the infinite battlefield by the same proportion to achieve an alternative kind of fairness. Although the gap in the cultivation realm of all living beings has been narrowed. But the strong are still strong, and the weak are still weak. Therefore, Qi Lutsai is not worried about his situation. At least in this outermost area, there is no peerless power. Now, you only need to get rid of the last rock man to complete the mission. Damn it, you showed your flaws. The rock man suddenly let out a loud roar. After all, they took action one after another, knocking down the feathered human race and the scaled armor race. Even Qi Lu couldn't possibly waste time adjusting his movements for the next attack. And the figure revealed by this brief pause is already a big flaw in a battle off this level. This made the rock man very excited. Because this human race youth's offensive was indeed too sharp and powerful. He took 2 shots and directly destroyed 2 of his companions. This kind of strength is so terrifying. You must know that before they entered the infinite battlefield, they were absolutely unscrupulous in the Tianji domain. There is absolutely no doubt about the combat effectiveness. What's ridiculous is that at this moment, he seems so weak. So once you catch this fleeting flaw, you must not miss it. Die to me. In an instant, the size of the rock man suddenly increased. The moment he punched, it was like a huge mountain crashed down on him, covering the sky and the sun, and it was extremely terrifying. This should be regarded as the innate ability of the rock people. They can absorb the power of the earth in an instant to strengthen their own strength. The specific manifestation is probably the change in their body shape. The same was true for the previous Red Fire Demon God, who could suddenly become like a mountain. The power displayed is also extremely terrifying. If Qi Lu had not seen the power unleashed by the Dragon God and the 8-armed Heavenly One, the tyrannical power displayed by the Red Fire Demon God would probably rank among the top. What a shame. I have seen real peerless power before, but when I look at these guys again, I always feel a bit disappointed. But then again, those names that have resounded for an era in history, although Qi Lu has met him in person. But every one of them is not at its peak, and all of them are in an incomplete state. Although the human king retains his former body, only the remnants of his soul remain. The dragon god, the most powerful true dragon, has disappeared. The demon emperor, let alone that. If the demon king could still have the fighting power he had at his peak, why would he use his last trump card, the law of destiny? Then when we arrived at the Tianji domain, we met the giant dragon Saint King, which was really nothing to mention. By the way, the dragon Saint King that Qi Le met seemed to be a remnant soul every time. Moreover, the dragon Saint King did not even leave his name in history. If he hadn't heard the dragon god and the others mention it and knew that the dragon Saint King's true combat power was not weaker than theirs at all, Qi Le wouldn't have realized that this one was also a truly peerless power. The one after that will probably be the Overlord. It's just that Qi Le doesn't know what the Overlord's strength is. After thinking about it, it is really a pity that I have never seen these peerless powers at their peak. However, after thinking about this matter, Qi Le had another question. It seems that these monsters that I know well are all my own people. Except for one demon king being an enemy. So, who is their enemy? Qi Le couldn't understand that with such a powerful lineup, if there really was an enemy, how strong would the enemy's lineup be? Forget it, I still don't want to think about these unclear issues now. It's business to deal with the guy in front of you first. Why do you think that the flaws I deliberately exposed are still flaws? Looking at the fist that looked like a meteorite falling from the sky, Qi Leshan's shape changed again and he directly faced the punch. Bear's paw broken. The eagle's claws are like hooks, and the bear's paws are like hammers. It's not that Qi Le has learned any new moves, it's just a pure test of his physical strength. This kind of fist fight that relies solely on strength to determine the outcome is Qi Le's favorite thing. Even though the size difference between the two sides is huge, it is like an elephant and an ant. But when it comes to strength competition, this may not be the case. Boom! The fists collided, like meteorites falling to the ground. The roaring sound continued, and the smoke and dust aroused spread outward like waves. In an instant, the earth shattered, cracks spread, and the surrounding space shook violently as if it was about to break. The momentum was huge and shocking. But it made the feathered people and scale-armored people lying on the ground shine with hope in their eyes. Can you win? You win, you should win. Work harder and kill that damn guy. Although the sound he made was weak, the resentment in his tone was real. For those in the realm of the devil, as long as they are not broken into pieces, even if they are missing arms or legs, they can recover. So, just get rid of this human race that suddenly appeared. Then their loss is nothing more than a broken spine. If they cultivate themselves for a period of time, they can recover as before. But if even the Rock Man is defeated, one can imagine what the consequences will be. In fact, if Qi Le hadn't turned his own power into corrosive force when he took action, and poured it into the bodies of the feathered human race and the scaled armor race, it would have been absolutely impossible for the demon god to lose his combat effectiveness with the strength of the demon god's body. After all, this can be regarded as a kind of combat skill. Otherwise, these guys would have run away long ago when they were outnumbered. But now, the Rock Man's heavy blow fell, the smoke covered the battlefield, and the result of the battle was also obscured. The terrifying shock wave shattered the void, and the spreading cracks also blocked the view. Is that human youth alive or dead? The feathered tribe and scaled armor tribe are anxiously waiting for the results. However, at this moment, the Rock Man, who had become like a mountain, showed an extremely painful expression on his face. The disbelief mixed with it made the feathered people and scaled armor people's moods suddenly sink into the abyss. Click. Crack. What should have been a crisp and shattering sound, to their ears, sounded like a roar, coming from the abyss. It was as if those demons crawled out of the abyss and wanted to drag them down, never to be able to get over again. No, I cannot. The rock man forced these words out of his mouth with difficulty. Then, the feathered man tribe and the scaled armor tribe saw a crack starting from the rock man's fist and spreading rapidly upwards. It's like what a boulder looked like before it was broken into pieces. In the next second, the cracks continued to spread, and soon they were all over the rock man's body. Your power is too weak. Your body is the same, too weak. The sound coming from the smoke was like the scythe of death. A gentle and skillful swing announced the death of the rock man. The huge body began to break. This scene seemed familiar to Qi Lu. It seems to be somewhat similar to the scene where the red fire demon god fell. The shattered boulders fell, as magnificent as the collapse of a mountain, and the loud bang that came out was quite shocking. Of course, this is just from Qi Li's point of view. In the eyes of the feathered people and the scaled armor, this scene looked so desperate. The rock man fell, and the last hope was gone. Maybe it was a joke that they came to the infinite battlefield. Although I taught you something, it's a pity that you will never use it again. After saying this, Qi Lu suddenly punched outwards, and the wind from the fist roared out, like a strong wind passing by, instantly blowing away the smoke and dust. Look at the rock man in front of you again. At this moment, it has turned into a pile of rocks. There are no more people. Okay, now it's time to get down to business. The battle is over, and it's time to figure out the questions you want to ask. Qi Lu patted the clothes on his body, then came to the front of the scale armor clan and picked up a blood spirit fruit. There is something really wrong with you. I didn't want to deal with you originally. I just have a few questions to ask you. In the end, you took action first, so you can't blame me. Qi Lu said this as if he was forced to carry out self-defense. However, if you insist on saying that it is self-defense, it is actually correct. Didn't you see that Qi Lu only used one move against everyone? Who would have thought that they couldn't even catch a move? The scale-armored tribe rolled their dead fish eyes and looked at Qi Lu. To him, such words were nothing more than the victor's mockery of the loser. As long as you win, everything is right. After all, losers can't speak. Okay, I'm just going to ask a few questions. If you behave well, I'll let you go. Qi Lu doesn't talk nonsense either. Because just after getting rid of the rock man, he had already gained more than 8 years of life. Including the one I had at the beginning, my life expectancy is almost 9 years. This speed is really fast. Not long ago, I thought it was very difficult to collect 10-year lifespans. Looking back now, it seems that's all. You say. The scale-armored tribe gritted their teeth and spoke out. Although he didn't believe that the human race in front of him would be so kind as to let him go. But at this time, besides holding on to this last hope of survival, what else can be done? Is it really true that he keeps being tough and then gets punched to death? Happy. Qi Lu tossed the blood spirit fruit in his hand and said, "First question, what is the use of this thing? Do not you know?" The tone of the scale-armored clan was a little surprised, and it seemed that it was not pretending. From what he said, it seemed that he didn't know what the blood spirit fruit was used for, and it was a very strange thing. Then why did you come to the infinite battlefield? Immediately afterwards, the scale clan asked again. Find someone. Qi Lu answered without pause. The scale-armored clan fell into silence again. I have never heard this answer before. There may be many reasons for the gold diggers to come to the infinite battlefield, but this is the first time they are looking for someone. What kind of weird player is this that can use such a reason to come to such a dangerous place? No, wait. This danger should be for myself and others. For these monsters, even if they are dangerous, they are only bringing danger to others. Well, in that case, let me introduce you. The blood spirit fruit is one of the special treasures of the infinite battlefield. After taking it, it can be transformed into potential Anstord. After ending their silence, the Scale Armor clan finally introduced the function of the blood spirit fruit. And this blood spirit fruit actually represents one of the types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the infinite battlefield. As long as it is taken, it can be transformed into a special energy, which can enhance the user's potential and then be stored in the user's body. When the user leaves the infinite battlefield, it gradually bursts out and quickly improves the user's cultivation level. This is also one of the biggest reasons why those strong men who can leave the infinite battlefield, without exception, can become the top demon gods. There is no upper limit to the number of times they can take the blood spirit fruit. But it will only take effect after leaving the infinite battlefield. It is such a magical treasure. It can ignore the threshold between realms and the shackles when breaking through, and forcibly enhance the potential of the user. That's why these gold diggers fight for it, even at the cost of their lives. After all, why did everyone come to such a dangerous place as the infinite battlefield? It's not just for these things. In the infinite battlefield, everyone's strength will be suppressed, giving those weak a glimmer of hope. And this blood spirit fruit is also a hope. It is the hope that will be revealed after leaving the infinite battlefield. I see, it's no wonder that a magical medicine that can be taken unlimitedly is so precious. Qilo looked at the blood spirit fruit in his hand, pondered for a while, and then said in his mind, "System, help me test it to see if it is dangerous, and by the way, see if this guy is lying." Although the scale-armored tribe's words sounded sincere, Qilo understood that it was necessary to be on guard against others. Your own system is still reliable. System, host, don't bother this system with everything. This system will tell you when there is danger. Can't you answer my question first and then say something like this? Qilo couldn't help but say something after hearing this. System, okay, this blood spirit fruit is edible, there is no danger, and that guy didn't lie. System, however, the effect of the blood spirit fruit will not have much effect on you, the host. Although there were some complaints at first, the system is still very reliable. It's not very effective, why? Oh, I understand, you don't need to say anything. Qilo stopped talking halfway through asking and figured out what was going on. The effect of the blood spirit fruit is to enhance the potential of the user, and then store it into special energy. After leaving the infinite battlefield, come and quickly improve the level of cultivation of the user. It sounds amazing, right? However, in the face of the system's methods, these things are all younger brothers. When Qilo wants to improve his cultivation level, does he still need something like the blood spirit fruit? Sure enough, Qilo wouldn't want to enter a place like the infinite battlefield if it wasn't to find someone. Crack. Thinking like this, Qilo took a bite of the blood spirit fruit in his hand. Although it has no effect, it can be eaten. Then give it a try. After all, the appearance of the blood spirit fruit is quite pleasing, as delicate and gorgeous as a ruby-carved ornament. Maybe it tastes as amazing as it looks. This taste, this texture, to say it is a medicinal material is really an understatement. When you take this bite, the skin is crispy and refreshing, and the inside is delicious and juicy. And it doesn't need to be chewed like ordinary fruits. Except for the crisp outer shell, the inside of the blood spirit fruit is like a marshmallow that melts in your mouth. It instantly transforms into a mouthful of fresh and sweet fragrance. Even after swallowing, the fragrance lingers on your lips and teeth, leaving you with endless aftertaste. Wow, this taste is a bit addictive. Qilo's eyes widened, savoring the sweetness carefully. Putting aside the effect of the blood spirit fruit, at least in terms of taste, it is also an ultimate expression. This infinite battlefield is really interesting. Crack, click, click. After tasting such delicious food, Qilo even ate a fist-sized blood spirit fruit in 3 mouthfuls. Then he took the other 3 blood spirit fruits from the Scale Armor clan and ate them like snacks. Really not bad. Qilo sighed while eating. He was completely unaware that the scale-armored clan was lying on the ground, with his head lowered, not daring to let him see his eyes at all. Damn it, you ate such a precious blood spirit fruit just like that? It hurts so much, but I dare not say it out loud. Hey, it seems that the effect of this blood spirit fruit is not just what he said. After eating the 4 blood spirit fruits, Qi Lu was about to ask the next question, when suddenly there was something wrong. But what's wrong with this is not a bad thing, but a good thing. It's just that the suppression of one's own power by the infinite battlefield seems to have weakened slightly. This feeling is very vague. Because the suppressive power weakened this time is too little. It's so small that if you don't pay attention, you will ignore it. If Qi Li's perception and control over his own power hadn't reached the pinnacle, he might not have been able to feel such a small change. It should be because of eating the blood spirit fruit. Qi Lu clenched his fist to confirm that his feeling was correct. Although the reason cannot be determined for the time being, it is not a bad thing after all, and it does not matter. Moreover, there are 6 blood spirit fruits left nearby. We can experiment with them later. Well, wait a minute, why do we experiment later? Qi Lu suddenly thought of this question. Anyway, the blood spirit fruit is so delicious, wouldn't it be nice to eat it all at once? Try it now. Then, with the scaled clan's somewhat bewildered eyes, Qi Lu suddenly stood up and went to find the 3 blood spirit fruits buried under the rockman's corpse. It's magical to say the least. The pulp of the blood spirit fruit melts in your mouth, but the peel is incredibly impact resistant. When Qi Lu found the blood spirit fruits under the pile of rubble, he found that none of the blood spirit fruits were broken. All I can say is that my teeth are really good. However, Qi Lu was not making fun of himself by saying this. In fact, the demon god not only had good teeth, but also had strong digestive abilities. Even reinforced concrete can be digested if eaten. But the question is, why do you abuse yourself so much? And Qi Lu didn't just find the 3 blood spirit fruits from the rockman. He also took the 3 blood spirit fruits from the Yuan clan lying next to him. Anyway, the Yuan tribe dare not speak out when they are angry, and they don't even dare to show an angry expression on their faces. You should be able to feel the 6 blood spirit fruits. Qi Lu thought like this, and sat in front of the scale armor clan, eating the blood spirit fruit one after another. The scale-armored clan's heart bleeds after eating it, because it is obviously their own thing. Damn it, if you can survive this time, you must make this human race pay the price. It's really delicious. The taste of blood spirit fruit is really good. But this time, while enjoying the delicious food, Qi Lu also carefully felt the changes in the power within his body. Indeed, as he had guessed, the blood spirit fruit really had the effect of weakening the suppressive power of the infinite battlefield. Although the effect is extremely weak. But it doesn't matter. It's a good thing if it has an effect. If you add up a little, you'll make a big difference. What's more, the most important part of the blood spirit fruit's effect will only be exerted after leaving the infinite battlefield. What I am experiencing now are just incidental effects. So, the side effects of the blood spirit fruit should not only be effective in me. In other words, the more of this type of heavenly materials and earthly treasures you eat, the less suppressive the infinite battlefield will be. In this way, it is equivalent to improving the combat effectiveness in disguise. Qi Lu also thought of this after finishing the last blood spirit fruit. No wonder it is said that in the infinite battlefield, the further you go, the more powerful the enemies you encounter. This is not just because the gold diggers who go to the inner area are stronger. It also has something to do with the amount of natural materials and earthly treasures they eat. Those senior people, the more resources they collect and the more natural treasures they eat, the less suppressive power they receive from the rules of the world, and the stronger they can be. It seems that the rules in this infinite battlefield are not as simple as imagined. Since there is power suppression and vitality locking at the beginning, it shows that this secret space is pursuing some kind of balance. The purpose of this balance is probably to minimize the gap between all gold diggers. Then, step up the competition. The reason is simple. When you encounter an enemy that is too powerful, your first reaction must be to evade rather than attack. This is the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. No one likes to play with their own lives. Therefore, if there were no such weird world rules in the infinite battlefield, those powerful demon gods would have started killing randomly, and there would be no way for the weak to survive. After all, no one knows how many treasures there are in the secret realm. If you can reduce one potential competitor for yourself, it is equivalent to toting another harvest to yourself in disguise. Why not do something that moves your fingers? And it is precisely because of the existence of such strange world rules in the infinite battlefield that the gap in cultivation realm among the many gold diggers has been narrowed. This gives the weak a chance to challenge the strong. Give a very simple example. Consider the combat power of the weak as 100 points, and the combat power of the strong as 1,000 points. So, under normal circumstances, with a tenfold difference in combat power, it is absolutely impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. But in the infinite battlefield, the power of both was suppressed to 1%. At this time, the weak one has 1 point of combat power, while the strong one has 10 points of combat power. The gap between them is also 10 times. But in terms of the specific gap in combat power, it has been reduced too much. Then, the most important thing came: the weak in the infinite battlefield, by devouring heavenly materials and earthly treasures, lifted part of the suppression of power, thereby increasing his combat power from 1 point to 10 points. Does that make him qualified to challenge that strong man whose combat power has been suppressed to only 10 points? Let's assume again. The weak's combat power was reduced to 20 points. Would it be possible to fight against that strong man whose combat power has not been suppressed before, or even win? This is a very likely scenario. It is also the world rules that exist in the infinite battlefield, giving all gold diggers the greatest fairness. The ultimate goal is to increase the competition among the creatures who commito the infinite battlefield. When the gap in strength is narrowed, the weak may defeat the strong. Let me ask, isn't this temptation great? The answer is of course obvious, absolutely huge. This is also the most interesting place in the infinite battlefield, that ice uncertainty. Interesting, another interesting discovery. Chi Lu thought secretly in his heart. If it hadn't been for this impulsive experiment, Chi Lu was sure that he would have suffered a big loss when he went to the inner area, and the consequences would have been unbearable. Fortunately, I discovered this. After that, even the effects of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures will have little effect on Chi Lu. But in order to relieve the suppression of world rules in the infinite battlefield, Chi Lu also had to look for these gadgets. But thankfully, judging from the texture and taste of the blood spirit fruit, other natural and earthly treasures should not be much different. At most, they can just treat it as snacks. Anyway, Chi Lu really likes to eat delicious food. Okay, now comes the second question. I found that those corpses seem to turn into dry bones in a short period of time, but you are not surprised at all. Is it because I've seen too much, or is there another reason? This question was also something Chi Lu felt confused about from the beginning. The infinite battlefield seems to have the characteristic of devouring corpses. It is weird to think about such a secret space. Even a little scary. So let's ask these guys who seem to have been in the infinite battlefield for a long time. Let's see what the senior gold diggers like them don't understand about this situation. You don't even know this? Are you really a newcomer? After hearing this question, the expressions on the faces of the Scalar Mered tribe once again showed shock and confusion. Why does the human race in front of us ask such basic questions? No, he is really a newcomer. How? Do I look like a veteran? Chi Lu raised his eyebrows and asked back. What's going on? These seniors are so proud. No, it's nothing. The scale-armored tribe sighed inwardly, knowing that they really did not lose unfairly. A newcomer was able to defeat the 3 senior gold diggers so easily. One can imagine how strong he is. If it is outside the infinite battlefield, it may be an existence that can control the wind and rain in the entire Tianji domain. Maybe this peerless power is really what he said before. I came to the infinite battlefield really just to find someone. He actually provoked such a terrifying existence. He didn't dare to think about anything else. He just wanted to survive. Actually, the answer to this question is very simple. The treasures of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield do not grow out of thin air. Of course they require a lot of nutrients. As for the source of these nutrients, you must have guessed it now. The scale-armored tribe still answered Qi Li's doubts. At this point, Qi Li even said directly, "Nutrition, are those corpses?" "That's right." The Scale clan nodded. Qi Li's eyes suddenly became serious. It turns out that the infinite battlefield can really swallow those corpses. The purpose is actually to provide nutrients for the growth of those heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and to help those heavenly materials and earthly treasures mature quickly. This is definitely something Qi Li has never thought of before. It turns out that the natural treasures in the infinite battlefield do not grow naturally. No wonder there are such weird world rules. It seems to be really to increase the intensity of competition among gold diggers. Because the more those gold diggers die, the better the natural and earthly treasures will grow and the faster they will mature. It really strengthens the natural law of natural selection to the extreme. Those winners stepped on the corpses of losers and reached a higher realm of cultivation. It is true that the temptation in the infinite battlefield is huge. But another point was not made clear. That is, the danger is even greater. Hearing this, Qi Li also figured it out. Why did the strong men who left the infinite battlefield keep silent about what happened there? There is also no mention of the strange world rules that the infinite battle arena has. It's because of the operating rules of the infinite battlefield. If you want to use the infinite battlefield to continuously mass-produce top experts, you will need countless stepping stones to meet the nutrients needed for the growth of those natural and earthly treasures. Otherwise, there will not be enough nutrients, and the cycle will be interrupted. The infinite battlefield needs to continuously devour those gold diggers who lack strength to create a small number of extremely talented beings. This is also the purpose of the elimination rule. However, in Qi Li's view, even if the rules are revealed, it may not be able to stop the enthusiasm of the gold diggers. Because no one will think that they must be the loser. What if I am the winner? This is a big gamble, and the bet is the lives of the participants. I see. No wonder all the creatures who come to the infinite battlefield will have their lifespan locked. Qi Li thought about this matter again and couldn't help but feel a sudden realization. All the rules here are actually for one thing. It is to prevent all gold diggers from being alone and must come out to compete and fight with other gold diggers. Either you die or I die. Because even if you hide and avoid fighting, you will still die when your lifespan is up. It's better to go out and give it a try. If you win, you can at least live a few more days. In this way, Qi Li figured it out. What is the whole process of the situation between the Scaled clan, the Feathered clan, and the Rock man in front of us? The big tree that can bear blood spirit fruit is definitely the key. Only by using the blood spirit fruit as bait can they provoke a dispute between the 3 parties formed by the 3 of them. Then use means to consume almost the number of newcomers, and then you can come out to close the net. They gained lifespan, and the infinite battlefield received the corpses of newcomers. It can be quickly converted into nutrients and produce the blood spirit fruit again. After that, it was the same strategy, and the cycle continued. Use the lives of those newcomers to continuously build up your own potential and lifespan. When the time is right, you can go to a deeper secret space and find a way to leave the infinite battlefield. If they actually did it, there would be no doubt about it. It won't take long for these three guys to become famous in the extreme realm and become the top demon gods. What a good plan. It seems that the time for you to arrive at the infinite battlefield should not be short. After Qi Lu asked these two questions, he was silent for a while and suddenly stood up. Now that we understand the basic situation of the infinite battlefield, there is nothing left to ask. Based on what these three guys did, they probably haven't been to other areas, but just wandered around in this outermost area. However, Qi Lu, who knew about this kind of thing, also understood that in the infinite battlefield, such situations would definitely not be rare. Not everyone can show off their swords and horses and fight their opponents. Comparatively speaking, it is a better choice to use this strategy to calculate those newcomers. Of course, it only counts the newcomers. Those veterans who have been in the infinite battlefield for a long time are all very shrewd. It's not that easy to be calculated. I just don't know if Yu Shi'er will encounter such a thing. I just hope that she, Jiren, will have her own destiny. The time for us to reach the infinite battlefield is indeed not short. The scale-armored tribe replied subconsciously. Then, a bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart, and then he struggled desperately to raise his head, looked at Qi Lu, and shouted with his last strength, "No, you can't break your promise, you said you would let it go. I've answered all your questions, you can't keep your word." Because the Scale Armor clan saw a very familiar look in Qi Li's eyes. That was the expression he often showed when he was scheming those newcomers. Murderous look. I didn't keep my word. My exact words were, if you behave well, I will let you go. Qi Li spoke slowly, without feeling guilty at all. Breaking your promise? Is it necessary for such a guy to keep his word? If Qi Lu wasn't strong enough, it would have been another outcome. Maybe Qi Lu has been swallowed up by the infinite battlefield now, and then turned into nutrients for those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But unfortunately, in my opinion, your performance is not good, at least I didn't like your behavior very much. We should give those newcomers more opportunities, don't you think? The smile on Qi Li's face was as terrifying as the grim smile of the god of death in the eyes of the Scale Armor clan. No, that's not the case. That's not what you just said. The scale-armored people did not dare to answer Qi Li's question, because answering would be tantamount to admitting their mistake. No matter what, the result will not change. But the struggle before death is always an instinctive reaction of a living body. This made Qi Li smile and shake his head, saying, "It can be seen that you have not reflected on what you have done. That's why I said, I'm not satisfied with your performance. Farewell, then." Anyway, Qi Li never thought of letting these two guys go from the beginning. After all, even the rock man has been killed, so why should he let the remaining two guys go? Is it considered letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Even the remaining Scale Armor tribe and Feathered tribe will not cause any trouble to themselves. But Qi Li never likes to leave hidden dangers. Let's deal with it directly. Therefore, no matter how hard the Scale clan struggled or cursed, Qi Li's movements did not stop. Until he saw the corpses of the Scale Armor clan and the Feathered clan, drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into a pile of withered bones. Qi Li finally felt clearly how malicious the infinite battlefield was. Looking back, the rubble left behind after the death of the rock people also changed color at this moment. It seemed as if it had been weathered and turned into stone fragments condensed together. I guess it will disperse when the wind blows. Where should we go next? This is what Qi Lu is concerned about now. After knowing that the infinite battlefield was not as simple as imagined, Qi Lu understood that he had to replan his route and could no longer just go wherever he wanted as before. After all, Qi Li's power, suppressed by the rules of the world, has not been lifted much yet. If the car overturned in the gutter, there would be a big problem. Therefore, after much thought, Qi decided to wander around the outermost area first. At least the power suppression needs to be lifted a little more before we can confidently go to the deeper areas. But think back and think about it. In a secret space of the level of the infinite battlefield, it should be impossible to have only such a rare and exotic fruit as the blood spirit fruit. I don't know what effects other heavenly materials and earthly treasures have. Thinking of this, Qi suddenly remembered. If we say that the infinite battlefield will swallow up those corpses and turn them into nutrients for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, then the big tree with blood spirit fruits nearby should be the best carrier of these nutrients. From what I heard from the Scale Armor clan, they should be able to bear the blood spirit fruit within a short period of time. Then it can't be wasted. Let's go back to the big tree and take a look. If there is really a blood spirit fruit, we must pick it. After all, Qi is a very frugal person. If such a rare fruit is eaten by those who can't get out of the infinite battlefield, wouldn't it be a waste? Although according to the usual theory, after those guys died, their corpses would be swallowed up by the infinite battlefield. In a sense, it can be regarded as giving back the treasures of heaven and earth that I had eaten before. But the loss of energy conversion must be calculated. What's more, Qi picked the blood spirit fruit not because he wanted to eat it, but because he planned to keep it first. Such a delicious thing is perfect for quenching your cravings. So thinking about this, Qi also returned to the towering tree before and looked up. It was just such a glance that Qi could see clearly. A bright ruby-like color is clearly visible. Is there really a blood spirit fruit coming out? Qi originally just thought of coming here to try his luck, just in case he get it. But actually, I didn't have high expectations. Because according to the growth rules of natural materials and earthly treasures, the more precious and rare the natural materials and earthly treasures are, the longer they will take to grow. During the growth period, more nutrients are needed. The requirements for the growing environment are even more stringent. Even if the world rules in the infinite battlefield are a bit special, they shouldn't be too outrageous. But now, Qi found that he still underestimated the outrageousness of the infinite battlefield. Just a little time. Qi calculated carefully and found that it was only a few hours at most. However, on this big bare tree, blood spirit fruits have already begun to bear fruit. This is a bit too fast. This speed is a little too outrageous. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. Just be outrageous if it's outrageous. Anyway, in the infinite battlefield, there are more than one outrageous things. If another one happens, it will be like that. Qi shook his head and didn't think much more. Instead, he flew up the tree and took a look at the red color. The blood spirit fruit has indeed begun to grow, but it is not yet mature. Now it seems that it is only about the size of a thumb. After it matures, it can have a blood spirit fruit the size of a fist, which is still a bit different. However, this time, there were not just one blood spirit fruit, but 12. This is the result of hundreds of newcomers, plus the nutrients provided by the lives of the 3 senior gold diggers. A total of 12 blood spirit fruits. If there were only 1 or 2, Qi might have given up after seeing these blood spirit fruits that were obviously far from mature. However, there are 12 blood spirit fruits here, so it is still worth the wait. I just don't know how fast it matures. Qi thought so and looked up at the sky again. It looks like it's getting late now. Why don't we rest here for the night, check the situation, and then leave? Qi did not expect that, in the infinite battlefield, there could be night and day. He thought it would always be daytime in this secret space. But that's okay, you should rest at night. Instead, Qi made a good excuse for himself in his heart, and then found a comfortable position in the big tree with peace of mind. He first tried to sit down, and then lay down. It has to be said that, for a towering tree of this level, even if it is bare, it cannot stop the strong branches. If you look anywhere, you can find a place to use as a bed. The only drawback is that it is a bit hard. Just this night. We'll look at the situation and decide whether I should wait or leave directly. Qi Lu lay on the branches of the big tree, thinking in his heart. If these blood spirit fruits grow very quickly, then it doesn't matter if Qi Lu waits for 2 more days. 12 blood spirit fruits are worth the price. But after this night, if there is no sign of the growth progress of the blood spirit fruit, then forget it. Although Qi Lu is greedy for these blood spirit fruits, he will not waste several months here waiting in vain. Even if Qi Lu ended the 3 senior gold diggers, they gained a combined lifespan of more than 20 years. That's not such a waste. Besides, even if Qi Li's lifespan is enough, what about Yu Shi'er? At present, judging from the thread of fate, there are no problems, at least as living well. But things like fate are always changing rapidly. It's fine this second, but who knows what it will be like the next second. So small time can be wasted, big time can be wasted. Go to sleep. Qi Lu closed his eyes. Until it gets late and night falls. Suddenly, a rustling sound made Qi Lu slowly open his eyes. There is movement, it seems that a guest has arrived. A little movement would not shock Qi Lu. If you move too much, you will scare those uninvited guests. Although the night is deep and the darkness is shrouded, it cannot cut off Qi Lu's powerful perception and control over his surroundings. Several figures came to the foot of the big tree with ease and looked up. Judging from that appearance, he obviously knew that there was a blood spirit fruit on this big tree. It should be for the blood spirit fruit. Qi Li's perception came over, and he explored their basic information without noticing these figures at all. For example, number of people and race. Detecting such information is still very simple. This time, there are 3 guests who appear, and they are destined. Is it because triangles are stable? The senior gold diggers from before were also in groups of 3, setting up a trap here to kill the newcomers. However, unlike the 3 senior gold diggers, the guests this time were of the same race. In Qi Li's perception, he can clearly perceive the races of these 3 guys. There is no mistake, they are the monkey people among the demi-human species. As for why it's not an ape-man. Maybe it's because the bodies of these 3 guys are so thin that people can only think of monkeys, but not species like great apes or orangutans. Covered in fur, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, he looked very vulgar. At this time, they were gathering under the big tree, discussing something. Qi Lu did not move at all, just lying on the branch of the big tree, silently waiting for the next move of the 3 monkey men. When a newcomer comes to the infinite battlefield, he basically wanders around like a headless fly. After wandering around for a while, he was either tricked by a senior gold digger, or rely on your tyrannical strength to kill those senior gold diggers, and then start to become familiar with the rules of survival in the infinite battlefield, and slowly become the next senior gold digger. This is a cycle and a process. Therefore, if you want to understand the various situations of the infinite battlefield, it is definitely right to go to these senior gold diggers. It's just that every one of the senior gold diggers Qi Lu met before had bad intentions. That would be embarrassing. Qi Lu is not a soft-hearted person. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed. However, judging from the previous 2 incidents, Qi Lu did not gain nothing. At least I know the basic rules of how to survive in an infinite battlefield. And now, with the 3rd wave of senior gold diggers coming, Qi Lu naturally wanted to ask other questions. Of course, on this basis, Qi Lu still hopes that these 3 monkey men can know a little more. Don't be like those guys, before who only dared to stay in that small area to hunt newcomers. If this is the case, many things will not be asked. After all, the division of areas in the infinite battlefield is just a convention, not a barrier. If you want to go to the deeper areas, you can go at any time. And if you want to go back, you can go back at any time. It's just that if you go to a deeper area, whether you can still come back alive is another matter. So after accepting realistic beatings, and even fatal threats, those gold diggers who came to the infinite battlefield also understood their own strength and status. I know that in this dangerous place, there is no way I can do whatever I want like in Tianji domain. Naturally, I learned to be cautious. Before releasing a sufficient degree of power suppression, they would rather stay in the outer area than move forward. Because if you stay in the outer area, you can still survive, at least until the day your lifespan is exhausted. But once you enter the inner area, you can't help yourself. Who knows whether his life will be taken away by others in the next moment. Those senior gold diggers who have unlocked enough power suppression are the real nightmares in the infinite battlefield. Because of this, Qi Lu is also observing now. The senior gold diggers who will always stay in the outermost area are basically impossible to be strong. But the experience of escaping and picking up leaks must be very rich. Otherwise, I won't be able to survive. Those who can survive for a long time in an infinite battlefield must either be extremely powerful or capable of running and fighting. For a guy who knows nothing, there should be no other way out except waiting for death. Because in such a poor place, even the great luck that you are born with will not work. When we are outside, who is not a strong person with great luck? In the end, when we arrived at the infinite battlefield, we were not just trying to survive. So from this perspective, they pose no threat to Qi Lu. As for whether Qi Lu poses a threat to them, that depends on what they want to do. After all, Qi Lu has already collected the 10-year lifespan to enter the deeper secret space, so he doesn't want to look for trouble just for this kind-of thing, not to mention, what happened before is not that Qi Lu is looking for trouble. So just as his thoughts were changing, the voices of the 3 monkey men below were also detected by Qi Lu. Erzi, what you said before was that you saw the blood spirit fruit on this tree. Is it true? One of the monkey men asked. Of course it's true, brother, I can't possibly be wrong. Another monkey man said immediately, and patted his chest confidently. Then quickly, he added, and I counted, there are 10 of them. 10? The last monkey man showed a surprised expression. However, the monkey called Big Brother raised his hand and scratched his face and said, no, something is wrong. Third brother, don't be too happy too soon. I seem to have heard that this place is a hunting ground for another group of seniors. Those blood spirit fruits are their bait. Hearing this, Qi Lu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems that in the infinite battlefield, there is still a connection between senior gold diggers. There is no way, no matter who it is impossible to kill everyone they see. That would really become a target of public criticism. Therefore, after the first round of elimination, the gold diggers who survived naturally had ways to connect with each other. But Qi Lu still doesn't know what the specific method is. But don't be anxious, just take your time and see. Using the blood spirit fruit as bait to hunt those newcomers? You are really willing to spend money. The monkey man who was called the third child couldn't help but tisk. To be honest, Qi Lu couldn't tell the difference between these monkey people based on their appearance alone. Because in Qi Li's view, these 3 guys all have the same sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, thin body, and are covered with monkey hair. It feels like watching 3 real monkeys. Let me ask you, can you tell the difference between 3 monkeys just by looking at their appearance? Most people probably can't do it. Unless you are raising monkeys. However, from their conversation, Qi Lu was able to distinguish them by their breath. And judging from the names these 3 monkey men call each other, are they still 3 brothers? The possibility is very high, but Qi Lu doesn't care. Who stipulates that the 3 brothers cannot come to the infinite battlefield together? Maybe the talent of this generation of their race is extremely high, and 3 genius monkeys have emerged one after another. So according to the order of the 3 monkey brothers, Qi Lu directly gave them titles. Monkey is big, monkey is 2, monkey is 3. That's because you are overthinking it. What are the costs for those senior people? It's just to attract those newcomers to hunt them, and we won't lose these blood spirit fruits. Hoda curled his lips and said disdainfully. The relationship between senior gold diggers is a real show of compromise. They looked very friendly in person, and they treated each other like brothers. I thought they had such a deep friendship. As a result, behind the scenes, I just want to kill you directly. That is to say, their respective strengths are almost the same, and there is no reason to take action, so they will temporarily endure it. Otherwise, according to the rules of survival in the infinite battlefield, the more opponents you kill, the more you can get. You can't beat it into a pot of porridge. It quite fits the name of this secret space infinite battlefield. It is indeed a big battlefield, and within it, there are endless battles waiting for all the gold diggers to start. Therefore, Hoda does not like the 3 senior gold diggers who are plotting against the newcomers. But that's the default rule. Every newcomer who comes to the infinite battlefield will suffer from this type of calculation. It might be a direct attack, or it might be that he was sold and still help Pinto count the money. It could be something else. But no matter which one it is the default rule of those senior gold diggers, which is the first round of elimination that newcomers have to go through. If a newcomer can't survive the first round of elimination, he'd better become a nutrient as soon as possible. Therefore, based on this rule, the 3 senior gold diggers Qi Lu met before, even though they are quite famous in the nearby area, none of the senior gold diggers will come to cause damage. Because without rules, there would be nothing. It's a rule that everyone agrees to, and naturally no one will go out of their way to break it. Unless this thornhead has the ability to fight against the entire circle. Then they are really lucky. What a pity. I found it with great difficulty. Ho Er could only sigh with regret, feeling that his work was in vain. But that was the reason for sighing. As a senior gold digger, I actually know one thing very well. That is, in the infinite battlefield, what is more important than these natural and earthly treasures is lifespan. As long as you can survive, there will never be a shortage of natural resources and treasures. Because the guys who come to the infinite battlefield to hunt for gold will never be cut off. This is the result of the greed that all living beings have and the instincto move upward. So instead of looking for natural treasures, it is better to work hard to survive. Anyway, everyone is just living an ignoble existence, and one more day is just one more day to live. What's such a pity? The rules among us seniors are just not to hinder the handling of newcomers to hunting. As for the bait they left behind, there's no rule saying we can't take it away. If you want to blame it, you can only blame them for not guarding it well. Hearing this, Hoda sneered again before speaking out. We are all senior gold diggers. As long as we don't violate the rules agreed by everyone and make things difficult for each other, there are many things and no one will say anything. After all, everyone is here to risk their lives, so if you follow the rules that are good to everyone, you will follow them. But if the rules harm each other's fundamental interests, it's better to avoid them. Yes, brother is right. If you want to blame them, they can only blame them for not guarding themselves well, but you can't blame us. Ho-san quickly echoed. That's the rule. Logically speaking, these baits to deceive newcomers will be guarded wherever they are placed. Moreover, in fact, when the previous scale-armored tribes, feathered men, and rock men went to look for prey, as the 3 monkey men said, one of them would stay behind to watch these bloody creatures. Spiritual fruit. To avoid being picked off by other senior gold diggers. And according to the rules, as long as someone is watching, other senior gold diggers will leave in a sensible manner. Unless there is a conflict between them, they will fight directly. This is normal. However, these three monkey men never imagined that no one was guarding these blood spirit fruits. It's just because those guys who guarded the blood spirit fruit before have now become nutrients for this big tree and turned into blood spirit fruit. In that case, let's go up and have a look. That's 10 blood spirit fruits. If you put them on the trading market, you can get a lot of good things. As soon as Hoer heard this, his regretful expression suddenly turned into excitement. It's good that your efforts are not in vain. Marketplace? Chi Lu, who was lying on a big branch, raised his eyebrows and heard another very interesting word. It turns out that there is also a trading market in the infinite battlefield. But think about it, there are so many experienced gold diggers, and the treasures everyone finds may not be what they need. It is actually a normal thing to have a trading market for everyone to exchange what they have. After all, the effects of heavenly materials and earthly treasures are different. Like the blood spirit fruit, there are not many natural and earthly treasures that everyone needs. Chi Lu was also lucky enough to encounter the blood spirit fruit instead of other special treasures at the beginning. I just don't know where this trading market is. You probably have to ask these senior gold diggers to find out these things. Sure enough, waiting for further actions from these guests is the right thing to do. Okay, let's go up and take a look at those blood spirit fruits. If they are all ripe, then pick them all. Hoden nodded and made up his mind on this matter. Ho-san, who was following behind, hesitated for a moment before asking aloud, "Don't you have to leave too for them?" As the saying goes, keep a thin line in life so that we can meet each other easily in the future. Unfortunately, it seems unreasonable to place it in an infinite battlefield. So after hearing what Ho-san said, Hoda glanced at him with a sneer and said, "Picking one is also enmity, and picking 10 is also enmity. Why should we leave 2 for them? If you are afraid, don't think about these blood spirit fruits in the first place. Everyone is doing desperate things, so be prepared to kill them all, and don't think that others will accept your favor. There is no such thing as repaying kindness with kindness in the infinite battlefield. Keep your hand, that is, let the tiger return to the mountain. Just keep your hands and feet clean. Who knew it was us who did it?" Monkey 2 also followed suit. Hearing these words, Chilu in the tree was speechless for a while. "You senior gold diggers have started doing petty theft, but are you so successful?" "Yes, let's go up and have a look now." Hoda nodded. "Remember to be careful, they might be waiting for us up there," Monkey King warned. Hoer, who was about to climb the tree, nodded, and then jumped up the tree in a hurry. These guys are really from the monkey tribe. They can even climb trees as fast as monkeys. The towering tree hundreds of meters high climbed up in a breathless time. At first glance, I thought it was a black light. These blood spirits are indeed still there. On the bare branches, the red jade-like blood spirit fruit is particularly conspicuous. However, Chi Lu, hidden in the darkness, was like a ghost and was not noticed. When Chi Lu wanted to hide his aura, even if he saw him in person, he couldn't sense his aura. Therefore, in this kind of dark night, even if Monkey Air climbed up the tree and saw a human-shaped shadow lying on a certain branch, he would only think that it was a strange branch. After confirming that there was no danger around, Ho Air shouted softly to the people below. Safety. In the dead of night, the slightest sound is enough to attract attention. So Monkey De and Monkey 3, who were on guard under the tree, immediately climbed up the tree and came to Monkey 2. "Is this the blood spirit fruit you found? It seems that it is not fully mature yet. But looking at the momentum, they should be fully mature before dawn, and then they can be harvested." Hoda glanced at the blood spirit fruit on the branch and couldn't help but nodded. Chi Lu, who was not far away, felt a slight movement in his heart. "Does the blood spirit fruit mature so quickly? When I looked at it before, it was only about the size of a thumb, which is still a long way from being the size of a mature fist." I didn't expect that it would only be one night before I could fully mature. The rules of the world and the infinite battlefield cannot be measured by common sense. But that's good, at least I don't have to waste any more time here and I can leave early tomorrow morning. Wait a minute, second brother, what you said before was 10 blood spirit fruits, right? But at this moment, Ho-san suddenly asked. After hearing this, Ho-er nodded with some confusion and said, yes, there are 10. Is it missing? No, not only are there no shortage, but there are 2 more. This isn't right. Monkey 3's tone suddenly became wary. There will not be 2 more blood spirit fruits for no reason, unless these blood spirit fruits are not the ones discovered before. After all, senior gold diggers like them know the rules of the world and the infinite battlefield. Using the corpses of those powerful people as nutrients can make these treasures of heaven and earth grow rapidly. It is possible to shorten a period of thousands of years to a day or 2. Therefore, if the quantity does not match, it is likely that other changes have occurred. Yes, I also discovered why there are 12 blood spirit fruits here. Or are you saying that Ertzi, you were wrong before? Monkey King also became alert. The second question was just a casual question. At their level of cultivation, even if their strength is suppressed, their eyesight is not much different. No matter what, there is no chance of seeing it wrong. So Monkey 2 also frowned and said, that shouldn't be the case. All I saw were 10 blood spirit fruits. Why are there 2 more blood spirit fruits now? At this moment, Chi Li's calm voice rang out. It's simple, because the blood spirit fruit you see now belongs to me. Who? At this moment, the 3 monkey men only felt creepy. This sudden sound was so close to me, but before that, I didn't even notice it. If the owner of this voice had murderous intentions towards him, wouldn't it be? You don't need to finish the rest of the words to understand what they mean. The monkey clan is physically stronger in agility, not in defense. If you were really attacked by a sneak attack, or a sneak attack of this level, you probably wouldn't be able to dodge it. So when they heard this sound, although the 3 monkey men were frightened, they were more grateful. You don't need to know who I am, just know that those blood spirit fruits are mine. Chi Lu was still lying on the branch of the big tree, and spoke slowly. The source of the sound also made the 3 monkey men turn their heads and see the speaker. To be honest, even if they saw who was talking now, they still couldn't detect the slightest breath. It was as if what they saw was just a statue. This discovery made the 3 monkeys feel a deeper sense of fear. When you are completely unaware of the other person's aura, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the opponent has extremely powerful breath-condensing skills. The other is that the other party's strength is far superior to one's own. After all, as long as it is a living creature, even an ant, there will be breathe. It's just that the breath is so weak that it's almost imperceptible, but it's definitely not absent. But I really can't feel the aura of the human race in front of me. Then, the judgment that can be made is very simple. As far as I know, the senior person who occupies this area, to hunt newcomer sis, probably not you. Monkey is still the eldest brother after all, and he is also the first monkey to calm down. Even though cold sweat broke out on his back, he still forced himself to calm down and then spoke. According to what you said, it is indeed not me. After listening to so much, Chi Li roughly understood the relationship between senior gold diggers like them. Anyway, senior gold diggers are indeed extremely unfriendly to newcomers. But what does it have to do with Chi Li? He is not a savior. Those newcomers who want to come to the infinite battlefield must learn to bear the consequences. That. After hearing this, Monkey King continued. But before he could ask the question, he was interrupted by Chi Li. But I have dealt with all those guys, so this place is mine now. These blood spirit fruits are mine too. Chi Li spoke slowly and calmly. But at the same time, saying this is also a warning, this place is mine, so don't get involved. All solved? Hoda felt his throat was a little thirsty and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. There is a saying that senior gold diggers who will always stay in the outermost area and are unwilling to move forward are just like each other. There may be strong and weak points, but there is absolutely no advantage in rushing level. So, if the human race in front of us can guard this place and deal with the senior gold diggers, we must be able to deal with them. It's not that Hoda doesn't doubt the truth of this statement. It's just that the facts are right in front of you. If this human race told lies, what about the senior gold diggers who were guarding these blood spirit fruits before? Where are you now? Did he go somewhere else to play? Do not make jokes. I'm afraid it has been swallowed up by the infinite battlefield. Sir, we didn't mean to offend you. Thinking of this, Monkey King changed his name to Chi Lu, and in his respectful and fearful voice, it became adult. After all, this is something that could cost you your life if you're not careful. It's not embarrassing to just give in. If he were that kind of stubborn guy, he wouldn't be able to survive for long in such a cruel place as the infinite battlefield. No, to be more precise, they probably won't survive the day when they enter the infinite battlefield. So Hoda obeyed very heartily. A man can bend and stretch, and so can a big monkey. Monkey 2 and Monkey 3, who were following Hoda, also echoed, with frightened expressions on their faces. Those who can come to the infinite battlefield are actually very smart and can clearly see the situation in front of them. Occasionally, if you act stupid, it is because you are on top, and you will appear impulsive. But in most cases, it's still very sensible. If a fight had broken out at this time, the 3 monkey men would not beg for mercy, but would look for opportunities to escape. That is to say, it was only before the fight broke out and there was still room for negotiation that they would grovel. You came to this place in the middle of the night, didn't you mean to offend me, or did you come to steal the blood spirit fruit? Since they are all coming to steal my things, what else is there to say? Before he finished speaking, Chi Lu had already sat up, and the overwhelming pressure suddenly came. It was like a flash flood and tsunami, coming towards us. The terrifying impact swept towards the 3 monkey men, causing them to retreat in shock. If it weren't for the monkey man's natural talent for climbing trees, he might have been so frightened that he fell down the tree. But now it seems that it is not much better. Anyway, they were sitting on the tree, starting to shiver. There is naturally a reason why Chi Lu would do this. If you just talk without practicing, it will be easy for people to doubt whether you are telling lies. After all, in an infinite battlefield, any kind of accident may happen. Who knows whether what you say is true or false? What if you guard these blood spirit fruits, and it's just a snipe and a clam fighting, and the fisherman gets the advantage and gets a bargain? So who can say clearly? That's why Chi Lu, after saying these words, used actual actions to prove that his words were definitely not lies. After being shocked by such a set of things, it would be much simpler if I wanted to ask something else. No, sir, we are just curious. Yes, that's right, just curious. Because Erzi discovered that there is a blood spirit fruit here, that's why we came to take a look. We really have no intention of stealing it. Hoda hurriedly explained aloud, fearing that if he was one step too late, he would be killed on the spot. Because this kind of thing is too common. When the law of survival of the fittest and natural selection reaches its extreme, strength really means everything. Hoer, who was following next to him, also spoke up, yes, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have dared to come over and take a peek after discovering the Lord's blood spirit fruit out of curiosity. But we really have no intention of stealing the blood spirit fruit. If we knew that the Lord was here, even if we borrowed 10 more courages, we wouldn't dare to come and disturb the Lord's rest. These words are sincere. But if you really believe it, you'd be a fool. Even if Chi Lu hadn't noticed the conversation of the 3 monkey men before, he wouldn't have believed it if he heard their clumsy arguments again. But Qi Li's purpose this time was not to kill these three guys. Qi Li wanted to know more about the senior gold diggers than the blood spirit fruit. Therefore, these three monkey men only need to scare them so that they will not have other bad thoughts, and then they can take advantage of them. Now it seems to be very effective. To be honest, there may be a lot of calculations in the infinite battlefield. But most of them are schemes by senior gold diggers to frame newcomers, and there are very few fools who scheme against strong people. After all, those who are truly strong have experienced far more calculations and frame-ups than most people imagine. In addition, the strength is strong enough. Even if they are involved in the game, those scheming people may not be their opponents. Instead, they will have to pay for themselves. So, why bother? And Qi Lu is in such a situation now. In the eyes of the three monkey men, the human race in front of them was a peerless power who could easily crush them. As for why a peerless power of this level stays in the outermost area is not a question they should think about. Who knows if this great god has any unusual preferences and likes to stay in his kind of place. In short, they can't afford to offend him. Okay, since you haven't taken action yet, I won't worry about it anymore. Qi Lu waved his hand. Hearing this, the three monkey men looked happy. However, before they could say anything, Qi Lu changed the topic and said, "But it's impossible to just let it go." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the three monkey men changed again and again. "But it's already pretty good if you can save your life." So Hoda hurriedly said, "If you have any orders from me, please tell me. We three brothers cannot guarantee anything else, but we will do our best to complete your mission, no matter what, no matter what, no matter what." To put it bluntly, those who can survive in the infinite battlefield are very smart. Just by looking at the face and listening to the tone of voice, you can basically know what the other person means. The adult in front of me has already hinted that he understands so well, why can't Monkey understand? My three brothers offended this lord, but this lord didn't care anymore. What could be the reason? Could it be that this gentleman really has a good temper? That's really too much to think about. When a weak person is in front of a strong person, life or death is determined by the other person's thoughts. How can he still care about the weak person's feelings? If he would keep them, he must have something to do with them. So Hoda did not hesitate and immediately expressed his loyalty, swearing an oath that he would never betray. However, how credible the words are is a matter of opinion and wisdom. Very well, I just like talking to smart people. Qi Li's expression remained as usual, not surprised at all. The words have been spoken to this extent. If he can't hear it anymore, Qi Lu will wonder how these guys survived in such a place. Is it really the one with the strongest force? But it's obviously impossible. If he really had that kind of force, could he still be so obedient now? So while Qi Lu was pondering, the three monkey men were sitting upright, with respectful and fearful expressions on their faces, waiting. I just don't know what this adult wants to order his three brothers to do. I hope it won't be too difficult. Otherwise, it is better to die here. Actually, it's not that difficult. It's just that I heard that a junior came to the infinite battlefield. I am worried that she will be in danger, so I want you to help find her and see where she is now. Having said this, Qi Lu raised his eyes, and his eyes flashed. Is this okay? The last sentence sounded like a question, but in tone, it didn't sound like a question. Instead, it's like a warning. The implication is nothing more than, if you fail to complete the task, you will know the consequences. That flash of light was full of chills, like a real sword light, extremely terrifying and terrifying. Of course it's no problem, sir, please don't worry. As long as the person you are looking for is still in the outermost area, we can find a way to find it. But when it came to this, Hoda's voice paused for a moment before continuing. However, the deeper areas may not be within the reach of our three brothers, I hope you. Qi Lu certainly knows what the latter sentence means. The infinite battlefield is even more demanding on power, almost to the point of paranoia and even desperation. Without the corresponding strength, it can be said to be extremely difficult to go to the deeper areas. And it's extremely dangerous to go. Therefore, this is really a limited ability, no one else is to blame. If it's a deeper area, I have my own way, so you don't need to take care of it. Of course, Qi Lu will not force others to do anything. Of course, this is also because forcing others to make things difficult is useless. Insufficient strength means that there is no way to survive in the deeper areas. This is a very practical problem. Rather than forcing these three monkey men to complete an impossible task, it will be more convenient and faster for them to be killed directly here. Either way, it doesn't matter whether you die early or late. However, Qi Li's words made the faces of the three monkey men show a look of sure enough, it is so. Logically speaking, such a strong man must have indispensable connections in the infinite battlefield. So why go out of your way to ask them for help? Now the answer is out. Because this adult's connections are all in the inner areas, the weakest outer area is left free. Only then did he have no choice but to come to this outermost area to look for someone. On the other hand, it is also explained perfectly. The reason why this adult is so powerful but appears here. Just to find someone. From this point of view, this gentleman is not only extremely powerful, but he also attaches great importance to love and justice, and he also protects his shortcomings. Didn't you see that this was for the sake of his descendants, and had deliberately returned to the outermost area? Although such things are rare, they are by no means unheard of. So the three monkey brothers don't find it unbelievable. Thank you so much for your understanding. We three brothers will definitely help you find the person you are looking for as quickly as possible. The three monkey brothers burst into tears of gratitude on the spot. There is a saying that finding people is not that difficult for local cowards like them. If it is a problem that can be solved by manpower and intelligence, then it isn't a problem at all for some senior gold diggers. So, I wonder what the characteristics of the person you are looking for are. I hope you can be more detailed, so that we can search better. So after knowing that his life was saved, Hoda breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone is eking out an ignoble existence, and of course one more day is worth living. What's more, for some senior gold diggers, their lives are quite nourishing. The only ones who have a hard time surviving are the newcomers. After a detailed conversation, the three monkey brothers said that they understood it and would explain it later and ask other senior gold diggers to see if they had any discoveries in this regard. If you find anything, please report it as soon as possible. Wait a minute, even though I asked you to search for someone, I can't always stay here and wait for news from you. Well, I heard you say before that there seems to be a trading market nearby. Take me to the trading market to have a look. I'll leave a place for you there. If you have any news, just go there and wait for me. I will go there and take a look every day. As he talked, Qi Lu talked about his second purpose. I haven't seen the trading market in the infinite battlefield yet, but I want to take a look and see what good stuff there is. After all, these good things can be used by Yushir even if Qi Lu doesn't need them. After leaving the test of the infinite battlefield, I still don't know what it is. It is always right to let Yushir become stronger first. Maybe it was Yushir's chance to come to the infinite battlefield by accident. Who can say for sure? Well, we don't want to disturb you, sir. It's better for us to wait for your arrival. None of the three monkey brothers thought it was inappropriate. Instead, they thought that this adult was thoughtful and could consider them. So after a short pause, he spoke again, Sir, these blood spirit fruits. Don't worry, just wait. This is the gift I prepared for that junior. Qi Liyun said lightly, as if he didn't care about these blood spirit fruits at all. Of course, in essence, Qilu really doesn't care. It's just that based on the world rules of the infinite battlefield, I have no choice but to collect these treasures of heaven and earth to relieve the suppression of my own power. Otherwise, Qilu wouldn't have to wait here. But the other sentence is correct, these blood spirit fruits can also be left to Yushir as gifts. After all, Yushir and Qilu are still different. Even with the inheritance of the human king, the speed of improving his cultivation level is far behind Qilu. There is no way, this is a life of cheating, it is really boring. However, if huge benefits can be obtained in the infinite battlefield, it can also accelerate the speed of Yushir's cultivation to the limit, and completely digest the inheritance of the human king in the shortest time. By that time, there is still a long way to go before reaching the level of human king. But compared with the top demon gods, they are still not much different. In this way, Yushir will be safe as long as she doesn't encounter those old monsters that survived the ancient times. Well, thinking about it this way, it would be better to collect more of these natural and earthly treasures. Yes, we are not in a hurry. Everything depends on your instructions. Naturally, the three monkey brothers did not dare to say anything. Now that my life is still in the opponent's hands, how can I dare to refute him? So, I was speechless all night. With the three monkey man brothers guarding the blood spirit fruit, Qilu could sleep peacefully. Although it doesn't matter whether Qilu sleeps or not, it will not have any impact on his body or mind. But how should I put it, sleeping is all about feeling comfortable. It has nothing to do with spirit. Until the next day, a little daylight appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, light fell on the earth and dispelled the endless darkness. Facing the first light between heaven and earth, the blood spirit fruits on the big branches also shone with crimson light. The ruby-like texture looks really beautiful when illuminated by light. To say it looks like a work of art is no exaggeration. Sir, your blood spirit fruit is fully mature. Seeing Qilu open his eyes, the three monkey man brothers who were standing by immediately surrounded him. Then he reported the situation of the blood spirit fruit to Qilu. With sufficient nutrient support, in the infinite battlefield, no matter what kind of natural material or earthly treasure it is, it can grow at an extremely ridiculous speed, and it is not uncommon for it to grow and mature overnight. It can only mean that enough gold diggers died nearby. It was precisely this situation that made the three monkey brothers more convinced of Qilu's words. If the senior gold diggers guarding here had not died in the hands of this adult, where would these blood spirit fruits get so much nutrients? The answer is self-evident. I understand, now, go to the trading market. Qilu nodded, then stood up and went to pick off all the 12 blood spirit fruits. Taking one last look at the branches bearing blood spirit fruits, Qilu thought to himself, if no gold diggers died nearby, then I don't know how long it will take to bear new blood spirit fruits. It can only be said that most of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the infinite battlefield were poured out by blood. What the overlord said was not wrong, the infinite battlefield was not a good place. Yes, sir, please come this way. The three monkey brothers quickly led the way. Along the way, I also introduced the basic situation of this area to Qilu. Although it is only the outermost area of the infinite battlefield, it is precisely because of this that it has become the area with the most gold diggers. After all, the strong are only a minority. It's like the pyramid gets smaller as you go up. In the infinite battlefield, this situation is especially obvious. When the strong need enough lifespan, they can only hunt the weak. The rule of survival of the weak and the strong is the same everywhere. The road ahead that is filled with corpses will never be stable. Therefore, the forces in this area are also complicated. Just like animals on the grassland. The strong are alone, the weak are in groups. There are also connections between large and small forces, which constitute the entire survival circle of senior gold diggers. The first round of tests that newcomers who have just arrived ultimately test whether they are qualified to become senior gold diggers and integrate into this circle. The reason is simple. As long as you come to the infinite battlefield and want to get out, it's a long way to go. To be more precise, it would be better to call it an untouchable luxury. And beneath this extravagant hope is the cruel reality. Countless senior gold diggers have fallen into the secret space and basically have to live here until they die. Then, wherever there are a large number of intelligent races, there will be order and hierarchy. This kind of thing, which is determined by the most basic laws of survival, can form spontaneously even in animals with low intelligence. That's not to mention these intelligent races. The food chain is the best embodiment. So it cannot be ignored. When talking about this, the three Monkey Man brothers also wanted to talk about their status in this circle. Not high, not low, just average. A status that is neither high nor low is actually not embarrassing in the infinite battlefield. At least much better than those gold diggers living at the bottom. Of course, a powerful person like Qi Lu doesn't have to worry about this kind-of thing. Those who can go from the inner area to the outer area, once they come here, they are the top-level existence, and they don't have to worry about anything else. Anyway, as long as you're not blind, you won't be able to provoke him. So it was very peaceful along the way. After all, the three Monkey Man brothers are not to the extent that others can bully them. In addition, all three of them need to be followed respectfully, so who would be foolish enough to come over and cause trouble? So it didn't take long to arrive at the trading market mentioned by the three Monkey brothers. This place is not as casual as Chila's store. Those who can come to the infinite battlefield are strong men who don't need to rest and don't care. Unless they were seriously injured and had to rest quietly, they would not waste time sleeping. So naturally, the trading market has become a place that is open 24 hours a day. Roads intertwined together and extended in all directions. There are various stalls on the roadside. There are all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth on it, and what items need to be exchanged are written next to them. There is nothing that can be used as currency in the infinite battlefield. If we really want to say that there is something that everyone needs, it should be lifespan. However, there is no way to trade lifespan, so in the end, it will naturally evolve into bartering. For example, the blood spirit fruit in Qi Li's hand is a good thing that anyone can use. It is actually a very popular rare fruit. Because it is a treasure used to increase potential and be able to ignore the shackles of realm. Therefore, any stall will accept blood spirit fruit in exchange. Moreover, Qi Li made an estimate in his mind based on the exchange terms given by each stall, and he knew that the price of the blood spirit fruit was not low, and it was indeed very popular. No wonder the three Monkey Man brothers coveted it so much. Even after knowing that the area was used by some senior gold prospectors for hunting, there was no need to give up. By the way, when Qi Li thought about this problem, Hoda also explained it. Many experienced gold diggers who deceive newcomers with treasures of heaven and earth will take these newcomers to the trading market to gain a long experience. Just to let those newcomers know how precious the treasures of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield are. Only by clearly knowing how precious these treasures of heaven and earth are, can we understand their value. In this way, the plans of those senior gold diggers can be better implemented. Because greed can make people lose their minds. Only new people who have lost their minds are the lambs to be slaughtered. So after listening to these words, Qi Li suddenly figured it out. No wonder the newcomers who were led by those guys from the Scale clan knew what the effect of the blood spirit fruit was. It turned out to be like this. First come to the trading market to gain experience, and then be taken there to pretend to have discovered the blood spirit fruit. It is indeed a chain-linked calculation. If those newcomers didn't know the value of these natural treasures, they wouldn't show such extreme greed. As a result, he was manipulated by senior gold diggers and lost his life. Speaking of which, this trading market is indeed a good place to learn about these natural treasures, rare and exotic fruits. As long as there are natural treasures that exist in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield, they can almost be found in this trading market, just placed on the stalls with clearly marked prices. Don't worry about anyone causing trouble here, because the trading market is a place maintained by all senior gold diggers. Guys who dare to cause trouble in this place are usually ignorant newcomers, or guys who have lost their minds. Once it appears, it will be the result of being besieged by all senior gold diggers. As for whose lifespan will be taken away, it depends on who makes the last hit. Having said that, I should also mention it by the way. In the same area, there is more than one trading market, and they are all connected to each other. After all, the trading market is not only used for exchanging materials, but also for information. The exchange of information is naturally not limited to one place. One more thing to mention. Those are the various areas in the infinite battlefield. Although it is a conventional thing, there is no barrier to block it. But in fact, there are still differences in the types of natural materials and earth treasures that grow. To put it in the simplest terms, the further you go to the inner area of the infinite battlefield, the higher the level of the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth will be. Naturally, the smaller the quantity, the more precious it is. But the same point is that the natural treasures in the inner area will not appear in the outer area. In a sense, this can be regarded as the most real gap between regions. If you want to enjoy the more precious treasures of heaven and earth, just try to go to the deeper areas. Of course, Hoda and Qi Lu also said this. Although these local snakes are not strong enough to allow them to go to deeper areas. But in terms of intelligence work, he is still very good at it, and he can basically know a little bit about all aspects. Sir, do you want to take a walk in this trading market? Although it is certainly incomparable to the trading market in the inner area, there may be unexpected discoveries. Hoda followed Qi Lu, nodded and bowed. As for Monkey 2 and Monkey 3, as soon as they arrived at the trading market, they went to inquire about the news. Completing the tasks assigned by the adults is also a very important thing. You can't focus on one and lose the other. You should focus on both. It's okay to take a look. Sheila did not refuse. After all, his identity was pretended, and he had no idea what kind of treasures there were in the infinite battlefield. Just take this opportunity to learn more about it with the help of the encyclopedia of the trading market. And Hoda is worthy of being a senior gold digger. He follows Qi Lu and introduces those natural and earthly treasures in a clear and logical manner. It felt like there was no one he didn't recognize. Looking at it this way, this guy must have been trapped in the infinite battlefield for many years. Otherwise, how could you have such knowledge? It's just that they know each other, and whether they can afford it is another matter. Everyone is making a living in the infinite battlefield, and the standard for barter is your willingness and my willingness. Of course, as long as this trading market is out of the market, murders and treasure grabbing will happen frequently, and there is nothing unusual about it. Wouldn't it be great to be able to get the treasures of heaven and earth that you want, as well as your lifespan? Kill two birds with one stone. So Qi Lu also felt that he had benefited a lot after walking around in this trading market. The treasures of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield are not only those with enhanced potential such as blood spirit fruit, used to break through the realm of cultivation. There are many other types of natural materials and earthly treasures. Exercise your body, strengthen your bones, increase your strength, etc. The one that Qi Lu is most interested in is a plant called the vine of law. It looks like a twisted dead tree, but it is extremely tough, even to the point of being weird. Anyway, Qi Lu tried to pull hard, but found no trace of breakage. The senior gold digger, who set up the stall, didn't care about this. It could be seen that he must have tried the tenacity of the law vine. That's why he seemed so confident. This thing is called the vine of law. Is it a treasure related to the power of law? Qi Lu glanced at Hoda and asked quietly. His tone didn't sound curious, just like a casual question. But in his heart, Qi Lu was still very interested in this discovery. After all, the secret door to the infinite battlefield is open in the Tianji domain, so why do the treasures of heaven and earth condensed by the power of laws appear? Could it be said that in the infinite battlefield, there is still the main god of the divine realm? If this is the case, then this infinite battlefield is not as simple as Qi let hot at first. A secret space can actually connect Tianji realm and Shinji realm. Isn't this an interesting thing? But in Qi Li's opinion, this possibility is unlikely. Qi Lu also grew up in the Shinji territory, after all. He has traveled to almost half of the Shinji territory and has never heard of this matter. How could such a situation suddenly occur? There must be something else hidden. Yes, sir, you are right. This thing is indeed related to the power of law. Hoda is indeed a senior gold digger. He is really well informed, and he can recognize things even though they are not what Tianji domain should have. But the number of law vine is extremely rare, and there are almost no people who need it. It's just a decoration if it's placed here. How do I say this? Qi Lu listened and put the vine of law back on his hand. Then I saw a clearly disappointed expression on the stall owner's face, and here I didn't hide it at all. However, this situation also just shows that Hoda's words are not wrong. Noon really wants this thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sitting on the stall without being bought. That's right, adults may not know something. There are two ways to use this vine of law. The first is to grind it into powder and then swallow it. It can be used to strengthen your control over the power of the law. But adults also know that we don't cultivate the power of law, so what is the use of this thing to us? When Hoda said this, he shrugged unconsciously. The demon gods of the Tianji realm are no strangers to the Shinji realm next door. Naturally, they also know a lot about the source of power of those main gods. Even if you don't practice the way of law, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. There is nothing wrong with knowing more. Therefore, when Hoda introduced the vine of law, there was nothing unfamiliar about it. It can be seen that I have seen the vine of law before. What about the second one? Qi Lu said smoothly. It sounded like he was just following a sentence. But no one knows what Qi Lu is thinking. The second method is to ignite the vine of law, and then use the ignited flames to temper your body so as to resist the attack of the power of law. However, it is already very difficult to ignite the vine of law, and the final effect may not be that good. So later on, no one tried it. As soon as he mentioned this second usage, Hoda's expression became a little weird. After finishing the explanation, he paused for a moment and then continued, "By the way, sir, I have actually heard of it. After the vine of law is ignited, the flames that appear are extremely powerful. There are only a few experienced people who can survive. On the contrary, many more people died. That's why no one uses this method to train their body. After all, the risks are high and the benefits are small. It's really not worth it." After hearing this, Qi Lu probably understood. The vine of law is indeed a plant condensed by the powerful power of law. The flames ignited by this thing are a genuine attack with the power of law, and it is also an extremely powerful one. To train your body in this way, it is better to go directly to find a main god to bombard you in a circle. In this way, the chance of survival may be even greater. I really admire the thinking of these senior gold diggers, and they can still come up with such strange ways to abuse themselves. Isn't it true that some people think that self-abuse is necessary to exercise your body? No. Isn't that something wrong with your brain? But the first use of the vine of law is quite interesting. Grinding it into powder and then swallowing it can indeed strengthen your control over the power of the law. Just how effective it is open to question. Anyway, for Qi Lu, it's of no use. If the body of law still needs to control the power of law in this way, it can only be said to be a defective product. However, the appearance of the Vine of Law also gave Qi Lu some other guesses. Qi Lu had known about it before. The treasures of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield can devour the corpses of those gold diggers through the infinite battlefield to provide nutrients to achieve rapid growth, and the effect is extremely outrageous. Isn't it? The rare and exotic fruit that obviously takes hundreds of years to mature has completed the process of hundreds of years in one night. Isn't it outrageous to accelerate growth by tens of thousands of times? However, when it comes to this matter, what worries Qi Lu more is not the ridiculous growth rate of those natural and earthly treasures. It is one of the world rules of the infinite battlefield. The growth of those natural and earthly treasures actually requires different nutrients. Although they are generally the same, some subtle differences will also cause different types of natural materials and earth treasures to grow. For example, the Vine of Law that Qi Lu sees now. Because it is the condensation of the power of law, it must be something that can only grow after a cultivator who has cultivated the way of the Lord God dies, and the corpses left behind are swallowed up by the infinite battlefield. In other words, in the infinite battlefield, there must be cultivators from the divine realm. Even those main gods are possible. However, what Qi Lu can be sure of is that those guys must have existed. It is impossible to say whether anyone is still alive now. After all, Hoda also said that the Vine of Law is extremely rare and no one needs it. Doesn't that prove that the cycle is broken? However, this discovery also made Qi Lu somewhat relieved. The reason is very simple. The most basic point is that in the infinite battlefield, the cultivators of the divine realm can still survive. Because the veteran gold digger who was trapped in this poor place might have been trapped in at what time? According to Hoda, the oldest veteran he has ever seen has been on the infinite battlefield for tens of thousands of years. That's really awesome. After tens of thousands of years of waiting, you are still staying in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield? No matter how strong this guy is, he must be lucky. Otherwise, how could he live for tens of thousands of years? To be honest, when he heard this information, Qi Li's first reaction was, "Is this Monkey King bluffing? But why is it necessary to brag like this? Besides, everything is possible, and it is not impossible for such a weird thing to happen." But having said that, Hoda later added a few more words. It was said that he had seen that strange thing a long time ago, and he should have gone to a deeper area now. Because in the outermost area, a guy who has been there for tens of thousands of years would probably be invincible on this 3/3 of an acre of land. Qi Lu guessed that this weirdo might be afraid of death, so he thought of fanging around in the safest place. Of course, this safest is only relative. For newcomers, nowhere is safe in infinite battlefield. As for why he suddenly figured it out and was willing to go to a deeper area, Qi Lu didn't understand. All I can say is that maybe he is tired of torturing food and wants to end his sinful life. For such a weirdo, it is really a life of sin. But no matter what the real situation is, it has nothing to do with Qi Lu. Anyway, Qi Lu is not such a weirdo. However, just when Qi Lu and Hoda were learning about these natural and earthly treasures in the trading market, Hosan ran back with wounds all over his body. While running, he shouted loudly, "Brother, something happened, something happened." Hoda took a look and frowned, sensing something was wrong. "Sir, something might really have happened. There are a lot of people around here who have grudges against us. I'm really sorry that I couldn't complete your mission as quickly as possible. It is impossible for the senior gold diggers in the infinite battlefield to live in peace with each other. It's just that they seem to be more united in deceiving newcomers. But in normal times, fighting and killing are routine. It doesn't matter, let's go and see what's going on first." Qi Lu also frowned. Damn it, someone actually dares to bother me looking for someone. Although Qi Lu knows that in this outermost area, there are as many local snakes as there are. But there is a saying, one thing does not bother two masters. Having already found someone to help, Qi Lu naturally wanted to go through all the trouble and was too lazy to find anyone else. Now let's change people again. Who knows whether the next senior gold digger will encounter an enemy? There is a saying that in the infinite battlefield, it is impossible for any senior gold digger to be without enemies. As long as conflicts of interest exist, grudges and resentments will be an integral part of them. In this case, it's better to help Hoda and the others get rid of these enemies. Everyone just gets what they need. This. Hoda hesitated for a moment, then bowed and said, "Then I'll take a trip, sir." As he spoke, Hoda looked at Ho San, who was covered in injuries. His face straightened, and he said, "Old San, lead the way. I want to see who dares to cause trouble for us at this juncture." After saying that, the three people quickly rushed out of the trading market. Fighting is not allowed in the trading market, as it will disrupt the trading order of the market. Once a war breaks out, there will be many people trying to fish in troubled waters. Don't think that everyone's hands and feet are clean. That's impossible. If it were not for the rules among senior gold diggers, theft would be even more prevalent. But the location of the battle is not far away. Otherwise, Ho San would not have been able to come back so quickly to bring in reinforcements. This time, it was Hoda who took the lead. Of course, this was what Qi leased for. After all, this is a matter between the three monkey brothers, so it doesn't seem right to let Qi Lu take the lead directly. Even Qi Lu has the idea of helping. The journey was not far, and soon we arrived at the place where the battle took place. But if we really want to say that there was a battle, it would be better to say that it was a one-sided crushing. Because Qi Lu took a quick look and saw a group of strong werewolves surrounding Hoer, who was lying on the ground. The guy looked like he was out of breath, and he didn't know if he could be saved. It's werewolves again. The team of these guys is quite large. Qi Lu touched his nose and thought to himself. Before, when I first came to the infinite battlefield, I seemed to have encountered werewolves as well. Could it be said that in the outermost area of this infinite battlefield, the werewolf clan's power is actually quite large? Qi Lu has no idea about this issue. Anyway, there must be more than a dozen scattered werewolves in front of us. Wolf, what do you want to do? Didn't we make it clear to those previous preys that you have crossed the line? Why are you still looking for trouble with us? Just because of the power of your werewolf clan, are you easy to bully us? As soon as Hoda opened his mouth, he directly asked. The reason was also explained clearly in the words. It was nothing more than a conflict when hunting those newcomers. Speaking of which, senior gold diggers do indeed look at the newcomers as if they were prey. In that case, Yu Shi'er, who accidentally stumbled into the infinite battlefield before, can be considered a newcomer. Have you ever encountered these werewolves? Qi Lu thought so. But he didn't make a sound, but looked at the scene in front of him quietly. Have we crossed a line? The leading werewolf, the guy whom Monkey called the wolf, couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Little monkey, in this area, the new people who come in are our prey. What do you mean we have crossed the line? Only the fish that slipped through the net that we missed are the prey that you can get your hands on. Last time, you robbed our prey, and we haven't settled the accounts with you yet. Do you still have the guts to ask us? The evil wolf stared at Hoda closely and spoke slowly. It can be seen that the werewolf clan is really arrogant and unreasonable. But it can also be heard from here that at least in this area, the werewolf clan is indeed powerful. Having said this, I have to mention that the outermost area of the infinite battlefield is not a whole. After all, the regional distribution of the infinite battlefield is similar to concentric circles. Therefore, the shape of each large area is obviously a ring-shaped area, so it can also be divided into many small areas. And in each small area, there is its own most powerful force. This must be the case with these werewolves. From this point of view, the werewolf attacks that Qi Lu encountered before were probably no accident. It's that these werewolves have been ambushing that place for a long time, but this situation is not aimed at Qi Lu, but at every newcomer. After all, Ida's hunting. But these werewolves are straightforward. They say they are hunting, but they are really just hunting. These guys have no plans, probably because of their huge power, so they don't bother to plan against newcomers. Therefore, under the ambush of the werewolf clan, there will always be some places that are not taken care of in such a large area. So the newcomers who come in from these places are naturally the so-called fish that slip through the net. At this point, you probably understand. In the eyes of these werewolves, wherever they are is their hunting ground. This argument is obviously a bit outrageous. But who makes them powerful? Damn it. Hoda secretly cursed. Then his face darkened, and he said loudly, "Evil wolf, even so, we made things clear last time, why are you still looking for us now? Are you trying to find some benefit from us? Let me tell you, we are not those newcomers. The forces behind senior gold diggers are always complicated. Although the status of the three monkey brothers in this area can only be regarded as medium, they are definitely not that easy to bully. Therefore, it is not a dare to contradict the werewolf clan. What's more, Hoda also knows that the three brothers are now working for April's power from the inner area. Using this excuse, it should be no problem to ask this peerless expert to do Asmal a favor. Yes, who said Hoda didn't have any calculations in his heart? There is no simple-minded veteran gold digger who can survive on an infinite battlefield. Hoda realized this when Qi Lu was willing to come with them. If they are really in trouble, then this adult should be willing to help. In a sense, the three brothers Qi Lu and Hoda can also be regarded as having a mutually beneficial relationship. It's just that Qi Lu occupies a dominant position in this relationship. In other words, Qi Lu can make requests and assign tasks at will, but the three monkey brothers cannot. The only benefit that can be obtained is probably to obtain shelter to Savion's life in this special situation. However, this kind of benefit is something that most experienced gold diggers can only dream of in the infinite battlefield. Because there is a saying that is very applicable in the infinite battlefield. That is, live and everything is possible. But if you can't survive, then everything is empty talk. Therefore, if an opportunity that can definitely save one's life can be sold, the value will be very high. However, it is very realistic that those powerful people who have gone to thinner areas have no intention of taking care of the matters in the outer areas. Those who are weak and beat them to death cannot touch the interests of those who are strong. Why bother to take a trip into this muddy water and waste your time? Therefore, from this aspect alone, the three monkey brothers seem very lucky. This is one of the reasons why Monkey King can be so tough. But standing behind, watching Qi Lu, who was clearly weak but still dared to attack the werewolf clan, he thought about it and figured out what he was thinking, but he didn't say anything. Because this is also something Qi Lu acquiesces to. As long as the three monkey brothers can find Yushir's traces and protect them once, so what? Anyway, for Qi Lu, it was just a piece of cake. And you can also get a lot of lifespan. Although it is not very useful, who can have too much of this stuff? However, when the evil wolf heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "Little monkey, you think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that we, the werewolf clan, will cause trouble for you again and again because of such trivial matters? Then you think that we, the werewolves, are too idle." As soon as he said this, Hoda frowned. You beat your brother for no reason, now you want to make excuses? But this shouldn't be the case. Just like what the evil wolf said, the werewolf clan is not idle. There is so much time that it is too late to hunt for newcomers, so how can there be so much time to find trouble for experienced gold diggers? So there must be another reason for this. Third brother, tell me, what's going on? Thinking of this, Hoda looked at Ho-san. Monkey 2 and Monkey 3 were acting together before, and then they encountered the werewolf clan. Something must have happened in the process. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Brother, I don't know why the evil wolves attacked us. Second brother and I were here to inquire about news and find someone for you. Everything is fine. In the end, the evil wolves appeared out of nowhere and beat us like this without saying a word. Ho-san was asked by Hoda, but he also looked confused. If it wasn't because of the previous dispute that he received such a severe beating, then what else could it be? Although there are many grievances among veteran gold diggers, the root cause is simple. Not so many twists and turns. So for a while, Ho-san really couldn't figure out what was going on. That's for no reason. Monkey frowned, then raised his eyes to look at the wolf. Evil wolf, since my third brother can't explain the reason, please come and explain it to me. Remember, don't deceive us by thinking we are newcomers. I won't accept that. The situation of helping one's relatives, but not helping one's relatives isn't uncommon on the infinite battlefield. Since the law of the jungle has been interpreted to the extreme, it is natural to protect the weak in order to unite people's hearts. So Hoda's meaning is very clear. No matter what the reason is for you to beat his brother, you must give an explanation. Otherwise, this feud will definitely not end so easily. You really don't know? When the evil wolf heard this, his face darkened and he asked in a solemn voice. Listening to this tone, it seems that there is really a reason to do this. Certainly. Monkeys are naturally not timid and answer loudly. If you have a backer behind you, your performance will be different. Such a tough reaction naturally aroused the vigilance of the evil wolf. Because in the past, the three monkey brothers had a small conflict with their werewolf clan. Due to the power of the werewolf clan, although the three monkey brothers are not afraid, they usually stay away. Everyone is struggling to survive, so naturally they won't deliberately make themselves miserable. But this time, Hoda's behavior was completely different from before. It's as if they don't care about the power of their werewolf clan at all, and just want to fight them to the end. Of course you should pay more attention to such an abnormal behavior. But it is impossible to say how shocked the evil wolf was. The werewolf clan has been gaining power in this area for a long time, and their tyrannical power is the source of their confidence. Even if the three monkey brothers are lucky and have some support, they will never be able to shake the status of the werewolf clan. Regarding this, the evil wolf has absolute confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately let Ho-san go and let him report the news. Yes, Monkey 3 was deliberately let go by the evil wolf. Otherwise, under the siege of so many werewolves, Ho-san would not be able to break through the siege on his own. He. Since you insist on pretending not to know, then I will tell you. After the situation was deadlocked for a while, the wolf didn't want to play riddles anymore and spoke directly. Then he pointed at Monkey 2 lying on the ground and Monkey 3 opposite. I know who they are looking for. Hearing these words, Hoda had no reaction, but Chi Li's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. These werewolves have really met Sheer. Looking at how angry they must have lost their troops. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so angry. However, after hearing Yushir's clues, Chila didn't rush to speak out. Rather than talking now, it would be better to let Monkey King and Bad Wolf say a few more words and let Bad Wolf reveal more information. Do you know who we are looking for? At this time, Hoda also reacted belatedly. Then I quickly thought of the crux of the problem. If the evil wolf knows who they are looking for and troubles them at this time, wouldn't it be? That's right, she's the Catwoman of the Moon Civet clan. She killed 14 of our werewolf compatriots and then escaped. Little monkey, we, the werewolf clan, must avenge this. Hearing what the evil wolf continued to say, Hoda confirmed his guess, they had indeed been affected. However, if we can take this opportunity to establish a relationship with the powerful people coming out of the inner area, that's not really a bad thing. Monkey De can still make a clear distinction on this kind of thing. And from the words of the evil wolf, Monkey King also heard that the master's descendant, a newcomer, was able to kill 14 werewolves by himself when first came to the infinite battlefield. This talent and combat power are truly rare to see in a million years. From this point, we can also see how strong the powerful man who came out of the inner area is. It's true that the adults have worked so hard to come to the outermost area to take care of the juniors. Thinking of this, Hoda felt that his 3 brothers were lucky. After this severe beating, the reward he got was much more than what he paid for. So Hoda did not worry, but frowned and said loudly, "Evil wolf, how can you be sure that we and the person we are looking for are in the same group? What if we are also looking for revenge on her?" This is a good question. Although hitting the wrong person is not a big deal, it does affect your reputation. And this kind of misunderstanding, big or small, is the easiest thing to make enemies. Although the 3 Monkey Man brothers and the werewolf clan were not to be dealt with in the first place, but the hatreds formed are also divided into big and small. Don't worry, little monkey, I won't admit my mistake. Your attitude towards seeking people is completely different from our attitude towards seeking revenge. Little monkey, what else do you want to say now? We won't cause trouble for you for no reason. The evil wolf snorted coldly, and then spoke slowly. This can be regarded as a famous teacher. After all, the relationship between senior gold diggers is not as direct as that between senior gold diggers and newcomers. It is purely the relationship between hunter and prey. So getting along with each other is more complicated. But it's always right to find a good excuse for yourself. Really? If you insist on saying that, then we won't deny it. But I want to ask, have you found anyone? Even at this time, Hoda still keeps his mission in mind. Because as long as the task assigned to them by that adult is completed, they will be confident when facing the werewolf clan. Monkey King is very smart and knows this very well, so he will definitely ask about this aspect. And asking at this time point does not seem abrupt. After all, everyone is looking for the same person. It's just that the purpose is different. Therefore, after asking this question, Hoda added another sentence. With the power of your werewolf clan, you can't find the person you are looking for in this area. That makes me look down on you too much. This is considered a simple provocation method. But for the evil wolf, it is so effective. Little monkey, you don't have to use such a simple provocation to test my tone. Even if I tell you the movements of that Catwoman, what will happen? Even though the evil wolf knew that this was a way to provoke the general, he didn't have much reaction. Instead, he just said it. There is no need to doubt the abilities of our werewolf clan. That Catwoman is now gone to a deeper area. Given her personality, she might have died somewhere by now. Having said this, the evil wolf looked at Hoda again. So, the revenge of that Catwoman should be placed on your heads. Looking at your attitude towards searching for someone, that Catwoman should be a very important person to you. Is not that right? To that adult, the life of that Catwoman was much more valuable than the lives of their 3 brothers. There is no way, they are not related to that adult, so of course their lives are not important. However, it would not be a problem for that adult to follow him now and save the lives of the 3 brothers. And the most important thing is that the trace of Catwoman has been found. It is true that there is no place to look for after wearing iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Is this fate? This is really thanks to the clues provided by the werewolf clan, which helped the 3 brothers successfully complete the mission. If the evil wolf knew about this, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. If after today, they still have a chance to vomit blood. Of course he is a very important person. In a sense, it should be more important than our own lives. Monkey Day said with a pun. But whether the evil wolf can understand the two meanings is another matter. Really? Since it is more important than your lives, then you have deserved your death now. It should be your honor to be able to die in place of such an important person. When the evil wolf heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile in his face. There was also undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. In fact, for the evil wolf, seeking revenge on the Catwoman is secondary, mainly to maintain the prestige of the werewolf clan. What if this time, the newcomer who killed 14 werewolves escaped? So what do other senior gold diggers think of their werewolf clan? But as the evil wolf said, the Catwoman had already gone to a deeper area when she escaped from being chased. Are they, the werewolf clan, going to chase them to the deeper areas? Isn't that looking for death? But if this revenge is not avenged, it will be a huge blow to the prestige of the werewolf clan. So when he heard that the three monkey brothers were looking for the Catwoman, the wolf knew that the opportunity had come. Others say that killing chickens scares monkeys, so today, they, the werewolf clan, will kill the monkeys. Genius newcomers are rare once in a million years. But if the prestige of the werewolf clan declines, the losses will be huge. That would indeed be our pleasure. Hoda answered without hesitation. However, these words were not an answer to the evil wolf, but a sign of loyalty to the adult behind them. Good. Since you all admit it, then you can't blame us. The evil wolf laughed ferociously, waved his hand, and said, "Go, catch them, and execute them publicly on a certain day. To rectify the reputation of our werewolf clan." Yes. Upon hearing this, many werewolves following the evil wolf roared and rushed forward. Fighting is not something that is too familiar to the werewolf clan. The wolf pack tactic is even better. Brother. When Monkey 3 saw this, the monkey hairs on his body were so frightened that they almost stood up. However, Hoda remained calm and looked directly at the evil wolf without appearing panicked at all. Because Hoda knows very well that the key to this battle lies in whether the adult behind them is willing to take action. If they want, they can win. If you don't want to, you will definitely lose. So there is no need to panic at this time, but it will lose your spine. Seeing this, Chilu also understood that it was time for him to appear. Although Monkey Day is suspected of taking advantage of himself. But Chila did learn about Yushir's whereabouts, so there was nothing much to say. Since you have arranged the tasks yourself, it doesn't matter if you give me some compensation. Moreover, this battle must be fought quickly. Because I learned from the evil wolf that Yushir had gone to a deeper area in order to avoid the werewolf clan's pursuit. And where is this place? Infinite battlefield. Is the inner area so accessible? Therefore, Chila must catch up as soon as possible to avoid anything unexpected happening to Yushir. Then, Chilu wouldn't have any pressure to deal with these werewolves. These damn werewolves, even if they were new to hunting, actually became enemies with themselves and Yushir. Then, Chi-Leke would not be lenient in this fair and just revenge. Thinking of this, Chila suddenly raised his hand and clapped it forward. In the void, a palm-shaped shock wave suddenly condensed and bombarded forward. An attack similar to an air cannon, although invisible, can induce fluctuations in the void and attack those werewolves with unparalleled power. The sudden attack immediately frightened the werewolves who rushed forward. The power of this palm can only be deeply felt by facing it head-on, how powerful it is. Boom! Only a loud noise was heard. The shock wave crushed the void, attacked and killed, and then exploded with a bang. Without exception, all the werewolves that surrounded Hoda and Hosen were blown away by the violent impact. After hitting the ground, although there were some injuries on the body, none of the werewolves were seriously injured. Because Chi Li's move was aimed at relieving the siege, not attacking. So in terms of power, it's a little smaller. But the momentum created was not small at all. Then, in the midst of the smoke and dust, Qi Lu was heard speaking slowly. Said, "You guys don't seem to take me seriously. And who are you?" The evil wolf was shocked in his heart, but he pretended to be calm on his face. In fact, the evil wolf had noticed this human race before. But at that time, he thought it was some of Ho Dasho's younger brothers. After all, in order to expand their own power, it is common for senior gold diggers like them to recruit capable newcomers as their subordinates. But now that the evil wolf came to see it again, he found that things might not be as simple as he thought. "I won't introduce you to who I am. Because I don't have the habit of introducing myself to corpses. Wolf, you just need to be clear. The Catwoman you are talking about is the person I'm looking for." Qi Lu looked at the wolf with cold eyes, and his tone was equally cold. "If we say that you Shi'er had no choice but to go to the inner areas of the infinite battlefield, she encountered an accident. Then the guy in front of you must be fully responsible. If the accident really happened, then the lives of these werewolves would not even be enough to earn interest on. Is this the person you're looking for?" When the evil wolf heard this, his expression darkened. Ho De and Ho San were naturally following closely behind Qi Lu, cheering in their hearts. This adult finally took action. The werewolf clan is doomed. However, this sentence was never uttered. If you want to survive for a long time in the infinite battlefield, caution must come first. Of course, if you have invincible strength, then it doesn't matter whether you are cautious or not. It's a pity that the three monkey brothers know very well that their strength is still a long way from being invincible. Maybe I won't be able to achieve that dream goal in this life. That's right. You werewolves are so brave, you even dare to take action against the person I am looking for. Qi Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and the flashing murderous intent escaped like substance. The chill came, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a lot. However, the evil wolf has no intention of giving in. Because he knew that the reputation of the werewolf clan was earned through fighting. If this breath is lost, the prestige of the werewolf clan will also be lost. The long-term oppression will cause many senior gold diggers who have enmity with the werewolf clan to attack them in groups. After all, the proportion of newcomers hunted by the werewolf clan is too large. The leftovers eaten by the remaining senior gold diggers were simply not enough to satisfy their appetites. That being the case, why not attack these werewolves directly? In the past, it was forced by the werewolf clan's powerful power. But now, after being handed the first knife, the remaining senior gold diggers will not be merciful. Therefore, even if the enemy is powerful, the wolf will never retreat without a fight. Ho De, who was following him, could naturally tell what was going on. But at this time it is absolutely impossible for Ho De to tell the identity of this adult. It would be better for the werewolf clan to disappear. So under such circumstances, the aura of the evil wolf also burst out. They are all newcomers to the infinite battlefield. Why don't you dare to take action? Since they are brave enough to come to the infinite battlefield, they must accept the rules here. Newcomers should be tested by seniors. However, the evil wolf is not stupid, and he knows how to use words to draw all the senior gold diggers into his camp. Once you say this, you will get the approval of most senior gold diggers. Because this is the rule set by many senior gold diggers themselves. In this case, it is impossible for you senior gold diggers to slap yourself in the face. But such words are of no use to Qi Lu. Bullshit rules. I have no control over how you treat others. But if you take action against my people, then you should be prepared. I will do what I say. It's time for the werewolf clan to be cured. Qi Lu sneered. In fact, Qi Lu can also see what the werewolf family is like. Relying on his own power, he does evil things and oppresses other senior gold diggers, which has long caused complaints. It's just that the senior gold diggers can still take out their anger on the newcomers, so the anger has not exploded for the time being. However, as long as the werewolf clan shows signs of decline, then Qi Le can be sure that he won't need to take too many actions. Those senior gold diggers will rush to help him finish the rest. After all, these werewolves hunted so many newcomers, so their lifespan must be very long. Such a goal is the best big fat sheep. Since everyone is pushing against you, why don't you get a share of the pie? Under the influence of such a mentality, those senior gold diggers will definitely eat up the werewolves like locusts. So Qi Le didn't have any scruples when he started doing this, just treating it as giving benefits to many senior gold diggers. And let's not talk about the distance, let's just say that Qi Le will soon go to the deeper area. So what you do in the outer area is not just doing whatever you want and doing whatever you want. Anyway, what it will develop in the future has nothing to do with Qi Le. Unless these senior gold diggers living in the outer area are willing to risk their lives to go to the inner area to cause trouble for Qi Le. If that's the case, then Qi Le doesn't care about such small problems. Whoever dares to come, just let him come and never come back. Although Qi Le is not bloodthirsty, he still has a way of being ruthless. But these words sounded too arrogant to the evil wolf. For many years, no one dared to say such words to him. In the outermost area of the infinite battlefield, their werewolf clan is the top force. Anyone who dares to resist them, whether they are newbies or veteran gold diggers, will not end well. Now there are still people who dare to say to them that the werewolves should be cured? I'm afraid there's something wrong with my brain. Although I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know who you are now. But I have to say, you are indeed brave enough. The wolf's tone gradually became harsher. Now that we have talked about it, if we don't take action, wouldn't it mean that the werewolves are easy to bully? In this place, the reputation that the werewolf clan has spent hundreds of years accumulating must not be lost here. So there is no need to say anything extra. In a world where the jungle prevails, it is more useful to speak with results at certain times. In that case, then be prepared to bear the wrath of our werewolf clan. It can be regarded as using your life to pay for the sins committed by that Catwoman. The fear the evil wolf had before was just out of caution. However, now, the human race in front of him dared to say such words that were openly against the werewolf race. Then there is nothing to be cautious about. Kill me. No matter life or death. I used to think about capturing the enemy's wolf alive, but now I no longer have this idea. When facing a weak person, capturing them alive is just a little more troublesome. But when facing a strong person, capturing him alive is just making yourself miserable, and there is no need. Moreover, after killing this brazen guy, aren't there 3 monkey man brothers who can be captured alive and used to kill chickens to scare the monkeys, so it's not a big problem. Now we just need to maintain the reputation of the werewolf clan. Yes. Leader. Roar. As soon as the wolf's order came out, the werewolves who were sent flying rushed forward again. The muscles on their bodies also swelled, making their bodies look even more oppressive. This is an ability that many beast subhuman species have after transforming into physical cultivation. Can temporarily improve various attributes of one's body. The werewolf clan focuses on strength and speed. The moment these werewolves swelled in size, their speed also suddenly accelerated. It was like several black lights streaking through the air. In a flash, he appeared in front of Qi Le in an instant. The sharp claws on the fingertips shone with a frightening cold light, making people's hair stand on end. Stay back and stay out of the way. If I hurt you, it's none of my business. Qi Le looked at the attacking werewolves. They were already in front of him, and he just made a counterattack. By the way, he also reminded Monkey Da and Monkey 3 beside him. Of course, it's not that Qi Le couldn't react to this situation, but that Qi Le didn't take these werewolves seriously at all. As a new arrival, I was still wary of the experienced gold diggers in the infinite battlefield. Because Qi Lu doesn't know what the specific situation is like in the infinite battlefield. It is really an unwise choice to fight against the rules of the world. But after understanding the situation inside the infinite battlefield, Qi Lu understood. Perhaps the infinite battlefield has indeed gathered a group of top experts from the Tianji domain to this place. But among the strong, there are also different levels. The powerful demon god came to the infinite battlefield and was still powerful. In addition to the need to constantly lift the suppression of power, the advantages still exist, and are even more obvious. Because the foundation is strong, it is easier to obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This is like a game that has been on the server for a long time. The level of cultivation before entering the infinite battlefield is equivalent to the level of being able to make money. The time to survive in the infinite battlefield is equivalent to the time of liver games. Although the Gone Emperor is powerful, he is still weaker when facing the Krypton Gold Warriors. Although the Gone Emperor has a chance to defeat the Krypton Gold Warriors, he's still in the minority. But when facing those great players who are passionate, they can only admit that they are unlucky. Then when you leave the infinite battlefield, it is equivalent to graduating from the game and preparing to sell your liver for money. This money is the level of cultivation that can be improved. Using such a metaphor is very vivid. Qi Li's current identity is that of an extremely powerful Krypton Gold Warrior. So these werewolves we are facing now are a group of low-profile players who are crazy about liver games. Although Infinite Battlefield is not a cheating game, it is very realistic. Defeating the strong with the weak is always a rare case. So Qi Lu doesn't need to panic, he just needs to think about how to solve this battle as quickly as possible. For example, the werewolf on the left is too slow. If he can't keep up with his teammates, he will become a breakthrough. The reaction to the counterattack seems slow, just because Qi Lu's counterattack does not need to be prepared in advance at all. It only takes a moment to see the enemy's flaw. Even if he attacks while talking, it will not affect the rhythm of Qi Lu's battle and his fatal attacks on the enemy. Therefore, even though these werewolves were already close, Qi Lu did not let them touch a single hair of his head. Instead, it flashed instantly and appeared in front of the slowest werewolf. Of course, this speed is the slowest, and it is only relative. If it were placed outside the infinite battlefield, I am afraid that those cultivators in the immortal bone realm would not be able to see clearly the movements of this werewolf. However, in front of Qi Lu, it was too slow. So much so that the werewolf even froze for a moment when he saw Qi Lu suddenly appearing in front of him. Then he felt a sharp pain that entered his mind. Crack! The outstretched wolf claw was pressed by Qi Lu in the path of attack, and then broke off with the force. At this moment, his throat was also strangled, and then he felt a huge force wrapped around his neck. No. First one, ruling. Unfortunately, the werewolf's begging for mercy was cut off by Qi Lu before he even made it. This time's attack was not like the previous attacks against the Scale Armor tribe and Feather tribe, which required leaving people alive to ask questions. So Qi Lu no longer held back. Terrifying power flowed in Qi Li's palm. With the force of pushing the werewolf out, all the bones in his body were shattered, as well as his internal organs. The way of the devil is all about physical strength. After cultivating to the extreme level, the power of heaven and earth cannot be shaken. So during the battle, if the body is destroyed, that is equivalent to a practitioner who practices the way of the Lord God losing in the confrontation with the power of the law. The consequences are of course fatal. Gods can use the supreme throne to gather the power of faith and recast their bodies in anticipation of rebirth. But the devil's body is their foundation. Broken naturally means death. Qi Li's move was like this. It destroyed not only the body of the werewolf, but also his vitality. In the attack, the law of soul is mixed to destroy the enemy's soul. For Qi Lu, it is quite familiar. So don't look at Qi Li's moves, they seem to be very simple and unpretentious, as if they have no lethality. But in fact, the power of the laws hidden within is definitely 10,000 times more sinister than those dazzling moves. One move will leave no one alive. Boom! The werewolf who was pushed out fell to the ground with a muffled sound. After waiting for a while, the wolf couldn't help but frown when he didn't see the werewolf get up. I was thinking to myself, when did the warriors of their werewolf clan become so cowardly? After just one failure, are you unwilling to fight again? Then when the evil wolf turned his head to look, he was shocked to find that the werewolf lying on the ground seemed to have no breath. Kill with one move? How can this be? The evil wolf's eyes widened, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Although the warriors of the werewolf clan are not the strongest in the outermost area of this infinite battlefield. But no matter what, it can still be ranked at the forefront. Coupled with the large number of werewolf clan members, this has created the werewolf clan's current power. Therefore, when it comes to fighting alone, Evil Wolf dare not say that the warriors of the werewolf clan can defeat any enemy they face. But when a group goes out to hunt prey, there is basically no way to lose. Except not long ago, when facing that Catwoman. That was also the biggest failure of the werewolf clan in the past 100 years. This is also the biggest reason why the evil wolf must regain his position in his matter. The failure of a single clan member can be accepted. But when fighting in groups, the werewolves will never allow failure. Because that is what the werewolves are most proud of, and it is also the strongest means of survival. However, this pride may be shattered again today. No, the werewolves are invincible. How could you fall down in a place like this? After the shock, the wolf quickly calmed down. It's just the fall of a clan member, which doesn't explain anything. Even in the past, when the werewolves hunted in groups, they were not unscathed. Now is the time to face a strong enemy, so some losses are normal. However, their werewolf clan will not lose. Next, it's the second one. Let me tell you another truth. When the first flaw is crushed, the remaining flaws will only become more and more obvious. For example, this dash. Qi Li's words still didn't stop. This also shows how relaxed and enjoyable this battle is for Qi Lu. You don't even need to concentrate on fighting, it's enough to cope with the situation in front of you. Following Qi Li's actions, the second werewolf flew out and then hit the ground heavily. Likewise, there was no breath at all. This scene immediately made the evil wolf feel excited. No matter how much you comfort yourself, the warriors of the werewolf clan are invincible, you still have to respect reality. The previous Catwoman, under heavy siege, killed 14 of their tribesmen and then escaped. Even though the Catwoman was also injured, it was an indisputable fact that she escaped. Therefore, as the scene in front of him and the previous scene gradually overlapped, the wolf began to feel uneasy in his heart. That won't happen again, right? No, I will never allow that to happen again. Thinking of this, the evil wolf's eyes suddenly became firm. Ouch! Immediately afterwards, a long howl of a wolf spread out in all directions like thunder. This is the method used by the werewolf clan to summon their clansmen. As long as a werewolf hears this howl, unless his life is in danger, he must put down what he is doing and rush over. But similarly, such emergency means are not allowed to be used under normal circumstances. Otherwise, they will be severely punished by the tribe. But the current situation, in the eyes of the evil wolf, is already a very urgent situation. If she were to be like Catwoman before, let this human race escape from the werewolf race. Then the reputation of the werewolf clan would be completely gone. By that time, I'm afraid any senior gold digger would dare to challenge the werewolf clan. But Qi Lu didn't know about the wolf's howling. But Hoda, as a senior gold digger, knew everything. hearing the howl of the wolf, his face suddenly changed, and then he shouted, "Sir, the evil wolf has begun to summon his people." "This wolf howl is the summons. Sir, you must be careful." Qi Lu, who had killed 2 werewolves in succession, raised his eyebrows and sneered when he heard Ho Da's shout. Summoning the clansmen is indeed a wolf pack tactic. However, if there are really too many wolves, it can really scare away the tigers. But there are too many ants, but there is no way to defeat the elephant. Boom! Following Qi Li's voice, another werewolf flew out. There is a saying, even if the evil wolf can summon the werewolf clan, so hat? When the commotion here gradually became louder, Qi Li didn't believe that those senior gold diggers could still sit still. The battle between him and the werewolf clan here can only be regarded as a trigger at best. If you want to completely get rid of the werewolf clan, the best way is to involve those senior gold diggers. When a person who has offended the public is in decline, the only outcome is that the wall will fall and the people will push him down. And, to take a step back. Even if those senior gold diggers are unmoved and choose to watch the fire from the other side, Qi Lu is not afraid. The biggest impact is that he can't get rid of the werewolves in one go, and it doesn't threaten his own life at all. What's there to worry about? Even if the werewolf clan surrounded him heavily, Qi Lu had absolute confidence that he could break out. But when that time comes, there will be no way to ensure the safety of the 3 Monkey Man brothers. Therefore, at this time, the situation more dangerous than Qi Li's situation should be faced by these 3 monkeys. "Aren't you leaving?" Thinking of this, Qi Li asked one more question. After all, in the end, this incident still started because of him. Because the person these werewolves want to take revenge on is Yu Shi'er. The 3 Monkey Man brothers were actually involved in his affairs, so Qi Li asked this question. But to Qi Li's surprise, Ho Da's attitude was extremely firm. "Sir, we will not leave at this time. The werewolves have been domineering for a long time. If we don't stop them, we will still be oppressed. Now that you are willing to stand up for us, sir, it is naturally impossible for us to leave. Following the Lord and eradicating the werewolf clan is what we should do more." Monkey Da's words were impassioned. For those who didn't know, I thought he was giving a speech. However, Qi Lu knew clearly that this was because the 3 Monkey Man brothers had no way out. When the werewolf clan came to the door, it was already destined that either you would die or I would die. As long as the werewolf clan can escape this disaster, the 3 Monkey brothers will basically have only 2 choices. Or, leave the outermost area of the infinite battlefield and go to the inner area to have a try. Or stay and fight against the werewolves, and then die happily. For the 3 Monkey brothers, these 2 choices are just the difference between dying early and dying late. Therefore, before being forced to make these 2 almost fatal choices, the 3 Monkey Man brothers actually had another choice. That is to contribute to the destruction of the werewolf clan. As long as all these werewolves disappear, then there is no need to make other choices. You can even become famous in this battle and make your own famous name. That is a huge profit. Based on this becomes a very simple multiple choice question. That's why Ho Da looked so upright and awe-inspiring at this moment. It's as if he has to sacrifice his life for righteousness. In fact, it is just the optimal solution for the life and death of my 3 brothers. But having this attitude is still worthy of encouragement. At least I'm not just thinking about escaping. Since you don't want to leave, then find a way to survive. I don't have time to take care of you. The next battle will probably be very busy. Qi Lu declined to comment on Ho Da's choice. After all, Qi Lu can actually guess most of what they are thinking. I just thought that I might devote some of my energy to protecting them. However, this is impossible. Qi Lu may kindly remind the 3 Monkey brothers for moral reasons. But during the battle, it would be wishful thinking to expect Qi Lu to devote his energy to protecting them. Don't worry, sir. Don't worry about us. This is a cruel battle. Life or death is a matter of life. We will never complain. Hoda spoke up immediately, expressing their determination. Fight with the werewolf clan until death. That's it for what they said, so let them be. Qilu retracted his mind and looked at the werewolf in front of him. In the distance, there were more auras approaching. The most important thing for the werewolf clan to dominate this area is that they are united enough. Under the wolf howl summoning order, most of the werewolves will come. It's like a torrent, rushing here from all directions. The huge movement naturally alarmed other senior gold diggers in this area. What happened? It's been a long time since the werewolf clan used the summoning order, and today they made an exception. It seems that they have encountered some difficult opponent. Otherwise, how could they have summoned so many people to help? As soon as I mentioned this, I remembered it. It seems that the evil wolves were deflated when they were hunting newcomers. Are you talking about that Catwoman? That's right, that is truly a new talent that is rare to see in a million years. So, do you think this incident is related to Catwoman? Who can say for sure? After all, the werewolf clan is still the dominant force in this area. As soon as they made a big move, other senior gold diggers didn't want to be safe. They all started talking about it. I don't know what the werewolf clan wanted to do, but they actually issued a summons order at this time. So the focus of the discussion quickly returned to a rumor I heard not long ago. It is said that the werewolf clan was accidentally hunting new people, suffered a big loss. Being disgraced by a new Catwoman who entered the infinite battlefield, she also lost many members of her tribe. This incident became a topic of conversation and a laughingstock among many senior gold diggers at the time. They felt that the werewolf clan was really in decline. It's really embarrassing that he can't even catch a newcomer, Catwoman, and dares to call himself the Overlord. This is also the main reason why the werewolf clan is eager for revenge. And now, the werewolf clan actually issued a summons. Could it be that they found the Catwoman? You know, these werewolves are running rampant in the outermost areas, and they haven't used the summoning order for many years. Everyone is oppressed by the werewolf clan, but they dare not speak out in anger. Only because he was frightened by the powerful power of the werewolf clan and a summoning order of the clan members that could be gathered at any time, he kept tolerating. But today, something interesting seems to have happened. If the summoning order was really used to capture that Catwoman, then the werewolf clan must have made too much of a fuss. Such a talented newcomer has become the most effective force against the werewolf clan. Hearing what you say, should we go over and take a look? That's right, it's time to go and take a look. The werewolf clan can't even deal with a new member now. Doesn't that mean that their power has declined? Maybe we can get some interest back from those damn werewolves. Yeah, it's not a problem to continue being bullied like this. Then let's go and see it together. If there is a chance, the werewolf clan should also disappear. Many senior gold diggers are not timid people who can survive in such a cruel environment as the infinite battlefield. It's just that we can recognize reality more clearly and know how to choose in order to survive. Therefore, when the opportunity to make a comeback comes, they are even less likely to give up. If you want to live, being bullied all the time is absolutely impossible. This is what Qilu said was the trigger. If the werewolf clan had always been powerful and invincible, then naturally no one would dare to resist. But the more high pressure the environment, the easier it is to arouse resistance. It just doesn't show up in normal times. Under such circumstances, if the werewolves reveal any flaws, those experienced gold diggers will have an opportunity to take advantage of them. The consequences will be out of control. Don't look at the werewolf clan members. Under the call of the summoning order, they gathered towards the evil wolf. But there are more senior gold diggers following behind to observe the situation than there are members of the werewolf clan. It's just that they won't take action until the situation is determined. After all, safety comes first. The werewolves have been able to dominate for hundreds of years, and they are not without their trump cards. Moreover, these senior gold diggers do not have the great spirit of sacrificing themselves to achieve everyone's greatness. So it is even more impossible to do it blindly. Under such a situation, Qi Lu, who was on the battlefield, felt as clear as a mirror in his mind. Speaking of which, this is not a matter of greed for life and fear of death, it is just normal caution. The infinite battlefield is such a realistic and cruel world, a secret space that will swallow up lives. If you are not careful, you may not even know how you died. So if you want these senior gold diggers to take action, you need to add fuel to the fire. The method is also very simple, just show your strong strength. Those experienced gold diggers may not be able to provide help in times of need, but they are first-class experts who add insult to injury. The number of werewolves is increasing. It seems we can't continue playing like this. Qi Lu glanced around the surroundings and muttered to himself. The audience is already in place, and it's time for the performance to officially begin. After saying this, Qi Lu took a deep breath, and the power of the law flowed crazily in his body, like a stream returning to the sea, flowing endlessly. The next second, a terrifying pressure burst out from Qi Li's body. It was like a volcanic eruption, earth-shattering. The terrifying pressure turned into substantial ripples, rising into the sky and spreading into the distance. Along the way, the void shattered, and the sound was mighty, like the mighty power of heaven, causing bursts of thunder. Duan is a picture of destruction to heaven and earth. Sir? Ho De, who was following him, immediately widened his eyes and shouted in surprise. It was simply unbelievable that such a terrifying scene would appear before his eyes. You know, this is not the Tianji domain, but an infinite battlefield. The power of all gold diggers has been suppressed. Under such circumstances, such overwhelming pressure could still erupt. The true strength of this adult is simply immeasurable. In this way, I made the right bet this time. But the evil wolf on the opposite side of Qi Lu took a breath of cold air, and his heartbeat skipped half a beat in shock. How can this be? How could such a powerful aura appear in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield? A powerful man of this level, instead of going to the inner area to make a name for himself, must come to a place like this to bully honest people? When he thought of this, the evil wolf broke out in a cold sweat all over his body. At this moment, it was like being fished out of the water. If there are more wolves, they may be able to fight the tigers. But there are too many ants, but they can't deal with the real dragon. And like the evil wolf, it was not just the werewolf clan who came up with this idea. There were also veteran gold diggers who came over to observe the situation. This person is not that Catwoman. The werewolf clan has provoked a very big shot this time. No wonder the summoning order is used. If it is not used again, there will be no chance to use it in the future. Then what can I do with the summoning order now? Call all the clansmen here and die together? What you said seems to make sense. Listening to what you say, isn't something going to happen to the werewolf clan? Then can't we prepare to take action? Take back everything the werewolves have taken from us over the years. It just so happens that no one has slipped through the net these days, and Milefespan is running out. The werewolves deserved this calamity for themselves. However, unlike the fear of the wolf, these senior gold diggers began to feel excited at this time. With such a peerless master standing in front of us, wouldn't it be a simple matter for them to follow behind and fish in troubled waters? It's time to collect debts from the werewolf clan. However, no matter how complicated the moods of these guys are, Qi Lu's outburst is not over yet. When the circulating power of law is extremely condensed, Qi Lu used his body of laws as a carrier to completely integrate the power of these laws into his physical body. With this approach, before your body reaches a strong enough level, you will definitely be torn apart by the power of the law. Because resisting the attack of the power of the law and withstanding the power of the law are completely different things. One is from the outside in, and the other is from the inside out. So this time, Qi Lu was also testing his own physique to see how far it had reached. Boom! Thunder falls. Qi Li's body also began to grow rapidly at this moment. But in the blink of an eye, it has reached a height of thousands of feet, like a towering mountain reaching into the clouds. The body that covers the sky and the sun is already terrifying just standing there. The first time I used this move, it was still a bit reluctant. Feeling the tyrannical power in his body, Qi Lu, who was already a little mentally tired, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, strengthening the body is not an ability that Qi Lu can control naturally. The moves at this moment are not so much about strengthening the body as they are the concrete embodiment of the golden body of the law. Use the power of powerful laws to weave it into indestructible armor, which is shrouded outside the body and condensed within the body to achieve the effect of a huge incarnation. Maybe it means something about law, heaven and earth. But to support his current appearance, the requirements for his own body and the power of law to control are indeed too high. Even Qi Lu feels a little reluctant now and can't hold on for long. However, the effects of such a powerful move are equally astonishing. The body is as huge as a mountain, and its tyranny has reached an outrageous level. Qi Lu can be sure that if this move is performed outside the infinite battlefield, even the top demon gods can't even think of hurting him. But with the power he possesses, he can easily defeat his enemies. 1 minute should be the current limit. But it should be enough. After carefully feeling the consumption caused by this power, Qi Lu said in his heart. 1 minute doesn't sound like a long time. But in a battle of this level, many things can already be decided. And the most important thing is that as long as the werewolf clan can show its decline, those senior gold diggers will definitely not watch from the other side. Then let me try how powerful this body is. Qi Lu thought like this, and his body like a mountain began to move. With just a few movements, you can cause a huge storm, raging towards the surroundings. The terrifying power carries the potential to destroy the world. When the physical body reaches a certain level of strength, the effect of moves is actually not that great. Just like Qi Lu now, he just gathered his strength and then struck it with one palm. For those werewolves, what they felt was an incoming 5-finger mountain, shrouding their heads. There is no way to avoid it. Boom! This loud noise resounded throughout the world. A palm fell, and when the loud noise disappeared, the world between heaven and earth became dead silent. The land that was originally intact now seemed to have experienced a huge change, turning into countless rubbles. The cracks that are spreading are bottomless. It was as if the entire earth was shattered under this palm. The smoke dispersed, and countless people were stunned. Qi Lu raised his hand and raised a cloud of smoke again, obscuring his vision. But in that brief moment, the senior gold diggers and the surviving werewolves could see clearly. There was nothing unexpected about the werewolf covered by this palm, not even the slightest bit of scum could be found. It was as if all traces had been erased. What a terrifying power this is! Regarding this point, Qi Li's feelings are even clearer. The moves used for the first time, even by Qi Lu, are still in the experimental stage. And this palm is the best answer. It's just a casual blow, and even the demon god will be wiped out. This is power. Qi Lu took a deep breath and tried to calm down his breathing. Although the consumption is huge, the rewards are worth the consumption. It's over, it's all over. At this moment, the evil wolf only felt chilled all over. In fact, he might have expected it when this human race's body suddenly grew in size. But only by witnessing it with your own eyes can you deeply feel how terrifying this tyrannical force is. With the strength possessed by their werewolf clan, I am afraid that even with all their strength, they would not be able to fight. The enemy's strength is simply too strong. It's already stronger than they imagined. Damn it. Why? Why does that damn Catwoman have such terrifying power behind her? Why had I never heard of this big shot when I was in Tianji domain before? And it's not just the wolf, other members of the werewolf clan are also feeling weak in their legs at this time. How to fight against such an enemy? This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack, right? The power levels are not on the same level at all. Is there any point in continuing to fight? Questions like this are lingering in the minds of many werewolves, and they can't get rid of them. However, when these werewolves were confused, Hoda, who was also frightened and collapsed to the ground, suddenly jumped up at this moment. My lord's military power is unparalleled in the world. My lord's behavior is selfless. Follow your excellency, eradicate evil and eradicate the werewolf clan, today. What are you still doing? Why don't you hurry up and join us in the battle to eradicate the werewolf clan? This guy has a bright mind and knows how to take advantage of the situation. And the timing of the selection was just right. You know, after Qi Lu showed such tyrannical fighting power, it was impossible for him to say such words in person. Otherwise, the image that was created with great effort will fall apart in an instant. But from the perspective of Monkey King, it is extremely suitable. Because there was already friction between the three Monkey Man brothers and the werewolf clan. It is very reasonable to say this, and it can also arouse the emotions of many senior gold diggers. After all, everyone is a fallen person in the world and has a considerable degree of empathy. At this time, Hoda yelled like this, and he immediately became restless. Yes, we are going to eradicate the werewolf clan. If we don't move now, when will we wait? Thinking about what the werewolves have done in the past, I think it's time for me to strike hard. You are right, my fist of justice can no longer sit idly by and ignore this situation. Brothers, are you all ready to fight? Eradicate the werewolf clan, today. Follow me, kill. These guys had the intention of fishing in troubled waters. What I was thinking was that if someone really took the lead in resisting the werewolf clan, they would fight no matter what. But the current situation has far exceeded their expectations. What this adult showed was truly unparalleled combat power. This level of power should not appear in the outermost areas of the infinite battlefield. However, now that it has appeared, you must not miss this once-in-a-million opportunity. At this moment, countless senior gold diggers were excited. Amidst the roars, they came towards the werewolf clan to kill. Nice job. This guy has a bright mind. Qi Lu, who witnessed this scene, glanced at Hoda, who was waving flags and shouting, and couldn't help but smile. This guy may not be very good at fighting, but he's still fine as an atmosphere team. Then give them a hand. Thinking of this, Qi Lu moved his fingers and used the storm to roll Ho'er, who was lying on the ground, to Hoda. It can be regarded as bringing the three brothers together again. Then, give it one last slap. Qi Lu estimated that his golden body of laws could last for a short while before it would be lifted. Instead of being polite, he went straight towards the center of the battlefield and smacked it with his palm. And Hoda, who was wandering on the edge of the battlefield and shouting loudly, suddenly found that there was a figure beside him. A quick look revealed that it was Ho'er, who was surrounded by werewolves before. Qi Lu suddenly burst into tears of gratitude. Even after the battle, this gentleman actually remembered the safety of the three brothers. Such a great kindness is unforgettable. If this is the case, then it is even more important for me to cheer for you. After all, my combat effectiveness is only that, so I might as well use it from another aspect. In this way, the final result of this battle is already determined. The werewolf clan must be destroyed. After Qi Lu made the final blow, he had a clear view of the situation on the battlefield. Because the senior gold diggers in this area have already joined the war at this moment. Everyone is ready to reap some benefits from the werewolf clan. If the cake is too small, it will definitely not be enough to share. Therefore, the werewolf clan cannot escape the fate of being destroyed no matter what. Then, at this moment, Qi Li knew that it was time for him to retire. Because Qi Li's purpose is only to destroy the werewolf clan, and he doesn't to eradicate the werewolf clan himself. Now that the goal has been achieved, what else do you want to waste your energy on? Besides, if these senior gold diggers want to get a piece of the pie here, how can they not pay a price? Maybe Qi Li would be hated if he finished everything by himself. He said he wanted to eat alone and didn't leave any chance to them. This situation is not impossible. People's hearts are unpredictable. Who knows what these senior gold diggers will think? So let's leave the rest of the matter to them themselves. After all, the werewolf clan's power in this area can be considered deep-rooted. Presumably these senior gold diggers don't want to see the situation of being bitten instead of being killed by a snake, so once they confront the werewolf clan, they will definitely try their best to handle the matter and strive to prevent the werewolf clan from having a chance to stand up again. Those guys are much more skilled at such things than Qi Li. In a place like the infinite battlefield, things like robbing homes and homes are commonplace. What's more, destroying the werewolf clan is not just to ensure that you don't have to worry about the werewolf clan's revenge in the future. There is also the goal of striving for longevity. Because surviving is the first goal. Others must stand back. For these reasons, Qi Li had no choice but to take care of everything. Isn't that just being resented for no reason? Anyway, the lifespan Qi Li has collected so far is enough, so why bother here? Moreover, another reason why Qi Li would choose to retire after success is the most important point. Speaking of this, Qi Li, who was originally thousands of feet tall and as tall as a mountain, suddenly shrank in size. After the last palm fell, the impact on this battle had already established the basic victory. All the senior gold diggers who were watching the battle also joined the battle at this moment. Therefore, at this time, whether Qi Li withdraws from the battle has no great impact. Rather, everyone is here to share the cake. If one more person withdraws from the battle, they will be able to share more off the cake. For this situation, they can only wish for it. Who cares where the man who started this war is now? Just slip away, it's not a big problem. Therefore, Qi Li's departure did not cause any disturbance at all, nor did it affect the development of this war. The werewolf clan may be relieved. But those senior gold diggers' attacks, like flash floods and tsunamis, will help them to give up this idea. Sir? Weren't you fighting with the werewolf clan just now? Why are you here? Hoda, who was still waving flags and shouting, looked at Qi Li, who suddenly appeared next to him with a surprised look on his face. Then he quickly became frightened. Did we do something wrong? For things that this adult has done that you don't understand, it is always right to first doubt whether it is your fault. Hoda has a very clear view of his status, so his posture has always been very low. Especially just now, I saw the peerless appearance displayed by this adult. Then there would be nothing to say. Facing a being that can crush you to death with just one finger, what else can you do except be careful and cautious? Unless you don't want to live anymore, that's another matter. But it is obvious that the three Monkey Man brothers have been wandering around the infinite battlefield for so many years just to survive. Otherwise, they would not stay in the outermost area and not dare to move forward. Of course, if possible, the three Monkey Man brothers would also like to leave the infinite battlefield and go back to the Tianji domain to live happily. However, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. The infinite battlefield is even more cruel to those gold diggers with mediocre qualifications. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Qi Li replied quietly, then changed the topic and said with a chuckle, it's just that we should leave here and do another more important thing. Yes, if you have any orders, sir, please feel free to ask and we will do our best. When Hoda heard this, he was naturally not stupid. He immediately understood that there must be a task assigned to him. Otherwise, why would this gentleman come here specifically to find me? You don't have to do anything this time, just tell me where the werewolves are mainly stationed. Qi did not mince words and stated his goal directly. Where are the werewolves mainly stationed? Sir, do you want to? After hearing this, Hoda thought about it in his mind. You want to ask me what I want to do? Qi raised his eyebrows. Asking too many questions can sometimes kill you. Don't dare. As soon as these words came out, Hoda was so frightened that he broke into cold sweat, his knees softened, and he fell to his knees directly. In fact, this is not a test by Hoda, just a subconscious inquiry. The moment he said it, he realized something was wrong. However, once the words have been spoken, it is impossible to swallow them back. Now I can only pray that this adult will not care about such a trivial matter. I hate restless people, do you understand? Qi was silent for a while, before speaking. Clear. Monkey Dao responded continuously. Then after waiting for a while, he tremblingly told what he knew about the main garrison location of the werewolf clan. In fact, this information is not a secret that no one knows. Although it has not spread to everyone, if you are willing to investigate, you can definitely find it out. It's just a waste of more time. But what Qi lacks most now is time, so asking directly is the best choice. Okay, you won't be needed for the rest of this. Our cooperation ends here. After learning about the main location of the werewolf clan, Qi waved his hand and prepared to dismiss the three monkey brothers. The three monkey brothers were found just to find news about Jushir. Now that their purpose has been achieved, they have no use value. Unless the three monkey brothers want to follow Qi and go to the inner areas of the infinite battlefield. However, this is impossible. Because with the strength of the three monkey man brothers, even if they follow Qi to the deeper areas, they are only the weakest existences. Rather than living in fear in those places, it would be better to continue to hang out in the outermost area. We can't get out anyway, so why not live more comfortably? Sir, are we going to separate here? When Hoda heard this, he couldn't help but froze for a moment, and seemed to have no reaction. After all, it's easy to enjoy the shade with your back against a big tree, and it's easy to do things while holding your thighs. In the outermost area of the infinite battlefield, if you can have such a powerful person as your backer, you will definitely be unstoppable. Therefore, it is understandable that Monkey Assembly was suddenly stunned. If you want to go to a deeper area, it's not impossible for us to go together. Qi glanced at Hoda and said casually. In fact, Qi can figure out what these guys are thinking without having togas. The status of the three monkey man brothers in this area is only above average, far from the top. If Qi doesn't leave, they can rely on this status to run rampant and do whatever they want. Without this backer, the three monkey man brothers would be beaten back to their original form on the spot. The infinite battlefield is a very realistic place. Those false relationships are almost invisible. Unless the mountain is right in front of you, or those strong people have something to say beforehand. So in order not to offend those famous and powerful people, everyone will choose to show mercy, or not take action at all. But if the relationship is this ambiguous and unclear, then there is nothing to worry about. So from the perspective of the three monkey brothers, they definitely don't want Qi to leave. But such words must never be said. Because there is no relationship between the two parties, saying such words is nothing more than adding to the laughter. It's better not to say it in the first place. But what Qi said was not a joke. If the three monkey man brothers have the idea of going to a deeper area, then it is not impossible for Qi to go with them. However, on this point, the three monkey brothers are very determined. No need, sir. We are self-aware of our abilities. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to live under your care. Hoda rejected Qi Li's proposal without much hesitation. Because Hoda knew very well that the relationship between his three brothers and this adult was not related to each other. There is nothing worthy of this gentleman's attention, and he is not worthy Ophi's care at all. In this case, why bother with the past? It's better to refuse here and get together easily. Well, from an objective point of view, there will probably never be a good gathering day again in the future. Then all that's left is house on. It's up to you. Qi Li shrugged and did not mention the matter again, but looked at the battlefield not far away. In fact, while there is still a chance now, you should join this battle and get back what is rightfully yours. You also have grudges against the werewolf clan. When it comes to destroying the werewolf clan, don't you want to do it yourself? These few words are actually an order to expel guests. Of course Hoda understood what it meant, so he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, what you said makes sense. We won't waste your time here. I wish you good luck in martial arts, sir." After saying that, Hoda and Ho-san also joined the battlefield. Then it's time for me to leave here. Qi Li also turned around without any nostalgia. He turned around and rushed towards the main stations of the werewolf clan. Since the werewolf clan was doomed to destruction, Qi Li would naturally accept their legacy unceremoniously. Speaking of which, the werewolf clan has been operating in this area for so many years and has been domineering for so many years. It's not just as simple as snatching the place for hunting newcomers and accumulating lifespan. Likewise, a lot of natural and earthly treasures have also been collected. Although a lot of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been used, there are still a lot left, which remain in those stations. What Qi Li wants is to take away all the remaining treasures of heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would Qi Li leave so early in this war? Looking at all these senior gold diggers being attracted, of course I have to go back and get some benefits. If the senior gold diggers who participated in the war were allowed to react, they would definitely think of this. After all, the heritage of the werewolf clan has been accumulated for hundreds of years. There must be a lot of those natural and earthly treasures. Even if so many veteran gold diggers run out of points, everyone gets some. It's a pity that at this time, these senior gold diggers were restrained by werewolf clan members. Or in other words, they were all dazzled by the grudges of the past, and now they were all immersed in the joy of revenge. By the time they react, those natural and earthly treasures will definitely be nowhere to be found. Because Qi Li has now arrived at the first main location of the werewolf clan. Although the werewolf clan's behavior is unpopular, their collection is still very rich. There are all kinds of natural and earthly treasures. It seems that my idea's right. It is a good idea to leave early. Qi Li, who broke the door of the treasure house with one punch and came to the hall of the werewolf clan's treasure house, looked at the various natural and earthly treasures that were almost piled up into a hill in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. This has been collected by the werewolf clan for hundreds of years, and it is much stronger than an individual. And this is just one of the treasure houses, the number is already staggering. It's really hard to imagine how much the entire collection would add up to. After all, he is a big force with a fortune accumulated over hundreds of years. But it doesn't matter anymore, because no matter how many werewolf collections there are, they are all cheap now. Those guys are still fighting to death outside. When they think of this, I don't know what their reaction will be. When they ran into the werewolf clan's treasure house, what they saw was an empty shell. I wonder what they would think. It's really interesting. Speaking of bad taste, Qi Li still has a bit of a bad taste. But this time I have received so many benefits, so it might be inappropriate to mock them again. So after some thinking, Qi Li gave up the idea of leaving a message in the treasure house. After all, it would be too ironic to really leave so-and-so is here for a visit. It's better to leave quietly. Waving his sleeves, although he did not take away half of the clouds, he emptied the treasure house one after another. As for why you wave your sleeves, it is of course to use the laws of space to pen up the dimensional space to hold these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Otherwise, where would you put all these heavenly materials and earthly treasures? It's not like he thought Qi Lu could eat all these things in one go. So I stopped and walked along the way, waving my sleeves along the way, and finally. This is the last treasure house, right? Just empty out all these treasures and you can leave. Qi Lu supported his waist with one hand and wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead with the other hand. Looking at the many treasures of heaven and earth left in front of him, he suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, if everything is really emptied, wouldn't it be good? Otherwise, let's leave some for them. Well, that's it. Let's leave some for them. When Qi Lu left the battlefield, no one knew how much time had passed. The fierce battle is finally coming to an end. In the final result, there was no accident. The werewolves had already lost all their comeback points. Under the joint attack of many senior gold diggers, they showed a trend of retreat and soon became unable to withstand it. After all, the werewolf clan is powerful. But compared with all the senior gold diggers in this area, it is still more than 1.5 stars behind. However, before this, these senior gold diggers had no contact with each other and could not organize an effective resistance. That's why they were oppressed by the werewolf clan. Because after dividing and then annihilating, it has always been one of the most effective combat plans. That's what's called catching orders. It wasn't until this time that the senior gold diggers were ignited by Qi Lu's fuse, and they somehow united. At this moment, the werewolf family naturally couldn't stand it anymore. In the past, these werewolves had always been catching orders, relying on the strength of their numbers to bully the few, which was naturally relaxing and enjoyable. But now that they are fighting in a group, these werewolves finally have a taste of the feeling of being bullied by more than others. Of course, it would be impossible to be in a happy mood. Seeing this almost one-sided battle situation, the evil wolf had already gone into battle himself. It's a pity that even at the cost of life, it is impossible to prevent the destruction of the werewolf clan. The wolf pack tactic focuses on how to divide and encircle and suppress. It's still a little bit boring to actually start a group fight. What's more, the total number of senior gold diggers who came to join the war was much greater than that of the werewolf clan. And in terms of individual strength, it's not much weaker. After all, we are all senior gold diggers. If we were too weak, we would not be able to survive long ago. How can we wait until now? However, in the battle to encircle and suppress the werewolf clan, the veteran gold diggers were not without casualties. Rather, the casualties were quite large. Because all members of the werewolf clan know very well that this battle is related to their own life and death. Then you must use all your strength to fight. So regardless of the battle to annihilate the werewolf clan, the progress seems to be going quite smoothly. But the number of senior gold diggers who died in this place is by no means a small number, and it is not even less than the number of werewolves who died. It seems that in this area, it won't take long for a large number of natural and earthly treasures to grow. The werewolves and senior gold diggers who fell here will become nutrients. The piles of dead bones on the ground prove this. However, after all the energy was swallowed up by the infinite battlefield, those withered bones were actually quite fragile. I couldn't keep it until the end. I have to say that this is also the sorrow of those experienced gold diggers in the infinite battlefield. No matter how strong you were during your lifetime, how brilliant your resume was, and how bright your life was. In the end, it was nothing more than a skeleton. Then it turned into ashes and disappeared into thin air. But I feel sad that the outcome of the war will not change. Under the attack of those senior gold diggers, regardless of the cost, the werewolf clan was finally destroyed. When the last werewolf falls, the war is truly over. Finally, the werewolf clan has been eradicated. The great force that has been entrenched in this area for hundreds of years has finally been eliminated by us. Everyone here today is a hero. They are all witnesses of history. I witnessed the destruction of the werewolf clan, and also witnessed a future that is about to be changed in this area. Although we paid a high price, it was all worth it. Yes, it's all worth it. All the surviving senior gold diggers were cheering. Because after this war, as long as the senior gold diggers survived, they all had a lifespan of at least 5 years. And some experienced gold diggers who were lucky and dared to fight even gained a lifespan of more than 20 years in one breath. What is this concept? This is a quantity that they could hardly obtain in the past, even if they worked desperately. There is no doubt that a battle of this scale can take away much more lifespan than hunting a newbie. Even some senior gold diggers who have obtained a full lifespan are already thinking about whether to continue to the deeper areas. What if we could reach a deeper secret space and get out of this damn place? That's the real big money. However, such thoughts were quickly dispelled by reason. Most of the senior gold diggers are very self-aware of what kind of strength they have. You know what level you are at, and you won't just show off when you have nothing to do. Anyway, after this battle, even if he no longer hunts newcomers, he can still live peacefully for more than 5 years. Why bother asking for trouble and go to a deeper area? There is no other way. When we reach the infinite battlefield, we have to recognize the reality clearly. Who doesn't daydream? The point is, daydreaming in an infinite battlefield can really kill you. It's better to stay calm, at least to live well. In the excitement after the war, a senior gold digger suddenly thought of something. By the way, I remembered. The werewolf clan seems to have left a lot of treasure troves. This sentence immediately made everyone present startled, and then showed a look of sudden realization. Yes, those werewolves did leave a treasure house. Many treasures of heaven and earth are placed in the treasure house. In other words, what we get this time is not only lifespan, but also a collection of werewolves. What is the collection of werewolves? Didn't they steal these things from us? Yes, we are just getting back what belongs to us. Then let's go. You should know where the werewolf clan is stationed. Of course I do. Everyone, please follow me. Joke, are you the only one who knows about this kind of thing, and we don't know about it? Follow you, shall we pick up your leftovers behind? Now that everyone knows, it's easier to handle. Let's work separately and go to the treasure house to retrieve our things. We can only take our own share. I agree, let's do it. As the discussion ended, many senior gold diggers also started taking action. If you want to eat alone, that's impossible, so you have to divide it equally, otherwise if no one is convinced, there will be another fight. So no one dares to fall behind, lest they lose their share. However, among the group of senior gold diggers who survived, only Hoda's face looked a little strange. The main residence of the werewolf clan. That lord, wouldn't he be the first to empty out the werewolf clan's treasure house? It was only then that Hoda suddenly remembered this matter. Then it suddenly became clear. The adult asked himself where the main headquarters of the werewolf clan was and what it was for. It turns out that the adults had thought of this a long time ago, so did they leave early? He is truly worthy of being a peerless expert who came from the inner area, and his thoughts are thoughtful. This ability to pluck the hair of a goose is truly humbling. But at this time, no one noticed the change in Hoda's face. What everyone wants is to find the werewolf clan's treasure house as soon as possible, and then start carving up the treasures inside. Such a large force must have accumulated a massive collection over hundreds of years. Even if it is divided equally, everyone can get a lot. So it's strange that I'm not excited. However, Hoda, who followed many senior gold diggers to a certain treasure house, was thinking about. I'm afraid you are happy too early. However, even if he had anticipated what would happen, Hoda did not dare to take the first step. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too obvious, clearly telling these senior gold diggers that they know the inside story? So I could only slowly follow the big group, trying to make myself inconspicuous. Until that group of cheering and excited senior gold diggers came to the door of a certain treasure house of the werewolf clan. Huh? How is this going? Why has the door to the treasure house been opened? This shocking scene immediately gave many senior gold diggers a bad premonition. I hurriedly ran into the treasure house and took a look, and my heart dropped instantly. Gone. All the werewolf family's collection is gone? Who did it? Empty the entire treasure house. At this moment, countless senior gold diggers with astonished faces looked up to the sky and screamed in the empty treasure house. The anger in my heart instantly burst out to a height of 3 feet. Then he turned around and started glaring at the other senior gold diggers around him, feeling that something was wrong with everyone. Who the hell is it? Now hand over the contents of the treasure house, and we can forget about it. If we find out who did it, the result will be death. Hurry up and take the initiative to stand up. Our patience has its limits, don't let us take action. A group of senior gold diggers roared in the treasure house, looking furious as if they were about to explode at any time. Hoda, who knew the inside story, had no choice but to roar along with him after seeing this scene. It is impossible to tell the truth, not even in this lifetime. Otherwise, with the anger of these guys, the consequences will definitely affect Chiyu and kill his 3 brothers. Let this matter remain a secret forever. Besides, by this time, that adult must have left here. The inner areas of the infinite battlefield are no longer accessible to senior gold diggers like them. There is a more dangerous and cruel battlefield. Without enough strength, you simply cannot survive. However, after a helpless roar, another calm senior gold digger thought off some effing. No. Let's go check out other treasure houses quickly. What if there are still things in other treasure houses? Then we will suffer a loss. Yes, you are right, let's go. We can't let those guys eat alone. As soon as these words came out, the veteran gold prospector who had been shouting to the sky just now shut his mouth instantly. Then he rushed towards the location of another treasure house. Yudao is not worried about few, but about inequality. If everyone doesn't have it, then there will naturally be balance in the heart. But if some people have it and some don't, then those who don't have it, no matter what, can't have a balance in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Hoda, Manyu 2, and Manyu 3 looked at each other, and then smiled helplessly. No need to ask, other treasure houses must be like this. That adult asked about the locations of all the werewolf clan stations. How is it possible to abandon a certain treasure house alone? And that's exactly what happened. The senior gold diggers who went to other treasure houses also looked furious. Then when he saw the senior gold diggers coming from other places, he suddenly looked angry and almost asked directly, "Did you come here first to take away the things in the treasure house?" Fortunately, we were all comrades before, so we didn't start fighting directly. However, after the 2 parties exchanged messages, something was wrong. Are all the treasure troves empty? Who on earth emptied all these treasure houses? Damn guy. To be able to evacuate so many treasure houses in such a short period of time must have been planned. If nothing else, just saying where to put so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the treasure house is a big problem. But who could have done it? We have been fighting against the werewolves before, so we will never have time to empty the treasure house. A group of angry senior gold diggers were trying to recall what they had missed in the previous battles. But suddenly a different voice came out. Actually, not all the treasure troves have been emptied. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience fell into silence. Then soon, it became noisy again. What did you just say? Have there been any treasuries that have been emptied? Hurry, take us there. Today's trip is not in vain. Although there are a few treasures of heaven and earth in a treasure house, at least there is still something gained. I thought all the treasure troves had really been emptied. After experiencing the rage and seeing some hope, many senior gold diggers became excited again. After all, compared to nothing, having something gained is already a very good result. That being said, however, it seems a little too early for you to be happy. This. As soon as these words came out, there was another silence. Then after the silence, there was still silence as always. All the senior gold diggers present were silent, waiting for what the guy who spoke would say next. In the treasure house that has not been emptied, there are only 12 blood spirit fruits and one sentence left. What? Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Those last words were like the fuse that lit the dynamite barrel. All the senior gold diggers started a new round of shouting to the sky or shouting curses. Because the words left behind are so full of irony. But what do the 12 blood spirit fruits left behind mean? No one can figure it out. Except for the 3 Monkey Man brothers, they knew that these 12 blood spirit fruits belonged to the master himself. What it means is very simple: take everything you own in exchange for everything the werewolf family has. Fair deal. It's a pity that this group of senior gold diggers will never be able to find the culprit. Even if they could think of this after they calmed down, and who had left the scene first during the battle with the werewolves, and who had come to empty the werewolf clan's treasure house when they had the chance, it would still be no use. Because Qilu has left this place long ago. I don't know what their reaction will be when they see the 12 blood spirit fruits. Qilu, who was on his way, was thinking in his heart while eating the heavenly and earthly treasures he took out from the werewolf clan's treasure house. These things are all good treasures. If it wasn't valuable, it wouldn't be included in the werewolf clan's treasure trove. But now, everything is cheap and fun. Speaking of which, there is something that Qilu has always found strange. That is the treasure of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield. As long as it is edible, it seems to taste very good. I don't know how it evolved, but it feels like it's really suitable to use as a snack. Therefore, Qilu's journey to eat these natural treasures is definitely not a punishment, but a kind of enjoyment. Perhaps among those senior gold diggers, there will also be those who like food and work hard for this delicious bite. Going further forward is the so-called inner area. However, in the infinite battlefield, the so-called inner area and outer area are completely default things. So Qilu couldn't be sure and could only judge based on his feelings. After all, although there are many gold diggers in the infinite battlefield, most places are still deserted. At first glance, it is deserted. I tried to find someone to ask, but I couldn't find anyone. Roar. But at this moment, a terrifying roar sounded. The sound waves carried shock waves and swept across, like a battle axe, extremely terrifying. The roar that was transformed into the sound of breaking through the sky can already prove how powerful this shock wave is. Is this the welcome ceremony that comes after crossing regions? Qilu bit a green fruit in his mouth and looked at the incoming shock wave without appearing panicked at all. In front of Qilu, who was always on guard, any sneak attack would be ineffective. After all, this place is also an infinite battlefield full of dangers. How could Qilu be unprepared when crossing regions? So the moment he sensed the attack, Qilu reacted accordingly. Punch suddenly. Boom. In an instant, a sonic boom sounded, and the fist wind was like a dragon. A loud bang resounded throughout the world, turning into a terrifying shockwave that rushed forward. This time's confrontation is more like a test before attacking, to determine whether the opponent is his prey. After all, the inner area of the infinite battlefield is not like the outermost area. Those who can reach this place must be veterans, but they cannot be newcomers. Therefore, the methods used to deal with newcomers are destined to be punishable. As for the gold diggers who have the courage to go to the inner areas, in a sense, they are all geniuses who have absolute confidence in their own strength. Therefore, they should make more careful judgments before fighting. If the person he provokes is really a genius, wouldn't he be causing trouble for himself? Boom! Soon, a huge sound was heard. The two shockwaves undoubtedly collided together, shattering the surrounding void and also affecting the ground. Centered on the location where the two shockwaves erupted, a semicircular depression was created directly on the ground. Isn't it comparable? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and looked at the place where the attack came. Of course, the punch just now couldn't have been Qi Li's full strength. It was probably only 2 points of strength at most. It was just a test to judge the strength of the opponent. How could he expose all his strength? But Qi Lu didn't know how much force the other party used. However, judging from the situation just now, no matter how strong the opponent is, they are still within the tolerance range. So Qi Lu had nothing to fear and walked directly in the direction where the opponent might appear. Then, I saw a black bear that was shaped like a hill. At this moment, he was staring at Qi Lu with scarlet eyes. Not a gold digger? Qi Lu was a little confused now. Because he could clearly tell that the black bear in front of him was really not a cultivator of a certain race. For example, demi-human races such as the Ursine tribe. But a genuine warcraft. Will warcraft also appear in the infinite battlefield? Qi Lu really hadn't thought about this question before, but now, it seems that the answer has been given directly. That's it, it will happen. But it's right to think about it in retrospect. There is no rule that warcrafties not allowed to appear in the infinite battlefield. In fact, the door to the secret realm that enters the infinite battlefield also appears randomly, and its location changes frequently. Then it is understandable that some monsters will break in by mistake. But it is different from those gold diggers who have a purpose and take the initiative to enter the infinite battlefield. Those monsters just broke in here accidentally, and their own strength may not be very strong. However, under the guidance of instinct, he will also be very interested in To's heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and then start to devour those heavenly materials and earthly treasures that are beneficial to him to strengthen his strength. It develops slowly. Perhaps in the infinite battlefield, the number of warcraft is still small, but it is not uncommon. It's just that in the outermost area, the number of gold diggers is the largest, which compresses the living space of warcraft. Naturally, I can't see it. Those experienced gold diggers who hunt newcomers will not show mercy when facing World of Warcraft. On the contrary, in the inner area, the number of monsters is relatively larger. One of the reasons is that the monsters that can survive in the inner area must have strong fighting power among other things. Just like the black bear Qi Lu encountered now. If the outermost area was discarded, it would probably be invincible. However, the brain of Warcraft will always act according to instinct. It instinctively wants to become stronger, so naturally it will not go back. However, some senior gold diggers who have lost their fighting spirit but are lucky enough to survive may return to the outermost area from the inner area and survive by hunting newcomers. Most of the information circulating in the outermost area about the inner area was told by these guys. It can be regarded as a psychological preparation for those experienced gold diggers who want to go further. But to Zeal, none of this matters. More importantly, this black bear should be dealt with first. This is a perfect opportunity to study the general strength of the gold diggers in the inner area. Because this black bear can survive in this place, it means that its strength will definitely not be at the bottom. If it was truly the bottom in strength, it would have been hunted down long ago. Roar! The black bear roared again. There was some obvious murderous intent in the scarlet beast eyes. It seems that relying on the power accumulated from various heavenly materials and earthly treasures cannot give Warcraft the corresponding intelligence. But it doesn't matter, pure power is better to test. Qi Li's face was calm, indifferent to the roar of the black bear. The huge body like a hill is indeed full of oppression. But Qi Lu can even condense a larger legal golden body, so can he still care about the difference in body size? However, after this roar, the black bear suddenly became angry when he saw that the prey in front of him was not afraid of him at all. The next second, he was slapped with a palm. The black bear was as tall as a hill, and the bear's paws were equally huge. It's almost as big as Qi Li's entire body. It roared over, and then, after Qi Lu moved 2 positions lightly, he slapped the ground hard. Boom! This palm made the ground tremble, like a slight earthquake. The crack spread along the edge of the bear's paw, but stopped at Qi Lu's feet. The strength is okay, but the speed is a little off. Qi Lu commented in his mind, and then, in the next moment, he took off with a flying kick. With a bang, the black bear that looked like a hill was kicked out and flew dozens of meters before hitting the ground heavily and dragging out a huge trench. It's like plowing a field. But Qi Lu knew that his kick actually did not cause any substantial harm to the black bear. This guy has thick skin and thick flesh, and his defense power is astonishing. He has been greatly improved by being fed by countless treasures of heaven and earth. Even a full-strength blow from an ordinary demon can't hurt it at all. It is indeed a monster in the inner area. If it were thrown away from the outermost area where Qi Lu was before, no one would be able to deal with it. The only shortcoming of this black bear is probably its speed, which cannot match its strength well. But this is not a big problem. Anyway, this black bear has rough skin and thick flesh, so ordinary enemies cannot cause much damage to it. To put it very vividly, if others hit this black bear dozens of times, the damage will not be as high as the damage of one bear paw to this black bear. But if he accidentally got a bear paw from this black bear, he would probably stop eating on the spot. It's a really remarkable combat feature. Ouch! At this time, the black bear, who was kicked out by Qi Lu, also got up from the ground. Another angry roar erupted, turning into substantial sound waves that spread around like ripples. Sure enough, such a powerful voice did not cause any harm. It seems like nothing can be tested from this black bear. Qi Lu touched his chin and thought to himself. Most of the World of Warcraft are no better than those cultivators. In Qi Lu says, the details of these guys can be easily seen. So judging from the current situation, there are only so many things that can be analyzed. For this black bear to survive so well, one can only imagine the strength of the gold diggers around it. However, just when Qi Lu wanted to end the battle, a shout rang out in the distance. Found! I heard that black bear. This time, we must get rid of this black bear. If we can really kill this black bear, our many days of ambush will be worth it. I didn't expect this black bear to hide in this place. Listening to these voices, Qi Lu was stunned for a moment. What happened? Why is there hunting in the infinite battlefield? There is a saying that those who are qualified to come to this place, the infinite battlefield, will not die of hunger even if they don't eat. Although it is said that all physical cultivators are job seekers, this statement does not hold true for those who are strong in the demon god realm. However, Qi Lu was a little confused. But I'm still lucky to meet a living person. At least ask them where the trading market in this area is. This matter was also said by Hoda, and it was also information spread from the inner area. The trading market basically exists in every area. Although there are not many of them, anyone can go there. As a place for exchange of information, the existence of the trading market is absolutely meaningful. It's just that they will be differentiated according to the different regions and the different coverage areas of the major forces. But the trading market is still very friendly to outsiders and loners. After all, peace is the most important thing in business. Even if everyone wants to start a war, they will be very sensible and leave the trading market before fighting. So when Qi Lu knew about this, he wanted to understand. If you want any information, just go to the trading market. Although the gold diggers in the infinite battlefield are cruel and cunning, they are still very honest in the trading market. Because in business, relying on tricks such as deception and abduction will definitely not lead to long-term success. Unless those guys just want to finish one vote and run away. Otherwise, an area of the infinite battlefield would only be that big. Once your reputation is damaged, it will be difficult to do business in the trading market in the future. So there is no need to worry about this kind of thing. Even if you are really unlucky and get cheated once. Just this time. Moreover, if someone really dares to deceive Qi Lu, the price that needs to be paid will not be a small amount. Then, in order to go to the trading market, Qi Lu must first get in touch with the group of talents in front of him. By the way, ask them why they are reduced to hunting for a living. So with the sound of killing in the distance, a large group of figures gradually emerged from the shadows. There are shadowy figures, at least a dozen gold diggers from various races, rushing towards this direction. In addition, this place is an endless pasture, so hiding is definitely impossible. Qi Lu simply stopped hiding himself. Then he saw the gold diggers coming from a distance and was obviously stunned for a moment. They probably didn't expect that the black bear they were searching so hard for would be caught first by someone else. However, in the current situation, it is not actually possible to be the first to get there. Because at this moment, Qi Lu really had nothing to do with this black bear, which had a rough skin, thick flesh, and amazing defense. It is unrealistic to deal with this kind of enemy with thick blood, high defense, and high magic resistance in a short time. Although the other party can't do anything to you, they can just delay your time. Unless Qi Lu is willing to materialize the golden body of the law, he can indeed kill the black bear in a short time. But it's not necessary. To deal with such an enemy, why use the ultimate move? It just so happens that this black bear can be used to test the strength of those gold diggers, which is a killing two birds with one stone. However, those words were said, but before Qi Lu could say anything, the gold diggers who were rushing towards him spoke up first. "Friend over there, how are you doing? This black bear is extremely violent and extremely powerful. It probably didn't hurt you. If you feel it's dangerous, leave this place as soon as possible. There will be a war later, and it won't be good if you get hurt. Yes, the next battle is extremely dangerous. You'd better leave as soon as possible." These words sounded like they were concerned about Qi Lu's safety. But in fact, he was driving Qi Lu away. Those gold diggers are indeed good at talking. In the name of caring, they pretend to ask for help, but in fact they are giving a warning. This black bear is their prey. No one else can get involved. Get out of here quickly if you don't want to die. Qi Lu was no longer a fool, so he could naturally understand what they meant. So he didn't say anything, but shrugged, then took a few steps back to express his position. What it means is, this black bear is your prey, and he will not interfere. However, Qi Lu's move made the senior gold diggers who rushed towards him frown. Isn't that guy planning to leave yet? Could it be that what we said was too subtle, so he didn't understand it? No way. Among the senior people who can survive to this place, are there still people who can't understand the words? That means he also has his eye on this black bear, so that's why he doesn't plan to leave? Who knows, but it doesn't matter. Yes, we have so many senior people, how can we be afraid of him alone? If he dares to get his hands on the black bear we have been chasing for so long, then we can just kill him too. That's right. Since he wants to stay here, let him stay here. I hope he can be more sensible. After all, it is not easy to come here alive. In the end, these veteran gold diggers decided to get rid of the black bear they had been chasing for a long time. As for the guy we met unexpectedly, let's talk about it later. Maybe after seeing their fight with the black bear, he would have the sense to sneak away. Hee hee. I hope you can really deal with this black bear. However, how powerful Qi Lu is, even if those senior gold diggers don't speak loudly, they can't escape his detection. After hearing these words, Qi Lu couldn't help laughing. Although Qi Lu has not fully figured out the strength of that black bear, Hudson still feel it. How could a monster with nothing but rough skin and thick flesh survive in an infinite battlefield for so long? It's just that there are some hidden trump cards that those Warcraft instinctively don't want to use when they are not forced into a desperate situation. After all, once a trump card is used, it will inevitably damage the muscles and bones, and even damage the foundation. Who would use it unless absolutely necessary? So Qi Lu is still very interested in seeing how these senior gold diggers react when faced with an angry black bear. So after some tacit exchanges between the two parties, the senior gold diggers looked at the black bear again. At this time, Black Bear was kicked out by Qi Lu and was filled with anger. When he saw that there were some reckless guys who dared to attack him, he let out a roar. Ouch! The terrifying sound wave turned into a substantial impact and spread in the void, like ripples on the lake. This is also one of the black bear's attack methods. Although it is not very powerful, it has an extremely wide range. As long as you are within the scope of the shock wave, you will have to bear the impact. As for Qi Lu on the other side, Black Bear had no time to take care of Qi Luho, had kicked him out. In its simple thinking, what it wants to do most right now is to crush all those guys who dare to attack it. The black bear is attacking first. Everyone, be ready. This time, we must keep this black bear here. We have been chasing this damn guy for so long, we should have gained something. The few senior gold diggers who rushed to the front quickly launched an attack. If they were unable to deal with this moderately powerful shock wave, they would not be qualified to pursue the black bear, and would have been crescendo death long ago. Some of them punched and gathered the wind, while others used their bodies as shields to directly resist the shock wave. Sound waves like ripples swept over. But when they touched these senior gold diggers, it was like huge waves crashing on the cliff. It shattered without any stagnation, and then implicated the entire sound wave ripples, shattering together. It turned into nothing and disappeared into the void. The next moment, the senior gold diggers who crushed this shock wave approached the black bear. Although their size is a bit far behind this hill-like black bear. But it doesn't matter much. In battle, the bigger the person has never had a higher chance of winning. After all, Black Bear is a tank-type boss, with high attack power, thick blood, and amazing defense. In terms of speed, it is weak. These veteran gold diggers, who have been chasing black bears for a long time, also know this. Naturally, you won't do stupid things like taking advantage of your own shortcomings, to take advantage of others' strengths. Instead, he kept moving around the black bear, looking for the black bear's flaws, to attack. This is also one of the little tricks you must learn to use when facing a tank-type boss. If you have an advantage in speed, you must keep one thing in mind. Never be greedy. To put it simply, the flaw exposed by the tank-type boss allows you to attack, so just attack it once. If you can only attack 1.5 times, then only attack once. It doesn't matter if you miss that half. You must retreat in time and then look for the next opportunity to attack. Because if you are greedy for this half attack, the boss catches the flaw and slaps you. That is really not worth the loss. Of course, this little trick is also based on your speed advantage. If you are not as good as this tank-type boss in every aspect, then run as far as you can to avoid losing your life. And these experienced gold diggers who dare to chase black bears know this very well. After all, in the infinite battlefield, geniuses who have the ability to go for there will naturally not act recklessly. In terms of speed, they are all one level better than that black bear. As long as you're careful, you won't have any big problems. This scene also reminded Qi Lu of the past boss fight scenes, not just like now, bit by bit grinding blood. Even every attack caused minimal damage to the boss. But as long as you attack enough times, you can always take down the boss. However, in a boss battle, one of the most important things is to be focused enough to ensure that you can keep up with the rhythm. Because in such a dangerous battle, if you are not careful, you may die here. Reality is not a game after all. For example, now. A relatively slow senior gold prospector was slow for a moment when he attacked the black bear because he retreated. Even when he stepped away, the afterimage was revealed. But he was still slapped and mercilessly photographed by a black bear. The black bear, who was already furious, didn't hold back any of his palms. These damn guys, relying on their dexterity, have long made the black bear angry and his eyes bloodshot. Let me ask you, if it were you, would you be able to walk well in one place? Suddenly a swarm of flies comes and flies around you. And no matter how hard you try, you can't drive them away or hit them. These flies just want to fly around you, keep buzzing, and land on you from time to time, as if they are challenging you. The same dignity. How would you feel? I'm afraid my blood pressure will rise just by imagining it. And this black bear is encountering such a situation now. The attacks from those senior gold diggers, to this thick-headed black bear, were at best about the same as being bitten by a mosquito. Maybe the impact was stronger. But mosquitoes can break through the skin and suck blood, but these veteran gold diggers can't even make a black bear see blood. So for the black bear, the depression in his heart is probably more serious. This actually made Chi Lu enjoy watching it from a distance. But for the guy who was slapped by the black bear, it wasn't that interesting. This palm came down with a force of more than 1 billion. The moment it hit the body, even the void was shattered. Boom! There was a loud noise, like thunder exploding between heaven and earth. The veteran gold digger who was hit by the black bear was instantly smashed into the earth, leaving only a deep pit. Under the roar, the earth trembled, and cracks suddenly appeared, spreading rapidly in all directions. It's like a meteorite hitting the ground. Damn it! After being hit this time, it's hard to survive. The expressions of the other senior gold diggers suddenly changed, and they felt a moment of silence for the unfortunate guy. It's probably like the feeling of sadness when a rabbit dies and a fox dies. After all, in the minds of these senior gold diggers, the definition of companions is not so clear. Unless they were close friends before entering the infinite battlefield, they might still be able to cooperate in the infinite battlefield. Otherwise, the companions you meet after entering the infinite battlefield will be companions in name only. For the sake of profit, they may turn against each other at any time. So when they saw that the black bear had actually hit one of their companions, and while they were mourning in silence, they had more thoughts in their hearts, so it was better to be cautious. All of a sudden, the remaining senior gold diggers became more focused. Because in a boss battle, casualties are normal. Especially when facing this kind of tank-type boss, if you are not careful, it will not be described as a serious injury. He could die at any time. The tip of the knife licks blood, that's all. Roar. And this palm strike is also a great inspiration for the black bear. These damn guys, if they dare to hit the ants they pay attention to, they will die here as long as they are touched. Stop dilly-dallying, let's all show some real skills. That's right. If we continue to delay, who knows how many casualties this black bear will cause. The remaining senior gold diggers have also made their decisions. Go all out and get rid of this black bear. What if the next one to be hit is me? That won't work. The companion who accidentally died on the spot had given them a warning. This time's hunting is different from usual hunting. This black bear is famous in this area. If they hadn't known that hunting this black bear would bring great benefits, they wouldn't have wanted to come. Now that the war has begun, there is no retreat. Thinking of this, the senior gold diggers stopped holding back and unleashed all their strength. A layer of armor-like scales appeared on the bodies of some senior gold diggers. Some veteran gold diggers suddenly grew in size. There are also a few senior gold diggers whose body shapes have undergone great changes. The hair on their bodies has increased dramatically, and their hands and feet have also changed, turning into the limbs of some kind of beast. The fangs and claws are shining with a cold light. You can tell at a glance that they are extremely sharp. Qi Lu can be sure that those gleaming fangs and claws can leave quite a mark in even the demon god's body. Facing ordinary cultivators, it is definitely a terrifying weapon that will kill you if you touch it, or die if you touch it. Have you all started using your racial talents? Qi Lu could see clearly. The previous battles were not hidden by these senior gold diggers. The main reason is that they didn't try their best. As far as the battle itself is concerned, they still tried their best. But now, they are not just trying their best. I also started to use powerful moves that I don't usually use very often. These moves may not be as serious as life-threatening techniques, but they are by no means easy to use. To give a simple analogy, it is like playing cards. If Wang Jia can be compared to a trump card that will hurt his muscles and bones and destroy his own foundation. So these moves are probably at the level of an ordinary bomb. When you play cards, do you make a bomb right from the start? Unless you are the legendary charity gambling king. So this battle, at this point, is truly exciting. Qi Lu also likes to watch this kind of excitement. Superior. I don't know who shouted. The remaining senior gold diggers immediately rushed forward and once again fought against the black bear. But this time it was truly a case of using more to bully the less. The attacks of these veteran gold diggers were finally able to cause visible wounds on the black bears. It's a pity that the blood flowing out is not very conspicuous when it falls on the black fur of the black bear. On the contrary, the blood spilled on the ground looked extremely coquettish. Although the black bear is like a hill, it is more than 10 meters high. An ordinary small wound is nothing if it falls on such a huge body. But it can't handle the large number. More than a dozen senior practitioners surrounded the black bear, constantly moving around and attacking. This is equivalent to the flies that have been annoying you before suddenly evolving into a swarm of bees with stingers. Being followed by flies might just be annoying. But being followed by a swarm of bees might be more than just an annoyance. Wounds, large and small, were covered up and down the black bear's body in a short period of time. The blood kept flowing out, looking absolutely terrifying. But to be honest, the current situation looks a bit scary, as if the injury is serious. But for a black bear with rough skin and thick flesh, these wounds are only terrifying in appearance, and they are not serious injuries. It is very difficult to inflict a fatal blow to a black bear in a short period of time. But these wounds really angered the black bear. After all, an attack is just a small wound. What about constantly attacking small wounds that have already appeared? Wouldn't that turn into a big wound, and then turn into a life-threatening fatal injury? So this black bear also instinctively noticed this. I know I can never let these damn guys go like this again. Ouch. So, when the senior gold diggers jointly attacked, the black bear suddenly burst out with an earth-shattering roar. This sudden roar was so terrifying. Even the heaven and earth trembled. The terrifying sound wave condensed into a violent shock wave, causing the surrounding void to distort. However, this is not the main purpose of the black bear. This roar only bursts out the power in its body. At this point, it's probably the most difficult part of the boss battle. The ignorant challengers successfully pushed the boss into a low health state. Then he successfully triggered the boss's violent form. In fact, it is called the blood rage state, which may be more appropriate. But no matter which statement it is, there is no denying the fact that the boss's strength will definitely be greatly improved at this time, and then the final desperate battle will begin. This is the move you use to fight for your life. And this matter was also a problem that Qi Lu noticed through a simple test with Black Bear before. The treasures of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield, after being eaten by those gold diggers, will turn into potential and be stored. Or it can be used to improve attributes in various aspects. So for Warcraft, will it be the same? After all, not only the gold diggers can eat these natural and earthly treasures, but also the monsters. Therefore, Chila judged that the huge power he sensed sealed in the black bear's body should be obtained in this way. But after all, there are some differences between Warcraft and gold diggers. For example, take this time now. The potential stored by the gold diggers after devouring those heavenly materials and earthly treasures can only be stimulated after leaving the infinite battlefield, and then help the gold diggers improve rapidly in a short period of time. So much so that he can ignore the shackles of his cultivation realm and forcibly raise his cultivation realm to an unimaginable level. However, while still in the infinite battlefield, no matter how many treasures of heaven and earth the gold diggers swallowed, they were only used to relieve the suppression of power, and there was no way to directly improve their own strength. But those Warcraft don't seem to have this restriction. They seem to be able to directly explode these stored powers. This is definitely an extremely effective means of saving lives. However, if Chi Li's guess is correct, using this kind of life-saving method will definitely pay a high price for the Warcraft itself. It is even possible that all their efforts to survive in the infinite battlefield for so long will be in vain. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for these monsters to use this power unless absolutely necessary. However, under special circumstances, life is always the first priority. You even thought of driving me away before, so let me see what you have to do with this black bear. Chila narrowed his eyes slightly and thought in his heart. As for helping? Let's wait until they are almost dead. This is their wish, isn't it? Anyway, asking questions only leaves one person alive. They are all senior gold diggers, so don't they know a lot? Besides, Chilu also planned to ask where the trading market was. Could it bet these senior gold diggers still didn't know? Oops, this black bear can actually explode with energy and blood. However, unlike Chi Li's calm demeanor, the senior gold diggers all changed their expressions after seeing the changes in the black bear. The flash of fear in his eyes, although fleeting, was still clearly visible. The burst of energy and blood is a desperate move unique to this monster that lies in the infinite battlefield. In fact, not all monsters living in the infinite battlefield will use this trick. On the contrary, there are only a very small number of monsters that can use this move to fight to the death. So before this, these senior gold diggers didn't think that this black bear would use such a rare move. But the reality they are about to face now is, when you try to imagine the best side of things, the development in reality will often move rapidly towards the worst side. When these senior gold diggers felt that it was impossible for this black bear to learn such a rare desperate move. But this black bear really knows how to do it. Ouch! The roar of the black bear continued, even drowning out the loud roar of thunder. Under this endless roar, the wounds on the black bear's body are also healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a violent aura, like a fermenting volcano about to erupt, ready to move. Until the size of this black bear suddenly expanded at a certain moment. Boom! The violent aura, like a volcanic eruption, was suddenly released. A circle of invisible air waves suddenly turned into ripples in the void, carrying an extremely terrifying impact. In just an instant, without any reaction time, it hit the bodies of the senior gold diggers hard. This attack was not as easy to resist as before. The powerful force directly knocked away these senior gold diggers who were still attacking crazily. Puff! Not surprisingly, a burst of blood mist rose in the air. Those senior gold diggers who were completely unprepared almost all vomited blood. When this powerful black bear boss enters a violent state, the power it unleashes is simply beyond imagination. It is indeed a move that can be used to fight, even if it is only for a short time. The combat power of this black bear boss, at this moment, is to completely crush these senior gold diggers who are overestimating their capabilities. As the size of the black bear continues to expand, the body that was originally just like a small mountain has become as big as a mountain. The body that was only a dozen meters tall at the beginning has now grown to hundreds of meters tall. The body that covers the sky and the sun, without any movement at all, has a huge sense of oppression. And you don't need to think about it to know that while the size of this black bear boss has increased dozens of times, its strength and defense will definitely increase with its growth. Under this situation, the moves of those experienced gold diggers could have posed a threat to the black bear boss. Now I'm afraid I can only use it to scratch my itch. This is the way of the devil. An unparalleled body represents all fighting power. There are not so many fancy moves, and there are not so many messy techniques. Breaking all laws with one force is the core thing. If you can't even break through my defense, how can you fight me? When all attributes have overwhelming advantages, all combat skills are a joke. For example, the black bear boss at this moment, the increase in strength and defense provided by the violent state is enough for it to completely ignore all attacks from these senior gold diggers, and then have no time to fight back. And for those veteran gold diggers, this black bear boss only needs one attack, not even a frontal hit, just being touched. That is basically the end result of completely losing combat effectiveness. If he was not lucky, he would probably die suddenly. The improvement brought about by the burst of chi and blood is so huge. Just as Chi Li guessed, this desperate move can only be released at the cost of sacrificing the power of all the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth accumulated by the warcraft in the infinite battlefield. There is quite a feeling that 1,000 years of Taoism has been lost in Oneida. Therefore, it makes sense that the effect appears to be more forceful. There is a reason why most of the monsters living in the infinite battlefield cannot use energy and blood bursts. And the reason is simple. It's because he eats less of the treasures of heaven and earth, and the accumulated strength is not enough. That's why there's no way to use chi and blood explosion. Yes, the reason is that simple. If you want to fight hard, you must meet the minimum release conditions to be eligible to use this move. The secret space of the infinite battlefield is really scary in reality. Boom! The huge black bear, hundreds of meters high, finally looks like a boss. This ordinary kick caused the earth to shake, as if an earthquake was coming, and it was so terrifying. The senior gold diggers were so frightened that they fled frantically, fearing that they would die here if they ran too slowly. The majestic appearance when they were besieging the black bear was no longer visible at all. However, how could the black bear, who had already paid such a huge price and entered a violent state, watch helplessly as these guys who dared to attack him escaped? Although killing these guys won't help the black bear stop its losses, it can indeed vent its anger. So the furious black bear, as if crazy, began to hunt down these senior gold diggers. As for Chi Lu, who kicked it in the beginning, it has long been forgotten. Damn it. This is a miscalculation. Why does this damn black bear use such a move to explode its energy and blood? This level of power is no longer something we can contend with. The only option is to run away now. They probably didn't think about this situation before chasing the black bear. It can be seen from here that hunting warcraft seems to be the norm for senior gold diggers in this area. And the vast majority of warcraft cannot withstand the fierce pursuit of these guys, so they can only accept their fate with hatred. Therefore, many senior gold diggers have a contemptuous attitude towards warcraft. But there are always exceptions to things. When the black bear showed its boss style, the battle situation was instantly reversed. Moreover, when the size of the black bear increased to hundreds of meters high, its original shortcomings in speed were also made up for. Although in terms of flashing and moving, it seems to be more sluggish. But the speed during pursuit has indeed increased. After all, the long legs of 1.8 meters cannot outrun a monster hundreds of meters high. Even though the monster's legs are indeed not as graceful in proportion as the 1.8-meter long legs. But if you run one step, you can run hundreds of steps. Boom boom boom. When the mountain-like black bear was running, the ground was shaking. Every step would leave a huge bear paw print and countless cracks on the ground. What a terrifying power. It's really an expected reaction. There's no way I can fight back. Qi Lu was not surprised at all by the scene in front of him. To be honest, in the infinite battlefield, the real geniuses probably stay in the innermost area. Otherwise, he is in a deeper secret space, preparing to get out of this damn place. At least in this area, those truly strong people rarely appear. Even if there were, he would not do such a thing. Most of those guys were thinking about how to get further and get out of this bad place. So the remaining senior gold diggers are probably the ones in front of you. The typical one is less than the top and more than the bottom. No matter what, it is much better than the gold diggers on the outermost level. But this black bear is obviously a boss-level monster. They didn't know whether it was good luck or bad luck to encounter such a rare and powerful monster. Anyway, judging from the current situation, he must have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Boom. There was another muffled sound. As the black bear ran, a sudden palm shot disappeared, and the life of a senior gold digger disappeared. In the short time that Qi Lu was sighing, 4 senior gold diggers had been slapped under the paws of the black bear. The breath of life also disappeared on the spot. Obviously, when the power reaches a certain level, no skills are required at all. Even if it is the power of law, it is a terrifying force that can crush Itinto pieces. It is also equally powerful when it comes to physical strikes. It's a pity that the danger of life and death failed to stimulate the potential of those experienced gold diggers. Let them have the strength to fight against the black bears. Facts have proved that not only the human race, but no matter what race it is, there is a limit to the power. When you are not human, becoming another race may not make you invincible. At least in the face of absolute power, the weak are weak. The senior gold diggers who were running away in front were so frightened that they were covered in cold sweat and their faces were drained of color. Every step the black bear took in pursuit was like a slap on their hearts. They were so shocked that their blood almost froze. This news must be passed back. This damn black bear, if we can survive this time, the next time we encounter it, it will be your death. Now is not the time to say these words. It's better to run away quickly. After all, breath burst is only a move that can be used when desperate, not Amathod that can be used at any time. If they could leave alive this time, then when the black bear's violent state disappears, it will indeed be his death. Of course, that's assuming they can really get out of here alive. So these guys are running away desperately, and the black bears behind are also chasing them desperately. After all, this black bear also knows in his heart that when he enters a weak state, if these guys are still alive, then he will definitely not escape death. So we must not let them leave. This is the real life-threatening pursuit. Whoever can't hold on first will definitely die. Under such circumstances, who dares not to do his best? So after a chase, the black bear boss successfully killed 2 senior gold diggers. It was really like swatting a fly to death. This also scared those senior gold diggers who were still alive for the time being to work even harder. Each and every one of them wanted to burn their own essence and blood to speed up their escape. Qi Lu also clapped his hands at this time. That's almost it. If this continues, I won't even be able to find anyone to ask questions to. Qi Lu has almost thoroughly observed the fighting power of the black bear boss. Although they haven't actually played against each other yet, the difference should not be big. If there is no suppression by the power of the infinite battlefield, if this black bear boss is placed in the Tianji domain, it will be a top-notch demon god, indeed a boss at the level of a party's overlord. This also made Qi Lu feel a little emotional. This is not the innermost area of the infinite battlefield, and there are monsters of this level appearing. So if we go further in, what kind of monsters are those senior gold diggers? Qi Lu now doesn't know this. But now is not the time to explore such issues. If Qi Lu doesn't take action, the remaining senior gold diggers will really be shot to death by the black bear boss. Sometimes, rescuing flies is also a troublesome task. After all, flies are too fragile. Then the first thing to do is to attract the attention of that black bear. Qi Lu understood in his heart, and the power of law in his body began to flow. The ability to fuse the power of law and the body of law and then attack is probably Qi Li's biggest gain after coming to Tianji domain. The two forces go hand in hand, and the result is not as simple as 1 + 1. But it is enhanced tenfold and 100-fold. When the power is so strong that it can be absolutely crushed, the simplest moves are enough to handle a battle. But Qi Lu is not at that level yet. But it's not difficult just to attract the attention of the black bear boss. All it takes is a simple punch. Boom. In an instant, the power of the fist was like a wild dragon, and the wind of the fist was like a tsunami. As Qi Lu punched out suddenly, a shock wave transformed into a dragon and attacked and killed the running black bear. At this moment, an inexplicable sense of threat appeared in the black bear shirt along with its instinctive alertness. It turned its head suddenly and looked at the dragon-shaped fist wind that was coming. In this punch, Qi Lu not only gathered the strength of the fist, but also gathered the power of law in the attack. Otherwise, Qi Lu can't guarantee that he will be able to attract the attention of the black bear boss. Attracting hatred is impossible without sufficient output. Ouch. The black bear boss is obviously not someone to be trifled with. After discovering this force that might threaten him, he immediately made a counterattack. It was also a terrifying roar, condensed sound wave impact, but after the black bear boss entered a violent state, the power of this move also increased exponentially. Compared with the previous roar, that seemed to be used to test, this time's counterattack was more decent. The two terrifying shock waves collided fiercely, and the wind and waves stirred up were equally terrifying. The roaring storm almost knocked over the veteran gold diggers who were still running around. But even if it was a little bit worse, those guys realized it. It seemed like someone was coming to save them. However, have reinforcements arrived? Have we ever known such a powerful friend? How can a strong man who can fight against the black bear after the burst of energy and blood stay in this place? Then what's going on? These veteran gold diggers clearly didn't understand what was going on. But they knew that someone finally took action and restrained the black bear. No matter who it was, he saved their lives and was an incredibly strong man. So I looked back subconsciously, and then I was stunned. Wait. I can't be dazzled. You have all seen it, the person who took action turned out to be. It's the guy we warned before. No way, is he so strong? In other words, that powerful man really came to hunt this black bear? Oh my God, will the words we said before make this great master bear a grudge against us? It's over, it's really over now. Even if we can escape from the black bear alive, it's still hopeless. At this moment, these senior gold diggers who survived felt even more desperate than when they knew that the black bear boss would explode. They even felt that the road ahead was dark. Because in the infinite battlefield, being chased by a monster is completely different from being chased by a peerless power. Warcraft, for experienced gold diggers like them, is something everyone can get and kill. However, no one dares to control what the peerless powerful can do. Is it too late for us to escape now? No one addresses this issue. Because I really don't know how to answer. No, wait a minute, what we said before, if you think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Suddenly, a certain senior gold digger spoke up. At this moment, they have never been so lucky that they spoke so tactfully and implicitly. However, Qi couldn't care less about what they were thinking. After he punched out, Black Bear's attention shifted as expected. Flies can be swatted to death at any time. But those who are serious enough to pose a threat to their own lives must beta Ken seriously and go all out. Even Qi felt a terrifying oppressive force from the mountain-like behemoth. The strength of the Black Bear boss should not be underestimated. That's right. Let's ask them later why they hunt these monsters. Qi had almost learned all the information about this black bear from previous observations. Of course, it is a big move right from the start. A meaningless battle that drags on for too long is no fun. Isn't it just a black bear boss that's hundreds of meters tall? It's like noon, can grow bigger. The golden bodies of laws gather. Consolidated form. Following Qi Li's low shout, the endless power of laws gathered together like a surging river. Integrated into the body of law, it turns into the core, gathers into armor, covers the whole body, and protects the inside and outside. This is already the second time he has used this trick, and Qi has become quite skilled at it. Although it still feels a bit forced and the pressure on the body and mind is a bit high. But it can last a little longer. In an instant, a giant statue appeared between heaven and earth. With a huge body that is thousands of feet tall, it can easily look down even when facing the giant black bear boss. Isn't it just that whose body is bigger? After Qi realized the golden body of the law, he has never been afraid. At this time even the roaring black bear boss was stunned by the scene. That's not to mention the senior gold diggers who were already panicking. What's happening here? What is this? What the hell happened? The terrifying coercion swept over them like a huge wave, shocking these guys to the point of kneeling down. Although I was in awe from the bottom of my heart, in fact, my legs were really weak and I couldn't stand up. That majestic figure, reaching up to the sky and touching the ground below, simply occupies everything between heaven and earth. A mere black bear boss seemed so insignificant at this moment. Roar. At this time, the black bear also let out an uneasy growl. The instinctive fear made it panic, but the agitation of power in the violent state made it unwilling to retreat. So I could only stare at this huge figure like now and let out a low roar. For now, this should be my limit. At this time, Qi didn't pay much attention to the roar of the black bear boss. Because after the golden statue of law solidified, Qi suddenly realized that the black bear boss, who was originally so oppressive, suddenly no longer threatened him at all. This is the difference in power levels. So at this time, Qi began to study where his limits were. Obviously, the larger the colossus embodied by the golden body of law must be, the stronger the power it possesses. The power gap between the 1,000-foot colossus and the 1,000-foot colossus is definitely more than 10 times as simple as that. The difference may be hundreds of times. So after becoming a little more proficient in this move, Qi was able to feel where his limits were. The 1,000-foot giant statue that is currently barely condensed should beta limit that can be reached at the moment. As for the larger golden statue of law, even if Qi is squeezed dry, it still can't be condensed. After all, the colossus after the golden body of law is embodied, and the mere shadow of the golden body of law are two completely different concepts. To make an image metaphor, the golden body of the law is embodied, which is equivalent to a real product. The golden shadow of the law is just a special effect. No matter how exaggerated the special effects are, the consumption is not much higher. But the power consumed by the completely condensed and materialized golden body of law is too great. Qi still wants to live for 2 more years, but he doesn't dare to force himself so much and overdraw his life. And one thing must be mentioned. It is the golden body of the law that is embodied. Every time it grows by 1 point, the power required may be 10. Qi Lu still has a long way to go before he can realize the size of his golden body according to the law of infinite growth. However, in the current situation, the 1,000-foot-tall golden statue of the law is more than enough to cope with it. There is even a meaning of killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. After all, compared with the golden statue of law condensed by Qi Lu, the violent state of the black bear boss seems meaningless. It still refuses to retreat. It seems that it also knows that no matter whether it is advancing or retreating, it cannot escape death. So you chose to fight to the death? Qi Lu, standing tall, lowered his head and looked down at the roaring black bear. The senior gold diggers who were being chased by black bears just now were now as small as ants in front of Qi Lu. If you don't look for it deliberately, you will probably ignore it. This won't work. Qi Lu still has questions to ask those guys, so he can't let them slip away. Then just one move will determine the outcome. Thinking of this, Qi Lu no longer hesitated, but raised his right hand. The 1,000-foot-tall golden body of law is so huge that just by opening its right palm, it is like a dark cloud covering the sky. It fell suddenly, like a mountain collapsing, and like an endless sky falling down. The majestic pressure has already locked onto the black bear below. Although the move is simple, it is not that easy to escape. Roar. At this moment, the black bear also felt a fatal threat. A loud roar suddenly erupted, and the startling storm condensed into a whirlwind around the black bear, like a tornado. Facing this overwhelming palm, the black bear, who had been completely locked in by the terrifying pressure, simply had no way to escape. No matter where you hide, you will be hit. If you don't accept the attack head-on, you will definitely be slapped into pieces. Therefore, the black bear's fighting instinct made it choose to use all its strength to resist this palm. I saw the black bear, who was already in a violent state. At this moment, the muscles all over his body swelled again. The second burst of energy and blood caused the black bear to further grow insides, stretching the black bear's fur as if it might burst at any time. With just one look at that extremely strong body, you can tell how terrifying power it contains. This scene made the senior gold diggers, whose legs were so weak that they felt to their knees stunned. Then he broke into a cold sweat and his heart felt chilly. This damn black bear actually has a second burst of energy and blood? Could it be that when it was chasing us before, it was just playing tricks on us? How so? It's ridiculous that we even thought about hunting this black bear before. In the infinite battlefield, there are indeed dangers everywhere, but we are too self-righteous. This is definitely a profound lesson. If they hadn't been lucky, they would have been buried in the belly of a bear by now. However, they also knew in their hearts that although at present, they had indeed escaped from the bear's belly. But it's still unclear whether the peerless expert who is fighting the black bear will let them go. Now I just hope that I and others can still use it of some value. If it's worthless, I'm afraid it's hard to escape death. However, the fear of these senior gold diggers will not affect the battle on the other side. Of course, although it is said to be a battle, in reality, it should be called a desperate fight against the black bear boss. Because for Qi Lu, there is no danger in the battle with the black bear boss. Even the golden statue of law condensed by Qi Lu cannot last long. But whether this black bear boss can withstand Qi Li's palm is still a question. Boom! The giant palm that touches the sky is coming in an instant. At the last moment, the black bear raised his arms and pushed upwards. Two incomparably powerful forces collided at this moment. In an instant, the ground under the black bear's feet began to break, and countless cracks centered on the black bear and spread rapidly to the surroundings. The originally intact earth was now like a huge piece of shortbread that had been hit hard by a giant hammer. It suddenly broke into countless pieces and fell apart in an instant. This is the power that the golden body of the law possesses after it is embodied with a single palm. If it weren't for the excessive consumption, something would have happened if battle couldn't be resolved in a short time. Qi wouldn't hide it like this anymore. Of course, that's what it says. But the actual situation is that the consumption of the golden body of the embodied law is indeed huge, but it will not make Qi lose his strength on the spot. At most, it is impossible to use it a second time in a short period of time. But trump cards are no longer considered trump cards if they are used too much. After all, when there is no one playing landlord, just start with 4 twos, isn't that a mental disorder? As expected of a monster known for its strength, it can actually take this attack. But this alone is not enough. After Qi noticed his falling right palm and paused for a moment, he couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Then his right palm suddenly exerted force and smacked the black bear under his palm. Maybe the black bear boss is really powerful. But in front of the golden statue of the law condensed by Qi, all resistance is futile. After all, the black bear could not withstand this huge force, and the fur on its body could not withstand the explosion of power, and cracks began to appear, and a large amount of blood overflowed from the wounds. When it fell to the ground, it almost converged into a small river, extremely bright red. Boom! There was a loud noise. The giant palm that Qi took down also hit the ground heavily. A plume of smoke and dust 100 feet high flew up, covering up all the scenes on the battlefield. At this moment, the ground was like a lake that had been thrown into a huge boulder, and circles of cracks spread like ripples. The power of a palm shattered the earth. The area affected was so wide that not even 100 feet of smoke and dust could cover it. How terrifying. It's over. I have to say, this move is really fun to use. Qi slowly raised his right palm and stood up straight again. There was another giant statue that covered the sky and the sun. Subsequently, the power of the law dissipated, the golden statue of the law suddenly turned into a shadow, and Qi also returned to his original figure. The speed of change was so fast, it was as if the previous scenes were all illusions. But the huge palm prints on the ground and the broken cracks like spider webs are enough to prove that all this is true. And the black bear boss, who was supposed to show off his power, is now dead. He fell into that huge palm print. At this time, I have to say something. Although the black bear boss has fallen, the strength of his body is still worthy of recognition. Unexpectedly, under Qi earth-shattering palm, his whole body was only covered in wounds and broken into pieces, instead of turning into powder. If it had been for those senior gold diggers to take over, they probably wouldn't even be able to find the scum now. What makes Qi feel strange is why the Warcraft will not be swallowed up by the infinite battlefield after its death. Yes, this black bear that has no breath of life has only changed from a hug size of hundreds of meters in the violent state to the size of more than 10 meters at the beginning, instead of turning into a pile of fragile bones. This made Qi interested. Isn't it different from ordinary gold diggers? It's interesting. It seems that those guys have other reasons for hunting monsters. Thinking of this, Qi walked directly to the senior gold diggers who had not yet stood up from the ground because of their weak legs. Before they could even speak, they saw the faces of these guys becoming extremely ugly. It's over. As expected, come here to settle the score with us. If I had known, we should have run. Run? Can you run away? Then what should we do now? Fight with him? What are you thinking about? Can you use your brain when thinking about problems? We just need to name the forces behind us, explain the stakes, and then everyone can shake hands and make peace. You're right, that's all we can do now. The few senior gold diggers who survived knew what the other person wanted to say by making eye contact. After struggling in his heart for a long time, he gritted his teeth and thought about dying. Then just as he was about to speak, he heard. Hey, let me ask you a few questions. Excuse me, my lord, I will definitely tell you everything you know, and tell me everything. The words came to his lips, but before he had a chance to say them, he immediately changed his words. These veteran gold diggers are shrewd. In order to survive, of course you have to show your usefulness. Okay, let me ask you first, why are you hunting this black bear? Qi Lu pointed at the black bear in the palm print, which made the faces of the senior gold diggers twitch. Although Qi Lu didn't mean anything else, in the eyes of these guys, it felt like he had been warned. The huge palm print is still in front of you. Do you and others dare to lie? Aren't you afraid of being slapped to death? It's like this, sir. If you can devour the monsters living in the infinite battlefield, the effect will actually be stronger than most of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. For example, if you can eat this black bear's meat, it will greatly enhance the power of the devourer. Therefore, these senior gold diggers did not dare to hide anything and tell everything they knew. Is there such a thing? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and looked at the black bear. Speaking of which, I don't know how bear paws taste. I haven't eaten them before, so I can give them a try. It turns out that the flesh and blood of the monsters living in the infinite battlefield still have such an effect. No wonder they are hunted by these senior gold diggers. These guys will go to the infinite battlefield to dig for gold, just to become stronger. Then when facing these monsters, naturally, they will not turn a blind eye. But when I think about it again, it doesn't seem to be a problem. These monsters can survive in the infinite battlefield, and they have devoured those natural materials and treasures for many years. The quality of their meat must have changed after eating them. It is not surprising that they can have this effect. After all, Warcraft is different from ordinary gold diggers. When necessary, they can use their energy and blood to burst out the power accumulated from devouring heaven, materials, and earthly treasures. But those gold diggers don't have this ability. Perhaps it is because of this difference that the difference between the two is caused. One side is the hunter and the other side is the prey. Yes, my lord. And it's not just that. These monsters are different from us. They have no Fespin limit, so they don't have as urgent a need to fight as we do. As long as they hide and devour the treasures of heaven and earth, they will naturally become stronger. But there is another point. Some powerful monsters will also gain some lifespan when they are devoured. Another senior gold digger added 2 more sentences. Then he pointed at the black bear and continued, generally speaking, whether the meat of a monster can increase its lifespan depends on whether the monster can use its energy and blood to explode. If possible, it can be used to increase lifespan. If this is the case, then these senior gold diggers will indeed rush to hunt Warcraft. Qi Lu nodded, indicating that he understood. Unfortunately, when we were in the outermost area, we really couldn't find the Warcraft. One is because the outermost area has the largest number of gold diggers, and there is no place for those monsters. Another possibility is that these monsters have no lifespan limit, and those gold diggers are afraid of raising tigers. So I rushed to hunt down all those monsters. After all, a monster as powerful as this black bear, let alone in the outermost area. Even if it is placed in the inner area, it is still one of the most powerful monsters, and the threat it can pose is huge. How could we just let it go? Putting it this way, it can also explain why the black bear's corpse was not devoured by the infinite battlefield. Because after these monsters are hunted, they are equivalent to a different kind of natural and earthly treasures. Naturally, they will not be swallowed up by the infinite battlefield. Second question, where is the trading market? Qi Lu touched his chin and asked this question directly. The first purpose of coming to this place was to find you Shi'er, and hunting the black bear was just a side trip. So now it's time to get back to business. But I got a bear's paw dinner, which was pretty good. Marketplace? Sir, do you want to sell this black bear? Or do you want to buy some natural treasure? If that's the case, you can just come to us directly. There is no need to go to any trading market. When the few surviving senior gold diggers heard this, they immediately became happy and hurriedly spoke out. In the inner area of the infinite battlefield, the division of forces has become more clear. After all, the number of gold diggers who can make it this far is indeed small. Therefore, the division of power naturally decreased. And it is precisely because of this that the trading market has become the current situation in the hands of a certain powerful force. Then it went a step further, and it became what it is now. There are as many trading markets as there are big forces. Generally speaking, they are used internally to communicate what is needed. This can be regarded as secret information about the inner area, and naturally it is not something that Monkey King can know. So Qilu really doesn't know about this situation. It wasn't until now, after being explained by these senior gold diggers, that I suddenly realized it. No wonder these guys become so happy when they hear themselves say that they want to find a trading market. Because in the inner area, the trading market is more like a market within a big force. If we could win over such a peerless power, wouldn't that be a great achievement? Moreover, even if there is no way to win over such a peerless power, it would still be a good thing if you can get this black bear. You know, the stronger the monster that lives in the infinite battlefield, the better the effect after devouring it. Looking at the strength of this black bear, he can even burst out his energy and blood twice. How strong should the effect be? It's simply unimaginable. According to their estimates, not to mention anything else, at least in terms of lifespan, it can be increased by more than 1 year. Therefore, this big deal must be brought back to the trading market controlled by the big forces behind it. Looking for you? Qilu looked at these senior gold diggers. They all nodded and bowed, with flattering smiles on their faces. Absolute strength, in the infinite battlefield, represents the absolute right to speak. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to betray a strong person. Unless you encounter a stronger enemy. Seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages is always the instinct of living beings, and it is also the desire for life, which is understandable. Therefore, Qilu is not worried that these guys will deceive him. It is only out of responsibility for the forces they have joined that these senior gold diggers work so hard to win over this big deal, hoping to succeed. This is not bad for Qilu. Although the black bear's carcass has returned to its original appearance, it is still more than 10 meters high and has plenty of meat. Moreover, the effect of this monster meat is not that the more you eat, the greater the effect. But there is a limit value. This is different from those natural and earthly treasures. After all, judging from the size of those fruits, there are only so many of them. But the amount of meat any monster can produce once it is hunted is not a small amount. Naturally, there will be limitations. It's really not that easy to take advantage of the infinite battlefield. Therefore, for Qilu, it was enough to take out a few bear paws to try out the carcass of the black bear. The remaining monster meat is useless if you keep it in your hands, you might as well sell it. That's okay. If you can afford the price, I can sell it to you. Qilu didn't feel anything wrong with this. However, the purpose of my search for a trading market is not to sell the black bear's carcass, nor to find those natural and earthly treasures. What do you think, sir? Several senior gold diggers heard this and asked immediately. They really want to bring this big business back to the big forces behind them. He really wanted to win over this powerful man. Therefore, if this great power has any problems that can be solved, he must find a way to solve them. If the problem cannot be solved, then we must do our best to alleviate the trouble caused by these problems. Find someone. Qilu came up with his initial remarks. My lord, what do you want as information? Several senior gold diggers reacted immediately. Looking for someone is not uncommon, and the gold diggers who come to the infinite battlefield are not all alone. It's just that there was a sequence of time when they came in, so it's normal that they didn't meet each other. The intelligence systems of big forces are always very complete. This is especially true for big forces that have stayed in the same area and have been operating for a long time. Therefore, it is not uncommon for some lone rangers to like to rely on the intelligence systems of big forces. As for those extremely powerful lone rangers, it would be better to say that some big forces would rather see such a situation. In this way, there will be friendship between the two. In the current situation, whether or not I was dozing off, a pillow was delivered to me. "Sir, if you want information, you should come to us. We have the most complete intelligence system in this area." Thinking of this, several senior gold diggers said quickly. Hearing this, Chila narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell me about it." This sentence sounds confusing. But these senior gold diggers understood clearly that this gentleman was asking them about the situation of the big forces behind them. Yes, yes. The infinite battlefield is neither too big nor too small. Although the differences between the various regions are conventional, they are also distinct. Therefore, it is normal for outsiders to not understand the situation in a certain area, and it has nothing to do with strength. So asking this question means that the adult in front of him should be interested in the proposal of himself and others. Naturally, I have to introduce it. In fact, what these senior gold diggers said is not wrong. The force they belong to is indeed one of the top powers in this area. What's more interesting is that Qilu also learned another thing from the mouths of these senior gold diggers. About the main gods of the divine realm. This also confirmed some of Qi Li's previous conjectures in the infinite battlefield. There are indeed practitioners of the divine realm. According to the Tianji domain, the threshold for entering the infinite battlefield. For cultivators in the divine realm, if they want to enter the infinite battlefield, the lowest threshold must be the realm of gods. Is it the realm of the king? In this way, the secret door to the infinite battlefield would have appeared in the divine realm a long time ago. It was only later that due to some twists and turns, the secret door to the divine realm disappeared completely and would never appear again. Then the infinite battlefield turned into a secret space unique to Tianji domain. That's why it became what it is now. The vine of law can be found in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield. That should be something left over from a long time ago. However, because the secret door in the divine realm will never be opened again, no cultivator of the way of the Lord God can be seen in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield. After all, the gods who have the ability to go further have already left the outermost area. And gods who don't have the ability to go any further will not survive. The reason is simple. When the secret door of the Tianji realm was closed, in the infinite battlefield, there were more and more cultivators and demon gods in the Tianji realm, while there were fewer and fewer gods and main gods. What will happen in this situation when the two forces cannot live together peacefully? Naturally, it's a card-shuffling battle. Therefore, it is impossible for weaker gods to survive. Only those tyrannical gods who advanced all the way to the deeper areas had a chance to breathe. Because the competitive pressure in the inner area is even more terrifying. Although there are not many main gods who can come here alive, the number of those demon gods is equally rare. So naturally, it became a close match. It wasn't until Chila came to the inner area that he learned about these things. At this time, the reason for mentioning these things is naturally because the senior cultivators in front of Qi Lu are currently in a large force, which is one of the forces formed by the demon god from the Tianji domain. On the contrary, in this area, there is another large force that is comparable to them. It is one of the forces formed by the main god of the Shinji domain. This is a very common situation in the inner areas of the infinite battlefield. The opposition between the heavenly realm and the divine realm is not only reflected in the heavenly vault god realm, but also in the infinite battlefield. Of course, the situation that will gradually evolve into the current situation is not only due to the confrontation between the two parties' combat power. It's also about surviving. The two forces will not only attack senior gold diggers who come to the inner area, but also members of the other party. However, since the secret door to the divine realm has disappeared, the main gods have to hug each other to keep warm. Therefore, the forces formed by the Shinji domain have never experienced internal friction. On the contrary, the demon gods in Tianji domain often fight and kill each other. But it is undeniable. Under such circumstances, the forces formed by Tianji domain are indeed quite complete in terms of intelligence system. Because all the information between the major forces in the Tianji domain is shared except for some secrets. So if you are looking for someone, you can't go wrong with them. That's weird. Hearing this, Qi Lu was secretly grateful. Fortunately, he asked them in advance what was going on with the big forces behind them. Let's talk about it, if Qi Li's guess is correct. So even if Yu Shi'er came to the inner area, she should have been picked up by the forces from the divine realm. After all, in these days, it is more difficult to get a newcomer from the divine realm in the infinite battlefield than to reach the sky. Therefore, as long as the forces from the divine realm take action, Yu Shi'er will definitely not be in danger. Because if you want to survive on the infinite battlefield, the main god and the gods must stay together for warmth. The main gods have clearly stated that internal friction is strictly prohibited. There is no way, the secret gate of Tianji domain is still there, and Thenemi's power will continue to increase. If the gods continue to fight among themselves, it is tantamount to seeking death. Naturally, they would not do such a stupid thing. So judging from the current situation, Yu Shi'er should be safe. Therefore, it was impossible for Qi Lu to tell these senior gold diggers about Yu Shi'er's situation. Because judging from the hostile attitudes of both parties, even if Qi Lu told them this situation, they would not be able to help. Instead, Qi Lu will be regarded as an enemy. You know, in the current infinite battlefield, the food chain is actually very clear. The big forces in the Shinji realm and the big forces in the Tianji realm are at the top of the food chain and are hostile to each other. The newcomers who come to the infinite battlefield, as well as the senior gold diggers who later enter the inner area, are all prey. In fact, this may also have something to do with the customs of Tianji domain itself. Demon gods are inherently bloodthirsty and easy to kill. In their eyes, whether they have companions or not, that's all. Therefore, the newcomers who came from the Tianji domain were taken as prey, and the hearts of those demon gods were not touched at all. So, at this time if Qi Lu explains Yu Shi'er's situation, it turns out that the person is among a certain powerful force in the divine realm. Good guy, I guess Qi Lu was besieged on all sides. It's better to just watch it. Maybe he can also act as an internal response to a wave of big forces in the Tianji region. So, sir, can you tell us about the person you are looking for and his situation? After several senior gold diggers finished speaking, they asked cautiously. Forget it, don't worry about it now. You'd better take me to the trading market to have a look before we talk. Qi Lu touched his chin and pretended to think. After a while, he spoke out loud. It looked like he didn't trust them, but it didn't arouse the slightest suspicion. The senior gold diggers didn't take it seriously either. After all, it is normal for outsiders not to trust them. For such a peerless powerful man to be able to gain his trust with just a few words is just nonsense. Therefore, let's take this gentleman to the trading market first. Anyway, no matter what. Although this favor did not help me, nor did I build friendship. But at least it brought back this big business, so it's not a bad thing at all. Yes, sir, please come with us. Thinking of this, several senior gold diggers quickly walked in front, nodding and bowing to lead the way, and introducing them along the way. I was kind of running out of things to talk about, but I didn't dare to make the atmosphere dull. So Qi Lu didn't feel much at all along the way. It was the veteran gold diggers who were leading the way that made them walk in fear. I was afraid that I would do something wrong, anger this adult, and lose my life. However, Qi Lu is not a murderous person, and the black bear's pursuit is their punishment. But having said that, what should be said more should be that they are Theons who brought it upon themselves. The location of the trading market is still a long way from the place where black bears are hunted. If you go at full speed, it won't take long. But the problem is that these senior gold diggers are leading the way and simply don't dare to move forward at full speed. Maybe he was afraid of neglecting the adult behind him. It made it difficult for Qi Lu to say anything. Anyway, time is not urgent, just walk slowly, you will get there in the end. The trading market in the inner area of the infinite battlefield seems to occupy a much larger area than the trading market in the outermost area. There are also many stalls inside. There are also many types of natural and earthly treasures on display. And unlike the trading market in the outermost area, the trading market here also has a lot of Warcraft meat. It has to be said that the years of existence of the infinite battlefield are already difficult to calculate. The special world rules in this have also formed a special cycle pattern, which continuously creates strong people. Those weird treasures of heaven and earth, and all kinds of monster meat, are the best treasures. Sir, this is it. The stalls here are all set up by our own people. If you are not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate. Several senior gold diggers who finally brought Qi Lu over walked in front and introduced him. As they say. In fact, most of the time in the trading market in the inner area, internal members of big forces conduct transactions. In terms of price, it is naturally negotiable. And when these senior gold diggers appeared in the trading market, many stall owners recognized them. Didn't you go hunting black bears? Why did you come back so early? Did we not find it this time, or did we never fight? I guess I didn't find it again. Anyway, it's not the first time this kind of thing has happened. That's right. That black bear is very cunning. It's very hard to find the one that hides in the wild. That'll be fine. I was still thinking of buying some black bear meat from you and going back to try it. Some familiar stall owners couldn't help but joke with them. It's just that these words were obviously meant as a joke, but they sounded so embarrassing at this time. If it was really just them who went to deal with that black bear, I'm afraid they wouldn't all be able to come back now. By the way, is the person behind you the new guy you brought back? He looks very familiar, he must be a newcomer. I must have just come to this area recently. Some stall owners also noticed Qi Lu following these senior gold diggers, and started talking aloud. Things like newcomers are not a big deal. No matter which force it is, it needs to attract new blood. Unless it is a force like those formed by the main god of the divine realm, it will be strange if they really can't find new people. However, the jokes made by these stall owners were outrageous to the ears of these senior gold diggers. No, this gentleman is not a newcomer. Don't get me wrong. We did find the black bear, but that damn black bear was too strong. It was this gentleman who took action in time and saved us. Otherwise, you won't be able to see us. So the few senior gold diggers who came with Qi Lu hurriedly explained. It's okay to be teased for a few words, but I can't let this adult suffer any injustice. If you get angry, something big will happen. They still remember the giant image that was formed when this adult fought with the black bear. It was precisely because of this that they were convinced that this lord must be a top-notch demon god. After all, only those unparalleled demon gods can have such terrifying physics. As for those gods who only tinker with the power of laws, do they know what invincible power is? The power of those useless laws you tinkered with cannot even break through our defenses. Do you still want to fight us? The devil is the greatest existence. Therefore, we must not let others misunderstand this gentleman. Grown-ups? What did you just say? You encountered that black bear, but didn't fight it? And you let a newcomer save you? Brother, are you serious about what you said? If that's the case, your strength is too poor. I'm afraid you've regressed again. That's right, who is this newcomer to you? Otherwise, why would you go to such great lengths to help him build momentum? However, the stall owners didn't quite believe what these senior gold diggers said. They have been hunting monsters a lot. When collecting information for the first time, those difficult monsters will be marked with a warning, confirming that they will use energy and blood bursts, so they need to be treated with caution. But there was no warning on that black bear. Can they not deal with a monster of this level? Still want others to save them? It's just that they overlooked one thing. It's just that not every warcraft can collect all the information when collecting information for the first time. There are more than one or two experienced gold diggers who have suffered losses in this place. However, the number of warcraft in this situation was not large, so it did not attract attention. This made several senior gold diggers panic. Just as they were about to continue explaining, they heard Qi Li's voice. Okay, this kind of thing doesn't matter. Here. What does it mean to be strong and open-minded? This is the open-mindedness that a strong person should have. Yes, sir. You should help me get rid of this black bear first, and just give me a satisfactory price. Qi Li said this, thought for a while, and added another sentence. There is no limit to the types of natural treasures. Immediately afterwards, Qi Li waved his hand, and the void shattered. A huge black bear corpse fell out of the crack in the void. It hit the ground with a bang sound. Shattering the void and forming a dimensional space is not something that only the laws of space can do. With enough tyrannical power, it can also shatter the void and then forcibly open up a stable dimensional space. It's just that the power required is much more than the law of space. The hand Qi Li showed was naturally to show his strength. Although he didn't really care about the teasing of the stall owners, showing his strength was an indispensable part if he wanted to become a qualified undercover agent. Otherwise, how could we get into this big force? The huge carcass of the black bear suddenly appeared, and the sound of it hitting the ground immediately plunged the scene into silence. Let's not talk about the strength of this black bear, let's talk about the ability to break the void and open up a stable space. Of the many stall owners present, none could do it. It turns out that the adults they were talking about were not joking. Your Excellency, being able to visit our trading market really makes this place shine. What are you still doing? Didn't you hear what this gentleman said? Come here quickly, weigh the meat of this black bear, and then give this adult a satisfactory price. My lord, you have been walking all the way. I wonder if you are tired. How about you take a break while we are busy? At this moment, the changes in the faces and attitudes of many stall owners were obvious. The unique skill of face changing is definitely a must-have ability for everyone in the infinite battlefield. Because there are really many places where it can be used. The few senior gold diggers who brought Qi Li to the trading market were ignored on the spot. All the stall owners surrounded Qi Li with mocking smiles on their faces, as if they were trying to explain or please him for the teasing just now. After all, when facing a peerless power, it is always right to be careful. In a place like the infinite battlefield, strength is the only rule. Of course, another reason was also for the black bear corpse that Qi Li took out. The meat of monsters that can use energy and blood bursts is definitely a top-notch treasure. It is the most sought-after treasure in any trading market, and everyone wants a piece of it. Moreover, these stall owners did not buy back the black bear meat in order to sell it at a better price, but to eat for myself. Because strength is the most important thing. You know, the infinite battlefield is a miserable place that doesn't even have currency. Everyone barters just to obtain natural and earthly treasures that are more suitable for them and to speed up the process of becoming stronger. Therefore, the meat of this black bear is a good thing that must be fought for. Is it okay not to please Qi Li, the seller? So for various reasons, Qi Li suddenly became a guest, and people immediately came to serve tea. Don't think that there is no tea in the infinite battlefield. In fact, many rare and exotic fruits are suitable for making tea. The main reason is that the rare and exotic fruits growing in the infinite battlefield taste very good. The tea you make and the soup you make are basically delicacies. It's just that everyone is thinking about how to survive, so they don't have those thoughts of enjoyment. Although there is such a thing as serving tea, it is only for those distinguished guests. For example, Qi Lu now. Remember to leave the bear's paw for me, I want to use it to try it myself. Qi Lu said to the stall owners while drinking sweet tea. Yes, yes, sir, whatever you say will be whatever it is, and we will definitely do it. The stall owners responded immediately. The stall owner, who was breaking down the bones and meat of the black bear, nodded in agreement, and then left the bear's paw alone. As for the meat quality of these monsters, experienced gold diggers who live in the infinite battlefield have their own way of identifying them. If you don't even have this ability, you won't be able to be a stall owner. I'm afraid I'm being cheated every day. So Qi Lu, who was sitting aside and had just drank 2 cups of tea, saw that these guys had already broken down the huge black bear more than 10 meters high into pieces of bone and flesh. The legendary cook Ding Jianyao was nothing more than this. The hands and feet that can decompose a black bear are nimble, and the quality of the black bear meat can be appraised very quickly. But this identification immediately shocked these stall owners. No way. Did I see it wrong? This black bear is not a magical beast with a single burst of vitality and blood, but a magical beast that can use a second burst of vitality and blood. Although the second burst of energy and blood is extremely immature, it can only be used reluctantly, and the success rate is not high. But this is indeed a magical beast that can use a second burst of energy and blood. In this way, the effect of this black bear's meat will be at least doubled. Oh my God, this lord can actually take down such a powerful monster. How powerful is he? It's unimaginable, it's unimaginable. We must report the existence of this realm. Yes, this gentleman is already someone we can't decide how to treat. It can only be left to the president and vice president to make the decision. These stall owners were amazed in front of the bones and flesh of this black bear. Everyone looked at these black bear meats with a look of salivation. Warcraft that can use the secondary energy burst have only appeared a few times even in the inner areas of the infinite battlefield. Those magical beasts that have been recorded are all extremely powerful and powerful beings, and the effects of flesh and blood are naturally equally powerful. After all, monsters that can use energy and blood bursts are already very rare. And the second burst of energy and blood is the rarest of rare things. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, how could I not salivate? However, no matter how much they moved in their hearts, these stall owners did not dare to make any small moves. Because being able to hunt such a powerful monster is definitely not something they can afford to offend. Although the treasure is a good treasure, it is not okay to take it but not use it. Survival should still be the first priority. So after confirming the quality of the black bear meat, several stall owners quietly left the market. These actions were naturally noticed by Qi Lu, but he did not criticize them out loud. Because Qi Lu came to this trading market just to get in touch with the big forces that control this trading market. But if you take the initiative to propose it, you will be at a disadvantage during the negotiation process. This is a matter of momentum, so it must be steady. Those stall owners who slipped away quietly were in line with Qi Li's wishes. The demon gods who formed these powerful forces may not care about the weak newcomers. But in the face of a powerful demon who is not weaker than them, even if they can't let go of their identities to win over, they will never deliberately turn against each other. They must at least get to know each other, so as not to become hostile in the future and not be able to figure out who their opponent is. After all, the demon is bloodthirsty, and when it is time to be on guard, you must be on guard. So Qi Lu just watched the stall owners leave and continued drinking tea. I believe you won't have to wait long to get the results. The trading market is generally not set up too far away from the headquarters of the big forces. With the speed of these guys, they can probably make a round trip in just 2 cups of tea. You can use this time to sell the black bear meat. The bear paws that were specially set aside have been taken back by Qi Lu. He may not be able to eat so much by himself. After all, it is a black bear that is more than 10 meters tall, and the weight of 4 bear paws is not small at all. But it would be good to give Yushir a taste of the rest. I hope Yushir won't continue to run to the inner areas. Good tea. Qi Lu held the teacup in his hand and let out a breath of white air. The originally noisy trading market suddenly became quiet at this time. The unusual situation made Qi Lu narrow his eyes slightly. Then, outside the trading market, I saw an old man who was at least 2 meters tall and extremely thin, walking over with a steady pace. The stall owners around him saluted and said hello to him. Meet Elder Qingwen. Meet Elder Qingwen. Is he just an elder? But his level is enough. Anyway, Qi Lu never thought that by showing up for the first time, he could directly lure out the guy who controls a big force. Having an elder here is already a great honor. However, the elder Qingwen did not respond to the greetings of the stall owners, but came straight to Qi Lu. Only then did Qi Lu see clearly that the old man's face had so many wrinkles that it looked like tree bark. Huh? This elder seems to be from the tree tribe. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, the tree people are not a very common race. Although they have extremely long lifespans, their talents and potential are really average. Compared with other races, there are far fewer people who can achieve the position of demon god. So it's very strange to see one here. I am one of the elders of the Immortal Alliance, Qingwen. I wonder how you call me. Elder Qingwen did not pay attention to the surprise in Qi Li's eyes, but bowed his hands politely and introduced himself. The Immortal Alliance is one of the major forces formed by the demon gods in the infinite battlefield. It is also the most famous force. Immortal Bone is the most powerful realm before the demon god realm. It is also the lowest threshold to enter the infinite battlefield. The name of this one naturally has a meaning. Immortality is also something that the demon gods value. Because the demon god is different from the main god. The Lord God doesn't care about his own body, and can change his body at any time when necessary. Therefore, for the Lord God, the word immortal is not so solemn. But for the demon gods, they are more willing to pursue immortality than pursuing immortality. From here, we can also see the significance of the immortal union to those demon gods. Knowing this, Qi Lu naturally knew that the person he was waiting for appeared. Qi Lu, a Samaran who has no place to belong. Qi Lu also returned the greeting and bowed his hand towards Elder Qingwen. Arrogant and domineering people are not welcome anywhere, no matter how powerful you are. No belonging. Are you a veteran who has recently come to this area? Having said this, Elder Qingwen glanced at the bones and flesh of the black bear not far away. I heard that this black bear, a magical beast that can use the second burst of energy and blood, was actually captured by the man in front of him. From this point of view, the strength of the person in front of him cannot be underestimated. I actually came to this area recently, and I happened to encounter this black bear. Qi Lu nodded, then pointed at the black bear bones and flesh over there, and continued, after getting rid of this black bear, I felt that it was useless to bring so much black bear meat, so I thought of coming to the trading market to deal with it. This was half true and half false, and several senior gold diggers who came with Qi Lu at the side had nothing to say. Do you still want to refute that this gentleman is actually here to find someone? What good will it do to you if you dismantle this station? So I can only continue to remain silent. I see, it's just a coincidence that Your Excellency comes here. Since we are so destined, I will make the decision and give you the best price. Elder Qingwing heard this and said with a smile. Then he glanced at the stall owners beside him and said, "What are you still doing? Why don't you settle the bill with Mr. Qi quickly?" Yes, yes. After all, it is a huge black bear. Even if it is rare, it will take some to sell them all. Because the price is indeed expensive, it is necessary to mobilize additional natural resources and treasures. But with the elders of the Immortal Alliance speaking out, the speed is much faster. Of course, Qi Lu would accept everything that could be taken advantage of. Seeing a black bear being replaced by a pile of natural and earthly treasures like a hill, Qi Lu almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, I finally realized that the impact of this would not be very good, so I held back. Elder Qingweng, who was accompanying him, also asked at the right time, "I wonder what your plans will be in the future." This sentence is a test. Hearing this, Qi Lu raised his eyes and replied, "Let's take it one step at a time. The infinite battlefield is so dangerous. Who knows what will happen next?" After saying that, Qi Lu shrugged, as if he really didn't care what would happen next. But how could Elder Qingwing believe such rhetoric? It's just that everyone understands it tacitly, so naturally they won't reveal it. Therefore, Elder Qingwing continued, "Then Qi Lu, Your Excellency, you might as well consider the Immortal Alliance. You will not be disappointed. In the end, we still have to win over the strong. This is what major forces do most often. If you want to completely control an area, you cannot tolerate the emergence of variables. Those powerful demon gods are the ones that need to be guarded against the most. On the contrary, he is the sworn enemy of the divine realm. Because he can know himself and the enemy, he doesn't need to take such strict precautions." Is Elder Qingwing inviting me? Qi Lu looked at Elder Qingwing with a half-smile expression on his face. "No, I just made a suggestion. If Your Excellency Qi Lu is willing, the Immortal Alliance can become your most solid backing." Elder Qingwing had a faint smile on his face, as if it was really just a suggestion. This sentence is a battle over who takes the initiative. Of course, neither party will relent. Being invited to join has different meanings than joining on your own initiative. The Immortal Union, which can control an area, will naturally not invite everyone. And Qi Lu would never want to take the initiative to join the Immortal Alliance. So after looking at each other with smiles for a while, Qi Lu couldn't help but laugh. "Elder Qingweng, it is obvious that your Immortal Alliance has not shown the sincerity it should have. Your Excellency Qi Lu, if you want to say something like this, shouldn't you first prove to me that you have the qualifications to let us unite Immortal and show sincerity?" Elder Qingwing's answer was also a smile hiding a knife. It is impossible to get an invitation from the Immortal Alliance without sufficient strength. This is also a test for joining the Immortal Alliance, which is related to the identity and status after joining the Immortal Alliance. Qi Lu understood what this meant and naturally he would not be lenient. In that case, then, Elder Qingwing, please enlighten me. Before he finished speaking, Qi Lu had already punched. At this moment, the violent fist wind roared like thunder and attacked Elder Qingwing. However, Qi Lu knew that his sudden attack was definitely not a sneak attack. Because when Elder Qingwing came to the trading market, he was already ready to enter the battle at any time. He came prepared. "Your Excellency Qi Lu, you are so alert, it is really difficult for me to handle." Elder Qingwing was not surprised at all by this situation. In an instant, a wall of giant wood appeared in front of Elder Qingwing, blocking Qi Li's punch path. The speed is so fast that it proves that this move was well prepared. Be prepared to be attacked at any time by the other party. And in the next moment, several vines appeared behind Qi Lu, like green snakes, attacking Qi Lu. Elder Qingwing came prepared, and his preparations were both offensive and defensive. This is the talent of the tree people, being able to control plants. And the plants included in the control range will share the physical strength of the controller to a certain extent. Simply put, these plants are like extensions of the controller's body. For the tree people, controlling plants and using them to fight is no different from fighting them themselves. It's completely possible to use your fingers like an arm. The vine that suddenly appeared was even more frighteningly fast, like a green light flashing through the air. It bites its target fiercely. Boom! However, Qi Li's fist hit the wall of giant wood first. With a loud sound that made people's hearts tremble, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the wall of seemingly extremely hard giant wood, quickly covering the entire wall. It looks like in the next second, it will turn into sawdust all over the sky. This scene also shocked Elder Qingwing, and there was a bit of astonishment in Gujing Wubu's eyes. The power of this kid's punch is so terrifying. His strength should not be underestimated. You know, there are very few strong people among the tree people. But every strong man who grows up has extremely amazing combat power. Because among the racial talents of the tree people, there is a very powerful physical strength bonus. This is quite a unique advantage in the way of the devil. Most of the strong men at the same level as the tree people would find it difficult to break through their defenses when facing the tree people. In addition, the tree people can drive plants to fight, and the actual combat power has been greatly improved. As for this wall of giant wood, Elder Qingwing is confident. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary demon to break through within 3 moves. But the guy in front of him could smash this wall of giant wood with just one punch that he didn't know whether he had used his full strength. Not to mention anything else, this terrifying destructive power alone is enough to qualify for joining the Immortal Alliance. But having said that, the test is not over yet. After finally meeting such a strong man, Elder Qingwing was also very interested to see how strong he could be. After all, in this area, there are only a handful of enemies who can make Elder Qingwing use his full strength. It's hard to come across them usually, they are basically at the command level. So today, I can let go. Your Excellency Qi Lu, although you are strong, you will suffer losses if you only attack but not defend. Elder Qingwing thought of this and reminded him aloud, as if he was giving guidance to his younger generation. For these powerful beings who have lived in the infinite battlefield and spent countless years, the newcomers who enter the infinite battlefield can almost all be called juniors. It's just that the purpose of Elder Qingwing's reminder is unknown. Because at the same time as the reminder sound came out, the rattan behind Qi Lu had already attacked him. Maybe Elder Qingwing really wants to give some advice to the younger generation. But doing this during a battle is more like distracting the opponent's attention. Thank you, Elder Qingwing, for your kind reminder, but I still understand such a simple truth. Qi Lu smiled slightly, but made no next move. As if waiting for the cane to attack. Have you given up resistance? Elder Qingwing felt a little disappointed when he saw this. I originally thought it was a good seedling, but now it seems that my expectations were too high. However, in the next moment, Elder Qingwing's pupils suddenly narrowed, as if had seen something incredible. I saw that the incoming cane passed directly through Qi Li's body without any effort. Immediately afterwards, Qi Li's figure was shattered like a mirror. It's an afterimage. Elder Qingwing, you found it too late. At this moment, Qi Li's voice suddenly emerged from behind Elder Qingwing. Elder Qingwing was suddenly startled into a cold sweat. What a speed! This guy's previous attack on the wall of giant wood was definitely real. In other words, Lord Qi Lu only started to move after he punched and shattered the giant wooden wall. But the attack of the rattan snake appeared together with the wall of giant wood. In this fleeting gap, there is still an afterimage left to confuse the enemy's judgment. This is such a meticulous fighting idea and such terrifying strength. It's just that in the middle of the battle, there is not so much time to cipher Elder Qingwing. Qi Lu did not appear behind Elder Qingwing simply to say hello to him. A punch that is ready to go has been prepared for a long time. When it comes to hand-to-hand combat, Qi Lu will not lose to anyone. Even if Elder Qingwen came prepared, it doesn't matter, it won't affect the overall situation at all. Giant Wood, Ning. At this critical moment, Elder Qingwen's reaction speed reached its peak. He actually managed to get ahead of Qi Li's attack and formed a layered giant wooden shield behind him. The huge wooden shield with amazing defensive power also successfully withstood most of Qi Li's attacks. After penetrating the giant wooden shield, the remaining shock wave still hit Elder Qingwen. Bang! Elder Qingwen staggered forward a few steps and steadied himself. Qi Lu, who succeeded in one blow, did not continue to pursue after the punch. After all, it's just a discussion now, not a life and death battle. Just stop there, there's no need to continue. Qi Lu is just proving his strength at this moment so that he can join the Immortal Alliance and obtain the information he needs. If you really beat Elder Qingwen to good deeds, then you will become enemies. Your Excellency Qi Lu, you are really a formidable person. Elder Qingwen, who knew that he was at a disadvantage, did not use strong words to cover up his error in judgment. It's just a competition for testing. It doesn't really matter whether you win or lose. Because neither side will show real strength, nor can they tell what their true strength is. However, Elder Qingwen's words made the stall owners in the market dumbfounded. Elder Qingwen actually gave up? No way, Elder Qingwen's strength ranks among the top 5 in our Immortal Alliance. Even in the entire Immortal Alliance, there are only a few strong men who can compare with Elder Qingwen. But what happens now? Elder Qingwen actually admitted that Qi Lu is stronger. Then how powerful Lord Qi Lu must be. The stall owners gathered around were talking a lot. Qi Lu just shrugged and said with a slight smile, "Thank you, Elder Qingwen. I also want to thank you for your mercy." Faces given to each other. Business blowback is nothing more than this. Ha ha ha, Sir Qi Lu is indeed interesting, but I made a mistake. Elder Qingwen also smiled, then straightened his face and said seriously, "So, Your Excellency Qi Lu, I, Qingwen, hereby solemnly invite you to join the Immortal Alliance. What do you think, sir?" After the simple test just now, Elder Qingwen has determined that Qi Lu's strength cannot be underestimated. Being able to invite such a strong man to join the Immortal Alliance is also a good thing for the Immortal Alliance. After all, the strong will always have privileges. As long as the strength is sufficient, it is not impossible for the Immortal Alliance to take the initiative. Qi Lu had been waiting for this moment. If he refused again, it would be too artificial. So after Elder Qingwen spoke, Qi Lu nodded slightly and replied, "Since Elder Qingwen invites you so kindly, then, naturally, I will not refuse. It is an honor to join the Immortal Union." "Where is it?" "It is also an honor for the Immortal Alliance that Your Excellency Qi Lu is willing to join the Immortal Alliance." Seeing such a strong man joining the Immortal Alliance, Elder Qingwen was also delighted. Naturally, there was another business exchange. Who doesn't like a situation where everyone is happy? Since Your Excellency Qi Lu has joined the Immortal Alliance and is so powerful, I will temporarily act as the president and grant Your Excellency Qi Lu the authority of the Elder of the Immortal Alliance. After some conversation, Elder Qingwen spoke again and gave Qi Lu a big gift. However, according to the Order of Elders, Elder Qi Lu is already ranked 10th. But it doesn't matter, after all, Qi Lu is just a newcomer. It's already pretty good to be able to sit in the position of Elder as soon as you join the Immortal Alliance. If Qi Lu didn't have such tyrannical strength, he would be just an ordinary newcomer in the Immortal Alliance. "Thank you, Elder Qingwen. Then I would rather obey your orders than be respectful." Of course, Qi Lu would not refuse Elder Qingwen's kindness. The higher the position, the higher the authority in the Immortal Union, and the more information can be obtained. This is indeed a great gift. You're welcome, Your Excellency Qi Lu. With your strength, it will only be a matter of time before you take the position of elder. I just moved the time forward a little. Elder Qingwen smiled and said very politely. As long as you are strong enough, you can get enough respect no matter where you are. Not to mention in the infinite battlefield, where this kind of strength can represent almost everything. What are you doing standing still? After saying this, Elder Qingwen glanced at the stall owners around him again. These guys are all members of the Immortal Union. It's just that their status is the most ordinary and lowest level. So when he looked at Qi Lu, in addition to awe, there was also a strong look of envy. Jealousy is not a big deal. Because a strong man of this level is no longer someone they can be jealous of. Now being reminded by Elder Qingwen, these stall owners also reacted, knowing that they and others were a little disrespectful, so they quickly came over to pay tribute to the newly promoted Immortal United Elder. I've met Elder Qi Lu. I met Elder Qi Lu. Especially those senior gold diggers who brought Qi Lu to the trading market, their expressions had long become dull. I can't understand why the situation in front of me has developed into what it is now. He and others just met this powerful man by accident. Why did he inexplicably become the elder of the Immortal Union where he and others belong? Sometimes, the development of the situation is really hard to understand. Obviously at first, I just wanted to hunt a black bear. In the end, he brought an elder back. However, Qi Lu didn't care about what those senior gold diggers thought, because it was useless to care. If they all join the Immortal Union, they will have no use value. And they are lucky to survive from the black bear. The current gap in status makes them understand that they may never have contact with each other again in the future. For a few veteran gold diggers, it might be a good thing. After all, he is not strong enough, but he wants to get involved in the affairs of the strong. It is very easy to lose your life. Of course, what Elder Qingwen did in the trading market was actually to make Qi Lu famous. With so many people knowing about this matter, all members of the Immortal Alliance will soon know that there is such an additional elder. As one of the veteran elders of the Immortal Alliance, Elder Qingwen still has this power. Elder Qi Lu, since you have assumed the position of elder, you also have the right to know some things about the Immortal Alliance. Why don't you go back to the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance first? I'll explain it to you in detail on the way. Seeing everyone come over to see the ceremony, Elder Qingwen continued. Okay, Elder Qingwen, please invite me. Qi Lu nodded and agreed to Elder Qingwen's words. The headquarters of the Immortal Union is not actually luxurious, it is more like a group of palaces standing there. Because in the infinite battlefield there is no such thing as seclusion. As for the reason if someone accidentally runs out of life while in seclusion, then it would be an unjust death. Therefore, the huge palace complex is more like a cosmetic project and has little actual effect. All forces are either hunting monsters or fighting other forces. To be honest, the infinite battlefield is indeed a place where war is raging and never stops. It's just that there is a clear dividing line between the battlefield area and the peaceful zone. The various forces staying in the infinite battlefield do not want to turn every place into a battlefield, so they naturally have to impose restrictions on this. These words were naturally told to Qi Lu by Elder Qingwen. After all, with the size of the Immortal Union, there are very few forces that dare to attack the Immortal Union. Many senior gold diggers who come to this area will choose to join the Immortal Alliance in order to protect themselves after weighing the considerations. This also gives the Immortal Union the power to choose. Although the Immortal Union is large, it is not something that all the dregs want. If you want a powerful force to exist healthily and for a long time, you must remove the dross in time to prevent it from deteriorating. Of course, those rare strong men are exceptions. Qi Lu is a very clear example. Not only was he personally invited in by the elders of the Immortal Union, but also took the seat of the elder as soon as he joined the Immortal Union. Speaking of which, Elder Qi Lu, I almost forgot to tell you. The president of the Immortal Union went to a deeper area a few days ago and has not returned yet. So when I come to the headquarters of the Immortal United this time, I can only show you the way. I can't introduce you to the president. Elder Qingwing seemed to have only remembered this when he came to the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance. There was also some apology in his tone. It can be seen that even the elders of the Immortal Alliance rarely come to headquarters. The symbolic significance of this palace complex is far greater than its practical use. In short, it is the face of the Immortal Union. It's okay, Elder Qingwing doesn't have to blame himself. Qi shook his head. To be honest, Qi really doesn't particularly want to know the president of the Immortal Union. Since that guy is not in this area now, it's just right, and there is no need to do this arrogant thing. If the president is away for something, it's the same as introducing him after he comes back. That's fine. Elder Qingwing nodded, and then continued, but Elder Qi Lu, don't worry. I still have some say in the Immortal Alliance. Your position as elder is legitimate even if it is not reported to the president. Although the nominal controller of the Immortal Union is the president of the Immortal Union. But in reality, the president's authority is to maintain the development of the Immortal Union and to a considerable extent the power to dispatch members. The president and elders of the Immortal Union have the power to review the qualifications of new members and appoint and remove positions. It's just that the president of the Immortal Union has the power to appoint and remove all positions. The elders of the Immortal Union can only appoint or remove positions lower than themselves. However, if all the elders unite, they can compete with the president and influence the president's power. Even remove the president. But in the Immortal Union, are all the elders really of the same mind? Of course it's impossible. In any large force, factional disputes are always inevitable. As long as the members have selfish motives, they will find ways to form a large network of interests with themselves as the center. Then all the interested members are included to form their own factions, to fight against other factions. In this way, the president of the Immortal Union will always have the greatest power. Therefore, the president of the Immortal Union has always turned a blind eye to this situation. Under normal circumstances, if the Immortal Union wanted to have the next president, it would have to wait until the current president died unexpectedly. It is precisely because of this that Elder Qingwing said that he still has ascertained say in the Immortal Alliance. After all, Elder Qingwing reviewed his qualifications and elected him as the new elder. In the eyes of other elders of the Immortal Alliance, they are equivalent Tobing from Elder Qingwing's faction. The president of the Immortal Union is also happy to see the emergence of this kind of struggle, so naturally he will not care about this kind of thing. Of course, that's true. But it is not that easy to become an elder of the Immortal Union. The most basic point is to have enough strength to convince the public. This is why the elders of the Immortal Union clearly have the power to appoint and remove new elders. But in the Immortal Union, the number of elders is still small. Because it is indeed rare to see a newcomer with enough strength to convince the crowd. Elder Qingwing cried out in his heart that he was lucky to meet a newcomer of Qi Li's level. That's why he worked hard to promote Qi Li's current identity. I believe it won't be long before the other elders of the Immortal Alliance know about this matter. But Qi Lu obviously didn't think so much. After all, he has always been a lone ranger. Qi Lu doesn't know anything about the battles between factions. These intrigues are the most troublesome and the last thing Qi Lu wants taught out. If something didn't require the help of the Immortal Alliance, Qi Lu wouldn't want to come into contact with such a big force. Therefore, he just nodded noncommittally to Elder Qingwing's words. Show that you know. By the way, Elder Qi Lu, if you are still looking for a place to live, except for the places that have been selected for the headquarters of the Immortal Union, you can choose any place you want for the rest. Having said this, Elder Qingwen pointed at the palace complex again. Although it is just a face-saving project of Immortal United, it is still livable and the quality is definitely not bad. It's just that when you stay in the infinite battlefield, you rarely have to meet or relax. That's why most of these palace complexes were left idle. And there is another point, which is the issue of death in battle. That is to say, those members who have chosen a place to live in the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance, once they die in the battle, the place they chose will naturally become idle again, and this situation is not rare. For these reasons, there is still a wide range of buildings to choose from in his palace complex. Okay, I understand, I won't be polite if necessary. When Qilu heard this, he nodded in agreement. It's just that he didn't say it politely, but in his heart he knew that it was just a polite word. It is extremely common to have no fixed place to live in the infinite battlefield, and it is not due to lack of place to live. Simply because I can't be quiet at all. Okay, Elder Qilu, you probably understand the situation of the Immortal Alliance. Then next, I will tell you about the situation of other forces in this area. Now that we've finished talking about the light-hearted topics, it's time to get down to business. Elder Qingwen's words also made Qi Li's face straighten. Although the struggle between factions is troublesome, it is still a fight between the factions behind closed doors. Moreover, the president of the Immortal Union is still watching, so no matter what, nothing big will happen. But the battle between forces is different. In order to survive, it will definitely be a life and death battle, with absolutely no room for relaxation. Elder Qingwen, please speak. Although Qilu doesn't care who the Immortal United has a grudge against. But due to his current status, it would be better to listen to this kind of thing. It's rare for Elder Qilu to be serious. It seems that he already regards himself as a member of the Immortal Alliance. Elder Qingwen couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Then he continued, but Elder Qilu doesn't need to worry too much. With the strength of the Immortal Alliance, there are not many people in this area who have the courage to provoke us. Among the many forces, Elder Qilu only needs to pay special attention to one of them. Elder Qingwen said word for word. Which one? Qilu answered. Eternal Divine Realm. Elder Qingwen said the name solemnly. It also made Qilu look condensed, and then listened to Elder Qingwen continue to speak. In fact, when he heard the name, Qilu already had some vague guesses in his mind. The Eternal Divine Realm is indeed one of the forces formed by the main god of the Divine Realm. After all, apart from other demon gods, the only ones who can fight against the demon gods are the surviving main gods. There must be something extraordinary about the Lord God who can survive such a difficult environment. Therefore, the power of the Eternal Divine Realm cannot be ignored. However, the reason why Qi Li's expression is solemn is not because of the power of the Eternal Divine Realm. Because no matter how powerful the Eternal God Realm is, Qi Li doesn't really care. Anyway, he is not the one who is hostile to the Eternal God Realm, but an immortal union. The reason why Qi Li looked solemn was because Yu Shir might be in the Eternal Divine Realm. What a pity. When I came to this area, the first person I met was not someone from the Eternal Divine Realm, but someone from the Immortal Alliance. But then again, follow the process of Qi Li's battle with Black Bear. Even if you meet people from the Eternal God Realm first, you may not be able to get along with them like you do now. Because at that time, the power Qi Li showed during the battle was that of a powerful demon. There is definitely no way to coexist peacefully with the members of the Eternal Divine Realm. There might even be a fight. It would be better to sneak into the Immortal Alliance and be an undercover agent like now. The Eternal Divine Realm, a force formed by the main god of the Divine Realm. Do they have many members? After listening to Elder Qingwen's introduction, Qi Li suddenly spoke up and asked a question. Qi Li has no idea when the secret gate of the infinite battlefield on the other side of the Divine Realm started to stop appearing. so we can only use this method to guess when it is. By the way, we can also speculate on why the secret door of the divine realm disappeared. Not much, but not much. Elder Qingwen thought for a while, before saying this. Then he hesitated for a moment and added, and there are all-powerful people in the eternal divine realm. Compared with the immortal union, the number of members of the eternal God realm may not be even 1/10. However, the gods and main gods who were able to survive the previous level off siege and the weak ones have long been eliminated, and the remaining ones are all top-notch elites. All of them are strong men who are equal to 10. This is also the biggest reason why the eternal God realm can rely on its not too many members to reach the top position in this area, just like the immortal union. The big waves washed away the sand, and what was left was all glittering gold. Qilu was not surprised at all by this. If the eternal divine realm is not strong enough, then Qilu would have taught out. How did those gods, and the Lord God, survive? However, what Elder Qingwen said could not answer Qilu's doubts. The reason why the secret door of the divine realm disappeared is still a mystery. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. However, Elder Qilu, since you asked this question, I have heard a rumor before. Just when Qilu was deep in thought, Elder Qingwen spoke again. What? Qilu suddenly raised his head. The immortal union and the eternal divine realm are not just one force. In the deeper areas of the infinite battlefield, there are even more powerful immortal alliances and the eternal divine realm. The one in this area is just one of them. Elder Qingwen slowly told the rumors he had heard. But whether these news are rumors or not, only Elder Qingwen himself knows. But based on Qilu's guess, these news are probably true. Because those powerful demon gods and lord gods will never stop here. The battle between them also cannot stop here. So, can the immortal union and the eternal God realm be regarded as the evidence left behind by the battle between the demon god and the lord god? From this point of view, when the secret door of the divine realm disappears, there are probably not a few gods and main gods stranded in the infinite battlefield. Otherwise, it would be impossible to form such a large force to resist the constant flow of newcomers' immortal alliance. Thank you, Elder Qingwen, for informing me of this news. I wonder, Elder Qingwen, do you have anything else to explain? After Qilu figured this out, he looked at Elder Qingwen again. At this point, almost everything that needs to be said has been said. But out of etiquette, I still have to ask one more question. That's all there is to say. If Elder Qilu is still interested, you can read the information yourself. Elder Qingwen smiled and gestured to the palace complex, not far away again. The Immortal Union also has a lot of non-confidential information, which is stored in its library. The authority of the elders will be greater, and the information they can read will naturally be more. Don't really think that the headquarters of the Immortal Union is just for viewing. In addition, if there is a mission or a war that requires the elders to take action, there will be another notice. Elder Qilu can take action at his own discretion when the time comes. Elder Qingwen added another sentence. There is a saying that under normal circumstances, the elders of the Immortal Alliance live quite leisurely lives. It's just that you have a position, you don't have much to do, and your power is quite small. Otherwise, how can we say that the position of Elder of the Immortal Union is attractive? Normally, the elders of the Immortal Alliance just do their own thing. Only when something really comes up that the ordinary members of the Immortal Alliance cannot handle, will someone come to ask the elders for instructions. Then, whether you want to take action or not, you have to refer to the elders' own wishes, and you are not forced to take action. Just like this time, Qilu appeared in the trading market. It was also after someone consulted Elder Qingwen. Elder Qingwen thought that this might be a good idea, so he decided to come and have a look. If some ordinary members think it's serious, but the elders think it's nothing unusual, it's okay not to take action. There is no one to blame. Therefore, to a certain extent, the structure of the immortal union is actually quite loose. That's it, I understand. Qi nodded, indicating that he understood everything. So far, the immortal union is really a good place. Where can I find the good things that just enjoy the power without fulfilling the obligations? It has to be said that the law of survival of the weak and the strong is really applicable everywhere. As long as you are strong enough, you can really do whatever you want. By the way, Elder Qi Lu, if you have time and are interested, you can go to World of Warcraft hunting ground. At the end of the sentence, Elder Qingwen seemed to have remembered something and spoke again. Warcraft hunting ground? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and repeated the name. It doesn't sound like a good place. Yes, that is the place where battles occur most frequently in this area. Elder Qingwen nodded, and then introduced the Warcraft hunting ground. As Qi Lu expected, it was indeed not a good place. The Warcraft hunting ground is located near the center of this area, where the number of Warcraft is most dense. Because it occupies a vast area and has many monsters, it has become the best hunting place for forces of all sizes in this area. In fact, at the beginning, there were not as many Warcraft in the Warcraft hunting ground as there are now. It's just a normal area densely populated with monsters. But it is precisely because of the concentration of Warcraft that it attracts a large number of senior gold prospectors to hunt there. As soon as there are more experienced gold diggers, conflicts from all sides will naturally arise, and then an out-of-control war begins. While there were countless casualties, it also provided a large amount of nutrients for the Warcraft hunting ground, helping the growth of various natural materials and earthly treasures. Then, as the number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures increases, the number of magical beasts attracted also increases. And as the number of World of Warcraft increases, wouldn't it attract more senior gold diggers from the past? After this cycle, it became the current Warcraft hunting ground. A place dedicated to hunting monsters. However, after the World of Warcraft hunting ground was formed, all parties also reached an agreement. Large-scale battles are prohibited to prevent the number of senior gold diggers from plummeting, leading to the proliferation of Warcraft. The current Warcraft hunting ground is the best situation. It can not only limit the number of Warcraft within a certain range, but also limit the range of Warcraft activities to a fixed area. If those powerful monsters start running around, it will be a troublesome thing. Another agreement reached by all parties is that picking the natural and earthly treasures in the World of Warcraft hunting ground is not allowed. Because these natural and earthly treasures are meant to attract monsters. The hunting ground for monsters that was finally formed cannot be abandoned due to the lack of natural materials and earthly treasures. Furthermore, after being eaten, the hunting monsters are no worse than those of heaven and earth treasures. And if you are lucky, you can increase your lifespan if you encounter a magical beast that will explode with vitality and blood. Isn't this much better than those natural and earthly treasures? Therefore, this agreement was recognized by many forces and passed on to all members. But apart from these two agreements, there are no other rules. Everyone can do whatever they want. Elder Qingwen mentioned this, because he was thinking that if Elder Qi Lu had time, he could look after the people of the Immortal Alliance and hunt a few magical beasts to gain a sense of presence. After all, he is also the new elder of the Immortal Alliance, so it can't bet that only the internal members of the Immortal Alliance know about it. The World of Warcraft hunting ground is the best place to build a reputation. Because in the Warcraft hunting ground, members of all forces will appear. As long as a certain member of a certain force knows the existence of Elder Qi Lu, then the entire force will know. In this way, the deterrent power of the Immortal Alliance will also increase. After all, the position of Elder is not one that can be taken casually. In a sense, the number of elders in a force can actually be used to roughly judge the overall combat power and comprehensive strength of the force. Although with the size of the Immortal Union, it no longer needs to rely on this kind of thing to enhance its deterrence. But what if there is one more new elder to promote it? Of course, whether or not to go depends on Qi Li's own wishes. The Immortal Union will never force the elders to do anything. I know, I will go over and have a look when I have time. Qi Li nodded after listening to the introduction about the Warcraft hunting ground. Being able to directly contact all the forces in this area is a good channel for obtaining information. But before that, let's go to the Immortal Union's data room and look through it. The data room of the Immortal Union records more than just information about the Immortal Union itself. There is also information from other forces. Maybe we can find clues about Yushir from it. After Elder Qingwen finished speaking these words, he bowed his hands and left. Qi Li was left alone and walked around the palace complex. After finding the data room, he got in. It's better to go to the World of Warcraft hunting ground later and read through these information first. If something really happens, the members of the Immortal Alliance will also come and notify these elders. Warcraft hunting ground. Although this place is densely populated with monsters. But that's also relative. Everywhere you can't see is filled with monsters. Otherwise, there would be no need for those senior gold diggers to hunt, and these monsters would be able to fight by themselves. And another point is that there are not so many natural and earthly treasures here to be able to raise so many magical beasts. So when you come to the World of Warcraft hunting ground to hunt Warcraft, you still need to look for Warcraft. It's just that the search process is very easy. During this process, people from all parties tried their best to abide by the agreement and not disturb each other. However, if there is really hatred between each other, it is normal for them to fight, and everyone will treat it as a joke. After all, the agreement between the various forces does not allow large-scale battles to occur. It's not like fighting is not allowed. It's impossible to stop a small fight. Therefore, when you come to the World of Warcraft hunting ground to hunt Warcraft, in addition to paying attention to the attacks of Warcraft, you must also be careful not to be plotted by your enemies. However, for some big forces, there is not much to pay attention to in this kind of thing. For example, the Immortal Union. Another example is the Eternal Divine Realm. Those small forces don't dare to offend these big forces who stand at the top of this area. At this moment, in the heart of the Warcraft hunting ground, senior gold diggers from the Eternal God's domain are looking for prey. Senior gold diggers from other small forces naturally stayed away. If you are killed by these guys, there will be no explanation. Because of the reputation of the Eternal Divine Realm in this area, it has a terrible reputation. After all, compared to other forces, the Eternal Divine Realm is out of place. There is certainly no harmony between the Lord God and the Demon God. So as the only force formed by the Lord Gods, it naturally gained a bad reputation. In a world where the jungle prevails, only if you are strong enough and ferocious enough will others be afraid of you. In order to survive, one must not be provoked, and one must retaliate against evil. This is the character set that must be established in the Eternal God realm. Looking at it now, this approach is obviously very successful. There is news that a feathered snake appeared in the World of Warcraft hunting ground. I don't know if it is true or not. Whether it's true or not, we have to come and take a look. I believe you all know how rare the feathered snake is, and it is not easy for it to appear in this place. That's true. It's hard to find a monster that matches us so well in the monster hunting ground. Several senior gold diggers from the Eternal God realm were chatting casually while looking for traces of Warcraft. The feathered serpent is a monster that looks like a long snake with wings. He has the power to control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and his fighting power is very tyrannical. Correspondingly, if you can swallow the feathered snake meat, in addition to strengthening your body, it can also strengthen the power of the law. That's why the senior gold diggers from the Eternal God's realm are so interested and can't wait to come and look for it. After all, powerful monsters are extremely rare. If he is hunted by other forces, it will be a huge loss. Although practitioners of the way of the demon god have little interest in the effect of feathered snake meat on strengthening the power of the law. But if it can add trouble to the eternal god realm, they are still happy to do it. Who makes Tianji realm and Shinji realm have always been at odds with each other. After you find the feathered snake, kill it as soon as possible and then take it back. Otherwise, after the guys from the Immortal Alliance get the news, they will definitely come and interfere with us. During the casual chat, a senior gold digger from the Eternal God realm gave another warning. Perhaps in this area, other forces only dare to secretly create obstacles for the Eternal God realm. But the Immortal Union is definitely not included in this. It would be better to say that the Immortal Alliance and the Eternal Divine Realm are feuding. If given a chance, they would definitely not make the other party happy. Yes, we know. Other senior gold diggers also nodded in agreement. But at this moment, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the distance. Roar. The sound is rich, long, and penetrating. Just like the sound of thunder, it resounds throughout the heaven and earth. Even if the sound disappears, the shock is still left. This is the roar of the Quetzalcoatl. After hearing this voice, the senior gold diggers of Eternal God realm became excited. The feathered serpent can control the power of wind, rain, thunder and lightning, so the movement it makes is naturally not small, and its characteristics are quite obvious. The sound is like thunder, and the lingering sound echoes around the beams. You can't go wrong. Let's go to where the sound came from. They came to the Warcraft hunting ground just for the Quetzalcoatl, and now that they were finally going to find their target, they naturally wouldn't hesitate. Several figures suddenly rushed into the distance like lightning. Soon, he saw where the feathered serpent was. The shape is indeed like a long snake with wings, but it is much larger than an ordinary long snake. At a glance, the feathered snakes that appeared this time were at least 100 meters long. The scales were even shimmering with metallic luster, proving how powerful its defense was. And the pair of wings made of white feathers spread out and were tens of meters wide, stretching across the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Since the feathered serpent is called a feathered serpent, it can naturally fly. It would be ridiculous if a magical beast that controlled the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning couldn't fly. But at this moment, the feathered serpent is not only flying in the sky, but there are also thick thunderclouds gathering around it. In the dark thunderclouds, thunder rolled, lightning flashed, and bursts of thunderous sounds could be heard. The feathered snake's pair of huge vertical pupils stared closely downwards. A dozen senior gold diggers, whose bodies were charred and covered with wounds, were also looking at the feathered snake, looking for an opportunity to take action. Been robbed? The senior gold diggers of Eternal God realm frowned. But soon, it relaxed. Because looking at the appearance of those guys, you know that they can never be the opponent of this feathered snake. And on the other hand, so what if we are preempted? In the World of Warcraft hunting grounds, there is no rule against robbing other people's prey. With the vicious reputation of the Eternal Divine Realm, these guys would not dare to say anything even if they robbed this feathered snake. At most, it's just a few curse words behind his back. But, in this situation, there is no need to grab it at all. Just wait until these guys are killed by the feathered snakes, and then they can go over and take over. By the way, these guys can help consume the feathered snake's physical strength. You know, in the Warcraft hunting ground, the number of senior gold diggers who die at the hands of Warcraft every day is not a small number. But this still cannot stop these senior gold diggers from flocking to it. The wages of avarice is death. This is normal. So after seeing this scene, the senior gold diggers from the Eternal God realm also stopped with a tacit understanding. Then he found a place to hide himself. Prepare to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. And those senior gold diggers who were confronting the Quetzalcoatl actually felt uncomfortable. Because they did not expect that this feathered snake would be so strong. After several confrontations, they did not gain any advantage. Instead, he lost his troops and lost several lives here. But now it's hard to get off the tiger, and I can't leave even if I want to. Although the Quetzalcoatl is powerful, it is still a monster after all. When you provoke it first, it is impossible to stop fighting if you want to. So by this time, these senior gold diggers were already thinking about how to escape. Warcraft can be hunted at any time. But there is only one life. Now how to do? You ask me? How do I know? This feathered snake seems to have set its sights on us, and it definitely doesn't want to let us go. Wouldn't that mean we're doomed? Can you say something nice? The longer the confrontation with the Quetzalcoatl, the greater the pressure. The dark thunderclouds gathering all over the sky were the biggest source of pressure. You must know that the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning controlled by the feathered serpent is not ordinary wind, rain, thunder and lightning. The destructive power contained in it is not inferior to the real power of law, or even exceeds it. The gathering thunderclouds and the thunder that are constantly brewing will become more powerful the longer they accumulate. If we don't make a decision, no one will be able to leave. As of now, that's all it can do. Everyone, attack with all your strength, then run away and accept your destiny. Under the current circumstances, this decision is already the best way. Otherwise, when the feathered serpent gathers the next thunderbolt completely, the dozen or so of them will all fall here. Then it was swallowed up by the infinite battlefield and turned into nutrients for those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Okay, let's do it. This proposal was unanimously approved. However, at the next moment, these senior gold diggers need to take full action. But everyone made the same decision, leaving enough energy to escape. Senior gold diggers are selfish. They don't want to sell their lives to keep others alive. The consequences of doing so can be imagined. Roar. The feathered snake also launched an attack the moment these senior gold diggers took action. At this moment, the thunderclouds all over the sky flashed with dazzling lightning, almost dyeing the entire sky deep purple. Boom! The thunder roared and resounded in all directions, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Under this terrifying momentum, the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning controlled by the Quetzalcoatl also poured out. The violent thunder, like a deep purple waterfall, surged down from the sky and fell for 9 days. It was a sky curtain woven by endless thunder. A senior gold digger who only wanted to escape would have difficulty resisting such a terrifying attack. Now we are working hard but not doing our best. The final result would be to be submerged under this violent thunder. No. I don't want to die yet. Help me, no matter who it is, please come and save me. How is it possible? Why does this feathered serpent have such terrifying power? Damn. Why are you all running away? A dozen senior gold diggers who were drowned by thunder falls finally felt what despair meant at the last moment. When a force that is completely irresistible pours towards him. The feeling of slowly waiting to die. Shrouded in a deep sense of powerlessness, he heads toward death. What a bunch of funny trash. We've reached a time like this, but they still refuse to work together. Instead, they are all thinking about how to escape. They provoked the feathered serpent and wanted to escape. Who taught them? Who knows? But that's fine. At least we took over the hunting rights of the Quetzalcoatl in an open and aboveboard manner. The people from the eternal god realm who had just hidden their figure and aura were almost stunned when they saw this scene. I originally planned to watch a good show, but this is what happened. Didn't you survive even a single move? It seems that they still overestimated the strength of those members of the small forces. One thing to say is that not every force in the upper areas of the infinite battlefield is qualified to pick and choose those who join. In addition to being able to rank in the Eternal God Realm and the Immortal Alliance, this level of great forces. For those small forces whose overall strength is not very good, it would be nice to have people join them. How can you still pick and choose? Everyone is just huddled together to keep warm. Therefore, at this critical moment of life and death, it is normal for those guys to behave completely uncoordinated. Because they had never thought about working together sincerely, they were just working together. Okay, everyone, stop talking. Get ready to fight. Yes. Even though they were laughing at those guys, the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God's realm did not forget what they should do now. After all, the Quetzalcoatl is not a weak monster, and it must not be taken lightly when fighting. But compared to that group of unorganized and undisciplined guys, the cooperation between the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God realm appears to be quite skilled. Weave the web of law, but don't let the feathered serpent you finally found escape. Following an order, several senior gold diggers shook their hands and threw out the power of law that had been condensed into threads. They were instantly entangled together, forming a huge web of law, and then shrouded towards the feathered serpent in the sky. And go. The thunder that filled the sky had tended to dissipate after the feathered serpent's attack. Now it was caught again by the net of laws, and it suddenly turned into nothingness. Only the thunderclouds, which were so thick that they could not be dispersed, were still splashed on the sky like thick ink. The feathered serpent is hidden in the thunderclouds. Roar. Suddenly, a roar like angry thunder erupted from the thundercloud. The senior gold diggers who gathered around knew that it was not the sound of thunder, but the angry roar of the feathered serpent. It seems to have discovered its current situation. How alert! If we had moved slower, you might have escaped. The experienced gold diggers of the Eternal God realm have extremely rich experience in hunting monsters. In particular, the rare magical beast like the feathered serpent, which must be captured, is a top priority. Although this guy is powerful, he is not slow at all in escaping when he senses danger. It is said that the feathered serpent controls the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. But in fact, the feathered snake almost always uses the power of thunder and lightning in battle. The rest of the wind and rain power is basically used for escape. The power of wind accelerates, and the power of rain sets up obstacles to confuse the enemy's perception and hinder the enemy's pursuit. It can be said that a monster like the feathered snake is definitely a good player at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Therefore, if you don't use the net of law to imprison the feathered serpent, it is very likely that the feathered serpent, which was found with great difficulty, will escape. However, when the feathered snake is cornered, it will erupt with even more terrifying fighting power. This must be noted. The angry feathered serpent is not that easy to deal with. This is also the most troublesome part when hunting feathered snakes. Thinking about it this way, those guys who came here to hunt the feathered snake before probably didn't understand the combat power of the feathered snake at all. Although the Quetzalcoatl's character tends to bully the weak and avoid the strong, this does not mean that the Quetzalcoatl is easy to bully. Haven't you heard that it's more terrifying for an honest person to get angry? Although Quetzalcoatl is not an honest person, in a sense, this thing is much scarier than an honest person. As the law network approaches, the thunderclouds in the sky also show signs of restlessness. The roar of thunder became more frequent and louder. Boom! This is the warning given by the Quetzalcoatl. Because the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God's domain were far more powerful than those before, the Quetzalcoatl did not directly attack. Rather, he wanted to use this warning method to scare off the enemy. A meaningless warning only makes your situation worse. However, the experienced gold diggers of the Eternal God's domain are not novice hunters. Those who can survive to this day have at least stayed in the infinite battlefield for thousands of years. How could he be deterred by such a simple trick? On the contrary, in the process of the feathered serpent issuing the warning, the web of laws was condensed even more firmly. Everyone, get ready, the Quetzalcoatl should start attacking. One of the senior gold diggers warned. Don't worry, it's not our first time hunting a monster of this level. It's better to let the brothers who go up to withstand the first wave of feathered snake attacks be more careful. Several senior gold diggers around him said with laughter, and the net of loss in their hands also tightened. The large net woven with the power of law is not just to prevent the feathered serpent from escaping. It can also imprison part of the feathered snake's power. Compared to those unorganized and undisciplined guys, their cooperation is much more skillful. In other words, almost all the senior gold diggers in the eternal God realm can cooperate with each other without any obstacles. This is also the result of their hard work in countless crises. When there are no more newcomers, we can only continue to improve the strength of the seniors. And more importantly, since there is no power of faith in the infinite battlefield, when the gods or the main gods fall, the supreme throne will also be shattered, and there will be no chance of resurrection. This is also the biggest reason why no senior gold prospector in the eternal God realm dares to mess around. The devouring of the infinite battlefield is ruthless, and it doesn't care who the target is. Boom! The next moment, thunder rolled. The feathered snake's patience seemed to have reached its limit, and it was no longer a simple warning. The dark thunder clouds were like thick ink splashing, but the lightning surging in them was extremely dazzling. As the thunder surged, a long snake formed by the condensation of several wild thunders suddenly emerged from the thunder clouds and bit into the surrounding senior gold diggers. It was powerful and carried the power of thunder and lightning, dyeing the dark sky a deep purple. Coming. You have all tied up the net of laws. The law of fire, the sky-burning flames. The law of the rock, mountain barrier. The moment the feathered serpent launched its attack, the senior gold diggers from the eternal God's domain also moved. The power of the laws in the sky gathered into a fierce attack, bombarding towards the biting thunder snake. This is also the advantage that senior gold diggers from the eternal Goddess domain have against the Quetzalcoatl. The power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, no matter how you say it, is the category of the power of God. If you resist with your physical body, you will never be able to escape unscathed. If it can be solved quickly, there will be no problem. For those powerful demon gods, it would not be a big deal if they resisted the mighty thunder of heaven for a few times. At most, they would only cause superficial injuries. However, the strength of the Quetzalcoatl is there, and it is not that easy to win a quick victory. Once the fighting time is extended and small skin injuries continue to accumulate, it will also be life-threatening. Therefore, in the hunting grounds of Warcraft, the danger level of the feathered snake has always been high. But for the eternal divine realm, it's different. Everyone is playing long range, so at worst, they will just keep using the power of law to fight against each other, and that will be it. Moreover, the eternal divine realm is also blessed by the network of laws, which can ensure that there will be no accidents when hunting feathered snakes. When the feathered serpent can no longer hold on, it's time to close the net. The whole process basically tends to be an assembly line-like operation. Everyone is doing what they should do in an orderly manner. The feathered serpent trapped in the net of laws is like a fish caught in a fishing net. He could only struggle desperately, but it was impossible to escape from the fishing net. The job of the senior gold diggers in the eternal God's domain is to continuously consume the feathered serpent's strength. Only in the end, when they can capture it, will they take action, hunt down the feathered serpent, and then bring the trophies back to the eternal divine realm. This may be a waste of time, but it is definitely the safest approach. Because the eternal God realm cannot accept meaningless sacrifices. Roar. Angry roars kept coming. The feathered snake's mood became more and more irritable. The thunder in the thunder clouds surged faster and faster, and thunder snakes kept biting out. However, no matter how the feathered serpent attacks, it will be resisted by senior gold diggers of the eternal God's domain. Trapped tightly in the web of laws. It's almost time. If this feathered snake can burst out with energy and blood, it should start soon. Don't take it lightly, everyone. If this feathered serpent really uses its energy and blood to explode, we still have a tough battle to fight. At this time, a senior gold prospector with extensive experience in hunting feathered snakes suddenly spoke up to remind him. If the magical beasts in the magical hunting ground can explode with energy and blood, their value will increase exponentially. But at the same time, the combat effectiveness will also increase exponentially. If you are not careful, all your previous efforts may be wasted. New brothers, don't just talk, we have to start condensing the net of the two laws now. You still need to talk about this kind of thing? I've already prepared it. It's just that you look down on us, right? The atmosphere in the eternal divine realm is quite friendly. Almost all the members are old comrades who have fought side by side for thousands of years, and it is common for them to joke with each other. While they were joking, these senior gold diggers didn't slow down at all. The network of two-level laws condensed at the fastest speed. To ensure that even if the feathered snake in front of him can use the energy and blood burst, it is impossible to escape. Receive. In almost a few breaths, countless law threads were entangled together. Then it quickly shrank, covering the previous huge web of laws, and then overlapped together. The law threads merged again, and the strength increased by 10 times. At this moment, the fishing net used to trap the feathered snake, the fish, was no ordinary fishing net, but a steel mesh woven from alloy steel. It was also at this time that a thunderous sound that resounded throughout the heaven and earth erupted from the dark thunderclouds. The sound wave spread like a tidal wave throughout the entire Warcraft hunting ground in an instant, and was still spreading further afield. This feathered snake can indeed burst out with energy and blood. The momentum just now is unmistakable. It's a pity that when it encounters an experienced hunter, its fate is doomed. The eternal god realm still values monsters like the Quetzalcoatl very highly. In the situation just now, if it were another senior gold digger who came over, if he was a little negligent, his success would fall short. How could it be like now, where every step could be taken before the enemy could take advantage of it and know what the feathered snake wanted to do? This is just like defeating the boss in some games. Nothing but familiarity. After all, Warcraft's brains are generally not very good. Even if their fighting instincts are strong, they are easy to deal with once they become familiar with them. It can only be said that unless the hard power is crushed by the monster, then it will be different. It's no use being familiar with it. If you can't beat it, you just can't beat it, so you have to accept your fate. However, for senior gold diggers in the eternal god's domain, there is no way they can't defeat just a feathered snake. It's just that they wanted to use the safest way to hunt this feathered snake. Boom! The roar of angry thunder is endless. The feathered serpent, which was originally hiding in the thundercloud, also appeared at this moment. The huge body that was nearly 100 meters long before has now more than doubled in size. The wings, formed by the gathering of white feathers on the back, also became larger. And another pair of slightly smaller wings grew from underneath. The scales that were still shining with metallic luster turned crimson red, glowing with blood. After the burst of energy and blood, the feathered snake became even more ferocious and terrifying. The breath he exhaled naturally became more powerful. However, even so, the final outcome seemed to remain unchanged. As expected, the energy and blood will explode. Fortunately, I made preparations in advance, otherwise I might have let this guy escape. As an experienced hunter, of course you have to take all possible situations into consideration. Naturally, it is impossible to ignore such an explosion of chi and blood. Even though the combat effectiveness of the Quetzalcoatl has been enhanced. But in front of the senior gold diggers of the eternal god realm, it just becomes a little more troublesome. There is no possibility of a tragic victory yet. At most, it consumes a lot of money. So, you can see it from here. There is such a huge gap in comprehensive strength between those small forces and the large forces at the level of eternal god realm. One was crushed by the feathered snake that had not yet used its energy and blood burst. The other one can easily hunt the feathered snake that uses the energy and blood burst. The battle continues. But all the processes are like assembly line operations, which are constantly consuming the feathered serpent's power. The net of the second law that has been reinforced in advance is a fishing net that the feathered snake cannot struggle to open no matter what. The senior gold diggers of the Eternal God realm also cooperated extremely well, able to neutralize every attack of the feathered serpent without any mistakes, until all the strength of the feathered snake is exhausted. Time passed like this bit by bit. The angry feathered serpent finally reached the moment when his physical strength was exhausted, and his powerful aura began to weaken. This situation also made the senior gold prospector with rich hunting experience smile. Everyone, please be careful and don't let your guard down at this time. Be careful to prevent the feathered serpent's final counterattack. Before he finished speaking, he heard the feathered snake suddenly erupt into a terrifying roar. Boom! It was like thunder falling from the sky. With this roar, the thunderclouds in the sky exploded. Endless thunder surged out from the torn thunderclouds like a sky-shattering wave, whistling away in all directions. At this moment, the sky turned into a world made of thunder. The terrifying thunder almost condensed into a deep purple liquid, and the terrifying power contained in it seemed to tear apart all obstacles. This was the last counterattack launched by the feathered snake when it was desperate. Unfortunately, I was guessed again. Tighten the net of laws and block this wave of thunder. Yes. At the edge of the battlefield, the senior gold digger who controlled the web of law responded, and the power of law surged out of his body. What was supposed to be an invisible web of laws shone with brilliant brilliance at this moment. From the deep purple sky, a different color shines. It looks like a small boat in the sea. It seemed as if he would be knocked over by the thunderous waves in the deep sea at any time. But in fact, the solid network of laws is like a sea-fixing needle. Facing the surging thunder wave, he did not waver at all, and steadily resisted the feathered snake's final counterattack. The impact that destroyed the world was completely protected by the net off laws. The price paid is that the senior gold diggers who control the web of laws feel a little exhausted. After hunting the feathered snake, just go back and rest for a while. Finally done. Although it took so much effort, it was still worth it to get a feathered snake that can explode with energy and blood. After the feathered snake's final counterattack was resisted, what happened next was very simple. A feathered snake that has lost its ability to resist will inevitably end up being hunted. After working hard for so long, I finally gained something. Even a veteran gold digger in the Eternal God realm can't help but feel a little excited. After all, monsters like the Quetzalcoatl are still very difficult to find, it's just luck to encounter them. Especially if you can meet a feathered snake that can use energy and blood burst, that is even more luck among luck. Not only can it strengthen the body and the power of law, but it can also provide a lot of lifespan. This is still very precious in the infinite battlefield. And more importantly, even if the feathered snake returns to its original size, it is still nearly 100 meters long. After bringing it back to the Eternal God realm, it can almost meet the needs of most of the members. It's been quite rewarding. Several senior gold diggers from the Eternal God realm sighed with emotion. However, just after these words fell, another voice sounded in the distance. Yeah, it's really rewarding. This voice immediately made the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God realm change their expressions. Looking up, he saw a group of dozens of senior gold diggers walking over carelessly. There was no intention of hiding his intentions at all. Because there is no need at all. It's you. The senior gold diggers of the Eternal God realm recognized who these guys were at a glance. They are the people of the Immortal Union. That's why those guys don't hide their intentions at all. The Immortal Alliance and the Eternal Divine Realm are feuding, and there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence. If we meet in a place like the Warcraft hunting ground, we can't pretend not to see him. Especially when the people from the Eternal God realm also hunted a feathered snake. You don't need to guess what the people of the Immortal Union want to do. Yes, it's us. Don't you think we are destined to meet each other in this place? The senior gold diggers of the Immortal Union spoke aloud as they walked over. The joking tone in the voice was clearly audible. They just feel that they and others are really lucky. After hearing the roar of the feathered serpent, he hurried here and unexpectedly met someone from the Eternal God realm. Moreover, the people from the Eternal God realm have already hunted down the feathered serpent. Under such circumstances, as their immortal alliance, as the feud of the Eternal God realm, shouldn't they eat the people of the Eternal God realm along with the feathered serpent? The answer is self-evident. This is also the purpose of Immortal United and these senior gold diggers appearing here. When the people of the Eternal God realm and the people of the Immortal Alliance collide, a war is inevitable. But in this situation, the senior gold diggers of Eternal God realm have no intention of fighting. Because when hunting feathered snakes, although there was no danger, but the consumption of power is real. If we start a battle with the people of the Immortal Alliance now, we will be at a disadvantage from the beginning. The senior gold diggers of Eternal God realm know this matter well. The senior gold diggers of Immortal United also know this in their hearts. That's why it's such a joke. Destined? I just think it's unlucky to meet you. Facing the Immortal Alliance of enemies from the previous generation, the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God's realm, even if they know that the current situation of themselves and others is not good, they will never lower their momentum. But this time, the rush was really a coincidence. He hadn't come here long ago and couldn't play, but he ran over just when others had just hunted down the feathered snake. If they had come earlier, the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God's realm would have thought of ways to have the feathered serpent bring the people of the Immortal Alliance into the attack range, in order to consume their power. And this method is extremely effective. After all, physical training that prefers close combat is inherently at a disadvantage when facing the feathered snake. It would be better if you come later. Maybe the senior gold diggers from the Eternal God's domain have already left the world of Warcraft hunting grounds with the feathered serpents they hunted. But I happened to arrive at the exact right time. It is the time when the senior gold diggers of Eternal God realm consume the most and have no time to leave. If we were to fight against the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance at this time, defeat would be almost certain. Moreover, after finally hunting the feathered serpent, he gave up just like that, and he was really unwilling to do so. And, the most crucial point is, even if they want to leave, are the guys from the Immortal Alliance willing to let them go? The answer is of course impossible. Therefore, the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God realm have never thought about surrendering. The worst they can do is fight to the death. Even if I were to die here today, I would still have to drag someone behind me. Just telling the truth. In the eyes of the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God's realm, if they exchanged their own lives for the lives of these guys, they would still suffer a big loss. Isn't there nothing we can do now? Otherwise, who would be willing to make such a decision? Oh, how can you say it's bad luck? You should say it's fate. At this time, among the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance, a bald man came out and said something strange. Judging from the positions of him and others, he should be the leader of this group of senior gold diggers. The bald man's body has many lines, composed of scales. But it doesn't cover much area, and it seems to be a mixed race. Such situations are not uncommon, although bloodlines between different races may cause segregation. However, mixed situations can occur, and they do happen from time to time. It's just that there is no way to predict whether such changes will be good or bad. However, now is not the time to care about such things at all. The war is just around the corner, so there is no time to think about it. Seeing that the leader from the Immortal Alliance came out, the eternal divine realm naturally couldn't show weakness. Then a tall and thin man also walked out. It was the man who commanded the battle when hunting the feathered snake. Unlike the bald mixed-race man, this tall and thin man is a serious human being. If you don't believe it yourself, don't say it. Besides, rather than making such meaningless taunts, it's better to state your purpose directly. The tall and thin man did not answer the bald man's words, but brought the topic to the right track. What topics can the eternal divine realm and the immortal union have in common? When they meet, they either fight, or after the fight, the loser leaves. If he can say 2 more words, it is all in a sarcastic manner, such as now. After a difficult battle, the senior gold prospector of the eternal god realm happened to be bumped into by someone from the immortal alliance. So why don't you mock me hard? After all, this victory is already destined. In normal times, when people from the eternal god realm and people from the immortal alliance collide, the immortal alliance still loses more and wins less. Because the eternal god realm takes an elite route, and it is an elite route that ordinary big forces cannot follow. It is a path that I have no choice but to go on. Although immortal union also has this idea. But when the pressure is not in place, even if you have ideas, you will not have the ability to execute them. So under normal circumstances, if it is an encounter, it is usually the immortal united that is suppressed and beaten. But this time, I happen to encounter the weak state of the people from the eternal god realm after the battle. How could I not seize the opportunity? Our aim? Good question. I feel comfortable talking to smart people. The bald man's tone was still so sinister, but the anger in his eyes couldn't be faked. Just trash talk before the war. How about this? After a pause, the bald man continued. How about you leave the feathered snake behind, then kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll let you leave. Having said this, the bald man opened his arms and showed an expression of how could I be so kind. It was as if he was really willing to let the other person go. However, the tall and thin man knew very well that this guy was just humiliating them by making such a request. There has never been a chance for peace talks during the feud, and there has never been such a precedent. He said this just because he was arrogant, because he had a chance to win. It's so funny. It's so boring for you to say something like this. You clearly know that I will not agree to such a request, and you also know that such a situation is impossible, but you still insist on saying it. Is it because you broke your brain before coming here? The tall, thin man returned with a neutral expression. Since the other party is willing to talk nonsense with him here, he is also happy to accompany him. The longer time passes, the more senior gold diggers on the eternal goddess domain's side will recover, which is a good thing. But obviously, the bald man is not really brainless. To ridicule this kind of thing, just say a few words. We are all so familiar and have been feuding for such a long time. It's useless to talk too much. It's better to kill these guys as soon as possible and then take the feathered snake back. With that being said, today is really lucky. It was a great harvest to not only frustrate the spirit of the eternal divine realm, but also to harvest a feathered serpent that could explode with vitality and blood. So after listening to the tall and thin man's words, the bald man also laughed. Since you are unwilling to cherish the opportunity one gave you, then no wonder we are so ruthless. Quoth serpent, we want it. We want your life too. At this point, the bald man raised his arms and shouted. The senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance who were following him all had fierce eyes and ferocious faces. If you have the ability, just come and try it. The tall and thin man was not afraid and snorted coldly. But appearing tough on the surface doesn't mean that he will really choose to resist these guys under such unfavorable conditions. There is definitely no way to escape, and it is impossible for those guys from the Immortal Alliance to let them escape. But there's no problem in calling for reinforcements. The senior gold diggers of the Eternal God realm have stayed in the infinite battlefield for a long time, and they have researched a lot of things. Calling for reinforcements remotely is just one of the small methods. This is also one of the ways that Eternal God realm ensures the safety of many members. In the absence of new members joining, any member of the Eternal God realm is the most precious asset. So when it was discovered that something was wrong, the signal for help had actually been sent out. But it will take some time for reinforcements to arrive. Therefore, the current task of the senior gold diggers present in the Eternal God realm is to survive this period of time until reinforcements arrive. The immediate crisis will be solved naturally. Since you said so, we naturally have to be respectful rather than obey. Brothers, kill. The bald man didn't waste any more time. He shouted loudly and charged forward first. The number of times the Immortal Alliance has fought against the Eternal God realm is too many, and their rich experience has told them. When fighting the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God realm, be sure not to get kite. The power of law is suitable for long-range attacks most of the time. This is not good news for those who prefer close combat. So getting close first is the right choice. Of course, the tall and thin man would not use his own shortcomings to touch the enemy's strengths. Although it is said that the power of law has a wide range of uses, it is also used to strengthen one's own body. But compared with this kind of physical training that specializes in tempering the body, it is still far behind. So if you can pull and hit, you should naturally pull and hit. The right thing to do is to pull away first. Other senior gold diggers are no exception. Everyone has extremely rich combat experience, and no one will make such low-level mistakes. Even if he attacks with all his strength, his flaws will not be exposed. Therefore, although the war started, the momentum was huge. But there were very few real casualties. We are all old rivals, and we all know the strengths and weaknesses of the other party, so it is not so easy to make mistakes. However, the overwhelming momentum that spread out shocked the senior gold diggers from other forces in the Warcraft hunting ground and couldn't help but tremble. When he learned that the Eternal Divine Realm and the Immortal Alliance were at war again, he even chose to leave the place quickly and hide far away. Because in this area, the relationship between the Eternal Divine Realm and the Immortal Alliance is not a secret. Everyone, big and small, knows that these two powerful forces have been enmity for generations. Once they meet, they will definitely start a fight. So nothing surprising. In addition, whether it is the Eternal Divine Realm or the Immortal Alliance, they are all powerful forces in this area. Naturally, it is impossible for anyone to dare to intervene in the battle between them, let alone take advantage of it. Perhaps the fisherman can indeed benefit from the fight between snipe and clam. But when two tigers fight, a mouse is not qualified to take advantage of the injured tiger. Maybe when you step forward to pick up a bargain, the tiger happens to see it, and then it is eaten in one bite. Therefore, every time when the senior gold diggers from the Eternal God realm and the Immortal Alliance went to war, the senior gold diggers from other forces would always choose to stay away from that land of right and wrong until they were done fighting. This time, naturally, it is no exception. Don't worry at all, the battle will be interrupted. However, as time went by, the Eternal God realm side fell behind as expected. After all, they consumed too much power when hunting the feathered snake, and it would be difficult for them to recover in a short period of time. In a hurry, they have to start a war with the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance. How can they not be at a disadvantage? Regardless of when hunting feathered snakes, preparations were made early and the enemy's opportunities were taken advantage of, allowing the experienced gold diggers of the Eternal God's domain to achieve 0 casualties. But when facing a feathered snake that can burst its energy and blood, there are too many things to pay attention to. Not to mention the physical energy consumed. The amount of mental energy consumed under extreme concentration is also something that needs to be noted. For these reasons, the disadvantage of Eternal God realm in this battle has become more and more obvious. The power of law in the body is also somewhat unable to keep up. On the surface, it seems that the immortals are united, and the veteran gold digger who is covered in injuries is more miserable. But in fact, most of those shocking-looking wounds were just skin injuries and would not affect combat effectiveness at all. A few deep wounds, even if the power of law is left to corrode the wounds and prevent healing. But it is impossible to endanger lives. On the other hand, on the side of the eternal divine realm, when the power of the law is empty and the physical strength is exhausted, it basically declares that death is imminent. To give a vivid metaphor, the mage and the warrior are fighting. At the beginning, the mage was fighting wild monsters and used up half a pipe of mana. Then he encountered a warrior who came to steal the wild monsters. So the mage turned around and started fighting with the warrior. Flying the kite consumed half of the warrior's blood. But this blood volume is still a safe bloodline for warriors. However, the mage is out of blue. So, between a half-health warrior and an empty blue mage, who is more powerful? The answer is of course obvious. Although this metaphor is not absolute, it may not be completely accurate. But the current situation is really not much different. The mage will soon be empty of mana, and the warrior is of course very excited. You are still as slippery as ever. It's a pity that you will lose this time. During the battle, the bald man felt the weakening of his opponent's attacks, and he immediately understood. This is a sign of impending exhaustion. You must know that the eternal God realm, which takes the elite route, fights against the immortal alliance most of the time. This time, it was their turn to feel proud. The results haven't come out yet, so don't get too happy too early. The tall and thin man snorted coldly and said in a cold tone. If not for being taken advantage of by the immortal alliance, how could the eternal God realm be at a disadvantage in the encounter? There is a difference between the big forces that take the quality route and the big forces that take the quantity route. But there are no ifs. In fact, the tall and thin man had a premonition of this when he was hunting feathered snakes before. Because the movement caused by the feathered serpent was too great. The entire Warcraft hunting ground was alarmed. How could it not be noticed by the Immortal Alliance? It's just that the tall and thin man didn't expect that the people from the Immortal Alliance would arrive in such a timely manner. That's why it turned out like this. After the situation gradually came to a disadvantage, casualties that had not occurred when hunting the feathered serpent before, but now when fighting the people of the Immortal Alliance, began to appear. This is definitely something that is difficult to accept for the eternal divine realm, which has almost no new people joining. There is a saying that those who are united with immortality exchange their lives for lives. One exchange for 10 seems like a loss. People in the eternal God realm are dying one by one in the true sense. However, the number of members of the Immortal Union can continue to increase. For the Immortal Alliance, as long as new people join, it will be difficult to damage the foundation, and there will be no loss in any case. So we can't go on like this. Focus on defense, rescue will be here soon, everyone's first priority is to save lives. The tall and thin man quickly issued new orders. The Immortal Union is well prepared, so it will definitely not let them leave. If we continue to break through, we will only increase casualties. It is better to stick to the spot and preserve our vitality. The cooperation between the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God's domain has been honed through the test of time and countless dangers. Once you make up your mind and stick to it, you can achieve it without any flaws. Even if the Immortal Alliance were allowed to attack by force, it would be impossible to break through in a short period of time. Even if they are almost exhausted. I just thought of sticking to the spot now. Don't you think it's too late? The bald man smiled coldly, knowing that Eternal God Realm chose to hold on at this moment, which meant that it had no extra strength to break through and could only defend as much as possible to delay his death. However, after delaying the period of death, isn't it also the period of death? It's just pushing back the time of death a little bit. The tall, thin man was silent. The execution ability of the people from the eternal God realm was most vividly demonstrated at this moment. It is said that they are holding on to the spot, but in the next moment, the basic defensive formation has been completed. Then start to cooperate to resist the enemy's attack. This approach can indeed minimize the occurrence of casualties, but it also gives up hope of escape. Instead, he placed his last hope on reinforcements. Don't you want to answer? It's really interesting. What you are thinking about is when the reinforcements will arrive. When the bald man saw this, he couldn't help but sneered and spoke. The Immortal Alliance has been dealing with the Eternal God realm for so long, how could it not be clear about the other party's methods? As soon as something goes wrong, calling for reinforcements is the usual method of the Eternal God realm. And there is no way to stop it, which is really troublesome. Because the Immortal Union cannot figure out the connection between the Force-Soft law. After all, they are not in the same power system. This is more serious than being separated by mountains. Of course, there is no way to stop it. Therefore, for this situation, Immortal Union usually adopts another response method. That's taking advantage of quantity. Compared with the Eternal Divine Realm, the Immortal Alliance is inferior in everything except the number of members, which is far superior. This time, naturally, there will be no exception. So after saying this, the bald man paused, then opened his arms, and continued. Since we all know that you will call for reinforcements, are you not prepared at all? Take a good look. When they discovered you, the members of the Immortal Alliance were already moving closer to this place. I hope you can hold on during the next attack until your reinforcements arrive. Before the bald man finished speaking, the tall and thin man could already see the dark crowd in the distance. It was as if a wave suddenly emerged from the horizon and was lapping towards the hunting grounds of Warcraft. The tall and thin man knew that he was a member of the Immortal Alliance. Damn it. This is of course to be expected. There have been more wars between the Eternal God Realm and the Immortal Union than imagined. Both parties know each other well, so they can often guess what the other party wants to do. But sometimes, even if you can guess what the other party wants to do, it doesn't mean that you can avoid this situation. Just like now, he was blocked by the people of the Immortal Alliance because he off hunting the feathered serpent. The way to avoid it is to give up this feathered snake. That is to say, I didn't come here in the first place. But is this possible? Give up hunting this feathered snake today, give up hunting other monsters tomorrow, and stop competing for those natural and earthly treasures the day after tomorrow. Could it be that in order to avoid these situations, the Eternal Divine Realm hides in the dark and waits for death silently? That is of course impossible. Therefore, even if there is a battle, what needs to be done must be done. However, when you actually encounter these things, even if you have anticipated them, you will definitely feel unhappy. But it was just a curse in secret. On the surface, the tall and thin man's mood did not show any fluctuations. The more dangerous the situation, the less likely it is to panic, as this will only make the enemy feel that there is an opportunity to take advantage. No matter how many people there are, what's the use of a bunch of chickens and dogs? Do you think that as long as you have an advantage in numbers, you will bait a final winner? Then your Immortal Alliance won already, didn't you? These few sentences are clearly sarcastic. If we only talk about the number of members and the size of the force, the Immortal Alliance is much larger than the Eternal God Realm. However, in the course of so many years of confrontation, the Immortal United has always been the side that loses more than wins and suffers big losses. Now being lifted up by the tall and thin man again, the bald man's face naturally looked ugly. Because this is so similar to the current situation. What's the use of just talking and talking? Instead of saying this, you might as well find a way to survive. The bald man sneered. Not long after, the Immortal Alliance's follow-up troops arrived. Then he immediately joined the offensive array and began to attack the strong position formed by the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God's domain. Like a huge wave, it uses wave after wave of attacks to continuously impact the enemy's position. As long as there is a slight flaw, the enemy's defense can be quickly broken down. How could the tall and thin man not understand this truth? Therefore, we can only do our best to resist the waves of attacks. This moment is the most critical moment. Seeing the increasing casualties made the tall and thin man tremble in his heart. But the more times like this, the more we cannot give up hope. Even the slightest bit is the cornerstone that supports our fighting spirit. Counting the time, reinforcements will be arriving soon. I wonder who will come to support. Because every member of the eternal divine realm is an extremely precious asset. So whenever someone sends out a signal for help, the one who goes to help will be the nearest elder. This point is completely different from the Immortal Union. The elders of the Immortal Alliance are the elders with the highest degree of freedom among all the forces. The tasks in the Immortal Union are not mandatory for the elders. If you want to do it, just do it. If you don't want to, forget it. Therefore, the pursuers of the Immortal Alliance are basically ordinary members. It is precisely because of this that if the Eternal God realm can have elders come to support them, it shouldn't be a problem to break out. After all, the difference in strength between elders and ordinary members is huge. If the newly promoted elder comes here, he might be able to cause pain to the Immortal Alliance again. The tall and thin man thought in his mind. Just a few days ago, the Eternal Divine Realm welcomed a newcomer after a long absence. And he is also an extremely powerful newcomer. A few days after joining the Eternal Divine Realm, he took the position of Felder, and no one dissatisfied appeared. Because this newcomer's strength is obvious to everyone, he is definitely qualified to become one of the elders of the Eternal God realm. Therefore, if this new elder comes to support, he may be able to severely damage the attacking army of the Immortal Alliance this time. This should be the place where the call for help was sent. The number of enemies is really quite large. I don't know how long it took, but a crisp voice rang. On this battlefield, it may seem a bit abrupt and out of place. But when this voice sounded, the senior gold diggers on the Eternal God realm side suddenly became excited. Support has finally arrived. Great, now, we will definitely be able to get out of here alive. Listen to this voice, could it be the newly promoted elder? Yes, it must be her. Everyone is trapped here, by the Immortal Alliance's attacking army. With constant casualties, they all plan to fight to the end. Can you not be excited now that you suddenly get news of the arrival of reinforcements? Not being afraid of death doesn't mean you want to die. Before, I had no choice but to fight to the bitter end and leave my life and death to fate. But if you can survive now, you must seize the opportunity. Reinforcements from the Eternal Divine Realm? Although the movement was not big, how could the Immortal Union not notice it? The bald man turned around and saw a girl and a middle-aged man appearing on the edge of the battlefield at some unknown time. Apart from that, there is no one else. Just two people? Isn't this a joke? Just two people running over to support, what can they do? It's really funny. With your attitude, you look down on our Immortal Union too much. Seeing this scene, the bald man suddenly felt a sense of contempt in his heart. Anger suddenly emerged. When your Eternal Divine Realm was besieged, only 2 reinforcements came? Is this because your Eternal Divine Realm is too short of manpower, or do you really look down on the Immortal Union? What is this kind of behavior other than contempt? However, when the tall and thin man saw the girl and the middle-aged man, his face lit up. Hearing the bald man's words again, the tall and thin man smiled faintly. Look down on you? Then you should watch carefully. I can get this new elder to come over, Booth thinks highly of you. Because only after seeing the strength of this new elder can we know how powerful she is. It's definitely not blown out. Joke. What can these two guys do? When the bald man heard this, a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face, and his eyes were full of disdain. Dedicate some of your manpower to intercept and kill these two guys who don't know how to live or die. Let them know that our immortal alliance is not someone to be trifled with. Yes. As soon as these words came out, someone immediately responded. Soon, the people of the Immortal Alliance, who were the senior gold diggers who besieged the Eternal God's domain, split off and started to kill the intruders. It's just a young girl and a middle-aged man. What's there to be afraid of? However, faced with this situation, the tall and thin man just sneered. It's time for you to feel the strength of our new elders from the Eternal God realm. Are we so unpopular? The girl who had just arrived at this place couldn't help but ask herself when she saw the enemies coming towards her. The middle-aged man on the side smiled and said, with this attitude, at least you don't have to hesitate, right? Right. The girl nodded, then her eyes narrowed. An invisible energy suddenly came out, spreading rapidly like a circle of ripples. Then it enveloped the girl, stopped spreading, and formed a special area. Reincarnation Realm. This low shout also announced the formation of the realm. All the enemies who rushed into the realm of reincarnation felt an inexplicable force at this moment, which was suddenly locked on themselves, and they could not get rid of it no matter what they did. How is this going? What is this inexplicable power? The sudden situation gave them an unpleasant premonition. But in the next second, another crisp low drink was heard. Death reincarnation. Before he finished speaking, all the enemies within the realm of reincarnation changed their expressions. Because, they clearly feel that their lifespan is passing quickly. Can't break free. Unable to resist. Damn it. My lifespan. No, no. No, give it back to me, give me my life back. That's the lifespan I gained through all the hardships. No, you can't just take it away. Damn it. How could this happen? Not surprisingly, all enemies who felt their lifespan passing away became panicked. However, no matter what their reaction was, they could not stop their lifespan from being continuously extracted. Then, in just a few breaths, the first enemy whose lifespan was drained appeared. At the last moment of his life, that guy was like a fish out of water, struggling desperately, but to no avail. Then, with a look of horror and despair on his face, he fell to the ground. When the lifespan is exhausted, the corpse will naturally be devoured by the infinite battlefield. The next second, it was just a withered skeleton. Really dead. The reality is before the eyes of the people of the Immortal Union. The lifespan that was extracted has really disappeared. How is this possible? How is this possible? You can really extract lifespan directly. You, who are you? No, it's impossible, there's absolutely no way such a thing can happen. Fake, this is all fake. I do not believe. The senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance felt chills all over their bodies and couldn't believe what they were seeing. In the infinite battlefield, lifespan is undoubtedly the most important thing. Thanks to the restrictions of the rules of the secret space world, everyone is finally on the same starting line in this regard. However, the scene before them told them that the gap between the strong and the weak will always exist. Especially now, this incredible scene has refreshed their previous shallow understanding. You know, nothing like this has ever happened before. Lifespan can be extracted directly. This is a problem that the gold diggers in the infinite battlefield have been working hard for many years without solving. Now it has become their talisman. No matter how much they don't want to believe the scene in front of them, the ending will not change. The power of the realm of reincarnation has locked them. As long as they do not leave the realm of reincarnation, their lifespan will continue to decrease. This is a special change resulting from the combination of the law of reincarnation and the twisted world rules of the infinite battlefield. And this girl is naturally Yu Shi'er. When Yu Shi'er was hunted down, and then came to the infinite battlefield due to an accident, she was a little embarrassed for a while. But the power left by the human king to Yu Shi'er was activated by the infinite battlefield. And it grew in an unexpected way. It has become the current realm of reincarnation. In the realm of reincarnation, the lifespan locked by the rules of the world will temporarily loosen and become able to be extracted. The special power has become Yu Shi'er's biggest asset to survive in the infinite battlefield. And as the field of reincarnation continued to grow, Yu Shi'er also discovered something. The lifespan captured seems to be able to be used to strengthen the law of reincarnation. From birth to death, from death to life, they are all part of reincarnation. And this process is the change of lifespan, which corresponds to one of the world rules of the infinite battlefield, and seems to coincide with it. This gave Yu Shi'er the opportunity to understand the law of reincarnation, and also allowed her to understand the inheritance of the human king with great possibility. Turn it into your own strength. So as time goes by, Yu Shi'er now is completely different from before. Eternal God Realm also took a fancy to Yu Shi'er's potential and her terrifying talent, so she became an elder. And Yu Shi'er lived up to expectations, using her terrifying strength to suppress all dissatisfied voices. The law of reincarnation possesses unimaginable power in the infinite battlefield. In other words, the law of reincarnation itself is extremely powerful. After superimposing the special world rules of the infinite battlefield, the condensed realm of reincarnation is even more powerful. Almost no one can resist the erosion of the law of reincarnation and can only watch their lifespan being taken away. Then, in despair and powerlessness, he collapsed in horror. Just like the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance at this moment, the eyes looking at Yu Shi'er were full of fear. If there is really only a gap in strength, they can still fight to the death. What if we can make a comeback? However, the realm of reincarnation they are facing now is no longer a gap in strength. Such a weird power, a method that can directly take away lifespan, is simply impossible to resist, and there is no chance of winning. As long as you enter the realm of reincarnation, your life will be controlled by others. How could this not scare them? So when I saw my companions falling down one after another, the despair on their faces and the fear in their eyes deeply stimulated their mentality and undermined their fighting spirit. How to fight this kind of battle with no chance of winning? No, we can't win. Let's run away. If we stay here any longer, we'll just die. No, that's not right. Back off, everyone, back off. This weird power seems to be unable to reach too far. Suddenly, someone discovered this. The scope of the realm of reincarnation is indeed limited. Because it is the convergence of the laws of reincarnation, it consumes a lot of power of the laws and cannot cover too far away. It is more than enough for defense when facing large-scale enemies. But it's a little less interesting to use it for offense. It was discovered so quickly. But even if you find out about this, what can you do to stop me? Yu Shi'er is not surprised. The shortcomings of the reincarnation realm are not secrets, nor are they some weaknesses that cannot be said. At best, it's just a minor inconvenience. So even if she was discovered, Yu Shi'er didn't think there would be any problem. Because as she said, even if the scope of the realm of reincarnation is not large, what does it matter? Can these guys break through the blockade of the realm of reincarnation? It's obviously impossible. It just gave them a greater chance of escaping. But this has no impact on Yu Shi'er, and it will not affect her strength at all. After all, when Yu Shi'er attacked, she did not use the power of the realm of reincarnation, but the power of the law of reincarnation. But this time, Yu Shi'er received a request for help from members of the Eternal God's domain and came here. The main purpose is to force the enemy back. Therefore, it is enough to open the reincarnation field and use it for defense. You must know that the realm of reincarnation is opened with Yushir as the center, and will move with her actions. To put it simply, wherever Yushir goes, the realm of reincarnation will follow. And wherever the realm of reincarnation goes, it is a death zone for the enemy. Therefore, as long as Yushir controls the realm of reincarnation and clears a way for the people of the eternal God realm, she can easily rescue them without any accidents. This is also the reason why Yushir said this. Even if you discover the drawbacks of the realm of reincarnation, what solutions can you think of? It's not like there's no other way. Then the scene on this battlefield became a little weird. After figuring out the scope of the realm of reincarnation, all the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance consciously stayed away from Yushir. They were afraid that if they retreated a little slower, their lifespan would be taken away by the new elder of the Eternal God realm with a wave of his hand. Then Yushir took a step forward, and this large group of senior gold diggers would take a step back. A large vacuum area looks so dazzling on this battlefield. But there is no way, if you don't hide, you will die. Who dares to stay still? The bald man leading the Immortal Alliance was so angry that his eyes whirred. Is this the new elder of the Eternal God realm? Good. Very good. It can actually take away lifespan directly. Such a strange power can also be mastered. No wonder you are so confident. No wonder only 2 people dare to come to save people. The bald man was unwilling and unconvinced, and he was extremely angry. Because this ability has never appeared before, just like a forbidden power. I've said it before, if you think our new elder is easy to deal with, just go ahead and give it a try. If you can still come back alive, remember to tell me your thoughts. The tall, thin man said with a sarcastic expression. When this new elder from the Eternal God realm appeared, he knew that he and others would be saved. Even if this new elder is willing, he can launch a counterattack. Let the Immortal Alliance steal the chicken, but lose the rice. Haha, don't be too happy too soon. There are elders in your Eternal God realm who have taken action. Does it mean that our Immortal Alliance has no elders? When the bald man heard this, he sneered and looked at the tall and thin man with a ferocious face. No matter what, this time, it is the Immortal Alliance that is besieging the Eternal God realm. They can withdraw at any time. So I sent someone back to inform the elders of the Immortal Alliance, so naturally the people in the Eternal God realm would not know about it. Next, let's see whose elder is better. Immortal Joint Headquarters, Library Pavilion. Qi Lu was still looking through the information collected by the Immortal United. Mainly to check the information of those members and the information of members of other forces. Other things are just a quick glance. Qi Lu has been doing this kind of thing for a long time. After browsing so much information, the only clue I found was probably that in the Eternal Divine Realm, there was a new person and a new elder in the recent period. However, because this information is difficult to collect, the content is not detailed. The information about the newcomer and the newly promoted elder is limited to his. It is not clear what abilities he has. Because the number of times he took action in front of many forces was simply non-existent. The position of newly promoted elders is probably also an internal assessment. The new elder of the Eternal Divine Realm. Has Yushir made such rapid progress during this period? She has actually become an elder. Qi Lu thought in his heart, not thinking at all that the newcomer would be Yushir. However, at this time, a senior gold digger from the Immortal Alliance stumbled into the library. When he saw Qi Lu, he hurried over, bent down, and said respectfully, "Elder Qi Lu, something happened at the Warcraft hunting ground. Our Immortal Alliance is at war with the Eternal God realm. The elders of the Eternal Divine Realm are taking action, and we can't stand it any longer." What he said was really concise and to the point. Although there is no detailed process, the whole story is quite clear. Have the elders of the Eternal God realm taken action? Which elder is it? When Qi Lu heard this, he was not anxious at all. Instead, he asked a question slowly. Anyway, the rules of the Immortal Union are like this. Elders do things according to their own ideas, and it doesn't matter whether they go or not. So of course Ji Le had to ask clearly. It's not that he's afraid of offending the eternal divine realm. In fact, for Qi Lu, whether it is the eternal divine realm or the Immortal Union, the meaning is the same. We are all strangers, so how to get along with each other depends on our own senses. From the information recorded by the Immortal Alliance, the details of the elders of the Eternal God realm are basically clear. There is only one new elder left, and the investigation has not yet been completed. Therefore, unless the new elder takes action, Qi Lu has no intention of moving forward. Yes, it's the newly promoted elder of the Eternal Divine Realm. I understand, take me there. Qi Lu is such a conscientious person. However, in the eyes of the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance, Elder Qi Li's behavior is a sign of responsibility. It is so rare to see such an elder in the Immortal Union. Hearing that the Immortal Alliance was in trouble, it was so easy to decide to take action. If Qi Lu knew about this idea, he would probably say that the Immortal Alliance should be dissolved. You elders, don't you care so much about the face of the Immortal Union? Of course, with Qi Li's motive for his actions, he didn't seem qualified to say such a thing. Yes, Elder Qi Lu, please come with me. The battle in the Warcraft hunting ground continues. It has to be said that the realm of reincarnation is really quite restrained in those physical cultivations. Although, among them, the world rules of the infinite battlefield account for a large part of the reason. After all, locking lifespan only occurs in infinite battlefields. That's why such a special power was created. Every time Yu Shi'er takes a step forward, she can force the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance to retreat one after another, for fear that if she is not careful, she will be enveloped in the realm of reincarnation. That's a really fatal thing. Even the leading bald man did not dare to show off his strength and could only retreat helplessly. The senior gold diggers from the Eternal God's domain formed a strong position and the encirclement outside, under such circumstances, collapsed on their own. Just looking at this situation, Yu Shi'er has no spare power to counterattack the Immortal Alliance. To maintain the existence of the realm of reincarnation, the consumption is huge after all. Because this realm of reincarnation is a unique product that combines the loss of reincarnation and the world rules of the infinite battlefield. But no matter how you say it, it violates the world rules of the infinite battlefield. Triggered the lock-in of lifespan. This is the most important world rule for provoking a battle between gold diggers on the infinite battlefield. Therefore, the consumption that needs to be paid is naturally impossible to be less. This is also the biggest reason why Yu Shi'er came here and was only prepared to rescue the senior gold diggers from the Eternal Alliance. To be honest, if only Yu Shi'er was here, she would be able to come and go freely. The law of reincarnation clears the way, who dares to block it? You must know that the human king's record is not just a boast. So how could Yu Shi'er, who inherited the inheritance of the human king, be soaked after fully integrating this inheritance? But then again, the main reason why the realm of reincarnation can have such great deterrent power and such great lethality is because the ordinary members of the Immortal Alliance are not very powerful in comparison. Against enemies that are weaker than oneself, the field of reincarnation is really a unique skill. And when facing a strong enemy, Yu Shi'er will not use the realm of reincarnation. Because when the cultivation realm is almost the same, the effect of the reincarnation field is not obvious. Those powerful demon gods are also capable of resisting the erosion of the law of reincarnation without being deprived of their lifespan. This is also the meaning of the existence of elders. After all, driving the wushuang can cut grass very quickly. But when facing those bosses, you have to compete with real operations. The elders of those big forces have the same role as the level bosses in level-breaking games. They are used to guard the levels. And those ordinary members are just some monsters that can be seen everywhere. Of course, it is an object for mowing grass. Therefore, when dealing with elders from hostile forces, one's own side must of course send elders to deal with them. The senior gold diggers of the Immortal United are in such a situation now, they can only wait anxiously. While waiting, they watched helplessly as the people from the Eternal God Realm evacuated. Is this a good opportunity that I finally came across so wasted? No. Can't let this happen. At this moment, the people of the Eternal God Realm were about to be taken away by Yushir using the Reincarnation Realm. The veteran gold diggers of the Immortal United finally couldn't stand it anymore. Physical training, although it is more focused on close combat. But that doesn't mean they don't have the means to attack from a distance, it's just that the power isn't that great. You must know that terrifying power can not only explode with destructive power when it comes into contact with the target. The attack triggered by shattering the void can also form a strong lethality. And there are more than just these methods that can be used. Even if it cannot effectively attack the enemies in the realm of reincarnation, it can still be done to prevent them from leaving. It's really troublesome. Is their hatred for the eternal divine realm so deep? Seeing this scene, Yushir couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. Even though the field of reincarnation is a magical skill for cutting grass, its powerful defense mainly comes from destroying all those who are close to it. As long as the enemies are eliminated, they won't be attacked. But for those enemies hiding outside the scope of the reincarnation domain, it can have very little effect. Unless Yushir takes the initiative to condense the law of reincarnation and extend the realm of reincarnation. Or directly use the law of reincarnation to attack. Only in this way can the enemy be effectively dealt with. But in the current situation, if Yushir gives up maintaining the realm of reincarnation and starts attacking instead, it will go against the original intention. Without the cover of the reincarnation realm, the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God Realm will once again be in trouble. What's the difference from before she came here? Senior, what can you do? Thinking of this, Yushir glanced at the middle-aged man who came here with her. When the senior shouted out, the people of the Eternal God Realm were not surprised. But the people of the Immortal Alliance were shocked. Originally, they thought that the middle-aged man who came with this new elder of the Eternal God Realm was a follower. Who would have thought that he would be the senior of this new elder? Although it is said that there is no rule that seniors must be stronger than juniors. But how could someone be so weak that he could make such a powerful new elder willing to call him senior? Therefore, the people of the Immortal Alliance were also nervous at the moment. Thinking, why haven't our elders arrived yet? But most people in the Immortal Union understand that the elders of the Immortal Union are just a decoration most of the time. There are only a few people who are willing to take action against a decoration used to increase deterrence. The low team cohesion is clearly revealed. However, who makes the overall strength of the Immortal Alliance strong? Those newcomers are still flocking to it. There is no good way, but we must get out as soon as possible. The Immortal Alliance must have sent someone to contact the elders. If we wait until their elders arrive, we will be in real trouble. The middle-aged man shook his head and spoke aloud. Now that the confrontation is on display, what good solutions can be thought of? After all, Eternal God Realm was the one being ambushed. Even if there was any backup plan, it would not be the method of Eternal God Realm. Therefore, using absolute strength to carve out a bloody path is the best way. I understand, this is all we can do now. Yushir nodded and agreed with this statement. Then he turned his head and said, "Everyone, are you ready? We must fight our way out this time. I hope everyone will not be left behind." Having said this, Yushir also began to close the envelope of the reincarnation realm. Maintaining the realm of reincarnation consumes a lot of the power of law. When starting to take the initiative to attack, it is natural to save as much as possible. And if you want to carve out a bloody path, you also need a sharp knife to cut through the encirclement of the Immortal Alliance. So after making this decision, everyone can only hope for the best. No problem, Elder, please feel free to take action. We can still take care of ourselves, elders don't have to worry. Even if we don't have much physical strength, we won't be afraid of these bastards. That's right, let them see the power of our Eternal God Realm. The senior gold prospector of Eternal God Realm was so proud. Hearing this, he immediately shouted. After living in the infinite battlefield for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years, many things have become indifferent. Including life and death, it is the same. It's just that they don't want to die in such a miserable way. Therefore, fighting to the end and dying on the battlefield are not unacceptable to them. Then let them see how powerful our Eternal God Realm is. Hearing this, Yushir also spoke with great enthusiasm. The middle-aged man on the side saw this and nodded silently. The cultivators who come from the divine realm, whether they are the Lord Goat or not, cannot lose their fighting spirit. However, at this time, there was a sudden commotion at the outermost edge of the circle formed by the people of the Immortal Alliance. Immediately afterwards, a burst of excited shouting was heard, coming from outside in. The elders of our Immortal Union have also arrived. Great, I knew our elders wouldn't ignore us. Which elder is here this time? He is also the new elder of our Immortal Union. Are you talking about Elder Qi Lu? I heard that Elder Qi Lu joined our Immortal Alliance at the invitation of Elder Qingwen. Yes, I heard about it too. And I also know that Elder Qi Lu is unparalleled in battle, and Elder Lianqingwen is slightly inferior. Is Elder Qi Lu so strong? It seems that he is stable this time. The sudden change caused the expressions of the people in the Eternal Divine Realm to change. If there are elders on the side of the Immortal Alliance who intervene, things will be difficult to handle. You must know that the elders appointed by the big forces in the infinite battlefield are very valuable. It can even be said that there is absolutely no comparison between ordinary members and elders. It is simply a crushing in terms of cultivation level. Just like before, when Yushir came to the battlefield, there was only one elder, but he was able to force so many ordinary members of the Immortal Alliance to restrain themselves and not dare to attack at will. Even if Yushir's reincarnation field is a special case, it is enough to illustrate the problem. So when the elders of the Immortal Alliance appeared, it was strange that the faces of the people in the Eternal God Realm looked good. This aura is more powerful than I imagined. When did the Immortal Alliance have such an elder? A surprised look also appeared on the middle-aged man's face. The Immortal Union can have information about all the elders in the Eternal God Realm except for the new elders, so the Eternal God Realm is naturally no exception and will also have information about most of the elders in the Immortal Union. The reason for the poor intelligence is that the Immortal United recruits new members too quickly, so it is too late to collect information. Therefore, the middle-aged man actually knows the information of most of the elders in the Immortal Alliance. Naturally, it was clear that this breath was definitely something that had never appeared before. Immortal Union also has new elders. And he is also an extremely powerful new elder. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but glance at Yushir. Why did he feel so similar to her? However, Yushir's face showed extremely complex emotions such as surprise, uneasiness, and disbelief. Mixed together, finally turned into a sentence. Yes, could it be Brother Qi Lu? However, Yushir kept these words in her heart and did not say them out. Because Yushir also knows that at this moment, the two sides have different positions, and it is not a good time to recognize each other. If this is Brother Qi Li's plan, then if he takes the initiative to stand up, wouldn't it disrupt his arrangement? We should wait and see what happens. You know? The middle-aged man seemed to see something. Hearing this, Yushir shook her head. It's not that I deny it, it's that I can't say it. Things get complicated. As he spoke, the Immortal Alliance's encirclement opened an opening on its own initiative. Qi Lu, who came from the Immortal United headquarters, walked into the encirclement with a calm expression. When he glanced at Yu Shi'er, he was slightly startled, but his expression didn't change at all. He just calmly raised his right index finger and put it to his mouth. What does it mean? Yu Shi'er immediately understood. This is not the place to talk. The encounter between the Immortal Alliance and the Eternal God Realm is interesting. It actually involves their respective elders. Qi Li's index finger placed next to his mouth curled up and turned into a rubbing motion of his chin. The expression on his face was also a gentle smile. It was as if he didn't take his opponent seriously at all. Elders are the backbone of every force. In the infinite battlefield, there will be battles involving elders, which are all big battles. That's why Qi Li sighed with emotion. This war was initiated by your Immortal Alliance. If you want to admit defeat, do it as soon as possible. The middle-aged man took another look at Yu Shi'er's expression and knew that it might not be appropriate for her to come forward at this time, so he took the initiative to take over the job and came out to talk to Qi Lu. Admit defeat? If you are willing, I can accept your surrender on behalf of the Immortal Union. I hope you can be a little sincere. Qi Lu smiled and continued without changing his expression. On the surface, he is still the elder of the Immortal Alliance, so he has to continue to pretend like this. Anyway, it's a matter of working without exerting effort. Even if you are paddling, you can't let your momentum weaken. In that case, there's nothing more to say. The number of times the Eternal Divine Realm and the Immortal have jointly gone to war has long been difficult to count, and this time is no different. Let's just be direct and let's meet the real chapter. The middle-aged man shook his head and said coldly. Qi Lu smiled slightly and said, "That's exactly what I meant." Needless to say, Qi Lu came here just for a formality to see if he could find any clues about Yu Shi'er. Who would have thought that he would meet Yu Shi'er in person? Isn't it like trying to find a place without wearing iron shoes, and finding it without any effort at all? Naturally, this battle must end as soon as possible so that Yu Shi'er can find out the situation. Before he finished speaking, Qi Lu had already rushed out and punched the middle-aged man. I'm here to contain you. You can take people out as soon as possible. When the middle-aged man saw this, he warned Yu Shi'er without looking back, and then quickly greeted her. With a wave of his hands, an ice sword appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Boom! The next moment, Qi Li's fist collided with the ice sword. However, the extremely sharp ice sword could not break through Qi Li's skin and could only leave a white mark. The middle-aged man frowned immediately. What a terrifying physical strength. The ice sword condensed with the power of law has the power to pierce armor, and its destructive power cannot be measured by common sense. With a random wave, even without using any force, you can easily cut through mountains. But even so, he couldn't break the skin of the man in front of him. One can imagine how strong his body was. It's extremely terrifying. However, the power of this sword is more than just a slash. The middle-aged man flicked his wrist, and the power of extreme cold surged rapidly. It emerged from the ice sword and spread towards Qi Li's arm. In an instant, it turned one of Qi Li's arms into an ice sculpture. The law of ice reaches its ultimate state. Even if the world is huge, it can be frozen. Ice. Just the spreading frost made Qi Li feel something in his heart, as if he remembered something. I always feel that this breath is so familiar. You. Then, in a flash of inspiration, Qi Li looked into the middle-aged man's eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. No way, it's you? This nonsense made the middle-aged man narrow his eyes. Because the shock in the tone of the man in front of him was not fake. But I was really shocked. Does he really know himself? But it shouldn't be. If it was really his old friend, why would he appear in this place? Now is not the time to say these words. If you have anything to say, you have to wait until after the fight is over. You're right. Ice Spirit Holy King, Senior. Qi Lu condensed these words into a thread and passed them into the middle-aged man's ears. Regardless of whether the identity of the Ice Spirit Saint King is true or not, it cannot be revealed at all here. Therefore, Qi Lu can guarantee that what he says will never be discovered by others, except the interlocutor. What did you say? After hearing Qi Li's name, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank suddenly, and the shock in his eyes showed his inner uneasiness. Although the change in mood was fleeting, it still made Qi Lu certain. Even if this middle-aged man is not the Ice Spirit Saint King, he must have heard of this name. In fact, Qi Lu also found it strange why the Ice Spirit Saint King, who was from the same era as the Dragon Saint King, would appear in this place. When the middle-aged man didn't show his aura before, Qi Lu really didn't feel it. After all, Qi Lu had never clearly sensed the aura of the Ice Spirit Saint King from the beginning to the end. I just know that the land in the far west is where the Ice Spirit Holy King fell. And mainland Qinchi was inherited by the Ice Spirit Holy King. From these 2 points, Qi Lu could roughly guess what the aura of the Ice Spirit Saint King was like, but he couldn't be sure. It wasn't until this moment, when Qi Lu was fighting with this middle-aged man, that he noticed a familiar feeling from his aura, so he made this guess. So I said these words directly to test. Now it seems that the result is not bad. It seems like we have to talk about what happens next. Qi Lu knew that this place was not a good place for conversation. If he could test out the result, his goal would be achieved. As for the more detailed situation, we will have to wait until the battle is over before we can discuss it in detail. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, whether you believe it or not, we should not be mice. This battle is just a farce. I ask you, Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, to cooperate with me in putting on a good show. With this in mind, Qi Lu continued. Of course, all words are conveyed secretly and will not be known to third parties. After all, acting openly is still very stressful. If others find out, there will be no way to continue undercover. You don't think that I have to believe whatever you say? However, the middle-aged man replied like this. Obviously, he didn't believe what Qi Lu said. Under such circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to gain trust based on a known person's one-sided words. Even if the other party recognizes his identity, it does not mean that the other party is trustworthy. Who knows what will happen? Maybe you have to kill people and silence them to ensure your own safety. Of course, I don't think what I say will definitely gain your trust. Naturally, Qi Lu didn't think that just a few words of his own could change this middle-aged man's attitude. Because if it were him, his reaction would be the same. Therefore, the hope of change must be placed on you, Shi'er. So in order to show my sincerity, I will make way for you to leave in the next battle. After that, you can find a way to confirm my identity. I will go to the Eternal God realm again to find you. This is the best solution currently. Anyway, the current war is definitely inevitable. Then after the war, confirming the identity can also make the current battle look more real. Otherwise, if your acting skills are not good and you are seen through, then the situation will become more troublesome. It's impossible to silence everyone present. That's when the matter becomes serious. Are you sure? Hearing this, the middle-aged man also had a playful look in his eyes. No matter who the other party is or what their identity is, that will have to be determined later. Now it is business to take the people from the Eternal God realm out of here. So the other party's proposal is quite good. Of course, this is my sincerity. So I hope Senior Ice Spirit Saint King can cooperate with the performance, otherwise I can't guarantee how many casualties it will cause. Qi Lu nodded slightly, but at the end, he also warned him. Acting is a matter of two people. If the other party is unwilling to cooperate, then Qi Lu can't perform well by himself. On the premise of not suffering any losses, the increasingly fierce war only affected the ordinary members around them. Because there should be no doubt about the strength of the Ice Spirit Saint King. The top experts of the same era as the Dragon Saint King will not be weak no matter what. Qi Lu is also confident that he will never suffer at the hands of the Ice Spirit Saint King. Even if he cannot defeat him, a draw should not be a problem. So who will suffer in the end? Isn't that a fire at the city gate, which affects the fish in the pond? But Qi Lu doesn't care at all about the life and death of those in the Immortal Alliance. I just don't know what the middle-aged man in front of me is thinking. I understand. Since you want to do this, I will naturally accompany you to the end. The middle-aged man also nodded. After all, the eternal divine realm is the beneficiary of this, so what reason does he have to refuse? What's more, even if this is deceiving him, he can stop this drama at any time and show his true strength. So as long as you don't suffer any loss anyway, what's the problem if you cooperate? Then let's get started. After Qi Lu said this, he stopped talking. After that, we should wait until we go to the eternal God realm to ask clearly. Now, it's time to fight. In fact, this seemingly long communication time is actually only a few breaths off time. During this period, the middle-aged man's ice sword collided with Qi Lu's fist, and the frost that spread up only froze one of Qi Lu's arms, not even half of his body. And this is not because the freezing speed is too slow. In fact, if the person who bears this power of frost is not Qi Lu, but someone else, it is estimated that by this time, it has turned into an ice sculpture. Even the elders in the Immortal Alliance may not be immune. This is the strength of the Ice Spirit Saint King. But when he met Qi Lu, he would be an exception. Because what Qi Lu possesses is not just an unparalleled physique, he also possesses the power of laws. If the pure physical strength cannot withstand the ice, what about the assistance of the power of law? The answer is right in front of you. Little tricks. Qi Lu sneered and said aloud. This sentence is naturally meant for those guys in the Immortal Alliance. Since you want to act, of course you have to understand what the role you are playing, the new elder of the Immortal Union, should do. Therefore, in order to increase the morale of the people of the Immortal Alliance, of course, one's own momentum cannot be weakened. After saying this, Qi Lu's frozen arm suddenly shook. The covering ice crystals were immediately shattered. This is not a trick played by a middle-aged man to cooperate with the acting, but Qi Lu's own strength. The middle-aged man who saw this scene also understood that the strength of the man in front of him should not be underestimated. After all, he is someone who can become the new elder of the Immortal Union. If he doesn't have some skills, it is impossible. It can even be said that, generally speaking, the strength of the new elder is actually stronger than that of the veteran elders. Why? It's simple, because veteran elders also have seniority. They can also be ranked based on their seniority, and coupled with their strong combat prowess, they are enough to hold the position of elder. But what does the new elder have? Without qualifications, only strength is left. So it is absolutely impossible to become a new elder without sufficient outstanding strength. Therefore, the middle-aged man also paid attention to the proposal of the person in front of him. You want to act, right? Then I can only stay with you until the end. If you don't want all the people of the eternal divine realm to be buried here, you can only do this. Because it is completely unreasonable to want a newly promoted elder to let them leave without any reason. Even if the young man in front of him is willing to do this, the Immortal Alliance will never agree. You know, even the president of the Immortal Alliance cannot speak his mind in the Immortal Alliance. What's more, a newly promoted elder. The factional struggle among the big forces is very cruel. Therefore, it is necessary to show enough strength to prove that this battle is not caused by the new elder. But because he really couldn't resist it, he had no choice but to let the people from the Eternal God realm escape. Frozen Ice Realm. Open! Thinking of this, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted. The next moment, with the middle-aged man at the center, a brilliant ice blue storm suddenly erupted. What followed was ice shards all over the sky, like ice needles, raging out as the icy blue storm raged. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the sky, and the hustle and bustle of the battlefield seemed to be cut off instantly. The roars, shouts of death, and roars all around disappeared at this moment. Only the freezing storm was left raging. As the ice needles flew, the ground was covered with ice crystals and turned into a frozen land. The sky was dyed the color of ice crystals, like a dome-shaped ice prison. Another area formed by the power of law. A world of frost. Frozen seems to be the ice spirit Saint King's specialty, which seems to prove the identity of the middle-aged man. The ice crystals between heaven and earth swept away, and all the areas covered by the ice boundary turned into a world composed of ice crystals. The enemies that were shrouded in instantly turned into ice sculptures. The moment the ice world was formed, it was even more terrifying than the realm of reincarnation. After all, the realm of reincarnation devours lifespan, and it will take ascertain amount of time to do it. The longer the lifespan, the longer it takes to engulf. And the ice world condensed by this middle-aged man does not require any preparation time at all, and the attack is an instant kill. Ordinary members of the Immortal Alliance are not as strong as Qi Lu. The moment of being frozen is the moment of death. The erosion of the law of ice also has the ability of extinction and can wipe out all life. This is the power of the law. To reach perfection, there must be a breakthrough, and then a more powerful and terrifying force will be formed. Damn it! What is this? It's so scary. The sudden freezing is impossible to withstand. Who is this guy, and why have I never heard of such a character before? With such terrifying strength, isn't he still an elder of the eternal God realm? No, that's impossible. The sudden terrifying scene immediately made the people of the Immortal Alliance feel frightened. Irresistible power is always the most despairing thing. This middle-aged man, who was unknown in the past, actually possesses such terrifying power. This is something no one would have imagined. Is this proving your identity? Qi Lu thought to himself, then suddenly raised his head and said loudly. This can't go on like this. With me here, I can't let you continue to do whatever you want. The Immortal Union is not a target you can kill at will. After saying this, Qi Lu put his palms together and crossed his fingers. In an instant, a violent pressure burst out from his body. It instantly turned into a circle of air waves, visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions like ripples. The way of the devil is also a way to win the power of heaven and earth. It's just different from the way of the Lord God. The demon god does not control the laws, but imitates the world and vows to suppress all laws. The power of heaven and earth is so terrifying. I saw Qi Li's eyes condensed, as if there was a flash of lightning. The violent coercion, which was originally like the might of Huang Huang, surged again and turned into a raging sea. It swept towards the surroundings and hit the ice boundary condensed by the middle-aged man, like a stormy wave crashing on the shore, with a mighty force. Even if you are acting now, you should be dedicated. Moreover, Qi Lu also wanted to try and see how powerful the legendary ice spirit Saint King was. Although you won't go out with all your strength, the greatest respect for your opponent is to not deliberately show off during the competition. Boom! At this moment, it felt like the sky was falling apart. The violent coercion crashed onto the world made of ice crystals, as if the power of God came to the world and the disaster was coming. The pronouncement of doomsday seems to be telling the world that the world is coming to an end. The next second, the ice crystal world collapsed. The ice and frost in the sky disappeared without a trace like clouds that were washed away. The frozen earth was now covered with dense cracks, and then suddenly collapsed, turning into ice fragments everywhere. Then, under the pressure like a huge wave pouring from the sky, it was crushed into nothingness. The power of the demon god, even if it is powerful, is not weaker than the power of heaven. This is the first time Qi Lu and the middle-aged man have made a formal move. The movement caused was already so terrifying. The formation and destruction of the ice crystal world, even if it only lasted for a few breaths, caused unimaginable damage. All those who were frozen in the Immortal Alliance were already irredeemably were now crushed together. But the shock left behind will never dissipate. The scene of the collapse that day may become their nightmare for a long time. Oh my God, is this the strength of an elder? What an unimaginably terrifying power. There are actually people with such strength in the eternal God realm. If it weren't for Elder Qi Lu, we might not have any chance of survival this time. Yes, this power of frost is too terrifying. There is no chance of resistance. Elder Qi Lu is willing to come here to help us, which is really our greatest luck. Yes, it's hard to imagine how I would have survived if Elder Qi Lu had not come here. The faces of the people in the Immortal Alliance all had lingering fears. The feeling of surviving a disaster is always complicated. This also greatly increased Qi Li's prestige in the Immortal Alliance. Not only because Qi Lu appeared in this place this time, but also because of the powerful strength he showed. Just relying on their own pressure, they can shatter this ice crystal world that they have no choice but to do. What a tyrannical strength this is. Your strength is really surprising. I suddenly believe what you said. The middle-aged man who saw this scene also had a look of astonishment in his, but it quickly disappeared. After all, it was expected that this young man would possess an overwhelming fighting power. It's just unbelievable that it would be so powerful. No wonder he dared to make such a suggestion. It turns out that we are not negotiating conditions, but giving notice. Interesting. Brother Qi Lu, you are still as awesome as ever. Yu Shi'er on the side also had a flash of light in her eyes. Although he didn't speak, the middle-aged man who caught a glimpse of Yu Shi'er's eyes understood clearly in his heart. From this point of view, that young man might really be a friend. But now is not the time to say these words. The people of the eternal God realm are still in danger. Even if they want to talk about other things, they should finish this scene. Before that, the middle-aged man was somewhat dissatisfied with the proposal given by Qi Lu. But now, I finally pay attention to it. Maybe this time's acting is also showing his strength. Although sparring is different from fighting tooth and nail, it can still be seen whether there is any letting go. Then let me see what strength you have to stand in this place. The middle-aged man clenched his fist lightly, and ice chips suddenly flew around him. When the frost spread, the middle-aged man said to Yu Shi'er without looking back, "Little girl, after the war starts, you can find an opportunity to take the people from the eternal God realm out. I will be there soon." Well, I understand. Yu Shi'er nodded in response, but took a deep look at Qi Lu. Don't look at it, there will definitely be a chance to meet again in the future. The middle-aged man seemed to feel Yu Shi'er's movements and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that not only do these two people know each other, but they may also have a close relationship. That adds another layer of credibility. In this way, I can no longer just muddle through. I must give this young man an explanation, lest he find it difficult to speak to the Immortal United. Now that such a decision has been made, there is only one requirement for the next battle: make a lot of noise. That is to say, it is very destructive. Only in this way can the people of the Immortal Alliance feel that it is not because the elders are not strong enough, but because they are really powerless. After all, this battle is not just a duel between two top powers. Elder Qi Lu can attack with all his strength without any scruples. But in a battle of this level, it is unknown whether the people of the Immortal Alliance can survive. Even the aftermath of a battle with top powers is not something that ordinary people can afford. If the space barrier were weaker, even the heaven and earth could collapse. It's not just as simple as breaking the void. Therefore, under such circumstances, as long as they can save their lives, it is enough for them to be grateful. Why do you think about why everyone in the eternal God realm has escaped? Anyway, there is only a long time to come, and there is no rush to deal with the eternal God realm. If you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. Boy, it looks like you are ready, so I won't be polite. The heart of extreme ice appears. Using the power of endless frost as flesh and blood, and the law of endless ice as bones, gather together. The ice giant. Following the middle-aged man's chanting voice, the ice chips surrounding him suddenly began to riot. Endless frost falls from the sky, emerges from under the earth, and gathers from all directions. In an instant, the middle-aged man was completely submerged in the white snow, turning into a heart of ice crystal. It looks like a crystal-clear crystal. Then in the next second, the heart made of ice crystals began to beat like aerial heart, and while beating, it flew into the sky. At this moment, the ice and frost that filled the sky swarmed toward the ice crystal heart, as if thousands of streams were returning to the sea. The laws of ice are condensing, and the power of frost is gathering. In just a few breaths, the prototype of an ice crystal giant standing tall on the sky and the earth appeared. That is the embodiment of the law of ice, possessing extremely terrifying power. Extreme Ice Giant, as the name says. What it brought was the terrifying extreme cold. An extremely ice giant hundreds of feet tall, surrounded by frost all over its body. Just standing there, the ground beneath my feet began to spread ice crystals outward, forming a frozen realm. And the frost lingering around him was like clouds covering the sky, exuding a cold air. It already has huge deterrence and lethality, without even using your hands. The spreading ice crystals frightened the Immortal Alliance people to retreat. Occasionally, a few people who avoided it came into contact with the spreading ice crystals, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into ice sculptures. The incoming frost and the law of ice contained in it were simply not a force they could withstand. Even people from the eternal God realm still need to envelop the power of law outside their bodies in order to barely resist this ice. And this is because this force of frost is not directed at them at all. At this moment, this battlefield can no longer be called a battlefield. Instead, it should be called Frozen World. At this moment, neither the people of the eternal God realm nor the people of the Immortal Alliance have any intention of fighting. They just want to get out of here as soon as possible. Get out of this dangerous place. Damn, why is this happening? Why is this guy so strong? The completely irresistible freezing, this is too scary. Run, run quickly. Never touch these ice crystals, otherwise you will die. At this time, don't even think about fighting those damn guys from the eternal God realm. It's important to save your life. Elder Qi Lu, Elder Qi Lu. Save us. Save us. Countless people from the Immortal Alliance screamed in shock and fled frantically. But within this frozen realm, with ice crystals spreading on the ground and frost falling from the sky, there was nowhere to hide. The law of ice has long since sealed this world, and the freezing power locked on them, even if it is weak, is enough to slow down their movements, making it difficult for them to escape from this place. Escape from this death zone. What is left to them is endless despair. Is this the strength of the Ice Spirit Saint King? It's really terrifying. Qi Lu raised his head and looked at the ice giant that reached straight into the clouds and the frost that was like clouds and mist. Although I knew in my heart that even if this extreme ice giant was not the full strength of the Ice Spirit Saint King, it was still amazing enough. After all, he was a top powerhouse fighting side by side with the Dragon Saint King, and his combat power was indeed unparalleled. If this is the case, then I can't hold back. Fortunately, I also learned how to materialize the golden body of the law, otherwise there would be no way to end today. Thinking of this, Qi Lu no longer hesitated. The golden body of laws gathered together with the body of laws is then embodied. It is a completely different concept from the realization of pure power of law. The former requires a strong enough body to carry the power of the law and integrate it into a more terrifying force. The latter, on the other hand, does not require much physical strength, and only needs a strong enough law power. Therefore, from the perspective of outsiders, the golden body of law used by Qi Lu is more like the method of the devil. After all, the power of the law is integrated into the physical body. Then what is displayed is the extremely tyrannical physical strength. But Qi Lu himself knew very well that if he wanted to materialize the golden body of the law, it would take more than just physical force. The requirements for the power of law are also not low, and can even be said to be quite high. It is more than enough to fight against this extreme ice giant. It's very simple to just materialize the golden body of law that is hundreds of feet high. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, don't say it's me who's letting you offend. While talking to himself, Qi Li's body size expanded rapidly, and in just a few breaths, he turned into a giant. The ferocious armor covering the body made Qi Lu look like a god of war. With a body that is hundreds of feet tall, it is no weaker than the extreme ice giant. In fact, the limit of the legal golden body that Qi Lu can materialize is far beyond this. But in order to create an evenly matched effect, Qi Lu would do this. But even so, the visual impact is still shocking. What is this? Is there anyone in the Immortal Alliance who is so powerful? I heard from them that this guy is a new elder of the Immortal Alliance, and he is so terrifying. Is he also a newly promoted elder? Are all the new elders this time so powerful? Damn, I feel like this guy is obviously scarier. Don't let other people's ambitions grow here and destroy your own prestige. Yes, he must be bluffing. We will definitely not lose. So this time, the object of consternation became the people of the Eternal God Realm. Originally, when they saw the ice giant appear, they thought their side must have won. Who would have thought that the battle situation would change so quickly? In the blink of an eye, a god of war who was not weaker than the ice giant appeared on the other side. And he is also a new elder of the Immortal Alliance. This is suddenly troublesome. However, the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance suddenly felt proud. Because the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance have already communicated with each other about Elder Qi Lu. Especially that day, the guys who took Elder Qi Lu to the trading market told them everything they knew. The key point was Elder Qi Li's ability. Can instantly transform into a towering giant, possess endless power, split the sky and split the earth, and can do anything. It's extremely terrifying. So seeing this scene at this moment, the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Union reacted quickly after being shocked at the beginning. This is Elder Qi Li's signature ability. With Elder Qi Lu in charge, how could the Immortal United lose? This kid is truly a genius. However, unlike those senior gold diggers from the Eternal God Realm and the Immortal Alliance, the middle-aged man in the heart of extreme ice narrowed his eyes slightly and saw some clues about this towering giant. After all, he is still a peerless power with unparalleled combat power, and his sharp eyesight cannot be compared with those of senior gold diggers. Perhaps the middle-aged man couldn't see how this towering giant was condensed. But the power of laws contained in it can be felt. At this moment, the middle-aged man finally understood. It turns out that this guy serves as an elder in the Immortal Alliance and is an undercover agent. Good, very good. Ha ha ha, I haven't had a hearty battle in a long time, and today I have fulfilled my wish. The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh, and his mood improved a lot. But the next battle will still continue. And you just have to do your best. Since the extreme ice giant has been condensed, he should not be merciful in order to show his respect. Boom. Thinking of this, the giant ice giant standing tall on the sky and the air this no longer still. A sudden step under his feet broke the ground into pieces, and cracks spread, as if an earthquake had occurred. When he punched out, the force was so strong that it immediately caused a storm, howling and roaring. Needless to say, this punch can break mountains and create seas even if there are mountains and seas ahead. Although the extreme ice giant is the condensation of the law of ice, it isn't weak at all in terms of power. You know, even those main gods focus on the power of law. But in terms of physical strength alone, it is much stronger than most physical training, but it is not comparable to the devil. It's like comparing the physical attributes of a level 100 mage and a level 10 warrior. Even if the mage's bonus points are all added to intelligence, the physical attributes that naturally increase are still stronger than those of warriors. So don't think that the ice giant's melee combat ability is just for show. That would be a big loss. Fortunately, once Qilu enters a fighting state, he never underestimates his opponent. After all, there are many examples of boats capsizing in the gutter, and Qilu doesn't want to be the next example. This is a bloody lesson in the trial space. So when faced with the attack of the extreme ice giant, Qilu didn't hesitate at all and faced it directly. Boom! The fists collided, and the sound was overwhelming. The aroused air waves flew thousands of feet, like a ripple-like impact, spanning thousands of miles. The frost in the sky was washed away, the ice crystals on the ground were shattered, and the terrifying impact swept across all obstacles and shattered everything blocking the front. None of the experienced gold diggers who were already escaping here were spared. They were all affected by this terrible impact. They vomited blood on the spot and even their consciousness became a little blurry. Fortunately, they all knew in their hearts that if they really fainted here, they might never wake up again. So they all gritted their teeth and continued to escape. And this was just the first move, and it had already affected such a vast area. Almost the entire Warcraft hunting ground noticed something was wrong here. Looking from a distance, you can see two towering giants confronting each other. At this moment, no matter which side the senior gold diggers were, they were all shocked. Then, what is that? What a terrifying momentum, what a terrifying pressure. If they continue to fight like this, will it affect us? It's very possible. Let's get out of here quickly. Yeah, I can't come to the World of Warcraft hunting grounds these days. Stop talking and leave quickly. The chilling atmosphere also affected these senior gold diggers. It also made them come to a conclusion: the Warcraft hunting ground is no longer safe, so everyone should run away. This was the first time they had seen a battle of this level in the infinite battlefield for so long. It was so terrifying. In order not to cause trouble for himself, but also to save his own life, must stay away from here. And those who also came to this conclusion were the Warcraft in the Warcraft hunting ground. These simple-minded guys have only one idea: to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. This place is no longer safe now. It's better to go somewhere else for a while and then come back and see. Migratory birds have to migrate anyway, so this group of monsters just think they are migrating. But more importantly, he was probably trembling with fear from this violent aura. But neither the middle-aged man nor Qilu knew about these circumstances. They are now in the midst of a fierce battle. Although neither of them is a fighting fanatic, they are happy to have a hearty battle. Because only by fighting opponents of the same level and pushing yourself to your limits can you discover your own shortcomings. If you want to go further, you must continue to push your limits. Therefore, the more intense the battle, the more exciting and thrilling it will be for both of them. It's really exciting. Unfortunately for onlookers, it's not that exciting. In the battle between two towering giants, a casual blow can break mountains and cut off currents. With a single movement of his hands and feet, the world is about to collapse. It's too late for them to escape, so are they still in the mood to watch the battle? I'm afraid only powerful men of the same level are qualified to watch a battle off this level. For those who are not strong enough, wanting to watch the battle is like Ameth flying into a flame. With any residual power that escapes, crushing them is as easy as crushing an ant. Do you still dare to stay? Run for your life. And this scene is exactly the development that the middle-aged man and Qi Lu went to see. If those guys didn't escape, how could you take away the people of Eternal God realm safely? Now that the goal has been achieved, what's left is probably the battle the two wanted. Let's go first. Yu Xie looked back at Qi Lu, and then said to the people around her. Yes, Elder. The senior gold diggers in the Eternal God's domain nodded one after another, showing considerable respect for this new elder. He also knew that if he and others stayed here, they wouldn't even be considered cannon fodder, so it would be better to leave as soon as possible. Don't stay and cause trouble. The people of the Immortal Alliance who were also escaping also saw this scene. However, at this time, no one had the power to stop them and could only watch them leave. Damn it. It's better to let the people from the Eternal God realm run away. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise interrupted their complaints. The battle between two towering giants also woke up these guys and made them wake up. The situation has developed like this, and it is already very good to be able to survive. What are you still thinking about? Thanks to Elder Qi Lu for coming for reinforcements, otherwise none of us would have survived. The people of the Eternal God realm can be dealt with at any time. Let them run away this time and come back next time. Yeah, let's leave this place first. Just leave the rest to Elder Qi Lu. After some emotion, the senior gold diggers of the Immortal United did not dare to stay any longer. Of course, the sooner we leave such a dangerous battlefield, the better, not to mention that everyone in the Eternal God realm has also escaped. So soon, it disappeared from the hunting ground of Warcraft. This scene made the middle-aged man among the ice giants burst into laughter. Boy, this shouldn't be all your strength. This sentence was said to Qi Lu. Middle-aged men don't care about those guys in the Immortal Alliance. They are just a bunch of bastards who are not worth caring about. Even if no one rescues him this time, the middle-aged man can still fight his way out of the encirclement of the Immortal Alliance. I just don't know how strong the other elders are in the Immortal Alliance. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, I'm afraid this is not your full strength. Qi Lu did not answer, but asked a question. Answering with questions also made the middle-aged man understand. Since it's not a matter of life and death, how can it be possible for all the cards to be revealed? Besides, the goal of this acting is to make the people of the Immortal Alliance take the initiative to retreat. Why waste so much effort? Just to test the opponent's trump card? Then next, do you want to continue fighting, or do you want to give up? The middle-aged man asked again. Qi Lu smiled slightly and said, if the senior Ice Spirit Saint King is willing to continue fighting, I will naturally accompany him to the end. This is giving the right of choice back to middle-aged men. War or peace, it's all decided in one word. Then forget it, I'm already old and I can't compare to you young people. The middle-aged man shook his head, perhaps admitting his identity, but he also made the choice to fight. It's just for discussion, there is no need to continue this meaningless battle. It's just acting. Now that the audience has left, there is no need to continue. Then it's a senior wishes. Qi Lu doesn't care. The embodied golden body of law has not reached its limit, and it can last for a long time. It's easy to keep playing. But if senior wants to end it, let's end it. But when it comes to acting, it can't end in an anticlimactic way. At the end, it still needs to be done beautifully. For example, the noise must be loud enough to make those guys feel that they are fighting with all their strength, instead of acting for them. Therefore, after making this decision, the two of them had a tacit understanding. All of them gathered the strongest power they could mobilize at the moment, and then attacked brazenly. Under the sudden collision, the explosive momentum and air waves swept out, instantly sweeping across the entire Warcraft hunting ground. Boom. It's like a heavenly catastrophe has come to the world and the whole world ice and wrath. The violent shock wave was like the apocalypse, and in an instant, it drowned those creatures that had not escaped from the hunting grounds of the monsters. Whether they are warcraft or veteran gold diggers, they are all treated equally. Those with weak strength were instantly crushed. Hiss. Is this the true strength of Elder Qi Lu? This is too scary. Just the residual power can sweep thousands of miles. If we had been a step slower and not escaped, we would probably be dead by now. Now I feel that we are really lucky. Yes. The veteran gold digger who had survived the disaster felt the violent impact from behind and could not help but speak with lingering fear. This is a real wonder and a heartfelt fear. It's like an ant's powerlessness in the face of flames. Death upon contact. The senior gold diggers who are united with the immortal have the same feelings as the senior gold diggers from the eternal God realm. For the newly promoted elder of the Immortal Alliance, he was able to burst out with such terrifying power. They also felt trembling in the liver and frightened. I kept rejoicing in my heart that I and others had evacuated early, otherwise they would all have fallen into the warcraft hunting ground. Only Yu Shi'er felt at peace as usual, firmly believing that nothing would happen to Brother Qi Lu. Your strength is indeed beyond my imagination. You are really formidable. After the last move of the duel, the middle-aged man was ready to withdraw. The giant ice giant hundreds of feet high disintegrated and turned into a sky full of frost. In an instant, within thousands of miles, a blizzard appeared out of thin air, roaring like a dragon and as cold as a sharp sword. However, the frozen realm has not yet collapsed at this moment, and this roaring blizzard can condense into an ice giant again at any time. Although the middle-aged man believed in Qi Lu, he still had to be on guard against others. There is nothing wrong with this backhand. Qi Lu didn't take it seriously either, as the embodied golden body of the law quickly dissipated. Not even the last shadow was left, as if it had never appeared before, fully demonstrating his trust. But it made the middle-aged man smile awkwardly. Maybe it's because I used my villain's heart to save the gentleman's heart. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, this battle is over, let's just say goodbye here. After that, I will look for opportunities to go to the Eternal God realm in person. Qi Lu bowed his hand towards the middle-aged man. Okay, then I will be waiting for your arrival in the Eternal Divine Realm. The middle-aged man nodded and said, when the time comes, if you have any questions, I will tell you. Farewell. Farewell. After both parties finished speaking, the figure disappeared immediately. Only this blizzard covering thousands of miles was left, still continuing. Judging from this momentum, it will probably continue for a few days, so just think that the warcraft hunting ground is spending the winter. Facing this sudden winter, I just hope that those warcraft and senior gold diggers will not mind this matter. However, even if they mind, it's of no use. Because they really have no choice. Immortal United Headquarters. After the war, Qi Lu still stayed in the palace complex of the Immortal United Headquarters after he returned. I randomly found a magnificent palace and lived in it. Have a good rest for 2 days. During this period, the Immortal Alliance encountered the Eternal God Realm Vikings, and the battle that took place was fermenting. In a short period of time, the news spread to everyone in the area. The name of Elder Qi Lu has become even more famous. Almost all the forces knew that the Immortal Alliance had a powerful new elder who they really couldn't afford to offend. The battle with a mysterious newcomer in the Eternal God Realm directly turned the entire warcraft hunting ground into a death zone. The monsters were so frightened that they began to migrate. I heard that after that battle, there was a blizzard in the warcraft hunting ground, and it hasn't stopped yet. However, after the blizzard's momentum subsided a little, those senior gold diggers who were more careful were still able to brave the blizzard and enter the warcraft hunting ground to check out the situation. Then I discovered many powerful monsters that had been affected by the aftermath of that war and died in the monster hunting ground. As for those senior gold diggers who were affected by the aftermath and died unexpectedly, it has long been swallowed up by the infinite battlefield. This also makes the various natural materials and treasures in the World of Warcraft hunting ground more open. After the snowstorm stops, it will probably be another good harvest year. But it is a pity that the natural materials and treasures in the World of Warcraft hunting ground are not allowed to be picked, and it is also possibilito raise Warcraft. I hope those monsters that were scared away can return to the hunting grounds after the snowstorm stops. But to be honest, those powerful monsters that died in the aftermath of the war still made those brave senior gold diggers make a fortune. They just dragged out the corpses of the monsters without any effort at all. It actually made many people jealous. Because the prey that enters the trading market is expressly prohibited and isn't allowed to be snatched. Otherwise, it would be a mess. So these days, there are indeed many senior gold diggers going to the World of Warcraft hunting ground to pick up bargains. Who wouldn't want such a good thing if you can pick up a monster without any effort on your own? Unfortunately, things like luck are always mysterious. After all, there are only a few who can pick up cheap ones. Of course, Qilu doesn't know anything about these things. He stayed at the headquarters of the Immortal Union, in the palace he chose, waiting for the opportunity. Now is the cusp of the storm, and it is indeed not a good time to run to the Eternal God realm. Let's wait until this matter is over. However, in the Immortal Alliance, Elder Qingweng, who heard about this incident, went to see Qilu once. After all, in the factional struggle of the Immortal Alliance, Qilu was by default the faction of Elder Qingweng. Now that he has shown such great strength, he will naturally gain face from Elder Qingweng. This is a good thing. Therefore, both emotionally and logically, it is time to go and visit. Elder Qilu, I really didn't expect that you would cause such a big thing in just a few days. When Elder Qingweng said this, he didn't come here to call for punishment. Didn't you see that he still had a smile on his face? It was obvious that he was just joking happily. Isn't this great? At least there is some new information in the Immortal Union's data room. Qilu looked at the arrival of Elder Qingweng, still half lying on the sofa, without even the thought of standing up. He didn't believe that the Immortal Alliance would not collect that intelligence after the battle 2 days ago. For example, the new elders of the Eternal God realm, and the mysterious newcomer. Speaking of which, while Elder Qilu was rising in fame, the mysterious newcomer in the Eternal Divine Realm was also being discussed. Everyone thinks that the mysterious newcomer may be the hidden trump card of the Eternal God realm, aiming to burst out at critical moments and kill the enemy with one blow. After all, the strength of the mysterious newcomer is too powerful, even far surpassing some elders. There is no way he is an ordinary newcomer. But he did not take the position of elder, but remained extremely low-key. This is not hiding one's true strength and becoming an unknown trump card. What else could it be? As soon as this argument came out, it was quickly accepted by many senior gold diggers. Then they all sighed. Elder Qilu is really amazing. The trump card of the Eternal Divine Realm was just eliminated, and it was able to escape unscathed. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. I didn't say anything bad either. It's just that you made such a big noise when you came to the Immortal Alliance. Although your identity was confirmed, all members and elders of the Immortal Alliance recognized your existence. But, at the same time, you were also officially noticed by people from other factions. When Elder Qingweng said this, his voice paused. This is a reminder. When Qilu first joined the Immortal Alliance, even if he became an elder right away, he was not as eye-catching as expected. After all, he is just a newly promoted elder. He has no strength, but no connections, so he will inevitably be looked down upon. Although the elders from other factions of the Immortal Alliance have heard of Qilu's name, they don't care much about it. The only person who should really be concerned about him is Elder Qingwen. But it's different now. When the strength shown by Elder Qi Lu reaches ascertained limit, even if he doesn't have any personal connections, he is still a terrifying existence that cannot be ignored. The so-called connections and alliances are vulnerable to absolute strength. Therefore, Elder Qingwen came here, this time, to give Qi Lu a warning. Ask him to pay more attention to avoid being plotted against. Don't worry, Elder Qingwen. I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. But if there is really someone who is so blind, then I sincerely hope that he will still be alive to speak the next day. Qi Lu was still half lying on the sofa and said these words without blinking. He expressed his attitude seriously. This is definitely not a joke, he also has the strength to do it. It's up to you. As long as you don't go too far, even the president will only turn a blind eye. Elder Qingwen couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this, with a wry smile, and said helplessly. Although the factional struggle is cruel and ruthless. But is this approach too arbitrary? But having said that, Elder Qi Li's style is quite consistent with his strength. When you can speak with your fists, you will never reason with others. Then let him be. Anyway, the president of the Immortal Union doesn't care about this kind of thing, as long as the internal friction is not too serious and there are many new people joining. The demon gods in the Tianji domain have always believed in the law of the weak and the strong, as long as they don't attack for no reason. I was just acting in self-defense. Qi Lu shrugged. This is a good reason. At least theoretically, he will definitely have the upper hand. Then the rest is to use your fists to do the talking. As for fists, has Qi Lu ever been afraid of anyone? Having said this, Elder Qingwen naturally has no objections anymore. Anyway, all that was consumed was the power of other factions. It was too late for him to be happy, so why should he stop it? He just told me to be careful, chatted for a while, and then left. Although the elders are free, they still have their own things to do. Are you targeting me? Qi Lu watched Elder Qingwen leave and repeated it in his heart. In that case, let's destroy them all. Different from the atmosphere of the Immortal Union, it is the atmosphere of the Eternal God Realm. Being ambushed by the Immortal Alliance did arouse the anger of the Eternal God Realm, but this was not the first time. After the anger, life still has to go on. You can't go directly to Immortal United for shopping. That's what's wrong with your brain. On the contrary, the middle-aged man who fought against Qi Lu caused a shock in the Eternal Divine Realm. The outside world is spreading rumors that this mysterious newcomer is the hidden trump card of the Eternal God Realm. But only the people in the Eternal Divine Realm know this clearly. This is a hammer's trump card. This so-called mysterious newcomer actually came to the Eternal God Realm together with the new elders of the Eternal God Realm. He didn't show any strength at the beginning, otherwise he would definitely be a new elder. So this unexpected discovery also shocked them greatly. It turns out that there is such a powerful person in their Eternal Divine Realm. That would be great. However, the middle-aged man ignored the comments of those senior gold diggers. After returning to the Eternal Divine Realm, he went to find Yu Shi'er. Little girl, who is that boy? You should know him. The middle-aged man said this with great certainty. The middle-aged man was very clear about Yu Shi'er's identity, the inheritor of the human king. This aura was one that should have been buried in the long river of time, but it unexpectedly appeared on the infinite battlefield. It really surprised him for a while. So after confirming Yu Shi'er's identity, he showed up to talk to Yu Shi'er. I just asked a lot of things, but Yu Shi'er didn't know anything about it. To be honest, for this kind of thing, I should go to Qi Lu. Yu Shi'er is just a storekeeper, how much can she know? If it hadn't been for the good deeds of that damn demon king, Yu Shi'er wouldn't have appeared in this place at all. So after going back and forth, the middle-aged man had nothing to say and could only let nature take its course. The identity will continue to be hidden. because now is not the time to reveal his identity. However, Yu Shi'er didn't suffer at all from the senior's call. No matter in terms of strength or seniority, it is true that middle-aged men can be regarded as seniors. Ice Spirit Saint King, if his identity is really confirmed, even Qi Lu should be called senior, due to his emotions and reasons. So at this time, Yu Shi'er was suddenly asked this question and was stunned for a moment. Then he answered. Senior is talking about brother Qi Lu? That boy seems to be called Qi Lu, and he is a member of the human race. The middle-aged man nodded and did not answer. Instead, he continued to look at Yu Shi'er and motioned for her to continue speaking. Senior, if you want to ask who brother Qi Lu is, I can't tell you. But I know that the relationship between brother Qi Lu and the Dragon Saint King is quite good. Yu Shi'er scratched her head and said this. The reason why she mentioned the Holy Dragon King was because this middle-aged man had asked her about the Holy Dragon King before. The remnant soul of the Dragon Saint King. That old guy, I really don't know where he left his remnant soul. However, if you can talk to that old guy, you should be someone you can trust. When the middle-aged man heard this, he nodded again and thought to himself. The law of the soul has endless uses. It is very useful for sensing the good and evil of a person's soul, as well as the good and bad intentions of his mind. To put it simply, you can tell at a glance whether you are an enemy or a friend in front of the law of the soul. It can't be hidden at all. Therefore, those who can be recognized by the Dragon Saint King can still be regarded as friends even if they are not strong enough. What's more, Qi Li's strength has been recognized by him. Then I understand. Little girl, in a few days, that boy Qi Li may come to the Eternal God realm. Do you want to prepare? After the middle-aged man confirmed whether Qi Lu was an enemy or a friend, he couldn't help but make a joke. Because he could see that the little girl Yu Shi'er had a deep affection for Qi Lu. It's just that I haven't dared to say it out loud. This suddenly made him want to lead a red line. But as for the love between children and whatnot, it would be better to just let things take their own course. When things come true, they will last forever. A twisted melon can quench your thirst. Whether it is sweet or not, you can only let it happen. Therefore, the middle-aged man just thought about this idea and was not prepared to do anything more. No need, senior. When Yu Shi'er heard this tactful teasing, she just smiled. Although she might feel a little nervous, her relationship with brother Qi Li was so close that she didn't need to prepare anything. Okay, then I won't care about this. Hearing this, the middle-aged man said nothing more. He hasn't experienced much about feelings, so it's really a blind area of knowledge. Rather, I like to watch the excitement and join in the fun, which can be regarded as adding a bit of fun to my serious life. Time flies. The turmoil caused by the alliance between the eternal divine realm and immortal was diluted with the passage of time. After all, in the infinite battlefield, wars happen every day. It's just that the combination of eternal divine realm and immortal has caused a relatively big noise. Therefore, the time to dilute the impact is a little longer. But these are small things. Qi Lu has been resting for a long time in the palace, the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance. Finally, I waited for an opportunity, slipped out quietly, and walked around to the station of Eternal God Realm. After all, the Eternal Divine Realm is a deep-rooted force. Where it is based can be found out by just asking around. These preparations must be made in advance. With Qi Li's ability, it was very easy to avoid being discovered by others. Otherwise, it would be no small matter if we were discovered by those senior gold diggers when we arrived at the territory of Eternal God Realm. The new elder of the Immortal Alliance, a powerful being who has recently become famous, actually sneaked into the station of the Eternal God's domain without anyone noticing. What do you want to do? No matter what the facts are, I can't stop those guys from thinking. By then there would be another war, and the plan would be ruined. So Qi Lu is still very careful. After arriving at the station of Eternal Divine Realm, Qi Lu also sensed several powerful auras entrenched here. He must be an elder or president of the Eternal God Realm. That's right, how could a big force that could go through the baptism of a long time only have 3 or 2 kittens? It's just that those powerful men who are hiding their trump cards won't take action until a full-scale war begins. Boy, you're finally here. Following the breath, he came to the middle-aged man's residence. He was not surprised at all by Qi Li's arrival. In these days, the middle-aged man has not left his station in the Eternal God Realm. It can be regarded as a tacit understanding between the two. There was too much noise before, and everyone was staring at us. Even if I wanted to come over, I wouldn't have a chance. Qi Lu spread his hands and expressed his helplessness, saying that it was not his fault. If the wind noise outside had died down earlier, he would have been here long ago. That's true. Boy, tell me, you came here specially, do you have any questions to ask? The middle-aged man smiled and then spoke aloud. Time is not something that matters. Earlier or later, actually it's almost the same. Qi Lu nodded, thought carefully, and then brought up the old problem. Then, the first thing I want to ask is, Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, why are you here? Qi Lu did not ask the middle-aged man whether he was the Ice Spirit Saint King. Because this question is included in the question at this moment. Are you so sure of my identity? The middle-aged man couldn't help laughing after hearing another question Qi Lu asked. Senior has not denied it, so I will certainly confirm it. Qi Lu said this just to be polite. Qi Lu is quite confident in his own perception. He can be sure that he will not admit his mistake unless he has never seen it before. Well, actually from the moment you can recognize my identity, I should believe you. The middle-aged man finally admitted his identity. Together with the Dragon Holy King, he is the top power who disappeared from the historical records, the Ice Spirit Holy King. However, I still have a question, how did you recognize me? The Ice Spirit Saint King has been thinking about this issue for some time. Even if Qi Lu does know the Dragon Saint King, if he has not sensed the problem of aura, it is impossible to recognize him as soon as he meets him. Actually, at the beginning, I was just guessing. But your reaction, Senior, confirmed my guess, so I can confirm your identity. If I have to say it, it should be the legacy you left in the Sifeng realm, Senior. Qi Lu answered the Ice Spirit Saint King's question. Perhaps, like the human king, he left part of his power as a legacy in the Sifeng realm. Is that ice crystal skeleton really the skeleton of the Ice Spirit Saint King? Qi Lu didn't know this. However, the ice bloodline obtained by mainland Qingqi cannot be faked. So without thinking too much, you can guess that the Dragon Saint King must be an indispensable role in this. So sometimes, Qi Lu also thinks that the law of soul is really a terrifying power of law. After fully mastering the law of the soul, the power derived is truly terrifying. The top power of the same era as the Dragon Saint King was much better than the human king. Although the remnant soul has been separated, at least he is still alive. Qi Lu had already guessed this when he met Overlord before. Unexpectedly, he guessed it right. The Dragon Saint King is not dead, and the Overlord is not dead, so the Ice Spirit Saint King should not die either. Have you seen that inheritance? Ice Spirit Saint King was a little surprised. The voice paused slightly, and then continued, so, you are probably not Theon who has received the inheritance. Because if Qi Lu received the inheritance, it would be impossible for the Ice Spirit Saint King not to be able to sense it. No matter what, it is the power he left behind. Speaking of which, if the inheritance left by the Ice Spirit Saint King was really obtained by Qi Lu, there would be no need to test it before. It's really not me, but someone else. Well, don't look at me, she's fine now, don't worry. Qi Lu responded to the Ice Spirit Saint King's words, and then looked at Hyzes and knew what he wanted to ask. It is human nature to care about one's successor. Even the Ice Spirit Saint King is not immune to this. Didn't you see that the previous human king seemed more friendly when he saw Washir? One's own successor is like one's own descendant. So Chila didn't wait for Ice Spirit Saint King to ask and answered directly. Yeah, that's good. The inheritance I left behind was also to leave a hope for the human race. Looking at it now, it may be redundant. The Ice Spirit Saint King looked at Qi Lu and was silent for a long time before speaking out and continuing. The meaning of this sentence is actually to praise Qi Lu. The student surpasses the master. It can be seen that Qi Lu does not have any aura of old friends in his body, nor has he received any inheritance, but can have such achievements. He truly deserves to be called a genius and a son of the times. The Ice Spirit Saint King has only seen one such amazingly talented and beautiful person since ancient times, the giant dragon Saint King. Perhaps the former human king also had such amazing talents and potential, but after all, the Ice Spirit Holy King has never seen it. Therefore, it is so despairing to be unable to feel the power and pressure of the same age as the human king. Yes, what you feel when you are around those peerless geniuses is despair. There is a huge whirlpool around those geniuses. Those who cannot withstand the power of the whirlpool are destined to be strangled. It can be seen from a very simple thing: the human king suppressed an era. And in the era of the human king, no one can be found who is qualified to be as famous as the human king. From this point alone, we can already see how tyrannical the human king is. But now, the Ice Spirit Saint King saw the shadow of the human king in Qi Lu. This is not to say that Qi Lu has embarked on the path of becoming a human king. Rather, Qi Lu seems to have the potential to suppress an era. That's why the Ice Spirit Saint King said that the inheritance he left for the human race might be redundant. This is a kind of self-deprecation. But it is no surprise that the human race can once again have a genius, and the Ice Spirit Saint King is absolutely happy. The future is unpredictable. Seniors can devote themselves to the human race. In my opinion, they have fulfilled their responsibilities. This time, Chila did not follow the words of the Ice Spirit Saint King. Because no matter what the seniors did, whether it was useful or not, it was all with good intentions. That's not what a junior like me is qualified to laugh at. Okay, kid, you don't have to comfort me. My mentality is not that fragile yet. The Ice Spirit Saint King was very open-minded. After laughing at himself, hell it again. The human race should be happy to have such a lucky son, so why should they look sad? You asked me before why I appeared in this place. I can tell you. Appreciate further details. Qi Li's eyes lit up when he heard this. He has been exploring what those ancient powers want to do. That's why there are so many mysteries left in history, and Qi Li keeps searching, but can't find any clues. Actually, the reason is very simple. When the Dragon Saint King and I came to the Tianji territory, we unexpectedly learned that there was a secret space called the Infinite Battlefield, so we thought about coming in to have a look, so we stayed here until now. The Ice Spirit Saint King explained the reason in an understatement. But Qi Lu felt a little strange. That's all? That's all. The Ice Spirit Saint King nodded. Qi Lu was silent. He always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't explain it. After thinking about it in his mind for a long time, he slowly said out loud, Senior Ice Spirit Saint King and Senior Dragon Saint King should also enter the Infinite Battlefield with you. That's right. The Ice Spirit Saint King nodded again, and then added, I heard that you are quite familiar with that old guy? In a sense, it is true. But now is not the time to talk about this. Qi Lu felt that if he continued talking, the Ice Spirit Saint King would change the subject again, so he had to correct himself immediately. Okay, then go ahead and talk about why you suddenly mentioned the Dragon Saint King. The Ice Spirit Saint King shrugged. It's like this. I met the senior dragon Saint King before when I came to Tianji domain. He gave me the dragon god's dragon bone. So I was thinking, just like you have been to the infinite battlefield together, then why do you, senior, stay in this place? But senior dragon Holy King is no longer in this place. Qi Lu put forward his doubts sharply, but the ice spirit Saint King was stunned for a moment. Because he didn't expect that Qi Lu would actually meet the dragon Saint King. This was really fate. Moreover, the keel that Qi Lu specifically mentioned could also prove that he was not lying to him, but that it was indeed true. So if you don't explain things clearly, it will be difficult to end the matter. I didn't expect you already know so much. Originally, I didn't want you to get involved in this matter. The ice spirit Saint King couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this, and then continued. Actually, what I said before is not wrong, I just omitted some details. What details? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, but said nothing, waiting for the ice spirit Saint King to finish. There are some things that I don't know if you know clearly. But now, since I want to tell the whole thing, I won't ask you any more. But let me tell you everything. Ice Spirit Saint King did not ask Qi Lu, but continued to talk to himself. He didn't ask Qi Lu whether he knew these things or not. He just told him everything in detail, so that Qi Lu could better understand the whole thing and what was going on. The time when the infinite battlefield appeared has been impossible to verify. But one thing that is certain is that before the ancient times, the secret door also existed in the divine realm. When the ice spirit Saint King said this, Qi Lu frowned. Because one word can be heard from this sentence, before ancient times. When was that? That was a time that was even longer than the glorious era of Dragon God. This also made Qi Lu realize, is the existence of the infinite battlefield still involved in such a long time ago? However, the ice spirit Saint King did not pay attention to Qi Lu's expression, but continued. It's just that, a long time ago, one day, all the secret gates of the divine realm suddenly disappeared. Since then, it has been nowhere to be found. You must be able to imagine the impact of this, kid. When the ice spirit Saint King raised this question, he paused to give Qi Lu some time to digest. Qi Lu naturally nodded after hearing this. Because this question is not difficult to answer. Although the survival rules of the infinite battlefield are a bit cruel, the value of its existence cannot be denigrated. That is to use the lives of the weak to pile up the emergence of the strong, that is, to mass-produce the real strong. Therefore, when the secret door of the divine realm is closed, the only one left who can enjoy the benefits of the infinite battlefield is the Tianji domain. The longer this difference lasts, the more obvious the gap between the two worlds becomes. Wait, if you say so, is this a conspiracy from the Tianji realm? Qi Lu suddenly thought of this problem. You are right. After the secret door of the Shinji realm was closed, and a period of time passed, what happened is, as you may know, a major event that was called an ancient catastrophe by the main gods of the Shinji realm. The ice spirit Saint King's next words also confirmed Qi Li's guess. Qi Li's eyes suddenly widened. This. Qi Li never expected it. The reason for the ancient catastrophe was that the gate to the secret realm in the infinite battlefield in the divine realm was closed. Although this may only be one of the reasons, it is undeniable that it is definitely the main reason. It might even be the trigger. Because the infinite battlefield is used to create strong people, the difference between the divine realm and the Tianji realm is getting farther and farther. This triggered the evil thoughts of Tianji domain and started the invasion catastrophe. Ancient catastrophe. I don't need to say more about the outcome of the ancient catastrophe. Looking at your expression, I should know. The ice spirit Saint King continued. Yes, please go on. Qi Lu took a deep breath, then nodded and spoke. Qi Lu does know the outcome of the ancient catastrophe, and it also caused the fall of the human king. Because truly speaking, the impact of the ancient catastrophe was not limited to the ancient period. It also affected the era of the human king. I really didn't expect that there was such a reason behind this. That being said, the human king probably does not know the existence of the infinite battlefield. Because the infinite battlefield is located at the secret gate of the divine realm, which has disappeared long before the ancient times. Therefore, in the intervening years, the understanding of the infinite battlefield may be a blank. So, after the ancient catastrophe was completely completed, we also came to the divine realm and heard about this matter. The dragon Saint King feels that the cause of the ancient catastrophe may not be in the divine realm. So we went to Tianji domain, and as expected, we found a different place, the door to the secret realm. Then, we came to the infinite battlefield together. When the Ice Spirit Saint King said this, he could be considered as filling in the few details that had been omitted before. This is also the reason why he appears in the infinite battlefield. I see. Qilu also had a look of surprise on his face. But after thinking about it carefully, I felt that this matter seemed to be too simple. So after thinking for a while, he asked again, what happens after that? Where did the senior dragon Holy King go? After all, Qilu knows a lot when it comes to this place. The Dragon Saint King and the Human King must have met before, so it is normal for the Ice Spirit Saint King to know the Human King. And when it comes to the ancient catastrophe, after the affairs of the Shinji realm are sorted out, the only thing left is the Tianji realm. Therefore, it seems reasonable that the Dragon Saint King would set his sights on Tianji domain. That would explain why Qilu was able to encounter the treasure map left by Dragon Saint King in Tianji domain. But the antecedents are indeed complete, but what about the consequences? If the Dragon Holy King has also been to the infinite battlefield, so where is he now? If the Dragon Saint King left the infinite battlefield, then why does the Ice Spirit Saint King still stay in this place? This is also what Qilu finds most puzzling. That guy has more important things to do. The Ice Spirit Saint King sighed. When he mentioned the Dragon Saint King, memories appeared in his eyes, with a bit of sadness. It is hard to imagine that these top experts who have experienced countless years would also show such expressions. But soon, the Ice Spirit Saint King's expression recovered. Then he took the initiative to change the topic. Since you asked this question, I want to ask you, do you know the origin of this eternal divine realm and the union of immortality? Origin? Aren't these two major forces the original forces in the infinite battlefield? Hearing this, Qilu was immediately confused and didn't understand why the Ice Spirit Saint King suddenly asked this question. Let's talk about it. Aren't the various forces in the infinite battlefield formed spontaneously because these senior gold diggers wanted to survive? Is there any special reason? Qilu had guessed that the Immortal Alliance and the Eternal God Realm were created because of the incompatibility between the Demon God and the Lord God. But now that I heard the Ice Spirit Saint King say this, could there be another reason? Of course not. The Ice Spirit Saint King did not expect Qilu to know the secrets behind these two powerful forces. Speaking of this matter, I just felt that Qilu, as the genius of the human race in this era, should know about this matter. So after Qilu answered, he shook his head and continued. This matter will start when we come to the infinite battlefield. Appreciate further details. When Qilu heard the words, he raised his eyebrows and seemed to be listening attentively. After talking for so long, the Ice Spirit Saint King is finally willing to break some explosive news. I hope this trip will be worthwhile. The Ice Spirit Saint King didn't care about Qilu's expression, but his voice paused slightly, maybe he was remembering. After a long while, he continued. At that time, we first discovered the secret door to the infinite battlefield in Tianji domain, but we didn't know where it led, so after some discussion, we decided to come in and check it out. Who would have thought that upon entering, I would discover an astonishing secret? The secret door located in the divine realm was cut off artificially. Hearing this, Qilu asked subconsciously. Who? one of the most powerful demon gods in the Tianji domain, the immortal demon. The ice spirit Saint King read out the name word by word. He gave up his name as a god, proclaimed himself a demon, and pursued immortality. In the same way, he also suppressed an era. He appeared long before the so-called ancient times. After achieving the name of the immortal demon, he personally went to the infinite battlefield, cut off the secret door of the divine realm, and led the ancient catastrophe. And tried to use this as an opportunity to annex the divine realm, and then advance to the legendary realm. At this point, he stopped. After Qi Lu heard this, he also took a deep breath. It turns out that the ancient catastrophe that once affected the entire divine realm was actually designed. It's just that the immortal demon probably never expected that under such circumstances, Tianji domain would lose. However, this is all in the past. Why does the ice spirit Saint King bring it up now? No, wait a minute, immortal demon, immortal union, immortal. When Qi Lu connected the word immortality, he suddenly discovered that the emergence of this immortal union could not be because of this immortal demon. It seems you must have thought of it. When the ice spirit Saint King saw the change in the expression on Qi Lu's face, he could probably guess what he was thinking. So he nodded and continued, when we came to the infinite battlefield and discovered this secret. The immortal demon is still in the infinite battlefield. As for why that guy didn't leave, we actually don't know. Maybe it was because of the failure of the ancient tribulation that he failed to achieve his goal, so he stayed. Then you may have guessed what happened next. A big war broke out between us and the immortal demon, but in the end, there was no way to get rid of the immortal demon. So the immortal demon was sealed in this infinite battlefield. The immortal alliance was established by those demon gods in order to rescue the sealed immortal demons. And the eternal god realm was established to stop the actions of the immortal alliance, and to find a way to completely kill the immortal demons and disrupt the conspiracy of those demon gods. Now, do you understand? The ice spirit Saint King finally made everything clear. And Qi Lu also understood. One thing is that a long time ago, Qi Lu wondered why these ancient powers had no enemies? Now I know it, it turns out that these ancient powers don't have enemies. But those enemies don't know where they are hiding. For example, the demon king, whose current location is unknown, is not the old rival of the dragon god and the human king. Then when we got to the side of the dragon Saint King, good guy, I immediately sealed the person in the infinite battlefield. If Qi Lu hadn't come to this place, he probably wouldn't have thought of it. The immortal demon appeared far before the ancient times, and even led the ancient catastrophe. Its combat power is conceivable, and it is absolutely powerful to an unimaginable level. Didn't you see that the ice spirit Saint King and the dragon Saint King joined forces, and couldn't kill the immortal demon, so they could only seal it? In that case, this immortal demon is indeed not a good thing. At least for Qi Lu, it's not a good thing. Don't forget that the immortal demon has dominated the ancient catastrophe and us only thinking about destroying the divine realm. But in fact, this guy never thought about Tianji realm in his heart. He only thought about himself. So what if the world is destroyed? As long as you can complete your pursuit, that's enough. Immortal, immortal. It's such a shocking history and such a wonderful story. It turns out that there is such a secret between the immortal alliance and the eternal divine realm, for the sake of the immortal demon. Rescue, or destruction. Qi Lu rubbed his eyebrows, but did not ask any more about the dragon Saint King. Because from what the ice spirit Holy King said, it can be concluded that the dragon Holy King has left the infinite battlefield. So for the ice spirit Saint King who stayed on the infinite battlefield, he probably didn't know the dragon Saint King's subsequent movements. So the question now is how to kill the sealed immortal demon? Another big problem. What even the dragon Saint King and the ice spirit Saint King failed to do when they joined forces, now it is their turn to do it. Can it really be done? To be honest, Qi Lu felt a headache just thinking about this kind of thing. No, I can't continue thinking about it, otherwise I will really feel that my future is in jeopardy and I am confused. But it won't work if we don't do this. The immortal demon's style and methods of doing things can be analyzed just from the things he has done. Be brave and resourceful, and do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. No matter how much you sacrifice, you are fearless. Especially since the strength is still so tyrannical, this is very difficult to handle. Senior, after such a long time, haven't you thought of any good ideas? After thinking so much, Chila couldn't help but ask. After a pause, he added another sentence, by the way, Senior, your current strength is probably not as good as before. It's really not as good as it used to be. The Ice Spirit Saint King was sincere. When asked by Chi Lu, he nodded and answered. Just kidding, if the Ice Spirit Saint King who was once at his peak was like this now, the immortal demon would be happy. Can it still be sealed in the infinite battlefield? However, Chi Lu can also imagine that there are too many places where the Ice Spirit Saint King's strength has been greatly damaged. Needless to say, the legacy left behind is not an easy one, and the battle with the immortal demon will definitely not be easy, and it will never be possible to escape unscathed. When the Ice Spirit Saint King and others came to Tianji Domain, they probably experienced a lot of battles. Today, compared to the beginning, there is a huge difference. But the immortal demon won't feel easy either. After a short moment of silence, the Ice Spirit Saint King suddenly spoke up. In that seal, the body of the immortal demon will be continuously worn away until it is completely destroyed. At the beginning, we couldn't kill the immortal demon directly, so we came up with this method to use time to destroy the immortal demon. It's just that time changes, and the sea changes. We can't predict what will happen in the future, so I will stay here. In this way, everything is explained. It is indeed impossible for the eternal divine realm and the immortal union to leave in peace. However, as the Ice Spirit Saint King said, the secret door to the divine realm has long been closed, so the strength of the eternal divine realm can only continue to decline without being replenished. The process of fighting against the immortal union will become increasingly difficult. If the immortal alliance were to rescue the immortal demon, something big would happen. So the current problem is not to rush to deal with the immortal demon, but to get rid of the immortal alliance first. If this is the case, getting rid of the immortal alliance is an urgent matter. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, you probably think so too. Chi Lu felt that he had figured out the key. But I figured out what I should do now. Yes, it would indeed be much easier if we could get rid of the immortal alliance. The Ice Spirit Saint King nodded in agreement, but then sighed. But how easy is this matter? The eternal God realm and the immortal alliance may indeed be on the same level, in terms of power level. But in terms of the number of members, eternal God realm is far behind. This is also the biggest problem in the eternal God realm's encirclement and suppression of the immortal alliance. There are not enough manpower. Even if the top combat power is sufficient, it cannot run across the infinite battlefield. If you really want to provoke those demon gods to attack in groups, you will be in big trouble. After all, there is an inherent discord between Tianji realm and Shinji realm. Therefore, even if the eternal divine realm is guarded by the Ice Spirit Saint King, there is no way to destroy the immortal alliance. This matter is not easy to say, but it is not difficult to say it is difficult. Chi Lu touched his chin and spoke out. How do I say this? When the Ice Spirit Saint King heard this, his eyes suddenly came over. It's very simple. You had a purely hostile relationship before, so many methods couldn't be used. But it's different now. With me as the internal response, it will be very easy with some means. After all, there aren't many demon gods who know about the immortal demon. Chi Lu said slowly. In a few words, the situation at this moment was analyzed. The immortal alliance was indeed established to unlock the seal of the immortal demon. However, after such a long period of changes and reorganization, how many members can remember this incident? It is no exaggeration to say that there are probably only a few members who are even aware of the existence of the immortal demon. On the other hand, it is completely different in the eternal divine realm. Almost all of us have come from that era, and have been able to stay true to our original intentions and fulfill our duties, both internally and externally. Therefore, the will to fight against the immortal alliance has never weakened. He has never forgotten his responsibilities to the eternal God realm. So, under such circumstances, the eternal divine realm and the immortal alliance are on the same starting line. In other words, in the eyes of other large and small forces, the eternal God realm and the immortal alliance are actually the same. They are all enemies who are weighing on themselves. As long as one side shows signs of decline, I believe these guys will not care about the difference between the two major forces, but will try their best to get a share of the pie in order to strengthen themselves. In this way, the purpose of the eternal divine realm will be achieved. Because for the eternal God realm, as long as the immortal union disappears, it will be fine. As for what benefits you can get from it, you can ignore it and don't care about it at all. After all, as long as the immortal union disappears, it will be the greatest benefit to the eternal God realm. The biggest reason why Qi Lu would mention this matter is that he is now an elder of the immortal alliance. The situation of the immortal union is crystal clear. This can be regarded as the biggest oversight of the immortal union. But it's not their fault. Who would have thought that after such a long time, such a freak would appear in the divine realm? He was actually able to fight against the devil, without any help from the power of laws. No one would have thought that this guy was actually an undercover agent. This is also the greatest advantage of eternal God realm. So, as long as the main force of the immortal alliance can be dealt with at taunts, someone will naturally be willing to take over the rest. Those guys are just a bunch of hungry hyenas staring at them. How could you give up such a good opportunity? Qi Lu said slowly. It also caused a hint of joy to appear on the face of the Ice Spirit Saint King. If I do what you say, maybe there will really be hope of getting rid of the immortal alliance. It's not hope, but must. Qi Lu smiled slightly. However, this matter requires long-term consideration and a thorough plan. There is definitely no need to rush. What I can say now is just a rough idea, and I will slowly improve it later. So after thinking for a moment, Qi Lu continued, if we were to encircle and suppress all the top combat power of the immortal alliance at the same time, could the eternal God realm mobilize so many manpower? The number of ordinary members is definitely incomparable, so we can only start with the top combat power. After all, the deterrent power of the immortal alliance is reflected in the top combat power, not ordinary members. Just get rid of the top combat power of the immortal alliance. Then whether the remaining deterrent power can suppress other forces is another question. At that time, many people will follow the eternal God realm to pick up the pieces and get a piece of the immortal alliance cake. If it's just top-notch combat power, there will still be enough manpower. The Ice Spirit Saint King is still very clear about the structure of the eternal divine realm. Speaking of this, Qi Lu suddenly thought of it. The eternal divine realm was established to prevent the immortal alliance from breaking the seal of the immortal demon. So in a sense, wouldn't it be the power established by the Ice Spirit Saint King and the others? No wonder the Ice Spirit Saint King has such a clear understanding of the situation in the eternal God realm. It turns out that it was his own thing from the beginning. But then again, it is strange that the Ice Spirit Saint King did not become the president of the eternal God realm. However, Qi Lu didn't bother to explore the specific situation. That's not necessary. Because if you think about it carefully, you will know that before the Ice Spirit Holy King, there should be quite a few gods and main gods who came to the infinite battlefield. Even if they later follow the Ice Spirit Saint King and the others into the infinite battlefield, there will be many gods and lords. But after the battle with the immortal demon, how much is left? After all, the appearance of the Ice Spirit Holy King and the Dragon Holy King is more like a clarion call to launch an attack on the immortal demon. The subsequent emergence of the eternal God realm was due to the unanimous wishes of the surviving gods and the main god. You can tell from the name. A divine realm that lasts forever and never dies. It is still the beautiful wishes of those gods and main gods that I place my hope on. It's just that this matter is not under Chila's control, so it doesn't matter whether there is any other deeper meaning. Back to topic. If we have enough manpower, we can start planning. We only need to get rid of the elders of the Immortal Alliance, and this plan will be more than half completed. Senior, specific information will be provided to you when I return to the Immortal Union. Chila touched his chin and said while thinking. This is the advantage brought by poor intelligence. The other reason why Chila dared to reveal this plan was because of the appearance of the Ice Spirit Saint King. You know, even if they are both top-notch combatants, there is still a gap in the strength they can unleash in a real fight. There is no doubt that the Ice Spirit Saint King is definitely the most powerful level among the top combat powers. Having him to stabilize the Eternal God realm is the most critical point. Because top combat power is not the same as ordinary members. This is not a big cabbage, and the number is definitely not large. Therefore, every additional top combat power is a huge improvement for a force. Didn't you see that the Immortal Alliance has several new elders, which is a big deal? It is enough to show that elders are still very scarce. This should also have something to do with the twisted world rules of the infinite battlefield. But precisely because of this, the emergence of the Ice Spirit Saint King brought enough vitality to the Eternal God realm. Just imagine, how long did the Ice Spirit Saint King stay in the infinite battlefield? What kind of strength is it now? If you really go all out, it won't be a problem if one person can stand up to Toten elders. Then there is Qi Lu, who helps provide information behind the scenes. And at the most critical moment, he will directly reveal his identity and rise up. It can be said that these points are the biggest reason why Qi Lu feels that the Eternal God realm can win the final victory. Otherwise, let the Eternal Divine Realm and the Immortal Alliance really go head-to-head. Anyway, Qi Lu felt anxious. Now, it depends on whether you dare to take the gamble, Senior. However, the final decision on whether the plan is implemented or not rests with the Ice Spirit Saint King. After all, the founder and witness of the Eternal Divine Realm is still the Ice Spirit Holy King, not Qi Lu. Why don't you dare? As long as the foundation of the Eternal Divine Realm remains, we can still afford to lose some of its top combat power. The Ice Spirit Saint King smiled heartily and agreed to the matter. Back then, when I was fighting against the Immortal Demon, I dared to attack him directly, without saying a word. Can I still be afraid now? As long as we can keep the bottom line, we can still bear some necessary losses. That's the early plan. After that, we have to look at the Immortal Alliance's response. But other forces are not just freeloaders. Now we are taking the lead. Next, as long as they see a little opportunity to take advantage of, they will take action much faster than us. Having said this, Qi Lu is not in a hurry. In fact, the best thing about this plan is that as long as the preliminary work is done well, they don't have to do it themselves in the later stage. Just like when hunting, those incompetent guys dare not take action. But when the hunter dragged the half-dead prey back and asked them to help process it, he divided the meat between them. Then their actions will be very fast. Maybe they can fight among themselves in order to grab the meat. This is the nature of greed. If used well, it can help solve many problems. So Qi Lu is not worried at all that the plan will fail, as long as nothing goes wrong. Then I'll trouble you. The Ice Spirit Saint King also knew that the key point of this plan still lay with Qi Lu. If you want to create an intelligence gap, you have to rely on Qi Lu, who stays in the Immortal Alliance. It's your job. Qi Lu waved his hand, then changed the subject and said, "By the way, Senior, there is actually one more thing I am curious about." The Ice Spirit Saint King raised his eyebrows and said, "What's the matter?" "That's it, how did you and Yushir meet? To be honest, it is already strange that the ice spirit Saint King would appear in this place. Because this area is not the innermost area of the infinite battlefield, it is even quite close to the periphery. And the great battle that sealed the immortal demon took place in the center of the infinite battlefield. That's why Qilu was curious. However, when asked about this matter, the ice spirit Saint King scratched his head in embarrassment. After a long while, he finally said, "Actually, I have been staying in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield." Qilu had a confused look on his face. Co-author, the guy who has been in the outermost area for tens of thousands of years and who I heard Monkey to talk about earlier is you. That's really fate. Later, I met that girl and found that she actually had the aura of the human king, so I came into contact with her. I never expected that he would be the inheritor of the human king, and that it would also come to the infinite battlefield. When talking about this matter, the ice spirit Saint King had a look of emotion on his face. Even the human king has never been to the infinite battlefield, but her successor came here. Have to say, fate is amazing. The next sentence was taken up by Qilu. Isn't it? If it weren't for the power of the law of fate, why would Yushir come to this bad place? However, speaking of it, it is really strange. That damn guy, the Demon King, messed up the thread of fate. What on earth did I want to do? It actually led them all to the infinite battlefield. That said, it's actually okay. The ice spirit Saint King seemed to agree with Qilu's statement. But after a pause, he continued, "But, boy, have you heard a word?" "What words?" "I control my own life." No one was alarmed by the fact that Qilu ran away to the eternal God realm. In order to avoid being noticed, Qilu left directly after meeting with the ice spirit Saint King and returned to the Immortal Alliance. He didn't even go to meet Yushir. After all, there are still many days to come, and once the Immortal Alliance is eliminated, we can meet as many times as we want. During this time, it's better to be careful. So, after Qilu returned to the Immortal Union, he began to look through the detailed information of the Immortal Union. This behavior seems to be in line with Elder Qilu's consistent style. So no one found it strange. Unexpectedly, Qilu found an opportunity to give all the information he found to the ice spirit Saint King. Then let the ice spirit Saint King use this to arrange the plans that need to be carried out later to catch all the elders of the Immortal Alliance. In fact, to be honest, it is not accurate to say that we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Because there are no absolutes in the world, and if you say something too certain, there is no guarantee that it will be achieved. But as long as 90% of the elders of the Immortal Alliance can be killed, it will be enough to turn the entire Immortal Alliance into chaos. Then, with the deterrence greatly reduced, Eternal God Realm took the lead again. It is impossible for those forces, large and small, to remain unmoved. This is also the general action of the entire plan. What Qilu needs to do is to tell the ice spirit Saint King the confidential information of the Immortal Alliance. Although all forces will collect intelligence, some important confidential information cannot be obtained just by collecting it. What's more, how many manpower would be needed to confirm all the movements of the elders of the Immortal Alliance? And more importantly, can you determine the movements of those elders if you want to? Ordinary members sent out should not be killed by the elders before they could send the news back. So don't look at these things as trivial, but they are indeed important. This also reflects the importance of intelligence. Then, there is the latest news in the Eternal Divine Realm. Because they were preparing to snipe the top combat power of the Immortal Alliance, the ordinary members of the Eternal God Realm began to gather back to prevent those guys from the Immortal Alliance from jumping over the wall and starting to desperately encircle and suppress the Eternal Alliance. Of course, the movement must be small. Otherwise, it will inevitably attract the attention of all forces, and then the original meaning of the secret operation will be lost. But to be honest, the movements of the eternal divine realm will definitely be noticed by some forces. But as long as you take your time, it's a normal personnel move. Speaking of which, in the subsequent exchanges, the Ice Spirit Saint King also told Qi Lu about another thing. That is the eternal divine realm and the immortal union, which not only exist in this area, but also exist in deeper areas. It can be said that in the infinite battlefield, the eternal God realm and the immortal alliance are definitely the two largest forces. Except for the outermost area, it is almost spread across all areas of the infinite battlefield. And they are all opposite stances. For the sake of an immortal demon, the entire infinite battlefield was basically involved. However, the most ridiculous thing is that the members of the Immortal Alliance have basically never heard of the name Immortal Demon. It is not clear at all why the name Immortal Union was chosen. Compared with the Eternal God Realm, the members of the Immortal Alliance are more like senior gold diggers who gathered together to survive. It is not the demon god who is working hard to unlock the seal of the immortal demon. Perhaps, the devil is selfish from the bottom of his heart. It was precisely because of this that the Ice Spirit Saint King had the confidence to try the suggestions put forward by Qi Lu. Eternal God Realm, which takes the elite route, cannot compete in quantity, but it is still very confident in terms of quality. In addition, the intelligence between the various stations of the Immortal Alliance is shared to a certain extent. Qi Lu, the new elder of the Immortal Alliance, also helped provide information. Therefore, the plan to snipe the top combat forces of the Immortal Alliance was under the leadership of the Ice Spirit Saint King. It was also implemented quite smoothly in the Eternal Divine Realm. The unique contact information of Eternal God Realm passed this news to the Eternal God Realm stations in various regions. It has to be said that the Ice Spirit Saint King is still one of the founders of the Eternal God Realm, and he still has a great say. The top combat forces in the Eternal God's domain are all gearing up and waiting for danger. Just waiting for the order to be given. After all, there is an irresolvable hatred between the Eternal Divine Realm and the Immortal Union. Starting from the original establishment purpose, these are diametrically opposed and incompatible ideas and goals. To be honest, this is like the inextricable hatred between the Divine Realm and the Tianji Realm. Although the new members of the Immortal Alliance may not understand why they want to fight to the death with the Eternal God Realm. But so what? Just like hatred between family and country, this is not one person's business, but everyone's business. Therefore, when the top combat forces of the Eternal God Realm learned that they were about to launch a sniper operation against the Immortal Alliance, they did not feel surprised at all, nor did they feel the slightest fear. What emerged in their hearts was excitement and excitement. As if this is a matter of course. It can also be seen from here that they have been looking forward to this matter for a long time. We have finally waited for this day. How can we not be excited, and high-spirited? The hatred for so many years was finally settled in one fell swoop. Qi Lu, who was staying at the Immortal Joint Headquarters, naturally knew these situations. Then, we received a visit from Elder Qingwen. Elder Qi Lu, you should be aware of the recent developments in the Eternal Divine Realm. In the Library Pavilion of the Immortal Alliance, Elder Qingwen got to the point after chatting with Qi Lu for a few words. Although the movement caused by the Eternal Divine Realm is not big, it is impossible to hide the eyes of the Immortal Alliance. As two major forces that have been hostile for generations, they must closely monitor each other. Therefore, Qi Lu did not think that the actions of the Eternal God Realm could be hidden from the Immortal Alliance. However, among any force, the transfer of personnel in various locations is actually a normal thing. As long as the Eternal God Realm continues to act normally as before the plan begins, then the Immortal Union will not be aware of the idea of the Eternal God Realm. This is one of the reasons why Elder Qingwen came to find Qi Lu. After all, among the Immortal Alliance in this area, the elder who fought against the Eternal God Realm for the last time was Qi Lu. That's why Elder Qingwen wanted to come over and ask Qi Lu if he could figure out what Eternal God Realm wanted to do. What does Elder Qingwen mean? As soon as Qi Lu heard this, he understood what Elder Qingwen wanted to ask. But pretending to be stupid and stunned, Qi Lu is also a good player, so it is naturally impossible for Elder Qingwen to see any flaws. Let's ask a rhetorical question first to test Elder Qingwen's intention. Recently, Eternal Divine Realm seems to be deliberately recruiting people to do something. They have far fewer members operating out there than before. Elder Qingwen did not doubt that he was there and told his problem. In the eyes of other forces, the strangest thing about the Eternal Divine Realm now is the gathering of ordinary members. It seemed that he was planning something big before he stopped his hunting activities. Therefore, the Immortal Union will naturally become vigilant. Although the number of members of the Eternal God Realm basically poses no threat to the Immortal Alliance. However, the Immortal Union will still give basic respect to this feud. However, when Qi Lu heard this question, he felt happy in his heart. Obviously, judging from the attitude of Elder Qingwen, we can know that the Immortal Alliance should have been distracted by the actions of the Eternal God Realm, causing misunderstandings, thus neglecting the most important things. In the eyes of ordinary people, if the Eternal God Realm recruits ordinary members, it must be to gather all the strength to carry out some kind of action. I would never have thought that recruiting ordinary members was just to prevent counterattacks. But the real target is those top combat powers. But that's fine, let the misunderstanding continue, so that it will be conducive to the next action. Therefore, under the gaze of Elder Qingwen, Qi Lu touched his chin, pretended to think, and then said aloud, "The Eternal God Realm has begun to gather people. Could it be that they are afraid of being beaten by us? After all, they were attacked by us once before, and they also lost a lot of strength." Elder Qingwen should know very well that there are no new people joining the Eternal Divine Realm. So it's normal for them to be more cautious. After a few words, the analysis is reasonable and well-founded. This is also the biggest disadvantage of the Eternal God Realm, they cannot afford to lose any power. Listening to your analysis, it seems reasonable. Elder Qingwen seemed to agree with this view and couldn't help but nodded. As one of the elders of the Immortal Alliance, Elder Qingwen is naturally confident in the Immortal Alliance. Of course, it is impossible to think that the Eternal God Realm may pose a threat to the Immortal Alliance. It's just that the recent behavior of Eternal God Realm made him feel a little weird. But now that I heard Elder Qi Li's analysis, my heart suddenly became enlightened. Yes, it must be that Eternal God Realm started to recruit people in order to reduce unnecessary losses. Because of the previous battle, Elder Qingwen also knew very well what terrifying power Elder Qi Lu had shown. Even after the war ended, the Warcraft hunting ground was closed for a long time by the residual power of the battle. Therefore, Eternal Divine Realm's behavior this time is most likely out of ear. After all, before this, there were only a handful of elders in the Immortal Alliance who were as powerful as Elder Qi Lu. And it is not in the station in this area, so it will certainly not arouse the fear of the Eternal God Realm. Besides, do we, the Immortal Alliance, need to be afraid of the machinations of the Eternal God Realm? Seeing Elder Qingwen's thoughtful look, Qi Lu added another sentence. Strong confidence appeared on his face. This is pride in one's own strength. No matter who your opponent is, you can defeat them with one force. Elder Qi Lu is right. Even if there are any conspiracies and tricks in the Eternal Divine Realm, what do you have to fear with Elder Qi Lu here? Elder Qingwen seemed to be infected by this extreme self-confidence, and his morale suddenly rose. For no other reason than to say that Elder Qi Lu is guarding here, who else dares to invade? At the beginning, when Elder Qingwen recommended Qi Lu to join the Immortal Alliance, the discussion on the surface seemed to be a bold admission of defeat, but in fact, Elder Qingwen was also unconvinced in his heart. After all, can a veteran elder feel comfortable when he is suppressed by a new elder? But now, after witnessing the previous battle, Elder Qingwen is convinced. Elder Qi Li's combat power is indeed much stronger than his own. This is an undeniable fact. This is also the main reason why Elder Qingwen came to Elder Qi Lu to discuss this matter. Because only when you are strong enough, others will pay enough attention to your opinions. There is one thing to say, if Qi Lu did not have the previous battle with the Ice Spirit Saint King to show his strength. So this time, due to the abnormal performance of the Eternal Divine Realm, it was impossible for Elder Qingwen to specially come over and ask Qi Lu for his opinion. This is the right to speak created by strength. To be honest, in the Eternal God Realm, it is actually the same. Why was the Ice Spirit Saint King able to promote Qi Li's plan and proceed smoothly? In addition to this plan meeting the expectations of all top combat powers, the strength of the Ice Spirit Saint King is also a factor that cannot be ignored. As one of the founders of the Eternal God Realm, even though the Ice Spirit Saint King's strength is not as good as before, that is definitely not comparable to the average Lord God. However, the Ice Spirit Saint King has always kept a low profile externally. Moreover, it had been staying in the outermost area untouched by the Immortal Alliance, so the information was so scarce. As a result, the Immortal United didn't know the Ice Spirit Saint King at all and thought he was a newcomer. So it proves something. That's the importance of intelligence work. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. This sentence is absolutely correct. If you want to make a plan against the enemy, you need enough intelligence to support it. For Qi Li's plan to proceed so smoothly, poor intelligence is obviously a very critical link. Since Elder Qi Lu is so confident, I have nothing to worry about. The Eternal Divine Realm, which must have declined, will not be able to cause any trouble. After Elder Qingwen got the answer he wanted, he chatted for a few more words and then left. Qi Lu looked at Elder Qingwen's leaving figure, his expression unchanged, but there was a sneer in his heart. Having confidence is a good thing. However, when there is insufficient information, it is better not to be so confident. However, the conceit of immortal union seems to be something of the same origin. Maybe the former immortal demon was also conceited, which is why the Immortal United learned this bad thing. Regarding the actions of the Eternal Divine Realm, most of the Immortal Alliance residents have a disapproving attitude. I feel that there is really nothing to care about in the current Eternal Divine Realm. After all, there is no new person to add to the Eternal Divine Realm. After so many years of confrontation, even if the Eternal God Realm is extremely careful, it will ensure that it does not lose strength. But it is still difficult to achieve zero casualties. As a result, the overall strength of the Eternal Divine Realm has been declining. It's just that large-scale conflicts between these two major forces rarely occur, so the problem has never been exposed. But in fact, the Eternal Divine Realm is well aware of this situation, and the Immortal Alliance can vaguely guess it. It's just that no one can make up their mind to start the final battle and decide the winner. That's why it exists until now. But because of this, from the bottom of their hearts, the Immortal United actually did not take the Eternal God Realm into consideration. A force that doesn't have newcomers to worry about, what's there to care about? I'm afraid it will die out over time if you don't have to do it yourself. And this idea is actually the main reason why the top combat power of Eternal God Realm fully supports this plan. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. Otherwise, if it continues like this, it will only be detrimental to the Eternal Divine Realm itself. For the Immortal Union, fresh blood can be replenished at any time, and time will not bring much loss to them. So in the end, the actions of the Eternal God Realm were basically ignored by the Immortal Alliance. Because, although the personnel of Eternal God Realm are mobilized very frequently, but there has been no big move. Therefore, instead of paying attention to the movements in the Eternal Divine Realm, it is better to focus on the factional struggles within the Immortal Alliance. This is also one of the disadvantages brought about by the growing size of the Immortal Union. Those newcomers who joined in order to save their lives didn't even know the purpose of establishing the Immortal Alliance. How could they be of the same mind? They were not deceived by the elders and chose to join the team. The president of the Immortal Union, in order to be able to control the Immortal Union, will not care about this kind of internal friction. Mutual restraint and mutual checks and balances are what the president of the Immortal Union wants to see. In order to prevent those elders from thinking about the position of president when they have nothing to do. Therefore, after a period of time, Eternal God Realm was still obsessed with mobilizing members and gathering manpower. But those forces, large and small, no longer pay attention to the actions of the Eternal Divine Realm. Instead, he returned his gaze to the hunting ground of monsters. The blizzard left behind by the previous battle finally dissipated. In the Warcraft hunting ground, spring is also ushering in the scene of blooming flowers. The treasures of heaven and earth are in full bloom, and the migrating monsters have returned. Hunting activities can finally start again, which naturally attracts the attention of all forces. Everyone came to the infinite battlefield to become stronger. Then after finding out that he couldn't get out, it became a matter of survival. Therefore, how can the actions of the Eternal Divine Realm compare with the importance of the Warcraft hunting ground? Anyway, they have no enmity with the Eternal Divine Realm. Then life changed back to what it was before. Everything is expected. Habits are really scary things. Qi Lu is not surprised at all by the changes in the outside world. After all, for thousands of years, something that I had not made up my mind topiced in my own hands must not have been imagined by the Immortal Alliance. Blind confidence gives the people of the Immortal Union, and conceited pride makes them arrogant. I hope they can still live with this attitude in the future. The positions of all the elders of the Immortal Alliance have been determined. All the elders of the Eternal God Realm are also in place. This competition of top combat power is about to begin. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, success or failure depends on this. I hope the result will be as I wish. Raise your head and look into the distance. Qi Lu calculated the time in his mind and knew that the plan would start soon. In the infinite battlefield, although there is night and day, there is no difference for those experienced gold diggers. They knew that life was precious in the infinite battlefield, but they did not dare to spend their time on luxurious sleep. So the difference between day and night is probably the change in sky color. Everything else is the same as always. However, on this night, it was a time of silence. Boom. Damn guy. You actually attacked me secretly. With a loud noise and an angry curse, it seemed to be a fuse. In multiple areas of the infinite battlefield, everything exploded in just an instant. It seems that at this moment, a war is happening everywhere. The residual power generated spread, and the alarmed senior gold diggers understood that none of those who started the war were weak. Each one of them is an elder-level existence among all the forces. What happened suddenly in the middle of the night? How come you started fighting after everything was fine? There was no warning at all, and the fight just started out of nowhere. What happened? And both sides of the war are so strong. No, we can't stay here. If it gets affected, something will happen. Quick, run, stop talking. The senior gold diggers who originally wanted to gather around to watch, but when they realized that this level of battle was not something they could watch, they all conscientiously chose to leave. If it was affected because of something like this, it would be an unforeseen disaster. It's okay to watch the excitement, but the prerequisite is that it doesn't cost your own life. So just run. However, those with this kind of thinking are usually those senior gold diggers who are not strong enough. To the elders of all parties, this series of sudden battles seemed to be announcing something. Moreover, for the distribution of forces on the infinite battlefield, it is definitely a huge change. So they didn't leave. Instead, they are trying to find out who the two sides of the war are. Because this kind of thing can never be a temporary act, it must be planned for a long time. Only then could they launch an attack at the same time and sweep the war into such a huge area instantly. So, who will start the war? Damn it! Damn eternal God realm! How dare you do this? How dare you sneak attack our immortal alliance? The sudden attack caught the immortal alliance completely off guard, and they were completely unable to react. Because they had no idea that such a thing would happen. The members of the immortal alliance were furious. All the elders were involved in the battle, and they were also attacked by enemies who were also elders. So at the beginning of the battle, many elders died without even having to meet or resist. From the very beginning, Eternal God Realm had the upper hand. This is something that the people of the Immortal Union never expected. Damn the Eternal Divine Realm, how dare you really have such courage to make such a decision? Aren't they afraid of being heavily surrounded and suppressed by the Immortal Alliance and disappearing into the infinite battlefield? And this matter was discovered after the Immortal Union discovered it. Other forces, large and small, were also shocked to find out who the two sides in this war were. It was actually the Eternal Divine Realm that took the initiative to attack the Immortal Union? How is this possible? The sky is going to change. The Eternal God Realm has implemented Elder Sniper tactics, and it seems that they want to kill all the elders of the Immortal Alliance. Can they really do this kind of thing? I don't know. No one knows whether they can do it or not. But the Eternal God Realm really took action. All the battles were fought by their elders. Then what are we going to do? How to do it? All forces suddenly discovered that this was a problem. A big question that may change the fate of the entire force once a choice is made. It's just a matter of waiting and watching what happens. Or should I choose to take sides now? All the forces that were aware of this incident began to think about this issue. Two dogs fight, play off. The mantis stalks the cicada, followed by the oriole. Unfortunately, for the Eternal Divine Realm and the Immortal Alliance, these wait-and-see forces are neither fishermen nor yellow sparrows. At most, they were just a group of people standing by, watching the two sides of the fight decide the winner, and eating meat there. Then just follow the yellow dog to drink some soup. The words, although said a bit harshly. But that's what it is. Whether it is the Eternal Divine Realm or the Immortal Alliance, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Therefore, the plan of sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight is feasible. But when the winner is decided and they go to pick up the slack, there is no guarantee that the winner will not settle the score with them after here covers. So, the choice you have to make now is to take sides. In other words, it's okay not to take sides. As long as you can bear it, when the victory is decided between the Eternal Divine Realm and the Immortal Alliance, it will be fine if you don't go up to share the cake. In this way, there will be no clues left for the winner to cause trouble for them. However, are you really willing to not share a bite of such a huge piece of cake? The answer is obvious. If you don't see such a good opportunity, then when other forces develop and grow, wouldn't you be the one who dies? After all, in a place like the infinite battlefield, if you encounter such a situation, you still want to stay out of it. That is simply impossible. As long as you come here, you have to run for your life all the time. Therefore, choosing a camp has become an inevitable thing, and the speed cannot be slowed down. Because the behavior of the wallflower is even more hateful. Therefore, if you can only make a choice once, you have to be more cautious. It can be said that this incident is enough to reshuffle the distribution of forces in the entire infinite battlefield. When one of the Eternal Divine Realm and the Immortal Alliance falls, I don't know how many forces will be able to take advantage of this sudden east wind to rise up and become the hegemon of one side. And at this time, let alone the struggle between Tianji Realm and Shinji Realm. Not to mention that the Eternal Divine Realm is a force established by the Lord God, while the Immortal Alliance is a force established by the Demon God. Based on emotion and reason, shouldn't these guys help the Immortal United? That's all a joke. In the face of huge interests related to oneself, these are all false. As long as you can get benefits and make yourself stronger, it doesn't matter who you help. Anyway, it's not like joining one of them and becoming their subordinate, but just choosing a camp. After this battle is over, it will not be the same as before, just do whatever you have to do. So what's the difference? Therefore, the factors that need to be considered on this issue are very simple. Whoever you think can win the final victory should hurry over and contributedo get a chance to share the cake. I think it would be better to choose the Eternal Divine Realm. After all, it was the Eternal Divine Realm that started the war. We must be fully prepared, and our chances of winning must be greater. Yes, I think so too. The sudden attack didn't give the Immortal Union any time to react. It can be seen that the Immortal Alliance is at a disadvantage now, and is really not a good choice. But, having said that. But don't forget, the Immortal Union is not a good thing. Although they were stunned by the attack from the Eternal God Realm at first, it may not be the case after they react. Yes, I also think that the Immortal United will not lose so easily. Things can still turn around. What's more, those guys from the Eternal God Realm have nothing to deal with us. So why should we help them? Joke, is now the time to talk about such things? All we need is the right winner, an opportunity for us to rise. If you don't believe in our choices, just make your own. We'll wait and see when the battle is over. I'm really looking forward to being able to kill you damn guys, with my own hands. Then I really look forward to the day when I can see you do it. In the initial debate, the anger of the various forces became more and more intense. After all, in this area, the forces that have hatred against each other are not just the Eternal God Realm and the Immortal Alliance. It's just that it was suppressed very well before, so it didn't fully explode. But now is such a good time. Under the guidance of the fuse of the Eternal Divine Realm's attack on the Immortal Alliance, the mutual hatred finally began to erupt. It's like a volcano that has been building up for a long time. The usual quietus, just the quiet before the eruption. So after the dispute, forces large and small also chose their camps one after another. Participated in this battle. It can be said that at this moment, the entire infinite battlefield turned into a mess. Because it was the Eternal Divine Realm that took the initiative and started the war, so in the eyes of outsiders, they had the upper hand. Therefore, the forces that choose the camp of Eternal Divine Realm also account for the majority. But at the same time, there are also some guys who feel that Immortal United must have its own trump card, but they haven't shown it yet. At this time, you should take a gamble. It's always better to provide help in times of need than to add icing on the cake. If the bet was successful, it would simply take off on the spot, leaving no room for doubt. Since then, he has become the most solid ally of the Immortal Alliance, running rampant in the infinite battlefield and doing whatever he wants. Days like this feel comfortable just thinking about them. As a result, this big melee started completely without the Immortal Alliance expecting it. Originally, when they were suddenly attacked by the Eternal God Realm, the Immortal Alliance wanted to send people to destroy the station of the Eternal God Realm. After all, in terms of the number of ordinary members, the Immortal Alliance will not be afraid of any force. However, this method has not yet been implemented. Countless forces that later joined the battle immediately dismissed the idea of an Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Union, which has been dragged into a big melee, has to face it cautiously at this moment, no matter how many ordinary members it has. At this moment, no one is afraid of the name of the Immortal Union. Because it was the Eternal Divine Realm that launched the main attack. Before the Eternal God Realm falls, the anger of the Immortal Alliance will not affect them. And it would be embarrassing if the Eternal God Realm fell. Everyone must die together. So, at this time, who would be afraid of the threat of the Immortal Alliance? After making the choice, he must exert 120% of his power to attack the Immortal Alliance. What if the Immortal Alliance wins? We absolutely cannot let this happen. As a result, the current situation has become even more chaotic. Once you choose to participate in the battle, you have no choice but to paddle. Because the loser will disappear into the infinite battlefield, who dares Torlax? And there is such a good opportunity, if you don't seize it. Wouldn't it be regrettable for the rest of your life? This step is also the most interesting step among the plans proposed by Qi Lu. This is a serious conspiracy. I tell you clearly, either join the war or wait or die. Choose one yourself. If you don't make a choice at this time, you may not be able to withstand the pressure of a major reshuffle after the war. If you make the wrong choice, you are just finding a good cemetery for yourself. But if you make the right choice, that is soaring to the sky. Who would be willing to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Therefore, after the flames of war were ignited, the intensity of the melee was actually somewhat beyond Qi Li's expectations. It probably has something to do with the fact that Qi Li came to the infinite battlefield not long ago. Because he has not lived in the infinite battlefield for long, Qi Li still cannot fully understand how much pressure the senior gold diggers living here have to survive in daily life. Of course, this should also have something to do with Qi Li's strength. When the law of survival of the weak and the strong reaches its extreme, strength can really mean everything. So when this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity appears in front of you, no senior gold prospector is willing to give up. Even if I die here because I made the wrong choice, I won't hesitate. This is what gamblers do. But what does this matter? What Qi Li wants is this kind of effect, so that he can better hold back the power of the Immortal Alliance and ensure the safety of the Eternal God Realm. Let the sniper operation of the Eternal Divine Realm's top combat power proceed more smoothly. The most difficult step turned out to be smoother than expected. This battle will not be lost. Qi Lu will naturally not stay at the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance at this moment. If all the other elders of the Immortal Alliance were attacked, only Qi Lu would be left unharmed. Doesn't that clearly tell others that he has a problem? So before the operation started, Qi Lu also left the headquarters of the Immortal United. Then in the wild, he pretended to be attacked. But it's just pretending. But Qi Li's identity has never been revealed in the Eternal Divine Realm. At present, it is known that Qi Lu is the internal correspondent. In fact, it is only the Ice Spirit Saint King and Yushir. And the two of them were also the main force in this attack on the many elders of the Eternal God Realm. Naturally, it is impossible to deal with Qi Lu separately. Isn't that a waste of combat power? Therefore, the person who attacked Qi Lu in this operation was actually another elder in the Eternal Divine Realm whom Qi Lu did not know. Moreover, this elder's strength ranks in the middle and lower reaches among the many elders in the Eternal God Realm. Throwing it to Qi Li's side was just to waste less combat power. Then in the ensuing battle, Qi Lu pretended to be defeated, then seized the opportunity, greased the soles of his feet, and fled. Anyway, as long as others know that he has been attacked, it doesn't have Toba fight to the death. That would be too silly. The elder who was thrown away by Qi Lu could only sigh in frustration after realizing that he had really lost his target, and then set off towards the nearest battlefield to support other elders in the Eternal God Realm. This is also the strategy set in the plan. At this time, there is no need to talk about benevolence, justice, and morality and fight alone. Only what the winner says is right, and whatever the loser says is wrong if loser can still speak. Therefore, as the war continues to spread, the Eternal God Realm's top combat sniper plan will only become more and more successful. The Immortal Union will fail. However, on the battlefield, everything is changing rapidly, so one cannot be so absolute. In order to prevent the Immortal Alliance from having any unused cards, Qi Lu, after getting rid of his opponent, also hid his figure and aura and checked on various battlefields to prevent any unexpected events. So far, the situation is good. Especially the Ice Spirit Saint King, his combat power is truly astonishing. The speed at which the battle ended was also quite astonishing. In a short period of time, the number of immortal joined elders who died in his hands had exceeded the number in one palm, and the number was still increasing. Every time an elder of the Immortal Alliance falls, the Eternal God Realm will have one more free fighting force. Then we can support more places. So after looking around, Qi Lu felt a lot more at ease. At least it proved that there was no problem with this plan. As for the subsequent operations, that was another matter. But with this current development, the situation is tilted towards the eternal divine realm. A twist is almost impossible. So it proves that there are no problems to be solved in the subsequent operations. So as the situation becomes increasingly clearer, the chances of winning for the eternal God realm will only become greater and greater. As long as the Immortal Alliance can be completely destroyed, no one will think about unlocking the seal of the Immortal Demon. At that time, all we have to do is wait for time to wipe out the Immortal Demon. The disaster left over from such a distant past. Finally solved it today. It's really relaxing. Therefore, Qi Lu specially took time out to watch Yu Shi'er's battle. I want to see how much Yu Shi'er has improved during this period of time. The Divine Realm, the Divine Mountain in the Middle Realm. The area that had long been shrouded by the chessboard of heaven and earth was now as silent as a dead zone. It has been some time since the latest war, and the piles of corpses tell all the pain of that time. The human king who was willing to become a chess piece on the chessboard of heaven and earth, after gaining control of the chessboard of heaven and earth from Qi Lu, still guarded the sacred mountain in the central region and never thought of leaving. The throne of the human king, located on the top of the mountain. The human king sitting here quietly is like a statue. It has a pleasing beauty, but also exudes an awe-inspiring and heroic atmosphere. The eyes were closed tightly, as if they were sleeping, quiet and solemn. But at this moment, it slowly opened. A sharp light flashed away. The power I left behind has disappeared. Has it been completely integrated? That's a good thing. The thread of that girl's fate seems to be entangled with the thread of Qi Lu's fate again. Did they meet? Destiny begins to flow. Will the result be good or bad? As the human king muttered to himself, a cluster of flames emerged from the void, and then floated in front of the human king's eyes. This is the flame that represents Yu Shi'er's reincarnation trend, and is also the protective power left by the human king as her successor. At this time, the flames were beating strangely. Little bits of fire light drifted away, like a flower about to wither. Although the law of reincarnation is different from the law of fate, all laws are connected. After the law of reincarnation is perfected and reaches its ultimate state, the thread of fate from reincarnation can also be seen. But it's limited to a few specific targets. For example, the human king's own thread of destiny has been entwined with the law of reincarnation. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to be affected by the demon emperor's law of destiny. As the inheritor of the human king, Yu Shi'er has been infected with the power of the law of reincarnation after gaining the power of the human king. In a sense, this is also the continuation of the power of the human king, and can naturally be observed by the human king. Otherwise, how could Yu Shi'er survive in such a chaotic environment when she was thrown into the Tianji realm by the gate of destiny? Unlike Qi Lu, she was reminded by the system not to use the power of law. So almost everyone you encounter are enemies. Moreover, under the tug of the disturbed thread of fate, Yu Shi'er had encountered a demon god left over from ancient times. If it weren't for the power left by the human king, Yu Shi'er wouldn't have had the chance to run into the infinite battlefield. Therefore, when Yu Shi'er's fate changed drastically, the human king would naturally be able to sense it. For example, now. A cluster of flames appeared in front of the human king's eyes, slowly fading and extinguishing. This means that Yu Shi'er has completely integrated the inheritance of the human king and turned it into her own power. This is certainly a good thing. But it also means that the human king's care for Yu Shi'er only ends here. But for the human king, this change is not a bad thing, but a gratifying thing. It's like one's own children have grown up, a feeling worth being happy and proud of. It's just that the demon emperor's conspiracy is far more than that. I hope you can deal with it. At this point, the flame has completely extinguished. Although the human king didn't know what the demon emperor wanted to do, based on her understanding of the demon emperor, she knew that what the demon emperor did was definitely not just revenge. There must be another purpose. Just like before, he is thoughtful, and no matter what he does, there is more than meets the eye. However, even with the strength of the human king, it is difficult to predict what will happen behind the gate of destiny. So we can only place our hope on Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er. However, with Qi Li's ability, he should be able to avert danger. It's time for this world to change. As the last words fell, the human king's eyes closed again. What the words mean is indeed intriguing. The law of reincarnation, life and death. Only a clear shout was heard. When Qi Lu restrained his aura, hid his figure, and came to this battlefield, Yu Shi'er seemed to have begun to finish the work. The guy who is Yu Shi'er's opponent looks like a human race, but his skin color is a little pale at the moment. Immediately afterwards, Qi Lu saw it. That guy had obvious cracks starting from where Yu Shi'er's hand touched him. It looked like broken porcelain. As the cracks spread, the body turned into pieces and fell piece by piece. All vitality has been wiped out. This is the power of the law of reincarnation. The third. Strange, why does Yu Shi'er also like counting? It is said that when Qi Lu is fighting, he will sometimes count, but that is to give the enemy a sense of oppression. The despair of watching death approaching is definitely the greatest torturito the spirit. After all, this is just Qi Li's bad taste. So, where did Yu Shi'er learn it? Brother Qi Lu. The enemy who had been wiped out of all vitality had now turned into fly ash, floating between the sky and the earth. Yu Shi'er, who sensed Qi Li's aura, also came to her senses, and found Qi Lu's location. This is not because Qi Lu is not good at controlling his aura. But because the threads of fate of the two are entangled together, there will be a special feeling when they are close. It's okay to say it's a telepathic connection, but it's just, quite convenient. Shi'er, long time no see. I'm so sorry that it took me so long to find you. Qi Lu touched his nose, and said hello to Yu Shi'er. His tone was rare gentleness, and a little apologetic. How should I put it, the demon emperor would involve Yu Shi'er because of Qi Lu. Of course, the demon king's hatred for the human king is also a factor that cannot be ignored. But the last straw that finally broke the demon emperor's hands was the heaven and earth chessboard that Qi Lu brought out. As a result, the demon king had no choice but to use the law of destiny that they had almost completely given up on, causing this setback. That's why Qi Lu felt that it was him who had caused Yu Shi'er trouble. No, brother Qi Lu, this is not your fault. After hearing this, Yu Shi'er took the initiative to step forward and hug Qi Lu. The biggest gain that Yu Shi'er has gained from her experience during this period of time may not be the complete integration of the human king's inheritance. It's about making your heart brave and letting your actions face your true heart. This move made Qi Lu startled. Then he quickly came back to his senses, smiled happily, and put his arms around Yu Shi'er's waist. Actually, during this time, Shi'er has been thinking about what to do if she never sees brother Qi Lu again. How am I going to survive if I have to stay like this in the future? Fortunately. When Yu Shi'er spoke, her body was still trembling slightly. The joy of reunion and the fear of the past all burst out at this moment. Not anymore, never again. Qi Lu patted Yu Shi'er's back, hugged her tightly, and comforted her softly. It was as if a promise had been made, solemn.